Chapter 1. Surrounded by wolves, feasting on carrion. The sound of chewing echoed in the stillness, and a chilling breeze swept through, jolting Ming Kanki from his perplexity into full awareness. The gnawing ceased, in an instant. The look of confusion on Ming Kanki's face was replaced by an icy indifference, as if he had transformed entirely. What a predicament, to be encircled by a pack of wolves. Truly, they could have simply conducted their experiment without resorting to such drastic measures. Yet here I am, thrust into a hellish beginning. Let the alter ego handle this, I shall not intervene. Ming Kanki, also known as Ming Sanchi, or Ming 37, suffers from dissociative identity disorder. In simpler terms, he is afflicted by a dual personality. However, what sets him apart as a protagonist is the uniqueness of his condition. His primary and secondary personas share memories, differing only in their manifestations. At present, the inner self, transformed into a library, is engrossed in the pages of a comic book, representing the dominant personality. Conversely, the external figure, cold and taciturn, embodies the alter ego. Ming Kanki's primary and secondary identities are easily distinguishable. The dominant persona is effervescent and loquacious, preferring verbal solutions over physical confrontation. The alter ego, in stark contrast, is aloof and reticent, opting for action rather than words. Typically, due to the alter ego's detached nature and focus during combat, it possesses significantly greater combat prowess than the dominant persona. Thus, in perilous situations, he predominantly allows the alter ego to take control. This ability to consciously shift between identities is yet another of Ming Kanki's peculiarities. Despite the extensive narrative for Ming Kanki, only a fleeting second has passed. The wolves' gnawing has ceased, and a pack of disheveled gray wolves, their eyes glowing with a predatory gleam, fixate on him, the sole living creature amidst a sea of lifeless bodies. The allure of the living far surpasses that of the deceased. The wolves, with their keen sense of smell, have detected an unfamiliar scent amidst the pool of bloodied corpses. Ming Kanki remained motionless, scanning his surroundings with keen observation one by one. The gray wolves advanced, their luminous eyes betraying their hunger. They lowered their heads to sniff the ground, pawing at the remnants, then resuming their scent investigation. That it is merely a matter of time before I am discovered. Oh dear, what shall I do? Fortunately, the stench of the corpses and the metallic scent of blood temporarily obscure my presence. But soon, I will undoubtedly be found. Perhaps we should flee. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the secondary personality, the primary persona abruptly tossed aside the comic book and began to traverse the imagined realm of his mind. Only after a few strides did he suddenly recollect, oh, I am not outside, I am safe here. Why am I running? Perhaps I should return to my comic. Let me conjure a computer and watch some animation instead. Unlike the primary persona's fluster, the secondary personality remained composed, actively seeking advantageous elements. He controlled his numbed hands, conducting a delicate yet steady exploration, emitting not a whisper. What is this? Suddenly, Ming Kanki, having just regained his senses, felt his right hand brush against a cold metallic surface. Pausing momentarily, he continued his exploration with unhurried determination. As he probed, an impression of a circular ring, a grip, and a pointed tip formed in his mind. A dart. My goodness, this is a shuriken. I suspect we may have stumbled into the world of ninjas. I must address this with you. Secondary personality, for all our shared memories, how could you fail to recognize a mere shuriken? We have read countless tomes. You cannot venture out like this. It is utterly shameful for me. You say you. Internally, the primary persona chattered incessantly. Yet, the secondary personality remained unperturbed. The secondary personality calmly recalled pertinent information about shurikens and then steadily gripped the weapon in his palm. With a weapon in hand, we might attempt to fight. Come now, we are in the ninja realm, where wild creatures are far more formidable than in the ordinary world. You, an average person, would merely be fodder. How could you possibly contend against a pack of wolves? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Ming Kanki lunged forward, wielding the shuriken to slice through the neck of the nearest wolf. Vivid, warm blood spurted forth, splattering onto his hands and arms. The warmth sent an involuntary shiver coursing through Ming Kanki. One down. Nevertheless, the manifestation of the secondary personality remained impassive. His expression was devoid of emotion, his tone calm, and his grip on the shuriken unwavering. Ugh! The wolf pack recoiled in shock, momentarily retreating and lowering their bodies. The void left by the fallen wolf was quickly filled. The battle between hunter and prey was on the verge of commencing. In this chilling atmosphere, amidst the secluded forest, it was evident that Ming Kanki was the prey, while the wolves were the hunters. Despite the stillness, a sudden chill enveloped Ming Kanki. A woo! A wolf's howl pierced the air. Like soldiers receiving a command, the pack surged forward to attack. Ming Kanki remained silent. The greater the peril, the calmer he became. In an unexpected flash of insight, he leapt into action. With a swift motion, Ming Kanki managed to slice through the necks of two wolves as he passed by them. The action appeared to be honed through countless trials, however. Ming Kanki understood that the situation had not improved, but rather worsened. The scent of his companion's blood invigorated the pack of gray wolves, causing their speed to increase dramatically. This deft maneuver with the kunai seems to be a testament to rigorous training. This body, a creation of Orochimaru's experiments, surely harbors secrets. Yet, I must survive to uncover them. My alter ego, you must strive with all your might. Our lives depend on your strength. Fortunately, his diminutive stature rendered him a difficult target, and the efficiency of the wolf pack's assault was notably low, with only 5 or 6 wolves attacking. Simultaneously, several wolves leaped and pounced. They opened their jaws wide, aiming to seize any part of Ming Kanki's body they could reach. Despite his miraculous kunai skills, he was far from a true ninja. Faced with the onslaught of 5 or 6 gray wolves, he could only evade the lethal strikes of 2 or 3, managing to dispatch one in the process. But that was the extent of his success. After one evasive maneuver and one strike, Ming Kanki felt 3 gray wolves clamp down on his left arm, while another, having missed its target, lunged and sank its teeth into his left leg. It was clear that the next assault from the wolves would herald his demise. Suddenly, 3 crossbow bolts whizzed through the air, accurately piercing the bodies of the 3 gray wolves, pinning them to the ground. The remaining wolves howled, startled by the commotion, and turned to charge towards the source of the crossbow fire. Thus, the number of wolves surrounding Ming Kanki diminished significantly. However, he was far from unscathed. Blood poured from his left arm, a dark crimson stream cascading down. His small frame, resembling that of a mere 10-year-old, was now succumbing to the effects of significant blood loss, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. The remaining wolves regrouped and advanced once more, with one wolf charging directly at Ming Kanki. With a sickening thud, he fell to the ground. In that instant, he rolled over and swung his kunai, severing the throat of yet another gray wolf. Yet, almost immediately, the remaining wolves surged forward, aiming for Ming Kanki's legs, arms, hands, and even his neck. Once more, 3 crossbow bolts flew through the air. One wolf was struck in its front leg and collapsed. Another was hit in the neck, piercing an artery. Its fate was sealed. The last wolf, poised to tear into Ming Kanki's neck, was shot through the head and fell, mouth agape, lifeless. Chapter 2. Xianglin. Have I been saved? Ming Kanki was momentarily lost in confusion, but suddenly his gaze brightened with life. The primary and secondary personalities had separated, with the dominant persona reasserting control over the subordinate. A natural smile graced his face. Mommy, the big brother is awake. The big brother is awake. Come quickly. A red-haired little girl bounced into the room, her voice sweet and innocent. After a short while, a similarly red-haired woman entered. She wore a gentle smile, her demeanor warm. Were she clad in a nurse's uniform, she would undoubtedly be the epitome of a healing beauty. Did you save me? I'm truly grateful. Ouch, it hurts. Ming Kanki struggled to rise and express his gratitude. However, to his dismay, the wound split open, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. He nearly succumbed to the urge to let the secondary personality surface. Seeing this, the woman hurried forward, gently supporting Ming Kanki and easing him back down. Stay still, dear. Your injuries are severe. Rest while I will fetch you a bowl of warm soup. The woman stepped out. The little girl leaned over the bed, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a new world. When Ming Kanki turned to look at her, the girl chirped, Big brother, are you a ninja? Daddy said you are amazing. You defeated several big bad wolves all by yourself. As she spoke, she animatedly gestured, her expression utterly adorable. Ming Kanki chuckled. The tension and sense of alienation he had felt dissipated in an instant. At that moment, he realized he was no longer merely participating in a holographic game. He seemed to have truly integrated into this world. Outside, the newly risen sun cast its light upon the snow-dusted, barren earth. The bleak, wintry air suddenly came alive in Ming Kanki's eyes. Turning back, though he continued to smile, his expression grew slightly more serious. He spoke in a light-hearted yet somewhat naive tone. No, little sister. In truth, I have no idea how I accomplished that. At the time, I felt as if I had transformed into another person. So, be cautious of the big bad wolves, okay? Wow. I'm not scared at all. The little girl jumped back in fright, But upon realizing she had bumped into her mother's leg, she immediately pretended to be unafraid. Ha ha! The woman chuckled softly, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. Then she leaned down, helping Ming Kanki up and bringing the soup to his lips. It's not hot, drink it. It will warm you up and help you recover quickly. Thank you, sister. Ming Kanki held the bowl with his right hand and gulped down the soup eagerly, finishing it in just a few hearty swallows. Haha, you're awake, lad. You seem to be in good spirits. At that moment, a hearty middle-aged man entered the room. He bore a light stubble that, while not thick, added a touch of masculinity to his demeanor. Thank you for saving me, dear hunter, Ming Kanki said, lifting his head in a nod to express his gratitude. Dear hunter? The middle-aged hunter stroked his sparse facial hair, his expression one of amusement. Haha, laughed one, and hee-hee, giggled the other. The two beautiful women, one tall and one small, could not contain their amusement, dispelling the winter chill that had enveloped the room. The woman assisted Ming Kanki in lying down. Severely injured and having lost a considerable amount of blood, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. After a while, the little girl finished her breakfast and scampered to the bedside, staring intently at Ming Kanki. Occasionally, she would place her small hand on his forehead, an action whose origin remained a mystery at the dining table. The woman and the hunter conversed as they ate. Suddenly, the woman whispered, "He isn't a ninja, is he?" The hunter shook his head, swallowing his food before responding. Though his use of shuriken is quite adept, there is indeed no trace of chakra within him. Their voices gradually faded into silence. Shortly thereafter, the hunter set down his bowl, donned his outer garments, and took his bow and crossbow before heading out. Ming Kanki, in a daze, heard the hunter say, "There's no need to wait for me at noon. I shall head directly to the village to sell my catch and return in the evening." At noon and in the evening, the woman roused Ming Kanki, ensuring he consumed some nourishment. In return, he regaled the little girl with 2 stories, earning her name, Xianglin. 2 days later, Ming Kanki had grown familiar with his family. Under their tender care, he found himself contemplating the simplicity of living in this world without complications. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his body exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities. Aside from the substantial loss of flesh on his left arm that had yet to heal and the lingering difficulty in moving his left hand, he was able to move with relative ease. At the dining table, the woman introduced her family to Ming Kanki for the first time. "This is my daughter, Xianglin. I am Yukiko. This is my husband, Daisuke." Ming Kanki rose to his feet, bowing deeply before solemnly addressing them. "Sister Yukiko, brother Daisuke, and little Xianglin, thank you. Thank you for rescuing me. All right now. No need to be so formal," Yukiko said, pulling Ming Kanki back into his seat. She filled a bowl with soup and placed it before him, urging, "Hurry and eat." After a few bites, Ming Kanki suddenly recalled that he had yet to introduce himself. "Oh right, my name is Ming Kanki. You may call me Xiao Ming, Ming 37, or Sanchi. Well, that's settled. I shall refer to you as Xiao Ming from now on. Xianglin, dear, having introduced yourself, it's your turn to share a bit about yourself." Dezhu began to tease Xianglin. "Hello, big brother. I'm 3 years old." Xianglin, indeed, took the bait. "Why haven't you shared your name?" Thought in response to Dezhu's continued teasing, Xianglin tilted her little head, casting a playful, disdainful glance at him, and retorted, "Daddy is silly big brother already knows it." Having said that, Xianglin turned her attention to Ming Kanki, evidently awaiting his reciprocal introduction. Ming Kanki promptly smiled and replied, "Hello, little sister, I." At that moment, Luohua suddenly realized that throughout this exchange, apart from a few words from Orochimaru and the others, he possessed no knowledge whatsoever about his surroundings, nor did he find any clue to ascertain the age of this body. "I suppose I'm around 10 or so," he stammered, managing a wry smile. Lost in thought, he continued, "I apologize. The event a few days ago marks the first time I truly became aware. At other times, I was merely in a daze, hearing voices, yet never perceiving the passage of time." He spoke candidly, revealing what needed to be expressed while concealing what ought to remain hidden, his words devoid of any pretense. Ming Kanki, wearing a bitter smile, was momentarily lost in thought, his expression interpreted as one of profound anguish. This elicited a silent resonance among the other 2 adults, who fell into a contemplative silence as they continued their meal. However, Xiao Xianglin hurried to Ming Kanki's side, grasping his hand gently and offering a tender pat, her innocent voice soothingly assuring him, "Don't be sad, big brother. Once you find your mother, she will surely know how old you are." Ming Kanki was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded earnestly in agreement. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Xingzi and Daju also smiled. The dining table was once again filled with warmth and harmony. Chapter 3. The whirlpool of crisis. A few more days of tranquil and serene life passed by. Aside from some lingering mobility issues with his left arm, Ming Kanki has fully recovered from his other injuries. Today, Dazhu once again ventured into the village. Rather than hunting, he took with him the furs collected over the past few days. This time, he departed in the morning and returned by noon, suggesting that the village is not very far from here. As Ming Kanki pondered, he observed Dazhu entering the room with a grave expression, burdened by deep thoughts. However, upon stepping inside, the seriousness etched on Dazhu's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a relaxed smile. Father, Xiang Lin joyfully dashed out of the room, nearly stumbling over a small chair at the corner. Ming Kanki promptly assisted her and stepped outside as well. My glasses, Daddy. Though she nearly stumbled, Xiang Lin exhibited no fear. Instead, her face radiated with excitement as she gazed up at Dazhu, eagerly extending her small hand. Haha, look. Dazhu chuckled as he extracted an object wrapped in red cloth from his pocket and unveiled it. It was a pair of narrow, brown oval glasses. Dazhu personally placed them on Xiang Lin's face. Wow, everything is so clear. Haha, this is wonderful. I can go out and play now. Xiang Lin transformed into an enchanting young lady upon donning the glasses. However, when she began to speak, a hint of a madwoman's charm emerged. Yukiko stood nearby, smiling at the scene. What a heartwarming tableau this is home. Ming Kanki gazed at the heartwarming scene, yet a hint of bitterness crept into his smile. As a time traveler, he no longer possessed a home. Countless others who traversed dimensions stirred up chaos, all because they had lost their families. Without a home, one finds no solace. Devoid of a place to call one's own, there exists little to cherish. Except for a few timid time travelers, the majority, after finding themselves alone, became increasingly inclined to stir trouble. Suddenly, a large hand descended upon Ming Kanki's head. You too, my friend, said Dazhu, as he produced several garments from his pocket and offered them before Ming Kanki's eyes. Upon receiving the message, Ming Kanki's eyes immediately welled with tears. Such is the simplicity of being moved. In moments of vulnerability, a mere greeting suffices. In times of weakness, a simple gesture of support is enough. And in times of confusion, a warm word can be profoundly comforting. Thank you. Ming Kanki's voice was somewhat hoarse, and a single tear cascaded down the corner of his eye. He did not switch to his alternate persona. At the opportune moment, he was poignantly struck in the most tender part of his heart, leaving even his alternate persona powerless. The young man shed tears. I witnessed it. Xiang Lin playfully wiped her face and made a shy expression. With a hearty laugh, Ming Kanki gathered his clothing to his left arm, freeing his right hand to rest atop Xiang Lin's head. His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he declared, I acknowledge you as my sister. Haha, splendid. Dazhu exclaimed with great amusement, while Xingzi nodded in agreement with a smile. Ming Kanki has officially become a member of this family. After finishing lunch, he was immediately pulled outside by Xiang Lin, who had just received a pair of glasses. Yuki gently called out for them not to run too far and continued her meal. Dazhu watched as their figures disappeared at the door, then set down his bowl and chopsticks, his smile fading, replaced by a heavy heart. After a while, under Yuki's watchful gaze, Dazhu spoke in a low voice. I believe we must prepare to move swiftly. What is it? Yuki asked, instantly setting down her utensils, her expression turning tense. Rest assured, things have not yet reached a critical point. Dazhu reassured her somewhat. He continued, I have heard from the villagers that the ninjas from Konoha have recently been seen in this area, seemingly searching for something. There is a pile of corpses. They are bound to discover it. From Xiaoming, I can infer that there may be a hidden laboratory nearby. Xiaoming must be the fortunate survivor of a failed experiment from that laboratory. Although we cannot be certain, what if they are indeed searching for that laboratory? What should we do? Furthermore, we cannot ascertain whether we can trust these Konoha ninjas. What if they are pretending to seek that laboratory while actually being affiliated with it? What then? We cannot risk being captured by remaining here. Neither Xiaoming nor you and Xiang Lin must come into contact with ninjas. Otherwise, your identities will soon be revealed. The Uzumaki clan must not be extinguished here, nor can they become tools for the ninjas. Not even Konoha. Dazhu was clearly not an ordinary person. At that moment, his eyes flickered, a blend of wisdom and murderous intent evident, as if he had already prepared for the worst. Yuki, touched, said Dazhu, I am merely an ordinary remnant of the Uzumaki clan. You need not go to such lengths for us. No, Dazhu interrupted her. The Uzumaki clan once saved our family. Without them, I would not be alive today nor possess the abilities I have now. From the moment I met you, I resolved to protect you, even at the cost of my own life. Tears welled in Yuki's eyes as she lowered her gaze, silently making a decision in her heart. That evening, the family remained cheerful and harmonious, as if the conversation from noon were nothing but a fabrication. Of course, Ming Kanki was unaware of this. It was only after dinner, when Xianglin had fallen asleep and Yuki pulled him aside, that Ming Kanki sensed the change in atmosphere. "Sister Yuki, what is it? Is there something you need me to do?" he asked. Ming Kanki, filled with perplexity, inquired. Yukiko rolled up her sleeves and gracefully extended her pristine left arm towards Ming Kanki's lips, softly uttering, "Here, bite my arm." Ming Kanki stepped back, a look of confusion crossing his face as he glanced at Xingzi once more, suddenly realizing her intentions. When he lowered his gaze to her arm, Xingzi boldly pressed it against his mouth. "Listen to your sister," she urged, "bite down hard. You will feel better in no time." Ming Kanki solemnly grasped Xingzi's arm and, gazing into her eyes, inquired, "Sister Xingzi, are you truly certain about this course of action?" Xingzi responded with a gentle smile, "Yes. Go ahead, bite down hard. The pain will soon subside." Ming Kanki, suppressing his emotions, gradually took a bite. "Bite down with conviction," Yukiko said, her tone commanding as she slightly furrowed her brows. Ming Kanki decisively bit down. In response to a soft hum from Xingzi, a plume of white mist erupted from the wound on Ming Kanki's left arm, and the missing flesh rapidly regenerated, soon vanishing without leaving a scar. Remarkably, Ming Kanki's body also felt considerably lighter, as if buoyed by a gentle warmth. With her crimson hair, it was evident that her healing ability upon biting was a gift of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Kyulin, originally from the northeastern woods of Konoha, had traversed to the village of Grass. Fate is indeed wondrous. After a while, feeling entirely at ease, Ming Kanki finally released her bite. "Go now. Off to sleep. We must rise early tomorrow." Although Ming Kanki sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat unusual, he could never have imagined that the situation had spiraled beyond control. Obediently, he entered the room and lay down, quickly succumbing to a comfortable slumber. Chapter 4. Escape the next day, at the break of dawn before the sun had risen. A voice called out, "Get up, Xiaoming." At Deju's urging, Ming Kanki groggily opened his eyes and glanced towards the window. Outside, a bright morning star twinkled persistently. "What is wrong, Deju?" he inquired, noticing the large bundle behind Deju, which prompted thoughts of moving. "Yes, I'm carrying these. And you and Xingzi will take turns with Xianglin." Deju's words were few but urgent. Ming Kanki could discern and perceive the gravity of their situation. It was evident they were on the brink of peril. Without further inquiry, he swiftly donned his attire. In no time, the four of them hastened to embark on their journey while the veil of night still lingered. Along the way, Ming Kanki and Xingzi flanked the central figure of Xianglin, while those not carrying her proceeded ahead. Daju bore a package of similar size to Xianglin upon his back, with a quiver strapped to his leg. He maintained a steady pace at the rear, though not particularly swift. Ming Kanki lacks the knowledge of a ninja, otherwise he would discern that Daiju is erasing the traces of the four individuals from behind. In truth, the most significant traces belong to Ming Kanki himself. While the marks left by Sakiko are hardly perceptible, the morning star gradually dims, and the snow-laden mountain path proves treacherous. Fortunately, neither Daiju nor Sakiko are ordinary individuals. And as for Ming Kanki, being an experiment of Orochimaru, he is far from ordinary as well. The trio, with the still slumbering Xianglin in tow, managed to traverse a mountain peak just as dawn breaks. A dense, shadowy forest looms in the distance, barely illuminated by the feeble light of morning. Be mindful of controlling your chakra output, Xiaoming. It is not the case that more forceful and abundant output is better. Rather, it should be adequate and stable. Follow your instincts, adjusting the chakra output as necessary. As Ming Kanki leads the way once more, Sakiko suddenly begins to guide him from behind. "What? Chakra? I cannot refine it." Ming Kanki then noticed that a faint blue glow was emanating from beneath his feet. Unintentionally, he had manifested chakra from the soles of his feet. The ability to generate a substantial amount of chakra without the need for refinement clearly demonstrated his exceptional talent. Of course, it was evident that he had also squandered a significant amount of chakra. "I understand now." Ming Kanki solemnly nodded, his expression suddenly turning indifferent. Subsequently, the chakra beneath his feet radiated with an intensified brilliance before vanishing entirely. Was this the state from that fateful night? With a detached nod, Ming Kanki tacitly answered Xingzi's inquiry. At this moment, he had effortlessly mastered the art of chakra refinement. Within the depths of his inner world, Ming Kanki's primary persona erupted in laughter. "Ha ha! I am indeed a genius. The energy extracted from the 130 trillion cells in the human body, combined with the spirit energy cultivated through experience and training, wow. Just grasping such a vague principle has enabled me to create the chakra refinement technique. I truly am a genius. Fortunately, the realm of the mind is isolated from the external world, unseen by others. The winter in the world of Naruto is bitterly cold. In the barren woods, the snow is thin yet shows no signs of melting. Amidst the expanse of white, a few animal tracks sporadically appear, quickly disappearing around the corner of a distant tree. Do not enter the forest is not merely a phrase from the martial arts realm. It holds true in the Naruto universe as well. Shinji grasped Minkanki's arm as Daiju moved ahead to inspect the area closely. The animal tracks were fresh from the previous night, with no other signs indicating human passage. Let us proceed. The day grew increasingly bright, and Daiju tugged at Minkanki, seemingly anxious. Minkanki immediately strode forward, chakra gathering at his feet, releasing a steady flow. The faint traces left by his small footprints on the snow had already begun to fade. Shinji was positioned centrally, behind Daiju. The four advanced once more, this time with significantly increased speed. After they passed, a voice echoed from a nearby tree, "Big brother, I didn't expect to encounter a big catch. If we bring them back, our mission failure will be wiped clean." From another tree, a second voice chimed in, with red hair. "He looks just like the remnants of the Uzumaki clan from the intel. So, what do you say, big brother? Shall we make our move? Hee. Let us make it swift. Dawn is approaching, and the ninjas of Konoha will soon be on our heels. They are truly elite." The ninja, referred to as Big Brother, shifted slightly in the shadow of another tree. His dark skin was well concealed in the shade, but stood out starkly against the white snow. They wore headbands adorned with the symbol of the Cloud Village, marked with a horizontal line, defectors of the cloud. With a whoosh, three sounds of slicing air emerged as three figures transformed into shadows, pursuing Minkanki and his companions. Once they landed, however, they made no noise at all. Not even the snow on the branches they leaped over trembled. If one didn't glance back, it would be nearly impossible to discern that three individuals were in pursuit. Mommy. Someone is flying. Coincidentally, Xianglin, who had been jolted awake from her slumber, adjusted her glasses just in time to see the dark figures behind them. What? Xingzi halted abruptly, instantly passing Xianglin to Minkanki, whispering urgently, "Run. Take Xianglin and flee. The farther, the better." Without hesitation, she turned and hurled a kunai. As if responding to an unspoken understanding, Daiju swiftly unlatched his backpack, discarding its contents into the snow. "They've discovered us." The three cloud ninjas positioned themselves in a formation, one landing in the snow and two perched on the branches, encircling Daiju and Xingzi. With a sharp whir, a crossbow bolt was fired, only to be deflected in an instant, ricocheting back and embedding itself in the snow just before Daju's toes. "Brother, mommy, why didn't T-Dad and the others run with us?" Xianglin, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, felt tears welling in her eyes, though her mind couldn't comprehend. Her intuition sensed the looming dread. The girl, with her keen instincts, had evidently foreseen that something horrific was about to unfold. As tears began to drip onto Minkanki's hand, he could only run with even greater determination. Minkanki understood that he lacked the ability to erase traces. Thus, he could only run with all his might, desperately fleeing the woods and striving to reach the main road, hoping that fortune would lead him to a merchant caravan, one that might include a powerful and benevolent ninja willing to assist them. However, such hope seemed exceedingly remote. Minkanki was uncertain of which direction would lead him to the road. He could only rely on instinct, pushing forward with fervor, expending chakra, and accelerating relentlessly. "Remember, Xianglin, no matter what, I shall ensure your survival. Remember, a brother is always a brother. No matter how I may change, dear Xianglin, do not be afraid." Minkanki forced a gentle smile, but his expression swiftly transformed into one of utter indifference. The primary persona faded, revealing the secondary one. He remained silent, his right hand brushing against the shuriken concealed in his coat pocket, while his already sore left arm tightened once more, enhancing his speed as he sprinted. Chapter 5. Parents having deflected Daju's crossbow bolt, the leader of the rogue ninjas from Yunnan appeared disinclined to engage in battle immediately. He regarded Daju with keen interest, scrutinizing him intently for several seconds. Although no murderous intent was evident, the oppressive atmosphere rendered Daju immobile. This scenario favored them, thought Xingzi, who also refrained from movement. As dawn approached its zenith, the world illuminated with brilliance. In the winter woods, the pristine white snow mingled with the shadows of the trees, creating a dazzling spectacle. The trunks appeared darker, while the snow seemed even more radiant. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, causing delicate flakes to flutter down, a breathtaking sight. Yet, in that moment, none of the individuals within the woods could spare a thought for the enchanting scenery. Half a minute later, the rogue ninja leader suddenly chuckled. The elite ninja from Kusanagi village, Daju Yamasa. Am I mistaken? Daju was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. His reaction and expression undeniably validated the rogue leader's words. Was Daju merely masquerading all along? Xingzi stifled a sob, swiftly suppressing it. However, tears cascaded down her cheeks, staining the snow with a blue hue. As a pregnant woman who had narrowly escaped the devastation of the land of whirlpools, she had witnessed the coalition of ninjas that led to its downfall. Filled with disdain for the ninjas of various villages, she resolutely rejected any association with them. Daju understood. He did not turn around, nor did he offer an explanation. I'm sorry, Xingzi. If you can, escape on your own. With that, Daju drew 2 crossbow bolts, affixing one to his weapon while grasping the other in his hand. Without the need for words, he intended to demonstrate through action that he would protect her with his very life. Daju prepared for battle, yet the rogue leader unexpectedly relaxed, stating, "There is no need for alarm. As long as Miss Xingzi accompanies us to Yunnan village, we will not harm you. In fact, we could even spare that red-haired girl. What do you say?" You see, I waited for them to distance themselves before speaking. Such sincerity. Xingzi dried her tears and stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "Very well. Spare them, and I shall go with you." Daju instinctively blocked her path, exclaiming, "Xingzi, do not heed their words. They are treacherous renegades." The sunlight shone brightly. Even amidst the trees, the scratches on the forehead protector of the Yunnan ninja were vividly discernible. Xingzi recognized this instantly and halted in her tracks. Alas, the rogue leader sighed, shaking his head. It seems there is nothing left to discuss. What a pity. Time us up. Let us move. With that, the rogue leader's expression shifted, and he brandished the shuriken in his hand. Daiju's reaction appeared to be swifter than ever, as he launched 3 crossbow bolts in a perfect triangular formation in an instant. With a flash of lightning, the rogue ninja leader unexpectedly unleashed the secret technique of the Cloud Ninja Village, lightning release body technique. The sharp clangs resonated as the rogue ninja effortlessly struck the tips of the 3 bolts, sending them flying away once more. In the state of the lightning release body technique, the rogue ninja exhibited a level of control that far surpassed that of an ordinary elite J-nin. You cannot be a rogue ninja. Who are you truly? In Daiju's memory, the lightning release body technique was a secret art reserved solely for the direct descendants of the Reikage. Coupled with that extraordinary control, Daiju felt certain he was facing an elite J-nin. The thought of an elite J-nin defecting seemed preposterous, akin to the initial disbelief when news of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, betraying the village was first heard. Most ninjas dismissed it as a mere joke until Konoha issued an S-rank bounty for the rogue ninja, solidifying the reality of the situation. It is essential to understand that within the ninja world, ranks are not solely determined by strength, but rather by positions held. Beneath the Hokage, the elite J-nin represent the pinnacle of rank. Regardless of belief, Daiju was momentarily stunned by this revelation. In that fleeting moment of shock, he was struck by 6 shurikens. Daiju let out a muffled groan as Sakiko extended her arm towards his mouth. "Bite me." With a decisive bite, Daiju was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. The 6 shurikens embedded in him were swiftly expelled. "Remarkable. You possess such an ability. Truly, the Uzumaki clan is extraordinary. I desire you even more now. Come, follow me, Sanrue, and I shall ensure you live a life of luxury and even bear robust children." The rogue ninja leader's excitement was palpable, his voice rising uncontrollably. He could envision his future status within the Cloud Ninja Village as a progenitor of the Uzumaki clan. The mere thought caused his expression to twist with exhilaration. "Never. I would rather die than accompany you." Sakiko drew a rusted shuriken from her pocket, one she had brought from the land of whirlpools. Though the blade had lost its sharpness, the tip remained lethal. You won't have it your way." In a flash of lightning, the rogue ninja surged forward, suddenly standing before Daiju. Thud. Blood splattered as the rogue ninja's shuriken pierced Daiju's heart with precision. "Did you think you struck me?" With a swift motion, Daiju embraced the rogue ninja tightly. "What?" The rogue ninja was taken aback, his body crackling with lightning, attempting to break free. However, it seemed his mastery of the lightning release body technique was insufficient, lacking the protective capabilities of lightning. The electric energy merely induced a slight numbness in Daiju. "Now, you cannot escape," Daiju declared. With a swift whoosh, A crossbow bolt was launched towards the heart of the traitorous ninja leader. A crackle of thunder erupted. Faced with the imminent threat to his life, the rogue leader unleashed an extraordinary surge of strength and speed, successfully breaking free from the now weakened assistants. The bolt merely pierced through his left shoulder. Cursed be this fate. In a fit of rage, the rebellious leader forcefully kicked Daju away, and Yukiko let out a muffled grunt, swiftly catching Daju. The two of them were propelled backward simultaneously. In that moment, she once again thrust her arm into Daju's mouth. How despicable! There is poison. What are you two waiting for? He must not be allowed to recover. The leader of the rogue ninjas, realizing he had been ensnared, found himself momentarily incapacitated. Reluctantly, he commanded his subordinates with a loud voice. Yes, Captain. Two rogue ninjas, uncertain whether they were Nin or Jinin, exchanged glances after their synchronized response, each harboring their own thoughts. Nevertheless, they displayed no sign of hesitation in their actions, unleashing their chakra and swiftly charging towards Daizu. Sachi, survive, Daizu urged, pushing Sachi aside just as a blood-red chain erupted from his chest, piercing through the two approaching rogue ninjas like gourds. The chain then darted towards the rogue leader's head with lightning speed. Sachi, Daizu's voice was filled with anguish. The technique he employed was the diamond lock, a forbidden art he had learned from her father, transformed into a deadly skill due to the bloodline's change. It was a technique that demanded utmost sacrifice, a mutual destruction. Sachi was overwhelmed with sorrow, her spirit shattered, and her pupils lost their focus. It seems everything has its purpose in the end. This is your last chance. Come with me, or I will not hesitate to capture that red-haired girl. With a bit of training, she could serve as a formidable tool. The rogue leader, surprisingly still alive, bore a deep gash on his forehead, extending from his brow to behind his ear, revealing bone beneath the flesh. His face was smeared with blood, rendering him a visage reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Don't. Upon hearing his words and witnessing that expression, Sakiko let out a heart-wrenching cry. Silence. The rogue ninja leader swiftly dashed forward and clamped his hand over Sachiko's mouth. I'll go with you, Sachiko mumbled through his grip as she rose to her feet. Seeming to comprehend her words, the rogue leader chuckled darkly. Then first, heal me. With that, he seized her left arm and bared his fangs to bite down. Thunk. A kunai stabbed through the air. Sachiko unexpectedly grasped a shuriken with her right hand and thrust it towards the abdomen of the rogue ninja leader. Although the leader was alert and managed to evade in time, he nonetheless sustained a cut to his midsection. Enraged and humiliated, he hurled the shuriken back, pinning Sachiko's foot to the ground. Wretched girl, how dare you feign innocence? Sachiko furrowed her brows, enduring the pain as she bent down to retrieve Daiju's crossbow and arrows, clumsily assembling them in silence. Death is upon us. The traitorous leader has truly unleashed his wrath. He unleashed the lightning release ninja body technique once more. In a flash of lightning, the kunai had already pierced Sakiko's heart. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet her arms clung tightly to the leader of the rogue ninjas. Karen, mother can only bring you this far. Chapter 6, Escape. The shadows of trees, stark and black and white, swept past. Mei-chan's breath came in quick gasps, but his feet showed no sign of faltering as he sprinted past trees of varying sizes, darted beneath the occasionally jutting tree roots, and leaped over the broad trunks of interconnected trees. Ming Kanki pressed forward unceasingly, leaving behind a series of deep and shallow footprints in the pristine snow. He could no longer hear any sounds from behind. All that echoed in his ears was the labored rhythm of his own breath and the sobbing of Xiong Lin. Cry if you must, he thought. Within the recesses of his mind, Ming Kanki's dominant persona furiously struck the keys, striving to compel the alter ego to articulate something. Yet, in the end, he could only sigh helplessly within this inner realm. The alter ego remained indifferent, silent as ever. The forest was devoid of paths, replaced instead by a myriad of peculiar routes that forced Ming Kanki to navigate in circles. Even with the alter ego's remarkable calmness, he could not assure himself that his trajectory was a straight line. Without a point of reference, Ming Kanki unwittingly veered off course. With his head down and resolutely advancing, he was oblivious to the fact that he was progressing like a headless serpent. As he ran, Ming Kanki suddenly coughed lightly, a drop of blood splattering onto Xiong Lin's garment. The crimson stain stood out starkly against the white floral pattern. Brother, the cough was subtle, and Xiong Lin did not notice the blood. Nevertheless, fear compelled her to stifle her scream. A mere 3-year-old girl, when engulfed in worry and dread, was somehow able to repress her voice. It is unfathomable what kind of world could render such a young child so remarkably mature. Scoundrel! Ming Kanki once again struck the table fiercely within the realm of his mind. However, the objects in this mental space appeared to possess an indestructible quality. He could only inflict pain upon his hands, unable to shatter even a single keycap. No matter. In the external world, Ming Kanki's alter ego replied in a hoarse and emotionless voice. Within his inner world, Ming Kanki abruptly ceased his actions and sank down onto the chair. Although Ming Kanki was unaware of the capabilities of Daju and Xingzi, the mere numerical advantage of 3 against 2 led him to believe that their chances of victory were slim. Furthermore, the words and expression of Xingzi when she entrusted Xianglin to him were imbued with a sense of foreboding, akin to a last wish. As if she were preparing to face her demise. Flee. Quickly escape. It is imperative to take Xianglin and flee to safety. Ming Kanki harbored unwavering determination. The flight persisted. Fortunately, the winter weather had not yet warmed, and many creatures were in hibernation. Ming Kanki fled like a headless fly, astonishingly encountering no large animals along the way. It was unclear how long they had been running, but the tears on Xiangling's face had completely dried. She no longer sobbed. Instead, she glared with reddened eyes, gritting her teeth, diligently remaining vigilant of the surroundings behind and to the sides of Ming Kanki. The heavy breaths of Ming Kanki grew more pronounced. Suddenly, Xianglin exclaimed, "Lu, brother, Lu." In her excitement, she momentarily forgot to restrain her cries. After calling out, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands, casting a worried glance towards Ming Kanki. "It's all right." As Ming Kanki came to a halt, he uttered another remark. Following Xianglin's pointed direction, he indeed spotted a road approximately 500 meters away through the gaps between a cluster of trees. In the vast expanse of the forest, particularly within the dense environment of the world of Naruto, a path less than 2 meters wide fortuitously came into Xianglin's view. They were truly fortunate. Upon seeing the road, Ming Kanki wasted no time and resumed his sprint. Channeling his chakra with greater steadiness, he ran faster, leaped higher, and left fewer traces behind. After a brief respite, his skills astonishingly improved once more. The primary persona of his mental space, Ming Kanki, felt a sense of bewilderment regarding this development. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to leave, for his body was currently exhibiting severe symptoms. While he could endure minor discomfort such as muscle soreness, the pain in his throat felt as though it were being sliced by a knife with each breath. And every rise and fall of his lungs was accompanied by the expulsion of blood. The internal turmoil felt akin to a battlefield where each moment brought stabbing pains, culminating in a state of near faintness that prevented him from switching personas. Once on the dirt path, Ming Kanki discerned the direction and promptly veered southwest, advancing swiftly along the way. Despite the unpaved surface, the smoothness of the road allowed him to accelerate by an additional 30%. This newfound speed was already comparable to that of an elite nin. "Can you see it, Sister Ingzi? Brother Daisuke, we will surely escape. We will survive." Ming Kanki cried within the confines of his mental space. "Be careful!" Xianglin suddenly shrieked. Ming Kanki immediately lunged forward. With a series of sharp sounds, 3 distinct thuds echoed as 6 shurikens pierced the trunks of the trees flanking the path ahead. Ming Kanki, sensing the shift in momentum, relinquished the incense and turned to face the rear. "Heh, you cannot escape." The one who approached was none other than the treacherous leader of the renegade ninjas. His body was ensconced in numerous white bandages, each one saturated with crimson stains, as though any mere touch would elicit a fresh flow of blood. His left arm hung limply, bound to his side, appearing utterly incapacitated. Ming Kanki furrowed his brows. The ghastly appearance of the traitorous ninja leader did not alleviate his unease. On the contrary, an injured lone wolf was the most perilous. Gently pushing Xianglin back, Ming Kanki uttered coldly, "Run." Xianglin's small hand brushed against Ming Kanki's, and as if electrified, she immediately recoiled. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, yet she remained rooted in place. Despite her tender age and a nascent understanding of the concept of fleeing, her familial bonds outweighed all else, even with fear causing her to weep profusely. Xianglin steadfastly refused to abandon her brother. Ming Kanki furrowed his brows once more, unable to resist casting a sidelong glance at Xianglin. In that fleeting moment, the leader of the rogue ninjas appeared before Ming Kanki like a gust of wind. A chilling kunai pressed against Ming Kanki's neck. The rogue ninja leader grinned ominously, saying, "Do not fret. I shall not harm her. She is, after all, my future." The blood splattered across his face only served to accentuate the menacing nature of his smile. Ming Kanki remained silent, swiftly drawing out a kunai. Bang! The leader of the traitorous ninjas, despite the debate surrounding his status as an elite nin, undeniably possessed the strength befitting a J-nin, a fact acknowledged by Daju. Ming Kanki was oblivious to this fact. As soon as his kunai was drawn, it was immediately sent flying by a swift kick. He executed a backflip and landed gracefully. Beneath the feet of Ming Kanki, a surge of azure chakra erupted, swiftly propelling him once more towards the rogue ninja leader. Alas, humph! The rogue ninja leader attempted to seize Xianglin, only to be met with a sharp bite from her. With a disdainful grunt, he flung Xianglin aside. With a thud, she landed a meter away, rolling several times before failing to rise again. Scoundrel! Ming Kanki let out a furious roar, his speed suddenly accelerating once more. Upon closer inspection, 2 crimson spinning jewels were rapidly rotating within his eyes. As if possessing a third eye, one could perceive the torrents of vibrant green chakra surging through his body's meridians and flooding into his gaze. This was not the ordinary blue chakra, it was imbued with life. Chapter 7. Exhausting every effort. Hee. A brilliant idea has just struck me. Before her very eyes, I shall methodically reduce you to mere fragments. This way, she will be compelled to obey. The rogue ninja leader, oblivious to the transformation in Ming Kanki's eyes, continued his monologue as Ming Kanki charged forward with his head bowed. To him, it merely appeared as if Ming Kanki was recklessly rushing to his demise. In the depths of Ming Kanki's mental realm, his dominant persona was incensed by these words, bellowing fiercely, "Die! Sever him! Turn his body into a sieve!" Under the control of his alter ego, Ming Kanki remained silent, his movements reminiscent of an antelope's graceful leap, yet his actions were akin to a frenzied stampede. Ahem. Perhaps that is a touch exaggerated. He was merely exerting himself to strike and slash with fervor. His speed is commendable, yet devoid of any technique. The leader of the rogue ninjas merely sidestepped with small, cautious movements. In moments of genuine peril, he resorted to outright blocking. Ming Kanki's assaults bore no fruit. Suddenly, the rogue ninja leader caught sight of Ming Kanki's eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Sharingan? You hail from the Uchiha clan." Uchiha? So, the tales I once heard were not mere fantasies. A glimmer of understanding flashed through Ming Kanki's mind as he channeled his chakra into his eyes. His single Tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. In the realm of his consciousness, the dominant personality of Ming Kanki exclaimed joyfully, "I am but a clone of the Uchiha clan. What a remarkable fortune. Come forth, my alter ego, and swiftly eliminate this scoundrel." With the aid of the single Tomo Sharingan, Ming Kanki's attacks became exponentially more fluid. The abilities of the Sharingan are categorized into the powers of insight, hypnosis, and replication. Generally speaking, a single Tomo Sharingan possesses only the capacity for insight, while the other 2 abilities are not typically present. However, Ming Kanki felt an unusual potential to replicate the movements of the rogue ninja leader. The alter ego remained remarkably calm and rational, quietly testing this newfound ability. To his astonishment, he succeeded. "Ah, so you've discerned my movements? You wish to replicate my taijutsu? Truly, the prowess of the Sharingan is unparalleled. Ha! A 2-for-1 deal today, what a windfall." The rogue ninja leader, noticing that Ming Kanki's offensive and defensive maneuvers began to align with his own, felt an increasing sense of delight. He could not help but ponder that a Uchiha with immense potential, returned to the Cloud Village, could at least yield the scroll of lightning release techniques. With this thought in mind, he instinctively touched the scroll tucked in his pocket, a reward he had anticipated from his reconnaissance mission in Konoha. Indeed, the rogue ninja leader was not a true traitor. He was an elite jonin dispatched by the Cloud Village to test Konoha. To avoid implicating his village in the event of failure, he had deliberately marred his forehead protector to masquerade as a rogue ninja. Ming Kanki did not launch a reckless assault. His secondary persona, possessing an intellect nearing absolute rationality, allowed him to achieve an almost perfect synergy with the Sharingan. What a detestable scoundrel! The disparity in strength and speed is insurmountable. Even with only one hand at my disposal, it is exceedingly difficult to vanquish him. If only I were proficient in ninjutsu. After all, I am the primary persona. Upon reflection, there must be a solution. There must be. Stalemated in this mental battlefield. The primary persona of Ming Kanki was in a state of frantic agitation. Yet, the secondary persona continued its relentless offensive without a single misstep. It even seemed to evade with a newfound grace, exuding an air of effortless mastery. Your worth has ensured that I shall not take your life, however. I will undoubtedly strip you of any capacity to resist. The leader of the rogue ninjas also recognized Ming Kanki's rapid advancement and was reluctant to prolong the confrontation. Casting aside his kunai, he prepared to deliver a series of powerful blows to Ming Kanki. This punch, executed from right to left, was a calculated strike aimed at my left arm, intending to incapacitate it. Yet, I seized the opportunity. In the very moment his fist was about to collide with my left arm, I unleashed a second burst of chakra and lunged into his embrace, plunging the kunai into his chest. Ming Kanki's Sharingan suddenly whirled, precisely discerning the trajectory of the rogue ninja leader's right punch. The secondary persona functioned like a calm computer, formulating a rational and feasible strategy based on the insights gleaned from the Sharingan and a modicum of experience stored in the mind. Subsequently, Ming Kanki executed this plan with composure, mirroring the previous leaps and evasions, charging forth in an assault. Now, Ming Kanki and the leader of the rogue ninjas simultaneously unleashed the meticulously planned offensive within their minds. The single Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, causing the movements of the rogue ninja leader to slow down once more. A surge of chakra erupted from Ming Kanki's feet, so powerful that it even tore away a patch of skin from his soles. In a reckless bid to inflict damage upon his adversary at great personal cost, Ming Kanki successfully charged into the embrace of the rogue ninja leader. The kunai had already pierced through the fabric of his clothing, and Ming Kanki could distinctly feel the soft flesh beneath the blade. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. The rogue ninja leader instinctively retreated several meters. A scroll descended, and Ming Kanki deftly caught it, stowing it away in his bosom without even glancing at it. The little path lay in utter silence, devoid of even the slightest breeze. The sun shone brilliantly, and the shadows cast by the trees reached their shortest point of the day. Ming Kanki, however, felt no trace of warmth. Instead, he was increasingly enveloped in a profound chill. Although Ming Kanki held a slight advantage and even managed to wound the leader of the rebel ninjas, he soon realized that it was only at this moment that the true power of the rebel ninja leader was unveiled. The leader cast a chilling gaze upon Ming Kanki, as lightning flickered ominously around him. Suddenly, Ming Kanki raised his arms defensively, only to hear a sharp crack as his limbs were shattered. "Aha, just like that," cackled the sinister leader of the traitorous ninja, swiftly delivering kicks to the sides. With a couple more sickening cracks, Ming Kanki collapsed onto the ground. Although his legs were extended straight, the lower portions of his calves and feet twisted inward at an unnatural angle. Ming Kanki collapsed to the ground, silent and unyielding. His right hand remained tightly clenched around the kunai, a testament to the formidable legacy of the Uchiha clan. Despite his broken limbs, he uttered not a single word, which only deepened my admiration for him. The rogue ninja leader, wearing a sinister grin, approached the roadside, seized Xianglin, and tossed her beside Ming Kanki, continuing his taunts. "When we reach the hidden cloud village, you shall find happiness. You will have many wives, while she will become my concubine. Rest assured, I shall treat her well and ensure she bears a child of the Seiya clan." His laughter echoed ominously. Suddenly, a crackling sound pierced the air, reminiscent of a chorus of thunder, as Ming Kanki beheld a flash of lightning surging toward him from behind the rogue leader. It was Kakashi Hatake. Ming Kanki's alter ego made a decisive judgment. He then extended his left hand directly toward Xianglin. Despite the alter ego controlling his body, he was overwhelmed with pain, tears streaming down his face and cold sweat pouring from his brow, on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet, Ming Kanki's expression remained unchanged. Gritting his teeth until they nearly shattered, he forcefully reached out and grasped Xianglin's hand. Subsequently, relief washed over him, and he completely succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Kakashi happened to withdraw his arm from the chest of the rogue ninja leader and turned to observe Ming Kanki and Xianglin. Were these two children the offspring of those two individuals? My apologies for my tardiness. Had it not been for our mission, we would have been unable to corner these rogue ninjas, who were left with their limbs shattered. Damn those cloud ninjas, their demise was far too merciful. One of them merely fainted, but the other requires immediate medical attention. Chapter 8. Konoha Hospital. Alas, what a pitiable child. What kind of heartless individual could inflict such brutality? Shattering a child's limbs entirely? Within Konoha Hospital, an elderly man methodically attended to Ming Kanki's injuries. Hatake Kakashi stood nearby, displaying great respect toward the elderly figure. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, he promptly replied, "He is an orphan caught in the crossfire during a mission, injured while protecting that little girl. He is a kind-hearted child. Lord Hokage wishes to treat them first, and then inquire if they wish to remain in Konoha." The elder nodded in acknowledgement. With a chakra scalpel, the elderly physician deftly sliced through the skin of Ming Kanki's arms and legs, extracting the shattered remnants of bone. His expertise allowed him to complete each step in mere seconds. He swiftly finished the tasks of removing the shattered bones, realigning them, healing the injuries, and securing them with precision. The use of medical ninjutsu rendered the entire process almost surreal. The arm restored by the elder bore no trace of scarring whatsoever. Minutes later, Ming Kanki's limbs had been thoroughly treated. "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed healer," Kakashi expressed his gratitude once more. The elder, known as the esteemed healer, shook his head and sighed. There is no need to call me sir, simply refer to me as the healer. Compared to Lady Tsunade, I hardly deserve such a title. If it were Lady Tsunade, such injuries would likely heal completely within a day. However, the healer paused for a moment and continued, while treating him. I discovered that there seems to be an issue within his body. A portion of his cellular tissues exhibits a remarkable degree of corrosiveness. This child is indeed fortunate to have survived thus far. With a sigh, the healer turned to leave. Minkanki suddenly opened his eyes, grasped his hand, and inquired, "Where is my sister?" Minkanki's expression was devoid of emotion, and his gaze lacked vitality. Yet, the profound sense of worry seemed to transcend the realm of words, reverberating through his eyes and sending a tremor of concern into the hearts of the kind healer and Kakashi. The healer offered a reassuring smile, gently guiding Minkanki's arm back onto the bed, saying, "Release your grip, dear child. Although the medical ninjutsu and medicines have alleviated your pain considerably, the bones in your arm remain exceedingly fragile." In a fleeting motion, Kakashi vanished and soon reappeared at the doorway, cradling a small girl with red hair. He placed her by Minkanki's bedside and remarked with a smile, "She is your sister." Since waking, she has not uttered a word. "Brother," Xianglin exclaimed, tightly gripping Minkanki's arm, her eyes brimming with concern. Yet, she refrained from shedding tears. This 3-year-old girl displayed remarkable strength in this world of ninjas. Minkanki smiled gently as he pressed his hand on Xianglin's head, softly reassuring her, "It's all right, Xianglin. We are safe now." However, thoughts of her parents flooded Xianglin's mind, their tearful faces causing her to stifle her emotions with great effort. Minkanki gently stroked Xianglin's head, speaking softly, "It's all right. If you feel like crying, just let it out. It will lighten your heart. As for everything else, leave it to your elder brother, shall we? Go ahead, cry." He tenderly caressed Xianglin's crimson hair, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. Woo. Xianglin wept uncontrollably at the edge of Minkanki's bed. Sighing with a heavy heart, the benevolent physician shook his head and departed. Only after hearing the door close did Minkanki exhale a soft sigh, reflecting on the state of the world. As time passed, the cries gradually subsided. After all, Xianglin was merely a 3-year-old child, even in a world where children mature quickly. And despite the esteemed lineage of the Uzumaki clan, the weight of such circumstances was far too great for a child her age to bear. She eventually succumbed to a deep slumber, and the room fell into a serene stillness. Kakashi Hitaki turned to leave, but Minkanki immediately called out to him. Upon hearing his name, Kakashi paused, turning back to face Minkanki without uttering a word. He was unsurprised that Minkanki knew his name. For anyone capable of vanquishing 2ch Nin and injuring an elite jonin would hardly be considered ordinary. In fact, as a jonin, Kakashi had reported the situation to the third Hokage, who, after a brief moment of contemplation, had issued the command to first save the victims and then monitor the situation. Kakashi had not intended to leave. He merely wished to retreat into the shadows to observe Minkanki and Xianglin. Thus, when called upon by Minkanki, Kakashi was not taken aback. He complied, stopping to listen to what Minkanki had to say. Minkanki gently furrowed his brow and spoke, "Firstly, I must ascertain whether you can guarantee that our conversation remains known only to you, me, and the third Hokage, excluding, of course, Kankuro." Kakashi, with an impassive expression, approached Minkanki's sickbed, locking his gaze onto his eyes for a fleeting moment before waving his hand. A shadow darted from behind the window, leaping into the distance. "You may now speak." Minkanki seemingly experienced considerable discomfort as he shut his eyes, his entire face contorting slightly. After a moment, he reopened his eyes and spoke. "My time of existence is dwindling. What I am about to share with you is uncertain, as I cannot guarantee that when I once again bifurcate into my primary and secondary personas, they will continue to divulge further information. This pertains to my life and the safety of both mine and Xianglin's future. Therefore, you must ensure that only you and the two from the third generation are privy to this knowledge." Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, his Sharingan sweeping the surroundings before he replied, "Speak. No other ninja will appear here now." Minkanki's gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Yet, he composedly stated, "Xianglin's surname is Uzumaki. As for me, I'm a clone created from Uchiha cells by a man named Orochimaru." Before he could finish his thought, Minkanki's expression abruptly shifted. And with a wry smile, he remarked, "Goodness, what have I just divulged? Do not look at me. I must tell you. Until the third Hokage arrives and ensures our safety, I shall reveal nothing further." The primary and secondary personalities of Minkanki manifested once more. After the master personality spoke, it promptly allowed the secondary personality to emerge, casting a cold gaze upon Kakashi. I understood. Without hesitation, Kakashi leaped out of the window. Mere moments later, a shadow reappeared outside the window under Minkanki's watchful eyes. The setting sun still cast its lingering glow, and the fiery clouds resembled the swirling locks of hair of Sakiko. Not far off, Daisuke seemed to be engaged in battle, facing away from Sakiko while wielding a crossbow. A solitary tear slid down Minkanki's cold cheek. Within the realm of his mind, his dominant persona lay sprawled across the keyboard, weeping inconsolably. Time became an abstract concept as he gently closed his eyes, surrendering to a profound slumber. At this moment, he truly embraced the embrace of sleep. Shortly thereafter, the kind physician entered quietly, tenderly placing Xianglin by Minkanki's bedside. With gentle care, he attended to Minkanki's arm once more, covered them with a blanket, and then departed softly, leaving behind only a sigh echoing down the corridor. Alas, this world. Chapter 9, The Third Generation Elder. The following day, Minkanki opened his eyes to find an elderly man with a white beard, pipe in mouth, entering with a food container in hand. Though he presented himself as an amiable neighbor, Minkanki immediately recognized him as the third Hokage, who bore a striking resemblance to his appearance at the story's inception. Oh, you're awake. Haha. Make sure to indulge in some good food quickly. The third Hokage not only feigned the demeanor of a friendly old man, but also busied himself with great familiarity, opening the food container and arranging its contents. The exquisite dishes, styled in a Japanese manner, particularly the 2 large bowls of ramen, filled the hospital room with an enticing aroma. Xianglin, you must have woken early, right? If your arm is bothering you, you should have called for me sooner. Minkanki noticed Xianglin's arm trembling. Clearly, after sharing a single bed with Minkanki throughout the night, Xianglin's arm had gone numb. As he spoke, Minkanki gently supported Xianglin with his upper arm. Once seated, Xianglin, shaking her sore arm, chirped playfully, "Brother, you are even more tired." Haha, how perceptive Xianglin has become. Haha. Minkanki burst into hearty laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. The third generation felt overlooked. However, he bore no resentment. Instead, once Xianglin's arm had healed, he graciously presented her with a bowl of ramen. "Thank you, Grandpa." Haha, little Xianglin truly is thoughtful. Xianglin's expression of gratitude elicited a delighted laugh from the third generation, a sound that seemed to resonate from the depths of his heart, evoking a profound sense of empathy. Both Minkanki and Xianglin joined in the laughter. Minkanki smiled at Xianglin and said, "Go ahead and eat." Xianglin embraced the large dish and began to indulge. Minkanki also picked up chopsticks, and together with the third generation, they savored the rice balls alongside the side dishes. Throughout the meal, the 3 remained utterly silent, consuming every morsel without uttering a single word. Incidentally, 2 large bowls of ramen disappeared into Xianglin's stomach. Truly, they are worthy of the Uzumaki clan, for their appetite rivals that of the Akimichi clan. Upon finishing this meal, the bond among the 3 had significantly deepened. Minkanki boldly remarked, "Third Hokage, is it truly acceptable for you to come without donning your ninja attire?" The third Hokage rose from his seat, approached the window, took a puff of his cigarette, and exhaled slowly before replying, "At this moment, I am merely an old man." Minkanki nodded, his smile fading as he assumed a serious demeanor. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Minkanki. I am unaware of my birthday, hence my age remains a mystery. I possess no particular hobbies, but I harbor a disdain for Yunren. My wish is for my sister, Xianglin, to live a life of peace." The third Hokage chuckled heartily, saying, "Haha, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, aged 59. My passion lies in safeguarding Konoha, and I abhor any actions that threaten its sanctity. My desire is for Konoha to flourish eternally. And I too. Xianglin eagerly raised her hand. "I am Uzumaki Xianglin, currently 3 years old. My hobby is she spoke. Her gaze fell upon the hidden perfume of her beloved Sachi, and her expression dimmed. "Perfume. I also relish the stories my brother tells. I detest women made of water." That is certainly true. Just moments ago, she was filled with exuberance, but now tears began to well in her eyes. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her self-introduction. Even as the tears flowed, she steadfastly declared, "I despise those who harm my mother, father, and brother. My wish is to live together with my parents and brother." The concept of death had yet to form in her young mind. Hearing her words, both Minkanki and the third Hokage felt a wave of melancholy wash over them. Minkanki smiled gently, silently caressing Xianglin's red hair. After a few seconds of silence, Sandame smiled again and said, "Little Xianglin, Would you like to visit the village? There are many beautiful clothes, delicious treats, and plenty of children to play with. It was evident that Sandaime had already devised a plan. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kakashi entered, saying, "Lord Sandaime, allow me to take Xianglin on a tour of Konoha." A young girl, living a secluded life with her family, should have been easily tempted. At least, that was what Sandaime thought after gathering intelligence on Minkanki and Xianglin. However, to his surprise, Xianglin resolutely refused. "No, I want to stay with my brother." Xianglin firmly clung to Minkanki's arm, timidly gazing at Sandaime and Kakashi. She was afraid of being separated from Minkanki. "Ha ha ha, Xianglin, have you seen the white-haired brother from yesterday? Go out and explore Konoha with him. If you see something you like, just buy it and let him pay." Minkanki laughed heartily and then whispered in Xianglin's ear, "At present, we find ourselves utterly destitute. The quality of our lives after my brother's discharge from the hospital will hinge upon your efforts today. Do your best, Xianglin." Xianglin responded, her eyes sparkling as she nodded vigorously. After Minkanki finished speaking, Xianglin leaped off the bed and grasped Kakashi's hand, saying, "Brother with white hair, let us go out and have some fun." The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Kakashi, speechless, led Xianglin outside. Minkanki seemed to whisper to Xianglin, yet in truth, he harbored no intention of concealing anything from the third Hokage and Kakashi. After all, with Kakashi's level of prowess, a distance of less than 2 meters was virtually negligible. Moreover, it was only natural that the third Hokage possessed some knowledge of lip reading. "Now, it appears we are alone, old man," Kakashi remarked, deliberately amplifying the sound of his departing footsteps, which prompted a sudden shift in Minkanki's demeanor. What a lack of respect for the elderly. The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, exhaling a long plume of smoke, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger, but rather a tranquility as profound as a still pond. Were it not for his physical limitations, Minkanki would have nearly risen to point an accusatory finger at the third Hokage. Instead, he boldly declared, "This is the Konoha Hospital, and I am but a patient. You, sir, smoking in the ward shows a complete disregard for the well-being of the patients, you old fool." "Ah, ha ha." The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly a few times before silently stowing away his pipe and nodding in acknowledgement. Minkanki cannot be regarded as a mere fox. Yet, leveraging his prescient awareness, he exhibits an intelligence quotient that surpasses the norm by at least 3 percentage points. In truth, since the arrival of the third generation, Minkanki has been persistently probing. This tendency stems from the inherent flaw that arose after the bifurcation of his primary and secondary personas. The third generation, of course, noticed Minkanki's subtle inquiries. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking further action, even overlooking the numerous improprieties in Minkanki's speech, all the while endeavoring to foster a closer bond. Ultimately, after a hearty laugh at the expense of an old man, the third generation earned Minkanki's trust. Once assured that only the third generation was present, Minkanki divulged a portion of what he had overheard from Orochimaru, the fourth sequence, the first sentence, without any embellishment. "There, I had never opened my eyes. It was not until recently, amidst a pile of corpses, that I first opened my eyes to behold limbs and blood amidst a throng of wolves. I feel fortunate that my mind is somewhat askew. Similarly, I am grateful that a hunter fortuitously passed by. I am also thankful to have encountered a loving family." "Ah." The voice fluctuated in pitch, yet Minkanki maintained a smile. This was a stark contrast to the primary persona's facade and the secondary persona's impassive demeanor. Regardless of the circumstance, a smile would emerge whenever needed. The third generation remained silent throughout. How much he believed, Minkanki neither knew nor cared to ascertain. Minkanki spoke freely, and upon finishing, he fell silent. A profound stillness enveloped the atmosphere. With a sigh, Sandai could no longer resist the urge to take a few puffs from his pipe. After several minutes of introspection, Sandai finally broke the silence, saying, "Minkanki, rest assured. From this moment onward, you shall be a member of Konoha." "Thank you." Minkanki continues to smile, this time devoid of any sense of incongruity. It is a smile that radiates from the depths of his heart. "Haha, here you go." With a cheerful grin, he retrieves a small piece of paper, no wider than 3 fingers, from his pocket and hands it to Minkanki. "This is a chakra test paper. You can use it to assess your chakra attributes. If it aligns well, the scroll will be returned to you. If not, you may exchange it with me for an equivalent ninjutsu. Furthermore, should you wish to systematically learn the abilities of a ninja, I can recommend you to a ninja academy." Minkanki took the chakra test paper and inquired, "May I audit? I have yet to decide whether to become a ninja. Of course, The third Hokage nodded, then whispered earnestly, however, "It is imperative that you do not awaken the Sharingan, given your reluctance to bear the Uchiha name." Do you think I'm foolish? Ming Kanki nonchalantly spoke, a wisp of azure chakra emanating from his fingertips. Chapter 10. The Prodigy. The third Hokage's inner thoughts remained a mystery to Ming Kanki. However, he was well aware of the amiable, magnanimous, and genial persona that the third embodied. As for the future, that was left to the passage of time. The chakra test paper would undergo corresponding changes based on the properties of the chakra. Fire would ignite the paper, wind would cleave it asunder, lightning would crumple it, water would dampen it, and earth would shatter it. Should multiple chakra types be present, for instance, when the third witnessed Ming Kanki begin to channel chakra, he would elucidate the corresponding transformations of the test paper. Yet, as the test paper manifested its changes, the third was left astounded. All 5 elemental attributes were present. He felt an overwhelming impulse to take Ming Kanki as his disciple immediately. Possessing all 5 attributes was akin to a divine tailor crafting the perfect apprentice for him. While others might exhibit a lack of finesse, who was he? The renowned doctor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage. His expertise lay in the intricate amalgamation of the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Coupled with the Uchiha clan's lineage, it was certain that his chakra would be abundant. Not to mention, the Sharingan's remarkable ability to replicate techniques. To the third, Ming Kanki was the epitome of a flawless prodigy. Ahem. Ming Kanki suddenly coughed several times, and a bright red hue appeared in his palm. Glancing at it, Ming Kanki remarked, "It seems my constitution may not be suitable for a ninja." Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage finally recalled the medical report provided by the skilled physician, which detailed Ming Kanki's dire physical condition. It was precisely due to this state that he felt so at ease allowing others to interact with Ming Kanki. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage sighed and said, "Alas, if Tsunade were here, perhaps she could cure you." Ming Kanki wiped his mouth and, with a relaxed expression, remarked, "Do not forget that my scroll still has auditing opportunities. I have no intention of conceding just yet." Haha, splendid. The third Hokage smiled and gestured towards the window. Moments later, an operative from the Umbu, donning a rather ordinary dog mask, materialized within the room. He was an elite member, codenamed Mountain. Whenever you wish to audit at the Ninja Academy or seek information, simply call upon him. He will arrange everything for you, bringing along my tokens of goodwill. At all other times, he will remain in the shadows, providing both protection and surveillance. The third's meaning was unmistakable. Complete trust in Ming Kanki had yet to be established. However, due to the preliminary trust that had been formed, he did not conceal anything from Ming Kanki, laying everything bare. This signified the third's stance, as well as that of Konoha. Understood. Ming Kanki nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. It was merely surveillance. He had no intentions of wreaking havoc in Konoha. His methods of monitoring were inconsequential. In fact, it was protection that Ming Kanki truly desired. In the grand scheme of things, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. "Well then, I shall take my leave," he declared. With that, the third Hokage tossed a scroll towards Ming Kanki and performed a hand seal. A puff of white smoke erupted, and the third Hokage vanished from sight. Observing that the third had dispelled his shadow clone, Ming Kanki blinked in bewilderment. Confusion swirled in his mind, and it dawned on him that as a leader of the village, it was more than generous for the Hokage to deliver a meal. It was unreasonable to expect him to squander an hour dining, chatting, and sharing heartfelt conversations. Shadow clone? You truly have a knack for creativity. Shaking his head while murmuring to himself, Ming Kanki unfurled the scroll and began to delve into the intricacies of the lightning release body technique. Nevertheless, the B-rank difficulty of the lightning release body technique proved to be a formidable challenge. Ming Kanki had barely grasped the fundamentals of the chakra refinement technique, which was merely an E-rank introductory skill. The lightning release body technique was entirely beyond his comprehension. It is noteworthy that the chakra refinement technique is classified as E, and only after D and C ranks does one encounter B rank. Furthermore, this was only a partial scroll, which lowered the difficulty to B. The true lightning release body technique, however, would require at least an A-rank proficiency. Thus, until the sun blazed brightly overhead and his stomach began to grumble, Ming Kanki remained utterly perplexed. Each character in the scroll was familiar to him, yet their combinations eluded his understanding entirely. Ming Kanki seemed to perceive an endless path of learning. "No, I refuse to engage in the arduous pursuit of study within the realm of dreams." Ming Kanki vigorously shook his head, casting aside the image of diligent study that lingered in his mind. Just as he was deep in contemplation, Pondering how to navigate the boundless ocean of knowledge that awaited him, Xianglin returned with Kakashi. Kakashi was laden with an array of packages, both large and small. And in his hands, he carried two substantial bags filled with an assortment of goods, edibles, recreational items, and necessities alike. The two larger bags were entirely filled with clothing. After setting down his burdens, Kakashi swiftly vanished using the body flicker technique. The sheer volume of his acquisitions, nearly overwhelming him, suggested a considerable expenditure had taken place. It seemed that merely encountering Xianglin again might leave Kakashi with an indelible psychological impression. Minkanki felt a twinge of sympathy for Kakashi. But soon his excitement returned as he eagerly shared the spoils with Xianglin. Opportunities for an equitable division of resources were rare, and he cherished this moment. With a buoyant spirit, a brilliant idea struck Minkanki. Why not let his alter ego engage in learning? What a splendid notion! At midday, a sumptuous lunch awaited them. Minkanki felt no remorse indulging in Kakashi's funds, even savoring 3 additional exquisite rice balls. He pondered why Xianglin had not opted for grilled meat. Perhaps young ladies were not particularly fond of greasy fare. However, he refrained from inquiring. Following a brief afternoon respite, Minkanki enlisted Yamato from the Umbu to elucidate the art of chakra refinement. True to her Uzumaki lineage, Xianglin successfully refined chakra in under an hour. Meanwhile, Minkanki assumed a state where his alter ego became prominent, maintaining a demeanor of calm detachment as he absorbed the intricacies of chakra refinement while perusing the first half of the lightning release body technique scroll. After a thorough reading, his alter ego swiftly grasped that mastering the lightning release body technique necessitated an understanding of the nature transformation of lightning chakra. Rationality and focus are 2 vital constituents of human learning. In a world where intelligence levels among individuals tend to converge, those endowed with heightened rationality and concentration find the learning process significantly more accessible. Conversely, individuals exhibiting symptoms of attention deficit and emotional volatility, burdened by poor focus and a lack of rationality, inevitably encounter considerable challenges in their educational endeavors. Minkanki's alternate persona is characterized by an extraordinary level of rationality and concentration, approaching the pinnacle of purity. In simpler terms, while possessing an average intelligence quotient, the innate abilities of this body render Minkanki's alternate persona a true genius. The first day of his hospital experience swiftly passed amidst Minkanki's explorations. That evening, he recounted a tale to Xianglin, after which he succumbed to a profound slumber. On the following day, Xianglin expressed her desire to venture out, leaving Minkanki feeling somewhat forlorn. However, once she departed, he noticed Kakashi at the doorway, nodding in acknowledgement. With Xianglin absent, Minkanki transitioned once more into his alternate persona, delving into the upper half of the scroll on the lightning release ninjutsu. By the 3rd day, Minkanki surprisingly found himself able to rise from his bed. The experimental implantation of the first Hokage's cells by Orochimaru had inflicted considerable side effects upon him. Yet, these same cells endowed him with formidable vitality. He was able to walk without the aid of crutches, as his leg bones, though not fully healed, did not hinder his ability to take simple steps. On the 4th day, Minkanki was discharged from the hospital. The 3rd Hokage allocated a room for him and Xianglin adjacent to that of Naruto Uzumaki. That evening, blue lightning flickered between Minkanki's fingers, marking the first complete transformation of his lightning release chakra properties, achieved through his own painstaking exploration of the scroll. Chapter 11. Daily Life and Ninja School Observations. Before long, a month had passed since Minkanki's arrival in Konoha. The traditional belief that one must heal from injuries over 100 days was rendered obsolete due to his unique constitution. By the 10th day, he had fully recuperated. This remarkable self-healing ability left even the 3rd Hokage in awe, who remarked that Minkanki possessed a recovery capability akin to that of the 1st Hokage. It was also on that day that, under the guidance of the 3rd Hokage, Minkanki and Xianglin first encountered Naruto Uzumaki. In truth, it was the day Naruto discovered that there were indeed inhabitants in the neighboring apartment, as he had previously believed the area was devoid of residents. Naturally, as the 2 young Uzumakis grew closer, they engaged in playful antics, knocking on the doors of their neighbors on both sides and above and below, only to realize that the entire building housed merely 2 families. In that moment, which resonates with the present, the 2 children set out with high spirits, only to return disheartened. Upon their arrival home, they rushed to Minkanki, who, upon seeing them, instantly shifted back to his primary persona, initially donning a cold and serious expression, which was swiftly replaced by a gentle smile. "Brother, why is it that our entire building is occupied solely by us?" asked one child. "Indeed, why is that, Xiaoming?" Inquire the other. All the other buildings are filled to capacity. Ming Kanki firmly grasped the head of Naruto Uzumaki and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Do not call me Xiaoming. That name is not meant for you, little brat." The 3-year-old girl, exuding an innate cuteness, persisted. "But brother Xiaoming, please do tell us." Her innocent charm was so irresistible that it rendered one utterly defenseless against her adorableness. Ming Kanki feigned sadness with a spirited demeanor, saying, "Xianglin, you have turned to mischief as well. I am truly heartbroken." "Hee hee, brother, a gentle touch won't hurt." The 3-year-old girl was equally perceptive. Ming Kanki's performance was swiftly seen through, and it was cleverly turned against him, resulting in an adorable onslaught that struck him with 1,000 points of charm. Ming Kanki has utterly lost the will to resist. However, such matters cannot be openly expressed, for Naruto is viewed with hostility, regarded as the embodiment of a demon fox and such. Ming Kanki's smile was stiff and dry as he replied, "I indeed know the reason. However, the time to reveal it has not yet come." Naruto's spirits immediately sank, and he murmured, "Is it because of me?" Cradling Xianglin in his right arm, Ming Kanki affectionately tousled Naruto's golden hair with his left hand, his expression light and encouraging as he said, "Well, don't dwell on it too much. Remember, as long as you keep striving, everyone will surely recognize your efforts. Yes, I've made up my mind. I will become Hokage." Raising his fist high, Naruto declared for the first time in Ming Kanki's home his aspiration to become Hokage. "Haha, then you must put in the effort." Ming Kanki burst into laughter. Xianglin also raised her fist and shouted, "Then I shall become the most formidable female ninja." Once a naive little girl blessed with a happy family, Xianglin's innocence remained intact despite the tragic loss of her parents, which she fortunately did not witness firsthand. Furthermore, her brother Ming Kanki lessened her suffering to a degree. Thus, her emotional transformation was not as profound, at least not in comparison to Naruto, who had long endured the cold indifference of others. Perhaps this exuberant exclamation from the young girl stemmed more from a playful spirit than a serious ambition. A fleeting thought crossed Ming Kanki's mind, and he too raised his right hand, exclaiming, "Then let us strive together." "All right. Ha." The room was instantly filled with joyous laughter. After the mirth subsided, Ming Kanki affirmed the sincerity of his words. He called out to Yamamoto, "Yamamoto, could you kindly assist with the necessary formalities? I need to visit the ninja school library to research some foundational knowledge. Additionally, let the 2 little ones audit some basic classes." Yamamoto did not depart immediately. Instead, he glanced at Naruto and spoke in a hushed tone, "Mr. Ming Kanki, I must remind you that Naruto Uzumaki is not included in your agreement with Lord Third. Thus, regarding Naruto, Ming Kanki thought, I understand better than you." He promptly interrupted Yamamoto, retorting, "Just report to the 3rd Hokage. As for whether those 2 little ones can attend the chakra extraction basics class, that's a matter for the 3rd Hokage to decide." "Understood." With a swift motion, Yamamoto vanished in the blink of an eye. "Really, brother?" Upon hearing about the opportunity to learn chakra extraction, Naruto and Xianglin's eyes widened with excitement, sparkling as they looked at Ming Kanki. He was almost overwhelmed by their cuteness and quickly nodded in affirmation. "Fantastic. Amazing, brother. Hurry, I must tell Ino that I am going to learn chakra extraction techniques." With that, Naruto cheered and was immediately pulled along by Xianglin as they dashed outside. "We'll go this afternoon, and we must return early. Also, you must be serious. Chakra is the foundation for realizing your wishes." The door slammed shut with a loud thud, leaving Ming Kanki with a wry smile, inwardly mocking himself for seemingly becoming a house husband. It appeared that after a prolonged period of seclusion, it was time to venture out and explore the world of ninjas. Coughing slightly, he mumbled a few words before being seized by a violent fit of coughs. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and his palms stained with a hint of crimson. The emergence of his alter ego stifled the coughing fit immediately. This level of discomfort was insufficient to provoke a reaction from his other self. After lunch, Ming Kanki, accompanied by the 2 youngsters and holding the 3rd Hokage's authorization, stepped into the Konoha Ninja School. "You must be Ming Kanki," a kind Chunin named Yusuji Mei said. "The Hokage has entrusted me with the care of the 2 children." After reviewing Ming Kanki's authorization, Yusuji led him amiably to the library. "Mr. Yusuji, they will be under your supervision until school lets out this afternoon." Ming Kanki confidently entrusted the 2 youngsters to Yusuji-sensei, then extended his fist for a light tap, offering words of encouragement. "Keep it up. Brother, you too." After receiving their enthusiastic responses, Ming Kanki turned and entered the library of the Konoha Ninja Academy, renowned for its comprehensive resources. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation, as it housed an impressive array of E and D rank materials, although it conspicuously lacked even a solitary C rank ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Ming Kanki immersed himself in study, fully aware that both his alter ego and the dominant persona within his mental space recognized the profound deficiencies in his foundational skills. In stark contrast to Ming Kanki's relaxed yet earnest focus, the path for the two youngsters was far from easy. The root of their predicament lay with Naruto. As the embodiment of the Nine Tails and the target of the third Hokage's sealing decree, Naruto was, in fact, known to the majority of Konoha's inhabitants. To mitigate any potential negative repercussions, the third Hokage had thoughtfully chosen a graduating class for the two youngsters to observe, considering the likelihood that younger ninja apprentices might struggle to manage their emotions. The class was under the guidance of the esteemed Usuji Sensei. However, as soon as Naruto set foot in the classroom, a wave of murmurs erupted from the students below, perhaps emboldened by a sense of collective impunity. These students did not bother to lower their voices. Remarks such as, "Isn't that the little brat? What is he doing in our class? Why is he still alive? Someone should just give him a beating," and other hostile comments filled the air. Strangely, Usuji Sensei did not immediately intervene to quell the uproar. It was easy to imagine Naruto's feelings as they plummeted to the brink of despair. Bang! Standing atop her chair, Kaguya slammed her palm onto the teacher's desk. Her voice filled with fury. "Listen up. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, my brother, and I will never allow you to harm him." Naruto, moved to tears, broke free from Usuji Sensei's grasp and climbed onto a chair to stand beside Kaguya, shouting in unison, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will become the Hokage of Konoha. Mark my words. This is my ninja way, Debeo." Laughter erupted in response. "Him? If he ever becomes Hokage, I'll eat this desk. Just a commoner, huh?" Despite echoing Kaguya's shout, Naruto was met with derision instead. Usuji Sensei furrowed his brow, his attention drawn to a quiet student in the corner who had remained silent throughout. Reflecting inwardly, that gaze has not changed. "Please, Maikawa, do not act rashly. All right, let's begin our review of the chakra extraction technique." Usuji Sensei arranged for the two youngsters to occupy the specially reserved seats at the front and commenced his explanation of chakra and its extraction. Do not lose focus. Chakra is an essential foundation for any ninja. It is well known that the first, second, and third Hokages all possessed an abundance of chakra. Therefore, if one fails to master the art of chakra extraction, aspirations of becoming a formidable warrior are futile. Chapter 12. Rapid Growth in the Ninja Academy. The afternoon typically consists of a single extended session lasting 1 hour and 40 minutes. This period is seldom devoted to the drudgery of theoretical instruction. Rather, it is predominantly filled with the elucidation and practical application of ninjutsu. Of course, should theoretical discussions arise, they are often interrupted by the teachers testing the students' patience. During the hour and 40 minutes, the secondary persona of Ming Kanki achieved nearly complete engagement, utilizing almost all of the time effectively. Apart from the 10 minutes squandered in search of necessary materials, he was entirely absorbed in his studies. Nonetheless, he was unable to complete the relevant readings in a timely manner. 3 minutes after class concluded, Ming Kanki emerged from the library. At that moment, he noticed a large throng of students gathered in the courtyard, encircled tightly. Due to his physical stature, Ming Kanki stood at a mere 10 years of age, lacking the height advantage possessed by many of his peers, who were either maturing early or approaching graduation at 12. Consequently, he was unable to glimpse the happenings within the circle. After a brief glance, Ming Kanki intended to head towards the class of Xianglin and Naruto. However, the murmurs that reached his ears caused him to halt in his tracks. "It's those two little brats that made us endure yet another tedious and lengthy session on chakra extraction. How frustrating. Is that yellow-haired kid one of them? Let us just ignore it." Upon hearing the mention of the yellow-haired boy, Ming Kanki felt a tightening in his chest and swiftly retreated from the circle. Yet, the cacophony of voices from the recently dismissed students of the Ninja Academy mingled together, rendering it impossible for him to discern the happenings within the inner circle. Ming Kanki could only force himself to squeeze in. "What are you doing, you rascal? Do you wish to be punished? Stop pushing." Amidst the indignant voices, Ming Kanki gradually made his way inside. For minutes prior to dismissal, Nagaki, who had shared a class with Usuji, had called him outside, and they had engaged in a discussion about education and ninjutsu at the doorway. 3 minutes before the end of class, with no teacher to supervise, The students eagerly rushed out as soon as the bell rang. 2 minutes before, only Naruto, Kagaya, and another student remained in the classroom, the latter casting a dark glare at Naruto. Kagaya and Naruto left together, but instead of departing from the ninja academy, they lingered at the entrance. Meanwhile, the brooding student followed them closely. 1 minute before, the majority of classes had concluded, and most of the ninja instructors had returned to their offices. Aside from Yusuji and Nagaki, who continued their animated discussion at the classroom door, there was no one else lingering outside. At that moment, the brooding student attacked Naruto, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Naruto, bewildered by the sudden assault, had grown accustomed to such encounters and refrained from inquiring. Instead, he picked himself up and shouted, "I will not be defeated by you. I am the future Hokage of Konoha, Debeo." At Naruto's proclamation, some students who had not wandered far gathered around. The brooding student remained silent, delivering another punch that knocked Naruto down once more. A blow to the left cheek, followed by one to the right, left Naruto's face swollen and unable to open his mouth fully. Yet, Naruto rose again, unable to voice his thoughts, but resolutely declared, "I will not be defeated by you. Stop hitting me, you bully." Kagaya screamed in anger, glaring at the brooding student, her small fist raised, itching to confront him on Naruto's behalf. "Hey, you red-haired brat, you are no saint either. You can't say that with this monster." "I know, but anyone associated with him is surely a troublemaker." At that moment, the onlooking students began to gather more densely, their various murmurs filling the air. Just then, Ming Kanki emerged from the library. "Higi, what a coward Yusuji is." As Ming Kanki squeezed into the circle, an unknown voice uttered a remark. Suddenly, the typically silent Shinmu exuded an aura of lethal intent. He sprinted forward and delivered a vicious knee strike to Naruto's abdomen. At merely 3 years of age, Naruto stood no chance against a graduating reserve ninja, soon to be a genin, despite his unique lineage. A 3-year-old child could not possibly withstand the force of a reserve genin's assault. In an instant, Naruto coughed up blood and fell into unconsciousness. Ah! A terrifying scene replayed before Xiangling's eyes. She screamed in a frenzy. "Xiangling!" Upon hearing the call of Xiangling, Ming Kanki immediately unleashed his half-mastered lightning-release ninja body technique. With a flash of lightning enveloping him, he forcefully pushed through 2 rows of students, finally entering the inner circle. "You scoundrel, cease at once." Upon entering, I witnessed that the student, formerly known as Muki, was still poised to assault Naruto. In an instant, Ming Chanchi shouted and dashed forward. Clap! Chienmu's fist struck Ming Kanki's arm, only to be deflected. Ming Kanki delivered a powerful punch with his right hand, striking the right side of Chienmu's face. With his left hand, he deflected Chienmu's fist and followed up with another blow, mirroring the previous strike. After delivering a kick that sent Chienmu sprawling, Ming Kanki turned and embraced Xianglin, gently whispering, "It's all right, Xianglin. Your brother is here. We shall soon head to the Konoha hospital to tend to Naruto. Does that sound good?" Xianglin's gaze regained its focus, but she suddenly cried out, "Brother, be careful." Ming Kanki turned his head to see that the student was charging forward once more. Incorrigible! Ming Kanki's demeanor immediately shifted as he summoned his decisive and ruthless alter ego. He turned and rose to his feet, with lightning coursing around him, resembling the Chidori technique from the anime Naruto but lacking the true understanding of it. Thus, it was indeed an application of lightning release ninjutsu, although he had only mastered a rudimentary version. It was not entirely unfathomable for one to develop a semblance of the Chidori technique through self-exploration. With a fist imbued with electric energy, he launched a cold and fierce strike toward Chienmu. The force of this punch rivaled a C-rank ninjutsu, rendering the observing students speechless. Earth release, earth flow wall. A small earthen wall, 4 to 5 fingers thick, erupted from the ground, perfectly intercepting Ming Kanki's fist. At that moment, the onlookers finally recognized the newcomer, Changmu, who had been conversing with Yusuji earlier. The earthen wall quickly crumbled into fragments. Changmu swiftly pulled Chienmu behind him. Confronting Ming Kanki with an aggressive stance, "You dare to attack a student of my ninja academy?" Just then, Yusuji arrived on the scene. Upon assessing the situation, he grasped the general course of events. He positioned himself in front of Ming Kanki, addressing Changmu firmly. "This ends here, Changmu." At that moment, Chienmu dashed out from behind Changmu, his eyes filled with fury as he shouted, "That monster should die. The 2 brats accompanying the monster are certainly no good either. Brother, I want to kill them all." As Ming Kanki's extraordinary powers surged, the lightning upon his body flickered once more. With each iteration, familiarity bred mastery. By the 3rd invocation, The lightning had solidified considerably. The mere presence of the lightning coalescing around his fist imparted an almost palpable aura, reminiscent of confronting a B-rank ninjutsu. In truth, its potency had indeed escalated to a high tier of C-rank ninjutsu. Even Yusuji, standing before Minkanki, felt an unsettling chill creeping down his spine. He hastily raised his hand to halt Minkanki, imploring, "Mr. Minkanki, persisting down this path will yield no beneficial outcome for you or the two children." Teacher Nagaki and the others were merely reacting to the tragic loss of their kin at that time, which has led to their heightened emotions. Moreover, the child requires urgent medical attention. And with that, a flash of lightning illuminated the air. The speed of my Sanshi momentarily surpassed the visual limits of the Chunin teacher. Yusuji could only perceive a flash of lightning before him, followed by two resounding thuds, as Nagamoku and Momoku were swiftly knocked to the ground, gravely injured. After accomplishing this, my Sanshi cradled Shanfeng in his right arm and Naruto in his left, as his dominant persona emerged with a smile, gently proclaiming, "Let us proceed. We must hasten to the Konoha hospital. While the esteemed old physician is still on duty, we should ensure he treats you both promptly." Chapter 13, Danzo's Scheme Brother. Why do they call me a monster? On the way to the Konoha hospital, Shanfeng had fallen asleep, while Naruto, feeling dejected, awoke with a somber tone. "You are not a monster. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Remember this, you are my sister's brother. Even if you are not siblings by blood, you are still cousins of the same clan. Do you understand? You, Uzumaki Naruto, are absolutely not a creature of monstrosity." Minkanki's voice, though not particularly loud, resonated with a fervent conviction akin to a rallying cry. Xianglin rested her head upon Minkanki's shoulder, gently swaying, having unknowingly succumbed to slumber. The vitality inherent in the bloodline of the Whirlpool clan is formidable. At this moment, Naruto, despite his despondent demeanor, was not in any peril. However, throughout the entirety of the healing process, Naruto remained silent, his head bowed and words unspoken. Minkanki, witnessing the unfolding situation, realized that he could not allow it to persist. Should Naruto's psyche become irreparably distorted, transforming him into a wholly different being, the future of this world would inevitably descend into chaos. Minkanki harbored no desire to assume the roles of a father or mother, nor to effortlessly save the world. As they made their way home, Minkanki gently held Naruto's hand, while the fragrant Cheyenne slumbered peacefully in his arms. Minkanki suddenly halted and said, "By the way, Naruto, did you not express your ambition to become Hokage? Allow me to impart a method to achieve that aspiration. Is that true? Please tell me. Hurry." Naruto immediately lifted his gaze, the earlier melancholy and sorrow completely vanishing from his mind. Clutching Minkanki with both hands, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Well, this is not my own wisdom, but rather the words of a certain yellow-haired ninja akin to yourself. He proclaimed that there are no shortcuts on the path to becoming Hokage." Minkanki originally intended to convey to Naruto the sentiment expressed by Itachi, that one does not gain recognition merely by attaining the title of Hokage, but rather, one must earn the people's respect to truly become Hokage. However, upon reflecting on Naruto's current age, he hesitated and instead rephrased it as Naruto's future words. Yet, even with Naruto's iconic phrase, it appears that Minkanki failed to capture its essence, reducing it to a simplistic notion that achieving the title of Hokage and gaining the people's acknowledgement requires no shortcuts. "What is this?" Naruto remarked, scratching his head as he observed Minkanki's earnest expression. Ming explained awkwardly, "It is simply about striving. Striving to become stronger, striving to gain the recognition of each individual. Then, before you realize it, you will reach the heights of Hokage. Still, I do not comprehend. However, I shall never give up. I am determined to become Hokage." The flames of determination reignited in Naruto's eyes. Minkanki, feeling reassured, exclaimed, "Keep going. Please, do not disturb. I wish to sleep." Xianglin, disturbed by the noise, groggily rubbed Minkanki's face and ears before settling back down to slumber. Minkanki and Naruto exchanged knowing smiles. The trio swiftly returned home, untroubled by the events of the day. However, beneath the shadows of Konoha, buried deep within darkness, a report lay upon Danzo's desk. It detailed an individual with remarkable self-healing abilities, having mastered lightning release techniques within a month, and possessing a naturally gifted chakra of 5 elemental types, a true prodigy. Yet, plagued by illness, he was deemed unfit to become a ninja. What a pity. Danzo gazed at the colorful photographs affixed to the report, his expression fluctuating in the flickering candlelight. An outsider had been identified as a genius by the third Hokage, yet previously, the seasoned medical ninjas of Konoha had diagnosed him as incapable of becoming a ninja. The information was impeccable. Yet Danzo sensed it might be a fabrication concocted by the third to prevent his interference. Contemplating this, he entered the confidential information sealing chamber. Retrieving a scroll of long-sealed intelligence, he formed hand seals and unsealed the document. It contained 3 incomplete experimental records. Within, a photograph of a baby with closed eyes was not entirely clear, yet it bore a striking resemblance to Ming Kanki. For Danzo, this was sufficient to conclude that the child and Ming Kanki were one and the same. The records indicated that on January 13th, the 38th year of Konoha, there existed only one successful clone specimen. However, the source of the cloning cells had been incinerated, leaving only a vague half-image of a king. Subsequent entries revealed a series of indistinct defects, barely discernible. Below, another experimental record bore the same photograph, yet it was even more fragmented. Aside from the image, only 2 pieces of information could be discerned. One noted a cell transfer experiment on March 13th, and the other mentioned a bloodline conflict. At the very bottom was a photograph of numerous shattered culture tanks, one of which resembled Ming Kanki. Danzo recalled that this image had been taken when Tenzo was still active in the root. The mere thought of Tenzo soured Danzo's mood. An experiment that had not matured for over a decade, seemingly dead yet still alive. The time of neglect could be traced back to Tenzo's design of Kakashi, potentially linking it to Orochimaru's cloning endeavors. Despite the incomplete information, Danzo discerned several issues. The flickering flames cast chaotic shadows, obscuring his figure. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo decisively commanded, "Number 3, you are to personally monitor him. Should anything unusual arise, you have the discretion to act accordingly. If necessary, you may eliminate him. Remember, the girl from the Uzumaki clan accompanying him must not encounter any problems. We need her." Though Ming Kanki was an experiment of Orochimaru, Danzo understood that the vessel for the Nine Tails was of far greater significance. "Understood," replied the root ninja designated as Number 3, rising to depart. "Wait," Danzo called out, falling silent once more in thought. "Lord Danzo." A root ninja materialized in an instant, presenting a scroll of intelligence to Danzo. Upon unfurling it, Danzo's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. This scroll served as a timely reminder, illuminating the very dilemma that had occupied his thoughts. The Cloud Ninja delegation was poised to arrive in Konoha, and unlike Hizashi, he was not so naive. The Cloud Ninja, despite their aggressive posturing, sought peace. There was undoubtedly a hidden agenda at play. Nevertheless, Hizashi remained hopeful. "Thus, I shall sever his hope. By employing their tactics to eliminate the prodigy that Hizashi cherishes, Ming Kanki, or alternatively, utilizing Ming Kanki to eradicate one or several Cloud Ninjas, would serve my purpose well, as Ming Kanki harbors enmity towards them. The motive is established. The Vortex clan's Kaori is esteemed by the third Hokage, and thus, Ming Kanki also garners attention. Moreover, they are now engaging with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hizashi would never relinquish them. Hence, the inevitable conclusion is a breakdown of negotiations." Danzo raised his gaze once more as a gust of wind swept through. "Your mission has now changed. Employ Ming Kanki to sabotage this negotiation." The flickering candlelight abruptly extinguished. Chapter 14. Dreamed that night, Ming Kanki slept soundly. Yet, blood began to trickle from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and even his ears. Ming Kanki, however, remained in slumber. He was enveloped in dreams. It was the first time he had dreamt since entering the realm of dreams over a month ago. In his dream, Ming Kanki had only recently traversed into this new existence, and his primary persona was diligently penning a diary. Suddenly, a ripple emerged from the void, striking him unexpectedly. In a state of utter panic, he plummeted from the heavens. The sky appeared infinitely high, with clouds floating far above. Despite his relentless descent, he could not reach the ground. After enduring the initial fright, and with time passing, his primary persona grew weary of the unchanging nature of the external world and decided to summon a secondary persona. Shortly after the calm and rational secondary persona manifested, the sky was abruptly enveloped in a golden energy. "Little Universe." A name sprang forth in Ming Kanki's mind. Subsequently, this golden energy coalesced into a mass, descending from above. Ming Kanki immediately grasped it with fervor. Subsequently, he sensed himself enveloped in a cocoon of warm energy, as all his ailments swiftly dissipated. Remarkably, even his primary and secondary personas began to converge, on the brink of merging into one. The secondary persona, composed and rational, recognized the beneficial nature of this cosmic energy but was reluctant to unite with the primary persona. After a moment of contemplation, the secondary persona boldly reached out and seized a portion of this small universe. A wondrous occurrence unfolded. The intangible energy of this miniature cosmos was indeed drawn forth by Ming Kanki, approximately half of it. This segment transformed into a soothing embrace of warmth surrounding him, resulting in a temporary fusion of his primary and secondary personas. At that moment, the 12 zodiac signs faintly emerged beneath him. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing a burning notebook before Ming Kanki's eyes. Ming Kanki recalled that after emerging from that peculiar world imbued with a small universe, he briefly unified his primary and secondary personas. Discarding a notebook ignited in the cauldron of flames. Subsequently, an intriguing event unfolded, just as Ming Kanki had contemplated. The ashes of the incinerated notebook suddenly leaped to form a substantial passage of text. Ming Kanki's attention was instantly captivated by the words before him. In that moment, it seemed he grasped the essence of the dream realm. In truth, the text he observed within his dreams bore no resemblance to what he had encountered prior. He failed to notice this distinction, scarcely recalling the appearance of those characters, and abruptly opened his eyes, awakening from slumber. Oh, how curious it is that he did not awaken in pain today, but instead experienced a dream. How intriguing it is that one can dream within a dream world. Quietly rising, he made his way to the bathroom, murmuring to himself while wiping away the bloodstains from his mouth, ears, and beneath his nose. After gently rinsing his mouth to ensure not a trace of blood remained, and that no scent lingered, Ming Kanki stealthily exited the bathroom. A furtive glance at Xianglin's door revealed it still closed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Regarding his physical condition, Ming Kanki had long understood the implications upon recognizing Orochimaru's voice. During his time in the mountains, with the help of Sakiko's healing abilities, he had not encountered issues for quite some time. However, upon awakening the Sharingan, the bloodline conflict intensified significantly. Consequently, throughout the past month in Konoha, Ming Kanki had endured near daily bouts of excruciating pain. Yet today, even his relatively weaker primary personality managed to withstand the agony, quietly rising to wash himself and endure through the night. Tonight, however, felt particularly unique. Although Ming Kanki discerned the eruption of bloodline conflict, it did not persist. Upon awakening, he felt a warmth enveloping his body. After tidying up, he returned to slumber. In the following 7 or 8 days, Ming Kanki enjoyed restful sleep. It seemed the bloodline conflict had miraculously healed itself. By day, he diligently practiced lightning release ninjutsu, and by night, he slept soundly, his spirits soaring in recent days. His body, too, rapidly strengthened to the level of an average Konoha genin, thanks to his relentless training in ninjutsu. At this point, Ming Kanki was capable of single-handedly confronting genin. When employing lightning release ninjutsu, he could even remain undefeated against Chunin. Should he activate the Sharingan, his chances of victory against Chunin soared above 80%. This was merely the manifestation of his primary personality, which prioritized dialogue over combat. In contrast, if his calm and rational secondary personality were to take over, fully unleashing the Sharingan and lightning release ninjutsu, he could contend evenly with ordinary genin. Today, Naruto and Xianglin were, as usual, out engaging in wild antics. Their activities could hardly be classified as play. It was more akin to madness. Due to Naruto's influence, Xianglin found herself unwittingly entangled in the chaos. Play was out of the question. They could only run amok. Xianglin exhibited remarkable fortitude. To protect her younger brother, Naruto, she had engaged in numerous fights. Fortunately, with the presence of Umbu, these incidents were swiftly contained before escalating further. As a side note, following the recent events at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the third Hokage had assigned an Umbu member to protect Xianglin, who often doubled as her caretaker. Such a delightful young girl, Xianglin was no mere illusion of a fox spirit. The Umbu was utterly smitten. Each time Xianglin found herself in a predicament, he would spring into action to intervene. Thankfully, as an Umbu, his identity remained concealed. Otherwise, complaints about favoritism would surely have been rampant. Ming Kanki observed Xianglin and Naruto sprinting away, her warm smile fading into a cold, indifferent expression as her secondary persona emerged. It was now the time for the cultivation of this alternate self. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 Umbu? Ming Kanki maintained an impassive expression, though a flicker of perplexity lingered within him regarding the increase in the number of the Umbu. His secondary persona, characterized by its calm and rational demeanor, remained unperturbed by emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that the augmentation of the umbu was a positive development, and thus chose not to dwell further on the matter. He effortlessly traversed the balcony, scaling the wall to descend to the ground below. Subsequently, as if nothing had transpired, he returned to his training regimen. Due to concerns regarding the potential recurrence of physical ailments, even under the control of his secondary persona, Ming Kanki refrained from excessive exertion. His day unfolded in a semblance of normalcy. Morning dedicated to training, afternoons reserved for rest, reading, and study. In truth, there was little of amusement to be found in this current era of the Naruto world. Despite the presence of electric lights, refrigerators, and even substantial computers, televisions are a rare sight, let alone the prospect of watching any television programs. The cinema in the village is but a solitary establishment, screening films reminiscent of outdated Japanese-style stage plays. Ming Kanki expressed that, aside from a certain paradise which barely caught his eye, the rest were utterly worthless. Thus passed the day. However, in the dead of night, Ming Kanki awoke. It was not due to the resurgence of the bloodline conflict within him, but rather a hazy inclination towards dreams that abruptly jolted him back to consciousness. How peculiar! It felt as though had he truly dreamt, something terrifying would have ensued. His heart raced, and sleep eluded him for the time being. After a while, he discarded the notion of that certain paradise, suddenly feeling a wave of irritation. His body was merely 12, yet the turmoil of a spirit age beyond 20 surged uncontrollably within him. Ming Kanki contemplated unleashing a powerful force. However, upon considering the little sprite next door, he momentarily restrained his primal energy and leapt out of the window. Chapter 15. Accidentally slaying a cloud ninja and inadvertently awakening would release. Upon awakening, he found himself in a certain paradise, unleashing a surge of primal energy, which evidently did not reflect his true persona. In his dominant personality, Ming Kanki seldom engaged in cultivation and had no desire to seek out an opponent for a duel. The method of releasing his primal energy seemed to be limited to simply running until exhaustion, at which point it would dissipate on its own. Ming Kanki sprinted down the desolate streets of Konoha. This was quite exhausting for Yam. For over a month, Ming Kanki would only rise in the dead of night to wash away the bloodstains, with Yam occasionally stirring to glance at him. This task could be deemed the most effortless within the umbu. However, today, he realized that slumber would elude him. Why did Ming Kanki rise in the middle of the night? What compelled him to run amok? What purpose did his frantic running serve? Such inquiries loomed large in Shan's mind, who foresaw that he would, at the very least, be tasked with completing a 1-meter-long report scroll by dawn. Ultimately, Shan was merely an ordinary member of the umbu. Unbeknownst to him, a root ninja was stealthily trailing both him and Ming Kanki. The disruption of the illusionary technique was successful. The next step was to guide the target towards the Cloud Ninja invoice station. The root ninja, dispatched by Danzo, was named San. After covertly monitoring Ming Kanki for over a week, he had finally found his opportunity. However, before leading Ming Kanki, San needed to cleverly delay Shan. He had to ensure that Shan arrived precisely at the moment Ming Kanki was about to be slain by the Cloud Ninja, yet was powerless to intervene. At that moment, Shan would serve as the ideal witness. As for Ming Kanki, Sen was confident that a ninja who had not fully mastered his knowledge and possessed only a single ninjutsu technique would be unable to elude his pursuit. As an elite of the root, San had ample reason for such confidence. Yet, he did not anticipate that Ming Kanki would run with such unexpected swiftness. Before he could deal with the umbu member Shan, Ming Kanki had already zigzagged into an unknown alleyway. San promptly summoned a shadow clone to lead Shan on a detour towards the Cloud Ninja Envoy's headquarters, while his true self hastened to follow the traces left by Ming Kanki. At that moment, Ming Kanki had come to a halt. The primal energy he had unleashed was nearly depleted, yet he found himself at a loss as to which direction to head back. Ming Kanki stood in the open space and waved his hand. Yet, nothing transpired. His companion, Shan, did not catch up. A crescent moon hung in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, Shan had already reached the outskirts of the Yunin delegation's encampment. The shadow clone of Ninja, San had preemptively maneuvered out of Shan's line of sight and dispelled itself. Upon catching sight of the encampment, Shan immediately realized that this person had deliberately lured him there. Nevertheless, he swiftly retracted his presence, cautiously concealing himself as he stealthily entered the Yunin delegation's premises. Coincidentally, on the opposite side of the encampment, an individual clad in a short-sleeved night suit, with only their eyes visible, hastily departed. What do you think are the chances of Yului succeeding? It's impossible. That is not our objective. However, if you were to succeed, we, the Yunin, would gain a clan possessing a bloodline limit. This is Konoha. Our aim is merely to undermine its prestige, not to provoke war. Of course, Yului has already resolved to make sacrifices. If he succeeds, we could legitimately return with a corpse for research purposes. Perhaps we could even attempt to enhance the value of that corpse. Indeed, let us sow discord between the Hokage and the great clans of Konoha. That is a commendable idea. Sean did not anticipate that a mere casual investigation would lead him to such explosive revelations. A bloodline clan, the Uchiha, or the Hyuga? No, I must inform Lord Hokage of the Yunin's conspiracy. Sean immediately sprang into action, racing into the distance. He has been exposed. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright. As Sean departed, two voices resonated within the room. Subsequently, four figures transformed into shadows and surged forth. A shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Shan's path. He swiftly veered 90 degrees, accelerating in another direction. However, another shadow emerged, followed by two more. The four figures effectively surrounded Shan. The Konoha Umbu displayed commendable stealth capabilities but regrettably acted in haste. Eliminate him. The information must not reach the third Hokage, otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage. For the sake of Yunin, our plan must not be compromised. The four exchanged words in rapid succession, their dialogues intertwining in Shan's astonished gaze. For seemingly aged individuals, all possessing the strength of Jonin. This thought flashed through Shan's mind before he was engulfed by darkness. Throughout the ordeal, Shan uttered not a single word. How the Yunin delegates dealt with the corpse is a matter to be set aside for the moment, while we turn our attention back to Minkanki. For over a month, Minkanki had largely confined himself to his dwelling or immersed in the secluded groves for training. To put it simply, aside from familiarizing himself with the routes to the Konoha Ninja Academy, Konoha Hospital, the small woods, and the marketplace, he was essentially directionally challenged. One could hardly expect a person incapable of distinguishing between east and west to navigate using a map. Thus, after attempting to retrace his steps, he found himself utterly lost. With no other recourse, he sought out a relatively large courtyard residence, circling its outer walls, hoping to locate the entrance. He surmised that such an expansive estate might have a guard, or perhaps a ninja. He wished for someone to cross his path, especially in the dead of night. As he wandered, a sense of nostalgia for the mountains crept over him. Finally, after much effort in rounding the wall, he spotted a figure in the distance. Someone tightly bundled up, hastily approaching with a slumbering blue-haired girl tucked under one arm. This individual was Yurue, the ostensible leader of the envoy group, who had just stealthily escaped from their encampment. He was a one-eyed rogue, reminiscent of Kakashi, who had infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory and successfully abducted Hinata, the heir of the Hyuga clan. Release her. The recollections from the early days of the Hokage flashed in Minkanki's mind, and he immediately recognized this cloud ninja, who had perished with a mere slap from Hyuga Izashi. Given that he was a cloud ninja, harboring both new grievances and old vendettas, Minkanki resolved not to let him escape. With a shout, he summoned forth the lightning coursing through him and charged towards Yurue. Execute Plan B. Realizing that his cover had been blown, Yurue swiftly resolved to exchange his life for the body of a Hyuga from Konoha. However, before that could transpire, this boy before him had to be eliminated. If two individuals bore witness to one another, their scheme would unravel entirely. Yurue furrowed his brow, his left fist clenched, adopting a stance of stillness amidst potential chaos. Each Jonin was forged through countless battles and missions, their experience unparalleled. He had even anticipated Minkanki's attack trajectory, preparing to unleash a powerful current at the moment of Minkanki's assault, aimed directly at his temple. This electric surge would penetrate his brain. Even if it did not kill him, it would render Minkanki incapacitated. It was an effortless solution, requiring no ninjutsu to swiftly dispatch Minkanki. Yurue was confident in his abilities. Despite having accepted a mission as an assassin, despite his transformation into a one-eyed dragon, and despite witnessing the gleaming lightning emanating from Minkanki, he stubbornly believed in the superiority of his Jonin prowess. He mistakenly regarded the boy without a forehead protector as merely employing a transformation technique, convinced that Minkanki's physical prowess was merely commendable. This underestimation and obstinacy propelled Yurue inexorably toward his own demise. Minkanki approached Yurue closely, and his expression instantly turned frigid, revealing his alternate persona. Subsequently, his speed surged by over 30%. This sudden acceleration caught Yurue completely off guard. The distance was too short. He had already instinctively swung his left hand based on experience. Minkanki raised his right hand to block, while his left fist struck directly at Yurue's heart. The electric shock from the punch sent a jolt through Yu Rui's heart, causing the strength in his left hand to wane significantly. Thud. Ming Kanki's heart suddenly surged with a vigorous beat, sending a wave of warmth coursing through his left fist. Simultaneously, his eyes activated the Sharingan of their own accord. After a brief pause, he felt a tingling sensation in his right arm. Having practiced lightning release for an extended period, he instinctively understood the situation. Without hesitation, he leapt into action, using his right arm to propel himself past Yuli on the right. In that fleeting moment, empowered by the inside of the Sharingan, Ming Kanki deftly extracted Hinata Hyuga from beneath Yuli's arm. However, upon landing, he stumbled and collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, several roots erupted from Yuli's chest with a series of muffled sounds. Chapter 16. Dreams, Dream Realms, Dream Worlds. Esteemed healer, I command you in the capacity of Hokage. This child must be saved. You may utilize a forbidden medical scroll. Yes, Lord Hokage. In the latter part of the night, the Konoha hospital was ablaze with light, rivaling the intensity of wartime. All of this was for one individual, Ming Kanki. Mere moments earlier, Hayashi Hyuga had discovered that Hinata was abducted and had pursued her captors. Observing from his concealed position, he saw Ming Kanki confronting the assailant. Realizing that his daughter was not in mortal danger, he chose to remain hidden and watch. To his astonishment, Ming Kanki unleashed a powerful punch, causing a surge of wood to emerge and swiftly eliminate the kidnapper. While the average person might not comprehend the phenomenon, as a member of a prestigious clan with a long lineage, Hayashi was well versed in the detailed records of wood release techniques. Upon witnessing the event, he thought to himself, this matter exceeds my capabilities. I shall report it to the third Hokage. Clad in a white robe, sans outer garments, Hayashi promptly lifted both Ming Kanki and Hinata, and with one hand grasped the incapacitated Cloud Ninja, hastening towards the residence of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, a disciple of the second Hokage and one who had personally witnessed wood release, had an operative within his umbu who also wielded this formidable technique. Initially, upon hearing Hayashi's report, he assumed it was merely a case of wood release. However, upon closer examination of the wood on the Cloud Ninja, he was taken aback. A wood release capable of absorbing chakra. This possesses at least 80% of the first Hokage's power. Remarkable. This child must be saved. Thus, the location shifted to the Konoha hospital. The esteemed healer, the elderly medical ninja, was abruptly roused from his slumber. The third Hokage even granted him permission to employ a forbidden medical scroll. This scroll, created by Uzumaki Mido in a desperate attempt to save the first Hokage during his near demise, was a life force transference scroll. Its creation involved advanced sealing techniques, which stripped and sealed the life force of condemned prisoners within the scroll itself. Due to its cruel nature, it was classified as forbidden. Furthermore, the method was known only to Uzumaki Mido and had since been lost to time. The use of this forbidden scroll was a rare and precious opportunity, underscoring the third Hokage's grave concern for the wood release user, Ming Kanki. Meanwhile, the body of the Cloud Ninja was discreetly sealed away by the third's direct umbu, disappearing into the shadows. The third Hokage personally dispatched a command to encircle and search the location of the Cloud Ninja delegation. A show of force unprecedented since his assumption of leadership in Konoha. Some shinobi speculated that war was looming once more, while the Uchiha clan found themselves on high alert. Although they received prompt briefings clarifying that the actions were not directed at them, the Uchihas convened an urgent meeting among their higher-ups. Meanwhile, certain individuals secretly reveled in the unfolding events. Danzo was exhilarated, believing his scheme had borne fruit, and he perceived this as the beginning of the third shift towards a hawkish stance. He hurried to Konoha Hospital, where a white-haired ANBU agent materialized behind the third. Before the agent could speak, the third inquired, "What is the current situation?" The ANBU has surrounded the Cloud Ninja delegation. During the search, we discovered the body of Yamato. By the time we found him, the body had already been partially disposed of. Yamato was not a combat-specialized shinobi, he was merely a special jonin, skilled in intelligence gathering and analysis. It was precisely this expertise that led the third to assign him to serve alongside Minato, hoping he would discern anomalies or derive insights beneficial to Konoha during his daily tasks. It was unexpected that Yamato had met his demise. The fact that a special jonin, proficient in intelligence, abandoned his current mission to approach the Cloud delegation was in itself significant intelligence. Suppressing his sorrow, the third asked, "What intelligence do we have?" The question, seemingly vague, was met with a direct response from the white-haired agent. "The Cloud Ninja are conspiring. involving the Uchiha or Hyuga bloodlines. Kakashi maintained a firm stance, urging caution to avoid exacerbating tensions. Gauge the situation as you see fit. Go. The white-haired agent was Kakashi, the captain of the AMBU, whom the third held in high esteem. The fact that he entrusted Kakashi with a decision that could potentially ignite a new conflict speaks volumes of his trust. As Kakashi departed, the third contemplated briefly before laying out paper on the table to write. The office of the vice president of Konoha Hospital had transformed into a temporary office for the Hokage. At that moment, the morning star had risen, and the office quickly filled with swirling smoke. Summon Danzo, the third commanded after jotting down a few lines. In the previously tranquil room, a ripple of disturbance occurred as a figure clad in black appeared. Before the ENBU could utter a word, an elder with a cane and an X-shaped scar on his chin entered, stating, "No need. I have already arrived. Shouldn't this would release user be handed over to me, Sarutobi?" The third exhaled a long plume of smoke and retorted, "You have already seen his condition. Danzo, what do you believe he can achieve by entering route?" "Understood. You plan to keep him under wraps while secretly disseminating the news of the re-emergence of would release users in Konoha as a means to intimidate other ninja villages," Danzo asserted, his words laced with certainty despite their interrogative form. Old comrades, the third Hokage's intentions are quite clear to Danzo. However, as the third's expression shifted, Danzo realized that the third did not lean towards the hawkish stance he anticipated, but rather sought to preserve Minato at all costs. This contradicted Danzo's own ideology. If he could not be utilized for my purposes, it would be better to eliminate him. This notion resurfaced in Danzo's mind. In a serious tone, he inquired, "Is it worth launching a single strike that would consume vast resources, even risking war with the Cloud Village?" The third's response was resolute. As long as he could secure a decade of peace for Konoha, that was sufficient. Danzo felt a twinge of regret for not informing the other two advisors. Had Koharu and Hamura been present, they would undoubtedly have supported him. "I understand. My route will fully cooperate with you." Yet, in the end, Danzo refrained from voicing any further thoughts. Upon reflection, the third's willingness to risk war with the Cloud Village underscored his profound regard for Minato. In this context, standing before him was the legendary Sannin, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose reputation was forged in the fires of battle. Even though the third appeared quite ordinary now, Danzo found himself hesitant to reveal any other emotions. Outside discussions, secret battles, and Minato remained unaware of the unfolding events. He was dreaming once more. The dream mirrored the previous one, where he pilfered Athena's cosmic energy, witnessing words coalesce from ashes in a notebook. As he dreamed of the warm, golden cosmos, a forbidden medical scroll unfurled in the external world. A vast surge of vibrant green chakra infused Minato's body, radiating warmth. The green light enveloped the faint golden glow. Minato, however, believed it to be merely a dream. After all, who had ever experienced dreams where the words differed each time? Thus, no one noticed the divine cosmic energy surrounding Minato. Nor did they realize that it was this very energy healing him. The realms of dreams and the dream world are not the same. The dream world is an infinite dimension connected to the obelisk, while the dream realm is not. Just as Minato was about to grasp the textual explanation about the dream realm, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation of being drawn away. It was akin to an ordinary person tumbling into an abyss while dreaming, causing Minato to awaken with a start. In that fleeting moment, he even caught a glimpse of a warning. Possession is dangerous. Tread carefully into dreams. Chapter 17, The Cloud Village Crisis. Bang. A fist imprint suddenly appeared on the hard stone table. Konoha has truly gone too far. This matter was kept tightly under wraps by Konoha. Yet the information ultimately reached the Cloud Village. It was not leaked by a spy, but rather delivered by Konoha's Umbu, accompanied by a stern letter penned by the third Hokage outlining the events. After reviewing the intelligence, the fourth Raikage was furious, unable to restrain himself from striking the table with a mighty blow. "Raikage-sama, the repair cost for the table is 10,000 ryo." The beautiful strategist, with an expressionless demeanor, reminded silently while jotting down notes. A calculation had been made regarding the situation in Konoha. The fourth Raikage's anger instantly dissipated, yet he refused to show weakness verbally, insisting stubbornly, "Those scoundrels not only detained our envoy but also expect us to explain ourselves." As he spoke, the fourth Raikage, unable to contain his fury, slammed his fist down on the table. Fortunately, the Cloud Shinobi had grown accustomed to their Raikage's frequent outbursts and had specially provided him with a stone table, capable of withstanding such displays of temper. Just 2 impressions from his fists had appeared. Repairing one would cost 10,000 ryo, and 2 would amount to the same. As long as he did not smash it to pieces, the maintenance costs remained bearable. The Cloud Shinobi also had an elder council, shouldering the burdens of wisdom. In the face of an immensely powerful and volatile leader, they lacked the confidence that the Konoha Elder Council possessed. They had to think carefully while speaking, considering the repercussions should the Raikage explode with rage. That arm, as thick as a thigh, could inflict serious harm with just a swipe. One elder tentatively suggested, "It is quite possible our plans have failed." "And if they have?" The Raikage retorted, "If they seek war, let us embrace it." His mustache bristled with defiance. Given the frequency of thunderstorms in the land of lightning, constructions were typically situated atop mountains or even above the clouds, equipped with lightning protection. However, it was not guaranteed that all lightning would strike downward. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck just as the Raikage finished speaking, shaking the room and causing several to shudder, while he remained unfazed. After a moment, another elder spoke up. "However, the Third Shinobi World War has only recently concluded, and our forces are insufficient. Should the Stone Shinobi take advantage of our conflict with Konoha to launch a surprise attack, we would be unable to mount an effective defense. Moreover, the third Hokage has made it clear that Rue perished beneath wood-release techniques. This indicates the presence of wood-release ninjas." Damn it! The Raikage slammed the table again, leaving another impression. The term wood-release carried an inherent intimidation. With each strike, the sturdy stone table began to tremble, a crack forming down the middle. At that moment, the strategist, who had previously only interjected once, regarded the warning letter in her hand and calmly stated, "Perhaps Konoha is merely adopting a hardline stance. If we reciprocate with a similar show of strength, given the third Hokage's character, he may very well compromise. Furthermore, when a standoff occurs, we could feign ignorance regarding Rue's demise, pretending instead that he fell victim to an attack from the Hyuga clan. Though it might seem like a counterattack, it would actually provide Konoha with a way out. Compared to wood-release, a pair of Byakugan pales in significance. Should the third Hokage relent, our plans could still be deemed successful." As her words echoed through the air, the Raikage slammed his palm on the table and declared loudly, "Yes, we shall proceed as Mabui suggests." With a resounding crash, the stone table shattered into two halves, rendered utterly useless. The onlookers flinched at the sight. This specially crafted stone table, once transported to Yunrun, had its value multiplied tenfold, equivalent to the reward of a mid-tier B-rank mission. Given that Yunren was not affluent, the earnings from 10 A-rank missions would scarcely suffice. The fourth Raikage's hand stiffened, and he chose to feign ignorance, moving to shield the remnants of the table with his broad frame, perhaps to mitigate the awkwardness of the moment. Yet still slightly embarrassed, he remarked, "Let him cease his concert and instead guard the IWA border. Increase the pressure on Konoha by dispatching 2 wood ninjas to their frontier." Yunren had indeed amassed a formidable force, deploying even the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Konoha was far from tranquil. It was already the 3rd day since Ming Kanki's awakening. However, he was not permitted to return home. Instead, he was encircled by a multitude of Umbu, compelled to study the first Hokage's sealing scroll and learn the wood-release techniques. Oblivious to the events outside, he remained isolated. Over the course of 3 days, he had only seen Xianglin and Naruto once, accompanied by the third Hokage. Outside, groups of ninjas were dispatched to the border between Konoha and Yunren. Daily, ninja hawks, summoning beasts, and Umbu traversed between the border and Konoha. The village had fully entered a wartime state. It was unclear what promise the third Hokage had made, but both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had sent substantial reinforcements to the border. To the outside world, Konoha presented a resolute front, poised to engage Yunren in a fierce confrontation. In a hidden chamber beneath Konoha, within the root base, Danzo's countenance flickered in the candlelight, revealing his displeasure. How infuriating. Sarutobi had promised a division of the Uchiha clan to the Umbu. Had he lost his mind? Or was he attempting to establish another route to counterbalance his influence? He ought to be unaware of the intelligence I secretly dispatched. In the Land of Wind, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, upon reviewing the intelligence, decisively commanded, "So it is wood-release. Activate our spies and eliminate him." In the Land of Earth, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, nearly doubled over upon reading the report. After digesting the information, he too issued a resolute order. "We cannot allow another god of shinobi to arise from Konoha. That brat must die. However, our spies cannot be allowed to act. Thus, let us place a bounty on the black market, 30 million ryo." In the Land of Water, the 4th Mizukage received the intelligence, which eventually found its way to Uchiha Obito. He glanced at it before turning to the shadows and inquired, "So it is the wood-release, huh?" Is there any further intelligence? A half-black, half-white pitcher plant emerged from the ground. The plant nonchalantly stated, "Just a child who cannot become a ninja. He barely awakened the wood release and almost perished. Konoha even employed a precious forbidden medical scroll to save him. He poses no threat." The pitcher plant's gravelly voice resonated. "Until preparations are complete, we must not approach Konoha again. Our spore clone was nearly discovered. I shall continue to monitor the implementation of the Blood Mist policy. The Kagaya clan has become somewhat restless. Uchiha Obito's Sharingan turned, retreating into the shadows. The pitcher plant slowly sank beneath the surface, yet the dialogue remained unbroken. White Zetsu inquired, "Is this truly wise?" Black Zetsu replied, "Let him have his fun. After all, the Mist Ninja are of little use now." Returning to Konoha Hospital, Ming Kanki was still unaware that he had ascended to the annihilation list of the majority of ninja villages. His bounty on the black market had soared to 30 million ryo, surpassed only by the 5 Kage. However, with his typical intellect, he had formed some conjectures of his own. Chapter 18. I shall unleash my ultimate technique. Days passed, and tensions between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja reached a boiling point. On the border, there had been several instances of skirmishes. Both sides had sustained injuries. Meanwhile, the leaders of the two villages communicated incessantly, exchanging heated words across the distance. The fourth Raikage of the Cloud demanded the return of the envoy and the body of Rue, along with the surrender of the murderer. The third Hokage of Konoha, equally adamant, insisted that the Cloud apologize and compensate for the damages. In this matter, the third Hokage shed his usual amicable demeanor, exhibiting an unwavering resolve. Even more so than the Raikage. Despite the Cloud suggesting that if they surrendered a body from the Hyuga clan, both parties could take a step back. The third Hokage remained unyielding. As tempers flared, signs of impending war loomed ominously. During these days, unbeknownst to Ming Kanki, he had endured 7 assassination attempts. Fortunately, the security detail protecting him at Konoha Hospital surpassed even that of the Hokage. At the cost of several Umbu lives, all assassination attempts were thwarted. Unbeknownst to him, Ming Kanki remained blissfully ignorant of the sacrifices made for his protection. He felt content and buoyant, learning through his sub-personality while resting in his primary persona, making significant progress. Of course, it was not the wood release that propelled his advancement, but rather his physical constitution. He had yet to successfully utilize the wood release even once. Conversely, his physique had rapidly developed over these few days, nearly rivaling that of the Akimichi clan. Vitality is not so easily replenished. Alas, the repercussions were now manifesting. Eating little and even drinking cold water resulted in weight gain. This was not merely an exaggeration often expressed by those prone to weight gain, but a tangible reality for Ming Kanki. Nevertheless, the side effects bore positive aspects as well. For instance, his energy levels surged. The learning duration for his sub-personality had significantly increased. Consequently, over the span of a week, his hand seal speed had reached a terrifying pace of 5 seals per second, rivaling even the future of Itachi. His primary persona, however, had become somewhat diluted. After all, one cannot expect a hospital's tranquil environment during combat to facilitate hand sealing. Typically, it was the sub-personality that undertook the tasks of battle, while the primary persona primarily engaged in idle chatter. This morning, the sunrise appeared somewhat indifferent. Outside the window, the green trees bore flecks of white. It seemed that a light snowfall had graced the night. Speaking of Konoha's vegetation, it is indeed remarkable. In winter, except for the occasional frigid moments, the majority of vegetation in the land of leaves remains lush and green, an enchanting sight. However, this phenomenon gradually fades as one distances from the heart of the village, returning to its natural state. After breakfast, the third Hokage entered the infirmary, bearing grim news. War, it seemed, was on the precipice of eruption. The air around him was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, and as he exhaled, a palpable haze of embers lingered. The signs of age were becoming more pronounced on his face, with the emergence of age spots, a reflection of the visage he would possess 9 years hence. Alas, no one was willing to yield. Each had their own demands. With a sigh, Minato understood that it was not the time for such despondent musings. He composed himself and, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "What if I were to unleash a large-scale wood release?" "What did you say?" the third exclaimed, his voice rising sharply by an octave. Ming Kanki's expression remained solemn as he earnestly reiterated, "I am saying, what if I could unleash a large-scale wood release? For instance, the birth of the trees." The third Hokage was well aware that Ming Kanki had been diligently studying wood release over the past few days. Yet he also knew that Ming Kanki had made little progress. Nevertheless, Ming Kanki suddenly proclaimed his ability to execute would release, and not just any ordinary technique, but a vast one. This revelation momentarily stunned the third Hokage, prompting him to exclaim, "Peace. Peace. This has been the question occupying my thoughts for many days. How can we resolve this conflict peacefully?" In the original narrative, the three legendary ninjas had either departed or defected, while the fourth Hokage had perished, leading to a significant depletion of combat power within the higher echelons of Konoha. The elite ninjas had dwindled to only the third Hokage and a few elder statesmen like Danzo. Although the Uchiha and Hyuga clans appeared to be part of Konoha, they functioned as nations within a nation. It was unrealistic to rely on them to initiate a war, especially considering the Uchiha clan's covert schemes and Danzo's incessant machinations. The third Hokage found himself in a precarious predicament, compelled to risk the alienation of the Hyuga clan in order to acquiesce to the demands of the Cloud Village. However, now Konoha possessed a new would-release technique, one that was not a counterfeit imitation but a genuine ability capable of absorbing chakra and subduing tailed beasts, boasting over 80% of the original power. This development provided the third Hokage with a formidable justification and instilled in him a newfound confidence. Despite having questioned his decisions numerous times over the past days, the mere mention of would release was sufficient to instill fear in many. Furthermore, given that the external world remained oblivious to the true nature of this technique, the resemblance to the first Hokage's abilities would serve to intimidate all nations, great and small. The reputation of the god of shinobi was indeed formidable. The third Hokage could even envision that once would release was unleashed, the shinobi world would fall into silence. Even the Uchiha clan, notorious for their clandestine activities, might reconsider their course of action. Simultaneously, the third Hokage could imagine the impact of Ming Kanki performing the birth of the trees, potentially capturing the two tails of the Cloud Village and neutralizing the conflict at the border. Konoha could once again reclaim the prestige it held during the era of the first Hokage, commanding respect throughout the shinobi world. Although this prestige might be somewhat illusory, a mere 5 to 10 years of intimidation could provide enough time for the next generation of Konoha to mature. At that point, even if the four great nations were to converge upon Konoha once more, the village would stand resolute. The third Hokage held this conviction. Such lofty aspirations, intertwined with a burgeoning desire, stirred even the usually composed, gentle, and steadfast third Hokage. Yet, after sharing his thoughts, he could not resist asking with a grave tone, "Can you truly execute a large-scale would-release technique?" Ming Kanki gently wiped his nose and confidently declared, "I have not been idle these past few days." The third generation, after all, was a seasoned ninja. Although briefly shaken by the would-release, he quickly regained his composure. Forming hand seals, he held Ming Kanki's hand to sense his chakra and remarked, "Your chakra, while significantly greater than that of an average chunin, is merely a drop in the bucket when confronted with a jutsu of such vast scale as the birth of the world tree. Now, let us delve deeper into this experience." Ming Kanki clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. After a few moments, he suddenly opened his eyes amidst the confusion of the three generations. A formidable aura, surpassing that of a jonin, surged forth, followed by a visible azure-green chakra enveloping his entire being. How is this possible? Mitsukuni maintained his composure as he posed his question. The third Hokage did not need to deliberately employ any ninjutsu to perceive. Merely observing the intensity and duration of the chakra was sufficient to ascertain that Mitsukuni was not being deceitful. Moments later, the third Hokage exclaimed with fervor, "Excellent." Ming Kanki shouted exuberantly, "Excellent. Take me to the front lines. I am ready to unleash my ultimate move." Chapter 19. The origin and preparation of the ultimate move. Ming Kanki boldly proclaimed his ability to unleash a formidable technique of would release. A statement not merely born of bravado, but rooted in undeniable truth. The specifics of this revelation trace back to the events of last night. On that fateful evening, Ming Kanki found himself in the dream once more, once again immersed in that familiar vision. He had divided the celestial microcosm that descended from above, absorbing half of it into his very being. Enveloped by the warmth of this miniature universe, he continued his descent. However, at this juncture, the dreamscape underwent a remarkable transformation. He did not return to the abode where he first traversed into this realm. Instead, he continued to plummet. As he pierced through a barrier, Ming Kanki beheld the Star Observation Tower, the Papal Palace, and the Golden Zodiac, indeed, the sacred domains of the Saint Seiya. In due course, Ming Kanki descended gracefully into the Star Observation Tower. He landed softly, and within a golden swaddle, an infant smiled warmly at him. On the shelves of the star observation tower, the spine of a slender tome began to radiate with a resplendent golden light. Ming Kanki picked up the book and perused its contents. To his astonishment, it was inscribed in Chinese characters, detailing the cultivation and development methods of the little universe. He quickly glanced back at the golden swaddling, where the infant lay soundly asleep. Ming Kanki was not naive. This opportunity had not merely presented itself, but had been handed to him directly. Naturally, he would not let it slip away. Yet, he was not greedy. After memorizing the foundational methods for developing the five senses, he returned the book to its place. At that moment, someone burst into the stargazing tower. Ming Kanki had yet to discern the visage of the individual before him, when the scenery abruptly transformed into the chamber he had first traversed. Subsequently, he beheld once more the words composed of ash from a burned notebook. This time, the text revealed yet another new message. Each instance was distinct and remarkable. Upon awakening, Ming Kanki mentally revisited the elements of his dream. The development of the five senses, vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, corresponds to the senses of sight, sound, olfaction, gustation, and tactile perception. Through willpower, or the strength of the mind, one can enhance and then concentrate these senses, thereby igniting the fundamental energy of the microcosm. This represents the foundational knowledge of the microcosm. Note 1. Entering a dream equates to entering the dream realm. This is a skill or ability that can be cultivated. To access the dream realm requires possession. However, possession is limited to two states: the unborn infant and the recently deceased. Note 2. Hence, the likelihood of possessing a deceased individual stands at 50%, which is perilous. It is no wonder that every time I attempt to dream differently, I feel an impending danger that jolts me awake. Having perceived the inherent dangers, Ming Kanki found himself increasingly reluctant to dream. Thus, during sleepless nights, he devoted himself to cultivating his microcosm. Remarkably, his dominant persona appeared to be inherently attuned to this microcosm. Within just a few hours, he managed to ignite his microcosm, sustaining it for a full minute. While a minute of sensory microcosm might seem trivial, for Ming Kanki, the crux lay not in the microcosm itself, but in the chakra. During that minute of fervent microcosm, he sensed an infinite reservoir of chakra within him. This was indeed formidable. An entire minute of boundless chakra would suffice to unleash a formidable jutsu. Thus, when the third Hokage arrived during the day, Ming Kanki audaciously proclaimed his intention to unleash a grand technique. Follow me. Though the third Hokage believed in Ming Kanki, he maintained the cautious demeanor befitting a seasoned shinobi. Grasping Ming Kanki's shoulder, he utilized the body flicker technique to swiftly depart the hospital, wishing to personally assess the situation. Ming Kanki felt the scenery before him shift dramatically, as a biting gale swept across his face. In just a couple of minutes, he and the third Hokage arrived at a tranquil and deserted training ground. Upon entering, they noticed a sign hanging from the barbed wire fence, inscribed with the words, Konoha's 8th Training Ground. As they stepped into the training area, the third Hokage remarked, "I shall teach you a ninjutsu technique. This technique is the result of a failed modification of the multi-shadow clone jutsu. It possesses most of the characteristics of shadow clones, yet lacks the ability to return memories or fatigue upon dispelling, making it perfectly suited for testing your chakra." He indicated the necessary hand seal was Jin, and elucidated the flow of chakra with remarkable clarity, befitting his esteemed title as a master of ninjutsu. In a mere 10 minutes, Ming Kanki's secondary persona swiftly grasped the essence of the technique. Upon concluding the instruction, the third Hokage emphasized, "This ninjutsu is solely for assessing your chakra capacity and is not meant for actual combat. In truth, due to its failed modification, the clones produced by this technique are even more fragile than standard shadow clones. A single fall could very well dispel them." He continued, "Of course, should your chakra reserves prove substantial, I would not hesitate to teach you the true multi-shadow clone jutsu." Upon mastering the technique, Ming Kanki's primary persona re-emerged. With a confident smile and a thumbs up, he playfully remarked, "Well then, you better not go back on your word, old man." Watch closely. Ming Kanki did not form the Rin seal. Instead, he closed his eyes and established the Ein of the tiger. "Burn, my little universe," he shouted inwardly, and immediately, a visible azure chakra ignited around him. Ren. Observing the transformation of Ming Kanki's hand seal, the third Hokage waved his hand and commanded in a resounding voice, "Give it your all and ensure your clones fill this 30,000 square meter arena." The blue chakra shone brilliantly as Ming Kanki bellowed, modification of the multi-shadow clone technique. The sound of explosions resonated, accompanied by billowing white smoke. In mere seconds, the entire 8th training ground was enveloped in thick white smoke. This grand spectacle resembled an attack on the Hidden Leaf Village itself. Yet, no one intervened to disturb Minkanki and the third Hokage. A gust of wind swept through, dissipating the smoke. The eighth training ground was now a sea of people, with Minkanki and the third Hokage completely submerged within it. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke erupted as all the shadow clones within a circle were obliterated. The sheer number was astonishing. Even the first Hokage could not have possessed such an abundance of chakra. Feeling fortunate, the third Hokage scrambled to his feet and exclaimed, "Minkanki, where are you?" "I'm trapped." Fortunately, the third Hokage was not far from Minkanki, and he discerned his location by sound, rescuing him from the edge of the circle. "I nearly suffocated. My chakra is depleted. Did you see these shadow clones? This is yet another flaw of the modified ninjutsu. These clones can only be used for simple labor. They are utterly incapable of executing tasks. Now, let me show you the true shadow clone technique." "Absolutely, I can hardly wait." Thus, the decision was made. The following day, the news that the third Hokage would personally head to the front lines spread throughout the village, igniting a wave of excitement in the Hidden Leaf. Meanwhile, the ninja world was rife with peculiarities. Conspiracy theorists speculated, threat enthusiasts warned, some remained passive, while others sharpened their blades in anticipation. In short, the ninja world, which had only recently settled from the turmoil of the Third Great Ninja War, was once again in a state of fervor. The Cloud Ninja firmly declared that the Fourth Raikage would also personally head to the front lines. The Rock Ninja stated, "You fight your battles. We will not ambush you. You Cloud Ninja may deploy the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield in the Leaf, but we shall merely observe the conflict from a distance." The Sand Ninja asserted, "We support neither side, but you must not invade us. Our land is too barren. If you dare come, I will bury you under a mountain of sand and gold," doubling or even tripling the black market's dark currency. The Mist Ninja remained silent, having just eradicated their own clan of battle maniacs, the Kagaya clan. On the third day, accompanied by 8 teams of Umbu, 3 squads of Jonin, and personally escorted by the third Hokage, Minkanki embarked on his journey to the front lines. Undeterred by the threat of ambush, "I apologize, but in this configuration of warring factions, with the Hokage leading the charge, the absence of 3 equally formidable allies renders him reluctant to even hurl a kunai from a distance." Note 1. The cosmic system within this book diverges from that of Chromadeus. Please refer to the text for precise details and refrain from making direct comparisons. Note 2. In reality, a third scenario exists. However, Minkanki has overlooked it. Chapter 20. The Arrival of the Wood Release, Tree World. Minkanki followed the third Hokage, or more accurately, rode atop a ninja hound as they swiftly traversed the terrain, unimpeded, until they reached the front lines. However, before they could even take a moment to rest, they encountered the formidable Fourth Raikage, who had already assembled his forces. A dark mass of shinobi, many crackling with lightning, stood poised for battle, as if this band of Cloud Ninja was prepared to launch an imminent assault. Standing at the border, the Fourth Raikage summoned his chakra and bellowed, "Third Hokage, is it not absurd that a mere child, recently acquainted with Wood Release, has inflated your arrogance to disregard our pleas for peace?" Within the tent, the third Hokage's expression instantly turned perilous. He understood that vital intelligence had undoubtedly been compromised. The information he had provided to the Cloud Ninja did not include details regarding Minkanki's age, indicating that someone had leaked this crucial data. In such a precarious situation, Minkanki's appearance would immediately place him in a perilous position, making him a target for concentrated attacks and potentially lethal ambushes. Yet, with arrows nocked, they had no choice but to act. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage solemnly inquired, "Minkanki, how long do you require to prepare?" 30 seconds to 1 minute, came the response. "Let us prepare for the maximum time. Additionally, once my abilities are activated, my own version of the Divine Tree's birth can only be sustained for 1 minute. After that, the outcome will depend on you all." Minkanki promptly provided his response. 30 seconds represented the absolute minimum time for the primary persona. However, Minkanki was acutely aware of his own limitations. He understood that his primary persona would likely prove ineffectual on the battlefield. Thus, he proposed a duration for the secondary persona, 1 minute. The secondary persona's ability to ignite the small universe was markedly slower. Initially, when the primary persona first ignited the small universe, the secondary persona was incapable of doing so. This disparity stemmed from the inherent characteristics of the two personas. Nevertheless, with increasing proficiency, the time taken by the secondary persona to ignite the small universe gradually diminished. In contrast to the uncertainty of the primary persona, the secondary persona exhibited remarkable stability. The more adept it became, the shorter the ignition time. It was foreseeable that, in the near future, the secondary persona might surpass the primary persona in entering the realm of igniting the small universe within the realm of thought. Stay close to Kakashi and the others. They will do everything in their power to protect you. I shall endeavor to secure you some respite. Let us strive to resolve this conflict in one fell swoop. With a sigh, the third Hokage rose and departed. Thank you. Minkanki bowed deeply and shouted. The sensation of being trusted felt splendid. Minkanki even sensed the chakra within him surging with a vigor far beyond the ordinary. He was overwhelmed by the urge to burst forth and unleash a wave of the forest of birth technique. However, he possessed the wisdom to refrain from being swept away by emotion. He understood that, even if his chakra surged severfold, it would still fall short of the immense quantity required for a widespread manifestation of the forest of birth. Fourth Reikage, your envoy has conspired during the negotiations, intending to abduct the future of Konoha. This is utterly unforgivable. Nevertheless, in light of Konoha's principle of valuing peace, we offer you an opportunity to admit your errors. Do not continue to distort the truth. The third Hokage emerged from the main tent and immediately activated the body flicker technique, transforming into an afterimage. Mere seconds later, he stood before the frontline troops. He faced the fourth Reikage and replied with an even louder voice. The third Hokage's confidence was bolstered, and his mastery of chakra manipulation was more refined. His voice resonated, carrying several miles away, audible to many observing ninjas from other villages. Absolutely not. We Cloud ninjas are always above board. In contrast to the third Hokage's commanding presence, the fourth Reikage's voice seemed comparatively subdued, lacking conviction and sounding rather dry. As soon as the Reikage finished speaking, the third Hokage countered, Reikage, your Cloud ninja covet the bloodline of Konoha, and after failing to steal it, you seek to retaliate. Such a turn of events is not to be entertained. There is no need for slander, third Hokage. I tell you, the entire ninja world knows of your unjustified assassination of our negotiating envoy. We shall never compromise. Realizing he could not best the third Hokage in argument, the fourth Reikage abruptly shifted the topic. Yet, the third Hokage clung to the point, continuing, Oh, is that so? It appears you have forgotten that your Cloud ninja have repeatedly sought to seize our precious talents. The previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was once abducted by your kind. Of course, the third Hokage was not being overly aggressive. He still sought peace. I, in the name of the third Hokage of Konoha, ask you one last time. Are you truly unwilling to apologize and instead prepare for war? Think carefully. You have failed each time. There is still time to reconsider and halt this conflict. Lightning crackled around the Reikage. He raised his fist, no longer needing to amplify his voice with chakra, and bellowed, Cloud ninjas. Convey our stance to the mere 1,000 Konoha ninjas before us. We shall never compromise. 10,000 Cloud ninjas echoed in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. The leisurely clouds above seemed startled, swiftly retreating. The winds began to stir. With a sigh, the third Hokage raised his left hand, declaring, All Konoha ninjas, heed my command. The lightning enveloping the Reikage rapidly transformed into a blue, spiked, armor-like form. That is precisely the pinnacle of the Reikage's lightning release ninjutsu, referred to by the uninformed as the Raijin armor, the lightning chakra mode. Simultaneously, a cloud of white smoke erupted from behind the Cloud ninja, revealing a colossal flame cat. It was the manifestation of the two beings transformed into the form of a tailed beast. Now, allow me to take charge. Minkanki spoke earnestly before closing his eyes, his expression turning completely indifferent. In the instant he shut his eyes, he had already replaced his persona to ignite his inner universe. Protect Minkanki. Avoid engaging in prolonged combat with the Cloud Shinobi. The third Hokage had just issued the command when the Cloud Shinobi surged across the border. The greatest war since the Third Shinobi World War had begun. Bolts of lightning shot forth from the direction of the Cloud Shinobi. While earthen walls rose before the ranks of Konoha, it seemed that neither side was organizing their strategies as meticulously as in the previous Shinobi Wars. Rather, they were mostly familiar allies joining forces. It appeared that this conflict was still in its probing stage. Even the fourth Reikage and the Two Tails Jinchuriki remained unmoved. Summoning technique. King Kong Monkey. The third Hokage summoned the Monkey King, who stood majestically on the battlefield, wielding a staff as thick as a human's torso. He too did not move an inch. Boom. A sound reminiscent of a temple bell resonated within a 10-meter radius of Minkanki. It was not merely a sound, but a reverberation that echoed in the hearts of all present. Burn bright, my little universe. With a heartening shout, Minkanki opened his eyes, shifting his hand signs to form the serpent seal, which swiftly transformed into the snake seal. Konoha ninjas, step aside. Witness my grand technique. Would release. Birth of the Tree World. Chapter 21. The birth of the tree world. A colossal tree erupted horizontally from beneath Minkanki's feet, rapidly growing and thickening as it snaked across the battlefield. Branches and leaves sprouted and expanded almost instantaneously, transforming the landscape into a veritable sea of green. It's would release. This is the genuine would release. Quick, flee. Ah, my chakra. No, please, run. The battlefield was soon filled with a cacophony of cries and wails. Boom. The third Hokage shattered several roots and trunks, rescuing a few trapped Konoha ninjas, hurling them towards the rear with a swift motion. Whether they landed safely was of little consequence. Surviving was what truly mattered. The third Hokage had anticipated such scenes, and without hesitation, he saved nearly 10 Konoha ninjas within mere seconds. At that moment, some Konoha ninjas banded together to breach the onslaught of would release, quickly reaching Minkanki's rear. Fortunately, Minkanki had managed to maintain some control, ensuring that Konoha ninjas were not targeted. Those who were struck by the would release merely suffered chakra exhaustion and injuries, but escaped with their lives. The Cloud Shinobi, however, fared far worse. 10 seconds into the tree world's emergence, the cries and screams were replaced by anguished howls. The anguished cries resonating across the battlefield predominantly emanated from the Cloud ninjas. Naturally, the other ninjas from nearby villages, who had stealthily infiltrated the arena to observe, paid little heed to this turmoil. They endured assaults akin to those faced by the majority of the Cloud ninjas. On the forefront of the skirmish, the fourth Raikage was the first to encounter the would release technique. Yet, through sheer force of will and the formidable prowess of his lightning release ninjutsu, he carved a bloody path amidst the entanglement of countless roots, branches, trunks, and leaves. Although progress was slow, the Raikage gritted his teeth and relentlessly shattered each obstructing trunk, resolutely advancing towards the direction of Minkanki. Beast Bomb. At the 18th second of the tree world's descent, the tailed beast form of the two tails finally coalesced the Beast Bomb. A dark sphere of energy hurtled towards Minkanki. The trees are my limbs. I shall harness speed and strength to intercept it. Minkanki's alter ego, even in the face of the beast ball hurtling towards him at near sonic speed, displayed no semblance of fear. Rather, he meticulously analyzed the speed and power of the beast ball. Subsequently, he commanded the trees born of the tree realm to retaliate. Suddenly, several vertical branches erupted from the horizontally sprawling trunks, rapidly thickening as if they were spears, erecting themselves in the path of the beast ball. Concurrently, a few of these branches, animated as if possessed by consciousness, pierced the beast ball at an angle. The formidable force of the beast ball caused several branches to bend backward. Then, the beast ball collided with the tightly packed and vertically aligned barricade resembling long spears. Other branches swiftly encircled the beast ball, ultimately hurling it back. With a thunderous roar, a crimson light erupted as the beast ball exploded. However, it was the two tails that emitted the energy of the explosion. With a cry of anguish, the two tails retracted into its original form, while its host, the wooden man, succumbed to unconsciousness, lying on the ground, unaware of his fate. In the 30th second of the tree realm's descent, both the two tails and its Jinchuriki were incapacitated. At this moment, the forest had already spread before the wooden man. Entwining and siphoning chakra, a towering tree rapidly grew. Immediately thereafter, the tree sea expanded with even greater ferocity. Damn it! Hearing the two tails' anguished cry, Raikage could only glance back, witnessing the white smoke dissipating as the two tails vanished. Enraged, his protective lightning armor crackled more violently. His speed surged anew, his power intensified. He barreled through one branch after another, recklessly charging towards Minkanki. Unbeknownst to Raikage, the lightning chakra enveloping him was rapidly losing its vibrancy, the blue hue fading. The would release's ability to absorb chakra required direct contact to activate. Raikage's swift pace resulted in minimal contact time, leading to only small amounts of chakra being absorbed each time. However, this gradual process would eventually deplete his chakra entirely. Do you think you can rush in and defeat me? Impossible. In the 36th second of the tree realm's descent, Minkanki began to focus on Raikage. The battlefield was enveloped by 80% of the Cloud Ninja, many of whom were injured, rendering the chances of a counterattack exceedingly slim. He bolstered the strength of the wood release in the frontal direction while diminishing the speed and intensity of its spread in other directions. As long as he could seize Raikage, the war would be concluded. For an ordinary person, or even the third Hokage, The sight of Raikage charging with such desperation would induce a shudder. The sheer ferocity of Raikage's momentum was indeed daunting. If it were the third Hokage, he might counter it with his formidable willpower. Yet, even elite shinobi like Kakashi would find themselves overwhelmed and rendered indecisive by such an imposing presence. The secondary persona of Minkanki is characterized by an unwavering calmness, where rationality triumphs over emotion. It is only after surveying the broader landscape that he begins to strategize against the Raikage. Infuriatingly, the trees birthed from the forest realm have become increasingly resilient. The Raikage soon realizes that his advance has become considerably more arduous. Raikage-sama, you cannot succumb here. Beams of lightning, akin to lasers, slice through the wooden defenses, culminating in an encounter with a young ninja, appearing to be around 12 years of age, possessing pale skin and white hair. He bears tattoos of the kanji for lightning and water on his shoulders and is none other than Darui, the prodigious youth of the Cloud Village, endowed with the lightning release bloodline. Get lost, brat. This is not a place for you. The fourth Raikage cleaves a colossal tree branch that has surged toward him, fortuitously saving Darui in the process. My apologies, Raikage-sama. Seemingly an expression of contrition, Darui unleashes techniques reminiscent of animated lightning arcs. Several beams of lightning, resembling living entities, twist and spiral, swiftly severing an extensive array of branches and trunks. Seizing the opportunity, several cloud ninja charge forward, desperately obstructing the onslaught of branches and trunks, sacrificing their lives to forge a path for the Raikage towards Minkanki. Stop. Immediately cease this madness. Witnessing the demise of his comrades in close proximity is far more harrowing than merely hearing distant cries of anguish. The Raikage shatters the encroaching wood, ascending to greater heights, and cries out in agony. In this war, we of the Cloud Village concede defeat. At the 48th second of the Forest Realm's descent, the Raikage grits his teeth and resigns. Very well. The third Hokage nods at Minkanki. Cease. Ming Sink ceased the output of chakra, and the emergence of the tree realm came to an abrupt halt. The Cloud Ninjas, entangled and nearly drained of their chakra, were subsequently released. At the border between Konohagakure and the Cloud Ninjas, a vast expanse exceeding 10 square kilometers manifested towards the direction of the Cloud Ninjas, resembling the size of a small town within the ninja world. Raikage, we must engage in earnest discussions regarding the matter of peace, the third Hokage declared, leaping close to the Raikage. The Umbu swiftly followed suit. Immediately, 3 Cloud Ninjas materialized beside the fourth Raikage, indicating that not all of their forces had perished. Several formidable Cloud Ninjas remained unscathed during the 48 seconds of the Tree Realm's emergence. I am well aware. The Raikage's expression reflected discontent, yet he refrained from any impulsive actions. The third Hokage unfurled a scroll, presenting a straightforward peace agreement to the Raikage. The contents were simple and devoid of any oppressive stipulations against the Cloud Ninjas, encompassing 3 clauses. First, the war is to be regarded as if it never occurred. Second, the Cloud Ninjas must apologize to Konohagakure for their intentions to abduct heirs of the bloodline clans, ensuring such actions will not recur. Third, tasks that involve confrontation with Konohagakure must be abandoned. The fourth Raikage signed without hesitation, eager to proceed with the rescue of other Cloud Ninjas. As for the humiliation of the agreement with Konohagakure, he resolved to bear it in silence. The third Hokage nodded at Ming Sink and signaled from a distance, prompting the Umbu to immediately safeguard Ming Sink as they withdrew. At the 57th second, a spark ignited within the small universe, and the Cloud Ninjas of Konohagakure successfully negotiated peace. The war was over. Upon entering the main tent, it coincided precisely with the 60th second of Ming Sink's small universe igniting. Ming Sink coughed up blood and fell into unconsciousness. So hot, in a hazy state, Ming Sink felt as though he had tumbled into a bonfire. Chapter 22. Returning to reality? Heat and cold are sensations that vary from person to person and from moment to moment. For instance, transitioning from an environment of 30 degrees to one of 25 degrees typically induces a chill in half of the populace. Conversely, moving from a 20-degree setting to one of 25 degrees may evoke a sense of warmth. In a room illuminated by countless flickering LED lights, a mechanized voice resonated. Ding. Temperature adjustment complete. Life signs of subject 331 are normal. Resurrection successful. Minkanki, of course, could not hear the distant sound. He awoke, instinctively directing his gaze towards the distance, following the orientation of his eyes. For a fleeting moment, his vision was blurred, but it quickly sharpened. He found himself in a dimly lit corridor, exuding a distinct steampunk aesthetic. On either side stood large, semi-transparent tanks, while a series of pipes were meticulously arranged overhead. Opposite him, behind the translucent glass, a person was frozen. A cryogenic sleep chamber? A term emerged in Minkanki's mind, and he finally comprehended the source of the warmth he had just felt. It was clearly the integrated heating mechanism used to thaw the cryogenic sleep chamber. Minkanki emerged from the cryogenic sleep chamber, disoriented and weak after an indeterminate duration of suspended animation. He exerted every ounce of his strength to avoid collapsing onto the grid floor ahead of him. The construction of this underground refuge had been executed in haste, lacking the advanced technology that he had witnessed upon his initial arrival. Instead, it exuded an ambience reminiscent of a 21st century construction site. For instance, beneath his feet lay 3 rows of stainless steel grating, directly laid upon the ground, forming the surface. Beneath this surface resided an unyielding bedrock, while the ceiling above was composed of the same sturdy stone. In truth, this sanctuary had been carved from an immense rock formation, ensuring its structural integrity even in the event of a cataclysmic earthquake. Nonetheless, certain reinforcing measures had been implemented. Though the technology surpassing the knowledge of the 21st century was utterly incomprehensible to Minkanki, he found himself unable to identify any of those innovations within this steampunk environment. The refuge was hermetically sealed from the outside world, devoid of any airflow. Yet, Minkanki did not perceive warmth. Rather, a chill enveloped him. What had transpired? Why had he awakened? Standing bare in the vast emptiness, he could even hear the sound of water flowing through the pipes and the friction of air currents. The lighting was dim, and coupled with the cold, it evoked the atmosphere of a horror film. After a few involuntary shivers, his body began to warm. He took a couple of steps forward, approaching the opposite sleep chamber. The sight of long pink hair was indeed a rarity. Ming was shamefully aware of his nudity. After all, the desire for beauty is inherent to all. It was at this moment that he felt the sting of embarrassment and realized he must find some clothing, for he could not remain exposed indefinitely. Minkanki truly beheld nothing of significance. The area below his chest within the hibernation chamber was semi-transparent. He merely probed slightly from above, and indeed, saw nothing at all. In any case, feeling a sense of embarrassment, Minkanki stumbled along the green arrows on the ground towards the exit. The bathing area and the clothing room beckoned. As he transitioned between washing and dressing, he followed the signs and ultimately entered the cafeteria. His movements had become remarkably fluid, indicating a revival of his muscular vigor. The resurgence of vitality in his stomach muscles, of course, resulted in an overwhelming wave of hunger. It appeared that the construction was hastily executed, providing only a collective living space devoid of any semblance of individual comforts. I had anticipated a stratification akin to that of space travelers, yet it was not to be. Minkanki, while reflecting on the experiences and observations gathered along the journey, located the electrical switch behind the canteen's entrance. With a crackling sound, he activated the switch, restoring power to the canteen. Simultaneously, the television wall within the canteen flickered to life. A warning echoed. Under no circumstances should you return to the surface. The solar storm has arrived earlier than anticipated. Only 60% of humanity has descended underground. We remain uncertain about the impending events. Minkanki was unaware of the true nature of a solar storm. Alternatively, the concept of a solar storm that he was familiar with was insufficient to be deemed a catastrophe for Earth, let alone instill such fear and helplessness in the voice of the federal high elder on the broadcast. Amidst the background noise, screams echoed. Minkanki then noticed that behind the figure on the screen, vast expanses of crimson light or flames cascaded from the heavens. The entire venue of the television conference was suffused with a layer of red hue. Outside the doors and windows, the streets were ablaze with fierce flames. Our miscalculations have led us astray. Thus, we are uncertain how long this catastrophe will endure, nor can we ascertain when the Earth will once again be habitable for humanity. You must embark on your own explorations. Alas, time is of the essence. Remember, the underground is entrusted to you. You must safeguard the future of humanity and the future of our planet. And do not forget about the dream world. Suddenly, a wave of orange-red flames ignited the entire venue. The television broadcast of the conference abruptly ceased. The imagery shifted automatically as the fiery blaze engulfed everything upon the surface. Even the steadfast steel and concrete were transformed into molten lava. In mere seconds, the colossal cities of humankind were utterly erased. A second later, the scene, accompanied by a surge of molten tide, rose and fell, abruptly extinguishing. The ground had become an inferno. Minkanki shook his head. He felt utterly powerless regarding the events transpiring on the surface, although he understood the situation internally. Witnessing the entirety of humanity and the world above being consumed by solar storms filled him with an overwhelming sense of despair. Confronted by the might of nature, humanity appeared tragically fragile. The main personality retreated into the depths of his mind, switching to the secondary persona. At that moment, the television flickered, and the word replay appeared in the upper right corner, gradually fading away, an echo from the past. The elder, who had conducted the final broadcast, stated, "Our scientists have discovered that it is not the sun transforming into a red giant, but rather an impending solar storm. The duration of the solar storm will be shorter than anticipated. This will allow us to return to the Earth's surface sooner." The elder spoke extensively, frequently glancing at the report in his hands. Essentially, it conveyed that the devastation wrought by the solar storm would be significantly less than that of a red giant. And the impact would be brief. Although the oceans would evaporate to some extent, they would not vanish entirely from the Earth, unlike the expected brief red giant phase. The solar storm would not extinguish all life on the planet. However, Ming Kanki's secondary persona did not pay heed to these details. It sharply noted the final words of the broadcast. "Underground, we have entrusted this to you." This contained a hint. There must be other personnel underground. For Ming Kanki, this was undoubtedly good news. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he immediately began to search for an escape route. Chapter 23. The drama and danger of the shelter having returned to reality after a tumultuous episode. Ming Kanki was oblivious to the severe consequences he had endured in the world of Naruto. He was unaware that the third Hokage had once again thrown the ninja world into chaos on his behalf, naturally with the deterrence of would release. Though numerous speculations circulated in the shadows of the ninja realm, none dared to challenge the might of Konoha. Moreover, he had forgotten the disparity in the flow of time between reality and the dream world. At present, he was blissfully asleep on a grand double bed. In the underground shelter, where it was proclaimed that all individuals were equal, they were all encased in stasis pods. However, as Ming Kanki wandered, he failed to discover an exit. Instead, he stumbled upon a lavishly decorated room featuring a double bed and a private kitchen. Compared to the cramped quarters designed for 2, 4, 8, or even 16 individuals with bunk beds, this room was indeed a luxury, considering he was the sole living occupant of Shelter 001. Ming Kanki wisely claimed this room as his own. Despite the absence of sunlight, the environment was remarkably comfortable, devoid of any mechanical noise. Ming Kanki slumbered deeply, enjoying a dreamless night. Ah, what a splendid day it was. This marked the 8th day since Ming Kanki had awoken, having yet to find a way out. And unable to ascend to the surface, he was confined within this enclosed shelter. Gradually, he began to perceive this place as his own kingdom. However, unlike the carefree optimism of his main personality, the secondary persona remained acutely aware of the underlying issues at hand. Thus, during the periods of repose of the primary persona, the secondary persona assumes control over the body, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny of the shelter. In the water management control room, Ming Kanki stumbled upon a lifeless corpse, crushed by a severed pipe. It appeared that the pipe had been compromised prior to his entry, prompting him to venture in for repairs. Fortunately, the water supply had been halted beforehand. Otherwise, Ming Kanki might have had to swim his way out. Behind the water management control room, he discovered an artificial plantation, illuminated by dozens of high-intensity incandescent lights mimicking sunlight. However, the plantation lay in ruin. Amidst the overgrowth, Ming Kanki found an intact corpse alongside a snake that had been crushed to death. Above the water management control room, he located the main control room, where he uncovered a personnel roster, a complete map of the shelter, and the only clock within the entire facility. Simultaneously, he encountered the remaining inhabitants. The year was 2236. Marking 13 years since Ming Kanki had been forcibly placed in the experimental cryogenic shelter. The temporal disparity between the dream world and reality was stark. This was the sole conclusion he could draw. Additionally, Ming Kanki noted terms on the computer screen such as 14 kilometers deep, subterranean sea, and pressure, indicating that this shelter was not situated 1,000 meters underground as initially claimed, but rather constituted a colossal rock submarine submerged within an underground ocean. As for the other individuals, they were merely lifeless corpses scattered about. The most recent news from the surface had not been relayed this year. Through the computer, Ming Kanki observed that the timestamp on the documents indicated the year 2230. Concurrently, the surveillance footage revealed a power struggle unfolding. The sequence of events was rather straightforward. The security personnel, believing the surface world to be doomed, aspired to become the sovereign of the shelter. The main control room opposed this. The chef insisted that they must heed his counsel. The fusion reactor specialist declared that without him, they were nothing. The group convened in the main control room for deliberation. The farmer, absent from the meeting, secretly loosened a few screws in the water management room. When complications arose, the maintenance worker went to fix the issues and ultimately met his demise inside. A fierce conflict ensued. The security personnel triumphed over the deranged chef, yet unleashed a massacre. The fusion expert resolved to take everyone down with him. The cryogenic specialist believed that by eliminating the others, he could still awaken a few individuals. It mattered not. The main control room was overtaken. Realizing the dire situation, the security personnel quickly dispatched both the fusion expert and the cryogenic specialist, believing himself to be the last one standing, victorious. Unbeknownst to him, the cryogenic specialist was merely a knowledgeable repairman, not ruthless enough. The main control officer rose again, sealing the control room and altering it to be operable only from the outside. In a fit of madness, the security personnel struck down the main officer, yet found himself unable to escape. The farmer, doubling as a forest ranger, was unaware that someone had smuggled a snake into the shelter. In an unfortunate turn of events, he was bitten. He collapsed while the snake was crushed. Thus, the entire shelter, aside from the flora and the humans encased in cryogenic slumber, was devoid of any living beings. This grand spectacle served as a vivid portrayal of humanity's avarice, selfishness, conspiracies, and ruthlessness. Had it not been for an unforeseen circumstance, the farmer, seemingly devoted solely to agriculture and forestry, would have emerged as the ultimate victor. Nevertheless, it is indeed a manifestation of the inexorable cycle of karma. Ming Kanki observed the scene with great interest. Indeed, how could one not be intrigued by the few decaying corpses still present in the control room? His throat moved a few times, and emerging to witness the spectacle, the primary persona of Ming Kanki retreated, once again giving way to the secondary persona. Subsequently, this secondary persona coldly interred all the bodies within the forest. That night, the primary persona spent a full hour bathing, scrubbing away layers of skin as if attempting to cleanse away the very essence of the experience. Although it is said that when the clam and the heron vie, the fisherman benefits, Ming Kanki nonetheless faced a considerable workload. Various pipeline systems required maintenance, and upon discovering anomalies in the cryogenic sleep chambers, he was obliged to conduct repairs. The nuclear fusion reactor, reputed to operate autonomously and stably for millennia, still warranted thorough inspection. Who could guarantee its infallibility? In any case, the secondary persona dedicated nearly an entire day to meticulously examining each room with a professional manual in hand. This relentless endeavor continued for 10 days. It must be said, the technology of the future world is indeed exceptional. There were genuinely no areas requiring repair. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether Ming Kanki would have managed to resolve the issues at hand. Ming Kanki remained oblivious to the profound transformations occurring within him over the past month. The power of soul evolution began to manifest with remarkable swiftness. The cells of Uchiha and Senju, intertwined within the dream realm, were rapidly integrated with the chakra and bloodline limit genes into Ming Kanki's own cells. This integration was not a replacement, but rather an insertion. Should one examine Ming Kanki's DNA, they would discover that his chromosomes were slightly elongated compared to those of an ordinary individual, a flawless anomaly. If a device capable of analyzing the genetic composition of all his cells were to be employed, it would reveal that the integrated genes within Ming Kanki's cells were not entirely identical, but rather divided into two distinct types, Uchiha and Senju, or, more aptly, the Sharingan and Wood Release. The ratio of these two gene types corresponded precisely with the proportion of these two cellular types present within Ming Kanki in the world of Naruto. Additionally, this analysis would uncover another phenomenon. These two gene types did not directly conflict, but instead continually influenced one another, suggesting a latent potential for assimilation into a singular genetic form. Today, Ming Kanki ventured with his computer to the final location requiring inspection, the liquid nitrogen condensation chamber's machinery room. Even in a future world capable of exploring Mars, the production of liquid nitrogen had seen little evolution. The process bore a striking resemblance to that of the 21st century, relying on compression and condensation. However, the efficiency of this future realm was unparalleled by the 21st century. A single high-speed crankshaft compressor could effortlessly meet the liquid nitrogen demands of the entire sanctuary. Naturally, for safety reasons, this facility was equipped with redundant designs. A total of 8 high-speed crankshaft compressors were connected to the supply pipeline. Should one encounter an unexpected failure, the system would automatically adjust the valves and activate another compressor. Squeak. Danger. Chapter 24. Coughing blood. Entering the dream, a high-speed crankshaft from a condensation engine was flung out, hurtling directly toward Ming-Kanki's head. A perilous situation. Fortunately, Ming-Kanki was currently in a state where his secondary personality had manifested. The acute sense of danger ignited within him, even before the crankshaft was fully released. The Sharingan had already appeared in his eyes. In the instant the crankshaft was projected, chakra surged within Ming-Kanki, erupting forth. His body abruptly shifted half a meter to the right and back. That mere half meter represented the thin line between life and death. Ming-Kanki observed the crankshaft swaying irregularly as it passed by the left side of his face. He instinctively dodged. Were it not for the persistent throbbing pain near his ear, accompanied by vivid crimson stains upon his fingertips, he might have believed that the recent events were merely a figment of his imagination. In a moment of shared memory, Ming-Kanki's dominant persona was jolted forth, while his secondary persona was drawn back into the recesses of his psyche. A sudden realization struck him. He needed to breathe. Yet he was abruptly seized by a fit of coughing. In the midst of this violent convulsion, it felt as though a phlegm had erupted from his mouth. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, only to find it stained a deep red. Blood? How could this sensation be? As chakra surged forth, infused with vitality, it coalesced into a vibrant green energy that gathered around his eyes. The three Tomo appeared. Ming-Kanki gazed at the bloodstains on his palm, suddenly recalling the moments of bloodline conflicts in the world of Naruto. His body felt as though it were being pricked by countless fine needles, scorched by a flame that, while not intense, was unyieldingly persistent. Waves of pain escalated gradually, becoming increasingly unbearable, just as the expression of agony began to surface. Ming-Kanki once again activated his alter ego. The chakra awakened the Uchiha cells in the cells of Shinja Hashirama, triggering an eruption of bloodline conflict. Though he could not fully comprehend the underlying principle, he vaguely surmised that it was induced by the chakra and the Sharingan. Ceased the chakra refinement. Deactivate the Sharingan. The pain subsided. The alter ego promptly acted upon this deduction. Indeed, his physical condition improved somewhat immediately. Although the pain lingered, it had not intensified. Rather, it had diminished. Lacking inspiration and further information, the alter ego ceased its speculations. It located the manual computer, turned off the power to the now dormant condenser, and commenced the replacement of parts. At that moment, the backup condenser engine roared to life, operating continuously. Even without changing the parts, it was of little consequence. However, Ming-Kanki's alter ego was inherently rational, insisting on the repairs. Having installed the high-speed crankshaft, Ming-Kanki manually initiated a test. According to the testing chart in the manual, once all tests were completed, he finally accomplished the maintenance of the entire shelter. Returning to his room, the dominant personality suppressed the alter ego once more and proposed an insightful deduction. Possessing others carries risks. Entering dreams requires caution. Subsequently, the dominant personality receded again, and the alter ego emerged once more. Ming-Kanki began to hypothesize with a cool composure and rationality. This notion resonates particularly with me, as I am capable of synchronizing the powers acquired from the dream realm with my own, yet I find myself unable to discern what to embrace or relinquish. Compelled to grasp everything at once. At least for now, this is the only approach available. The evolution of the soul embodies this variability. I must return once more to the dream world, to the realm of Naruto. After resolving the bloodline conflicts there, I can synchronize back to reality and restore myself. The dilemma lies in how I can return. It is certainly not feasible to go back into the frozen hibernation pod. The principles behind this elude my understanding, and the risk of freezing myself into oblivion looms large. The information at hand is scant, rendering effective analysis impossible. It appears that I must proceed by exploring the literal meaning of my thoughts. Entering a dream surely equates to sleeping and dreaming, following the logical sequence. I have eliminated an unsafe option, leaving only the secure one, and thus Ming-Kanki immediately prepared for the endeavor. However, his alter ego remained excessively composed and rational. Although he closed his eyes and sought to empty his mind for an extended period, slumber eluded him. Sleep, rest, and dreaming are domains that belong to the primary personality. Otherwise, how could it be called the primary persona? It falls upon me to take charge. Yet, are we not one and the same individual? How can there be such a disparity in wisdom? With this multitude of thoughts, how could I have overlooked such possibilities? As the primary persona of Ming-Kanki emerged, he initially expressed a few sardonic remarks, experiencing a sense of self-contempt. Ultimately, in a bid to surpass the secondary persona, he forcefully augmented the inferential information of the latter. Yet, my intellect is not inferior to that of the secondary persona. If I can extract the essence of my lineage from the dream realm, then I should simply seek a bloodline that can harmoniously coexist with conflicts. However, this hinges on my ability to adeptly control my entry into dreams, even ensuring that I can possess the body I desire. Contemplating this, Minkanki nodded, deeming it indeed feasible, and mused, I must give it a try. In a tranquil room undisturbed by the outside world, he reclined on the soft, expansive bed, initially positioning himself in a C shape, then shifting to a Z shape, later lying on his side, and ultimately sprawled out in a star shape as he drifted into slumber. Nevertheless, one cannot simply close their eyes and instantly fall asleep. It invariably requires several seconds to minutes of transition into slumber. This was an experience that Minkanki had just undergone. Similarly, one cannot merely wish to dream, often. The desire to dream may lead to a night of profound, dreamless sleep. Many young men in their adolescence, yearning for dreams of beauty, have undoubtedly encountered such occurrences. Now, let us delve into the notion of entering dreams, which is even more peculiar. Setting aside the fact that Minkanki himself has yet to comprehend the prerequisites for entering dreams, let us leverage the powers of higher dimensional beings to glimpse into the future and elucidate the true nature of dream entry. Entering a dream is a skill, one that necessitates a lucid state of consciousness for activation. Only by communicating with the obsidian obelisk can one invoke the ability to enter dreams. Thus, it is generally impossible for Minkanki to enter a dream in the literal sense through mere sleep. However, who says he cannot defy the ordinary? Since there exists the mundane, there must also be the extraordinary. And indeed, this extraordinary circumstance is one that Minkanki has encountered. Minkanki once again found himself immersed in a dream. He continued to envision the plundering of Athena's small universe, dreaming of descending into the sanctuary to examine the sacred texts of cultivation, and visualizing someone intruding upon the stargazing tower. At that moment, Minkanki forcefully returned the ancient tome to its place on the shelf and closed his eyes. Simultaneously, he fervently shouted in his heart, I wish to enter the realm of dreams. Into the dream, a profound sense of impending danger swiftly surged within Minkanki's soul. The dreamscape of Minkanki began to fluctuate, becoming exceedingly unstable. It appeared that he was on the verge of awakening from an inner sense of crisis. Suppressing the turmoil within, Minkanki continued to shout, I wish to enter the dream world. Enter the dream. Suddenly, the feeling of crisis vanished. At the edge of a colossal interstellar fortress, amidst a battlefield filled with countless warplanes and bizarre cosmic beings, Minkanki opened his eyes. Everything was hazy, with flashes of light illuminating the surroundings. It felt both frigid and scorching. Was this the vastness of outer space? The danger of possession loomed. One must tread carefully when entering dreams. With a tinge of lament, Minkanki succumbed to a profound stupor. Chapter 25. MF enters the dream. Minkanki awakened amidst a chorus of calls, his vision obscured as if veiled by a misty haze. He shut his eyes tightly, rubbed them vigorously, and then reopened them. Suddenly, a flash of clarity pierced through the fog, restoring his sight to normalcy. As he gazed upon the familiar faces before him, his mind was a blank slate. And he found himself unable to recall anything, as though his brain had just undergone a factory reset. Minkanki gazed in bewilderment. At that moment, before anyone arrived, a boisterous yet somewhat assertive voice resonated. I heard that Mikhail has awakened. Upon hearing this voice, Minkanki felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Miss Cheryl had also arrived. Mikhail's demeanor appeared rather peculiar. I suspect that prolonged exposure to the cosmos may have affected his mind. He seemed to be grappling with some memory issues. Listening to the words of the diminutive figure on the left, resembling a primary school student, and then observing the elegant beauty with flowing pink hair who entered, Minkanki's mind finally began to engage. Cheryl? Cheryl Norm? Minkanki spoke his first words, his voice raspy, reminiscent of a long-unused tape recorder, with each articulation lacking precision. Cheryl Lunham, clad in a patient's garb, proclaimed with unwavering strength, Do you not remember me? Indeed, it is I, the Queen, the celestial fairy, Cheryl Lunham. Minkanki's eyes glimmered as he observed Sherry Lunham's attire, reaching a judgment about the current progression of the narrative. He had arrived too late. Following the outbreak of the V-type infection, Sherry had devoted herself entirely to Aoyama Alti. At this point, Minkanki, who had never even experienced romance, stood no chance of capturing Sherry's heart. Without having made a move, he had already succumbed to defeat. He could only bury his affections deep within. much like he had done when confronting his first love. After quietly gazing at Sherry for a while, he turned his attention to the crowd gathered at the bedside, which included Gran, Luca, and Princess Alti. Hey, Mikhail. The mere mention of the title princess caused Aoyama Alti to erupt in frustration. With a chuckle, Ming Kanki's words flowed more fluently as he spoke. Since he could no longer pursue Sherry, he abandoned any notions of concealing his true identity. He adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ming Kanki, not Mikhail Brown." Mikhail's memories have completely vanished. I apologize. He is utterly gone. Hey, Mikhail. Gran grasped Ming Kanki's left arm tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. The formidable strength derived from her celestial heritage caused Ming Kanki discomfort, even without transforming into a giant. Aoyama Alti, unsure of what to say, sighed and turned to leave. Sherry Lunam's health had been deteriorating recently, as the V-type infection swiftly advanced towards her head. Given her mere friendship with Mikhail Brown, she too departed to return to her own hospital room. Upon hearing Ming Kanki's words, Luca Angelo suddenly recalled Nanes Matsuura, who lay unconscious in another room. Feeling a sense of despair, he too retreated. The hospital room was left with only Ming Kanki and Gran. I am truly sorry, Gran. This is the reality. I currently possess no experience in piloting aircraft. As for my body, perhaps there remains a trace of muscle memory, but that is all. Ming Kanki was perplexed as to why he felt compelled to apologize to Gran. Initially, he contemplated simply lying down after speaking, hoping to once again drift into slumber. Mikhail Gran wept, tears cascading down his seemingly youthful cheeks. Ming Kanki furrowed his brow, intending to continue speaking seriously, but suddenly shifted his tone. How about I take the controls of the fighter jet for a spin? Gran, you can teach me. Gran's tears instantly vanished as he exclaimed, sure. However, the perils of possession are not to be taken lightly. One must tread carefully when entering dreams. This caution extends not only to the dangers encountered during the act of possession, but also to those that arise thereafter. This time, he faced the challenge of memory erasure. But what of the next? Will Ming Kanki find himself retaining memories or even experiencing the tumult of soul collisions? In truth, even without any retained souls or memories this time, Ming Kanki remains susceptible to certain residual influences from the body of Mikhail Brown. Remarkably, he has yet to differentiate between his primary and secondary personalities, a fact of which he remains blissfully unaware. The risks of possession are real. One must indeed exercise caution when entering dreams. As he departed the hospital and journeyed towards the fighter jet airport, Ming Kanki gazed at the artificial sky, observing the trails of jets soaring above, and suddenly felt an appreciation for Mikhail Brown's body. In this world, it appears he possesses only a fraction of the celestial lineage. His vision has notably improved, perhaps compensating for the disorientation that follows the kaleidoscope of experiences. As for other ninjutsu in this interstellar realm, it seems that powers below the shadow grade might be utterly ineffectual. Indeed, mastering the fighter jet is imperative. His thoughts began to expand, contemplating how to navigate survival in this environment. At the fighter jet airport, within the isolated VF fighter jet hangar, he manipulated the control stick to elevate the nose, twisting to control the humanoid frame's arms and legs, accelerating and decelerating in a sequence designed for missile launch, akin to a sniper's calculated movements. Gran assisted Ming Kanki in donning the flight suit, meticulously guiding him through each control motion and the function of every button. In this moment, Ming Kanki was blissfully unaware of the distractions of youthful beauty and the allure of the legal lowly. At this juncture, his primary and secondary personalities had finally begun to differentiate. Ming Kanki wore an expressionless face, yet beneath the surface, it was his alter ego that was attentively listening. Engaging in rational contemplation, he immersed himself wholly in learning, exhibiting an astonishingly rapid pace of comprehension. Often, after a single utterance from Gulong, Ming Kanki could effortlessly commit the information to memory. In truth, augmented by the residual muscle memory left in Mikhail Braun's body, Ming Kanki could assert that he had essentially mastered the control of the VF variable body. Nevertheless, when it came to actual combat, his confidence was notably lacking. As the alter ego emerged, the primary personality materialized within the realm of his mind. Why was this the case? It was indeed a perplexing situation. Despite not having inherited any of Mikhail Braun's memories at all, why did he still feel a sense of unrest in the presence of Gulong? Within the mental space, the primary personality observed the animation of Macross Frontier playing on the computer, a flurry of thoughts coursing through his mind. Feeling somewhat vexed, the primary personality waved his hand, and a new monitor appeared on the desk. The monitor automatically opened a web page featuring a novel that Ming Kanki had previously perused. This was yet another advantage of the separation between the primary and alter egos. Regardless of whether Ming Kanki remembered, anything he had ever encountered could manifest as a web page. Images, or even silent videos within the mental space. Likewise, anything he had heard could materialize as audio. However, the computer in the mental space lacked a search engine, making it challenging to locate relevant information if Ming Kanki had no recollection whatsoever. As for the web page displaying the novel, it was indeed a fantasy tale from Dian Yang. The primary personality, in a fit of irritation, casually opened a book and randomly selected a chapter. Coincidentally, this chapter happened to be from a primordial-themed narrative, specifically one that described the act of severing 3 corpses, ultimately revolving around the obsession of self-deification. Chapter 26, The MF War Today. Ming Kanki did not await Gulong's arrival. Instead, he resolved to explore the hospital. After a winding journey, he arrived at the top floor. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between Gulong and Alut. I received notice from my end as well. What do you plan to do about the orchid matter? Such a long way. It feels as if I have traversed a great distance, yet my time with SMS has not been lengthy. Captain Gulong, what prompted you to join SMS? The conversation between Ming Kanki and Alut was disjointed, almost reminiscent of listening to the original anime dialogues. Jelin earnestly posed questions, while Alut responded with depth, yet tangentially. Becoming a soldier is a tradition among our kin, thus I harbored no doubts about this path. It was something I took for granted. I, too, shared this sentiment. My aspiration was to become an actor, yet my yearning for the skies led me to leave home and pursue the life of a prospective pilot. Then I encountered her. To safeguard her, I chose to join SMS, opting for a life of combat and protection. After that, was it suddenly a reminiscence? Indeed. I had previously been evading the truth, pretending not to notice various matters. However, that has come to an end. Shiruru opened the door and approached the edge of the corridor leading to the rooftop, meeting Ming Kanki's gaze. Ming Kanki made a gesture for silence, shaking his head while pointing towards the rooftop. At that moment, Alut's words became unexpectedly fervent and resolute, akin to the climax of a speech, overflowing with emotion. In this small world, fragile and easily disrupted, everyone resides here, hoping for a long-lasting existence. Therefore, if Lanhua were to become a tool for Vijra, should her song threaten our very existence, I would not hesitate to eliminate Lanhua. Alut's conviction was impeccable. Even Jelin, who was intently watching Alut, found tears welling up in his eyes. Shiruru was in tears, murmuring, I knew it all along, but now is fine. Even a moment longer is welcome. Ming Kanki could not comprehend Shiruru's feelings at that moment, nor could he fathom her thoughts. Yet, the poignant sight of her, rendering a woman so strong that she often indulged in her whims, to tears, was precisely what had once moved Ming Kanki deeply. There was no need for reasons. He could not find an explanation. He was simply touched and felt an irresistible urge to draw closer to her. Ming Kanki raised his hand slightly and turned to walk back. Although the dominant persona inherited the vast majority of Ming Kanki's will, it still bore certain flaws. For instance, Ming Kanki's reticence and timidity in matters of love led the dominant persona to opt for avoidance rather than courageous advancement. The inner monologue of the dominant persona reflects, I believe there is no need to approach. I am merely an outsider, and it is perhaps better that I remain uninvolved. Nevertheless, the song of Cheryl Gnome is truly enchanting. As Ming Kanki deftly twisted the doorknob of the rooftop, several armed soldiers swiftly aimed their weapons at him. The sharp sound of bullets being chambered sent a jolt of apprehension through Ming Kanki, simultaneously drawing the attention of Jelon and Alti, who were on the rooftop. A figure clad in the guise of a secretive practitioner emerged from behind the soldiers, proclaiming in a tone of authoritative judgment, Mikhail Braun, now known as Ming Kanki. By the order of His Excellency the President, you are hereby commanded to partake in the forthcoming battle. No excuse of disillusionment shall suffice for your evasion. Should you fail to comply, you will face severe repercussions under the laws pertaining to the smuggling of Macross frontier and anti-cyborg regulations. Given the state of war, you must comprehend that the penalties are bound to be the harshest. Do you intend to kill Mikhail? I will not allow it. Jelon rushed forward to shield Ming Kanki. Lieutenant Jelon, you must understand that this individual's soul is no longer that of Lieutenant Mikhail. He is entirely a different person now. I care not. Regardless of what that person may claim, I shall not yield an inch. Ming Kanki faintly perceived the immense presence of the Zentradi concealed within Jelon's now childlike form. You may leave. I will engage in battle. Mikhail? Ming Kanki gently ruffled Glenn's hair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Beneath that smile, A frenzied notion began to take root within his heart. The war was on the brink of commencing, and Grace's machinations were nearing their culmination. The immense silhouette of Orchid loomed over the skies of Vidra, her voice clashing with that of Shirley. The tails of various vessels, beams of light, missiles, and even the brilliance of reactive projectiles painted a resplendent tapestry against the dim backdrop of the cosmos. Well, a perfect hit every time. This contraption is remarkably user-friendly. Be cautious, Glenn. Ming Kanki piloted Michael's VF-25G, relentlessly targeting one Vidra after another. With his Sharingan activated, he was even able to adeptly provide cover for Garangurang and Alut among others. Be cautious, Michael. However, the melodious voice of Orchid overshadowed that of Cheryl. The background music momentarily did not belong to the MF side. The Vidra began to launch organized offensive and defensive maneuvers. Ming Kanki found himself in peril for a time. Fortunately, Garangurang timely knocked away a Vidra that was ambushing Ming Kanki. The formation of the Vidra gradually became denser, and Ming Kanki, Garangurang, Alut, and the others found themselves slowly encircled. Ming Kanki's expression was one of indifference, seemingly a manifestation of an alternate persona, yet distinct in its nuances. There was no escape. Maximum mobility. The Sharingan spun rapidly, the three black tomo subtly hinting at a convergence into unity. Ming Kanki's hands moved with an almost mechanical precision. The muscle memory flawlessly employed. He advanced in a zigzag pattern, executing serpentine maneuvers, gracefully leaping and deftly dodging with a tactical reduction in speed. Within mere seconds, Ming Kanki piloted the blue sniper VF-25G, having distanced himself from the main forces, and surged towards the rear of the Vidra formation. There, precisely positioned, was the colossal projection of the Orchid. Since the corporeal form in this dream world is not truly mine, then death shall not entail my demise. Might it be akin to a virtual reality game, where resurrection is a possibility, or perhaps some other transformation? This warrants exploration, through the most valiant means possible. Such was the fervent notion that consumed Ming Kanki, and this was the opportune moment to bring that thought to fruition. The blue VF-25G, codenamed Skull 2, charged forward with reckless abandon, akin to a suicide assault. Mikhail. The radio crackled with the heart-wrenching, anguished cries of Gran. Ming Kanki quietly turned on the broadcast and calmly stated, I sincerely hope that the next time will not involve a body already burdened with emotions. I wish I could step into an earlier timeline. I long to meet Shirla sooner. Ah, Alut, I shall clear the path for you. Advance. The vibrant green light of chakra blazed fiercely around Ming Kanki. I will exhaust my life force. Would release, true thousand-handed Buddha. A colossal wooden Buddha materialized out of thin air, shattering everything in its path, yet sparing the lives of all enemies. The offensive power of Wood Release was insufficient to penetrate the Vidra's protective shield. However, the human-made battleship, concealed beneath the projection of Orchid in the Battle Galaxy, proved far less resilient. It was directly shattered by the Buddha's impact, plummeting to the ground. Subsequently, Alut navigated through unimpeded terrain and successfully entered Battle Galaxy to rescue Orchid. In the harmonious resonance of Orchid and Shirlu's song, Alut and Orchid's brother succeeded in vanquishing Grace. Humanity shattered the conspiracy and emerged victorious. As for Ming Kanki, he completely vanished. Later, SMS retrieved the wooden Buddha formed from Ming Kanki, but found no trace of Mikhail's cells, as if the individual had never existed at all. Chapter 27. Awakening in Konoha. At the end of the 50th year in Konoha, Cloud Ninja attempted to abduct the young daughter of the Hyuga clan, but upon being discovered, they sought to retaliate. Konoha, fury ignited, engaged in battle at the border of the two nations in early 51. This conflict witnessed the reemergence of the first Hokage, whose vast Wood Release technique obliterated nearly 20,000 Cloud Ninjas in an instant. The Two Tails fell into ambush, and the Raikage conceded defeat. The ninja world believed Konoha to be extraordinarily powerful, thriving once more. Yet, Konoha maintained its usual low profile, and none were aware that the wielder of Wood Release had succumbed to unconsciousness. A month later, the Sage of the Toads, Jiraiya, returned to Konoha with Princess Tsunade Senju, heralding a time of great prosperity for the village. 3 years later, that scoundrel Orochimaru. For nearly 3 years, every time Tsunade treated Ming Kanki, she was filled with immense anger. When Tsunade first took on the treatment of Ming Kanki, her hemophobia had yet to be resolved. With the assistance of the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital, she successfully completed her first treatment of Ming Kanki. After that, no blood ever leaked from his body again. Tsunade healed him in just one attempt, a severe injury that had eluded the medical ninjas of Konoha Hospital for over a month. Following this, Tsunade dedicated several days to concocting medicine. Coupled with her formidable medical ninjutsu, she gradually suppressed Minkanki's bloodline conflict. However, for nearly 3 years, despite all efforts, Tsunade could not awaken Minkanki. Fortunately, Konoha needed wood release to maintain its facade, preventing them from abandoning Minkanki. Additionally, Minkanki was the brother of Uzumaki Karen, who shared a close bond with Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, Minkanki was relocated to a secret place, surrounded by layers of protection. Only the Hokage and Tsunade may enter. To the outside world, this is the secluded sanctuary of the Konoha princess, Senju Tsunade, and any disturbance is strictly forbidden. Even the elders of Konoha are not permitted entry without prior notification. This is an edict issued by the third Hokage himself. Naturally, for most Jonin and higher-ranked shinobi of Konoha, this matter is somewhat public. While some may harbor ulterior motives, the overwhelming majority of ninjas remain tight-lipped about it. Boom. As Minkanki regained consciousness, he was immediately startled by the sound of a resounding explosion. What on earth is happening? Did the final concealment fail? Am I still amidst the battleground of the transdimensional fortress? No, that cannot be. I seem to be lying flat. Minkanki opened his eyes, once again experiencing the transition from blurred vision to clarity. The wooden structure, adorned in traditional Japanese style, came into view. He lay upon a contemporary hospital bed, surrounded by crisp white sheets, a pristine white pillow, and a white coat. Several 4 bags hung from a rack bearing the coat, slowly administering fluids into his right hand. The technological advancements in the shinobi world are indeed peculiar. Despite existing in an era dominated by bladed weapons, the infusion bags and needles resemble those of modernity. Aside from the Japanese aesthetic of the room, Minkanki found no distinguishing features to indicate the world he inhabited. Though he was faced with only 2 possibilities, other worlds and the Naruto universe, he remained uncertain. Thus, he rose from his bed. Thanks to Tsunade's attentive care, Minkanki's body exhibited no signs of muscular atrophy. On the contrary, he appeared as though he had aged a year. Is anyone there? He inquired tentatively, grasping the coat rack with his left hand as he approached the door and pushed it open. To his surprise, he discovered a grand hall beyond. More precisely, the wooden dwelling in which he resided was situated within an expansive underground chamber. The hall was illuminated by several bright, incandescent lights mimicking sunlight, enveloped in a layer of illusionary jutsu that rendered it indistinguishable from the outside world. Upon the moment Minkanki beheld the grand hall, his eyes underwent a swift transformation. His Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, activated instantaneously before shutting once more. In that fleeting instant, the 3 black tomo subtly coalesced into a distinctive pattern. However, the emergence and disappearance occurred with such rapidity that even Minkanki himself failed to perceive the alteration in his gaze. He was oblivious to the fact that he had momentarily awakened his Sharingan. Nevertheless, this transformation did not escape the notice of a lurking Umbu ninja tasked with guarding the premises. This particular Umbu, being the captain of his squad, was taken aback by the change in Minkanki's eyes. Without delay, he gestured to summon another Umbu, commanding, as long as he remains inside, do not engage him. Should he become aware, find a way to delay him. I will seek out Lady Tsunade. Yes, replied the other Umbu, retreating once more into concealment. The Umbu captain promptly utilized a body flicker technique to hasten his exit. He traversed the path unimpeded until he reached the surface, where he immediately reported to the irate Tsunade, having wreaked havoc upon the ground. Lady Tsunade, he has awakened. Good. Tsunade's anger dissipated in an instant, her figure flickering as she appeared within the room. The Umbu captain's eyes narrowed as he too activated his body flicker technique, vanishing once again into the shadows. Meanwhile, back with Minkanki, although he did not perceive the fleeting shift in his vision, effortlessly penetrated the illusionary barrier. He even caught a glimpse of 2 members of the Umbu engaged in discourse beyond the veil. Had he been versed in lip reading, he might have deciphered their conversation. Yet, the Umbu wore masks, rendering such an endeavor futile. Nevertheless, he distinctly observed one of the Umbu, the squad leader, gesturing towards him. Ultimately, Minkanki unveiled the facade of the hall. He also noted the emblem of a leaf adorning the foreheads of the 2 Umbu. The Leaf Village, indeed. It appears I have returned. Yet, what is the nature of this situation? Not only is there surveillance by the Umbu, but this barrier seems to serve as a form of protection as well. Minkanki was uncertain whether he was being protected or confined. Fortunately, he did not need to ponder this matter for long. Tsunade soon appeared outside the barrier. Upon seeing Tsunade's senju, Minkanki felt a sense of relief. After all, Tsunade had consistently been portrayed as a virtuous character in the original narrative. This thought reassured him. You are awake. How do you feel? Tsunade inquired as she dispelled the barrier and stepped inside. As she spoke, green chakra emanated from her hands, gently pressing against Minkanki's body. Minkanki could even perceive waves of chakra, imbued with a warm sensation, circulating within him before dissipating slightly. The remnants returned to Tsunade's hand. The title of the healing master is not an exaggeration. This meticulous and profound method of chakra detection is something that the vast majority of medical ninjas would struggle to master in an entire lifetime. Minkanki remained silent. For Tsunade posed him no harm. He understood that he must obediently endure the doctor's examination. Although, it must be said, this doctor was rather tempestuous in demeanor. After conducting her assessment, Tsunade proclaimed, "Very well. There has been no further manifestation of bloodline conflict. However, you must refrain from utilizing wood release henceforth. Your grandfather's cellular erosion is far too potent for you to withstand. While I am uncertain why you did not transform into wood 3 years ago, I assure you, you will not be so fortunate a second time." 3 years? Are you implying I have been unconscious for 3 years? What has become of my sister? How Tsunade would elucidate the circumstances of those 3 years to Minkanki is a matter best left unspoken. Meanwhile, the concealed Umbu squad leader did not return to the underground base, but rather ventured to another subterranean location. Chapter 28. Identity revealed in a shadowy underground facility in Konoha. The quietly departing Umbu leader knelt before a flickering candlelit table. "Lord Danzo, Minkanki has awakened. Moreover, I have observed that he possesses a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. I am certain it is not a mere illusion. It is indeed real." Danzo was aware of Minkanki's Uchiha lineage. Yet he was slightly taken aback by the revelation of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. To have remained in a comatose state for 3 years only to awaken with such a latent power, how deeply concealed the Uchiha clan's legacy must be. The possibility that they had sacrificed a prodigious talent of their own, subjecting him to the first Hokage's cells and masquerading him as one of Orochimaru's test subjects, was indeed plausible. In an instant, Danzo's mind raced with various conspiracies. However, his visage betrayed no emotion, and his gaze remained cold and unyielding. After a few moments of silence, he expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. You have performed admirably. I will ensure the safety of that Uchiha descendant. There remains a task for you. Disseminate this information to the Uchiha clan. Remember, they must not discover anything amiss. It is imperative that you execute this flawlessly. Go." "Understood." The Umbu captain known as Ri departed without hesitation upon receiving Danzo's instructions. "Torian, accompany him discreetly. Ensure that your presence goes unnoticed. Should there be any risk of information leakage from the route, you know what must be done." No sooner had Ri left than Danzo promptly prepared contingencies. Torian vanished in an instant. The room of the route remained silent, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight, as Danzo rested his chin on his hand and murmured, "Indeed, the Sharingan rightfully belongs to me." Amidst the candlelight, his downward-facing palm concealed a blood-red 3 Tomo Sharingan, which mechanically rotated half a turn before springing back to its original position. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the third Hokage returned home after a day of arduous work. "What brings you here, Ri?" Upon stepping inside, the third addressed the shadowed corner directly. From the shadows, the Umbu captain re-emerged, clad in dark attire. He promptly knelt and replied, "Yes, Lord Third. I have awaited your return for the entire afternoon." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage comprehended the matter at hand. It was a command he had issued. In order to safeguard Minkanki, he issued a gag order, permitting the Dark Division to report on Minkanki's condition only when he himself inquired within the confines of his home. "Has he awakened? Let us go." After a brief inquiry, Sanda did not wait for a satisfactory answer before promptly exiting through the door. Hey, Tsunade-senpai, when will you let me out?" Minkanki had been pressing Tsunade for an entire afternoon. However, aside from being compelled to undergo a series of examinations such as chakra extraction tests, ninjutsu release assessments, and stamina depletion evaluations, he received no answers. "Haha, are you anxious yet?" came a voice, aged yet vibrant, echoing in the air. Even before the person arrived, Minkanki could distinctly discern who it was. Minkanki immediately shouted towards the source of the voice, "Old man of the 3rd generation. Hurry and have your disciple release me. I have been asleep for 3 years, and I am oblivious to how the world has changed. Moreover, what has become of my sister? And, do not feign pity, you little brat." Tsunade clenched her fists, the the sound echoing ominously. If there were an anime effect, one could surely see her forehead pulsating like a crossroads, swelling and contracting incessantly. Ming Kanki fell silent immediately, subtly shifting back. It's good that you're awake. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss on how to explain things to Xianglin and Naruto. Naruto? What does that brat have to do with anything? The third Hokage's cryptic words left Ming Kanki utterly bewildered. Oh, you have no idea. While you were gone, those two became inseparable, closer than siblings by blood. Oh, as long as they aren't in love, that's fine. He muttered, then inquired. So, will you let me out now? Look, I'm perfectly fine. Tsunade-sensei examined me all afternoon, and there's no problem. As he spoke, Ming Kanki began to run and jump, even showcasing his lightning release body flicker technique. After a brief excursion, he returned without a hint of fatigue or redness in his face. He appeared genuinely unscathed. The third Hokage glanced at Tsunade. Absolutely not. We must observe him for another 2 days. I refuse to let this little rascal tarnish my medical reputation right after he exits. Oh, come on, old man. Ming Kanki argued persuasively. Eventually, both the third Hokage and Tsunade were convinced. Ultimately, Ming Kanki was allowed to stay. The third Hokage went off to drink with Tsunade, marveling that a mere boy had managed to persuade two individuals with a combined age of over 100. The following day, the number of Umbu assigned to protect Ming Kanki was halved. The Umbu squad leader, Liang, was among the group of ninjas concluding this mission. That evening, the Konoha Tavern was bustling with patrons. Even the most expensive private room had been rented out. Liang and another Umbu were indulging in drinks, for the sake of secrecy. The task of safeguarding Ming Kanki was entirely undertaken by the same team of Umbu. They had been on this mission for 3 consecutive years, without a single day off. Exhausted, Liang began to feel the effects of the sake, his face flushed and his demeanor somewhat intoxicated. Chin, do you think we're protecting that? The Umbu named Chin quickly covered Liang's mouth and whispered, Liang, watch your words. Liang brushed Chin's hand away, gesturing around the room with an air of ease. Oh, it's fine. Do you really think I'm drunk? This room was specially arranged with a barrier during the last visit from the daimyo. It's soundproof. And even the Byakugan can't penetrate it. No one will know what we discuss here. Chin still felt it was inappropriate to talk about that. He raised his cup and quietly said, we shouldn't speak so casually about it. We signed a confidentiality agreement. That individual is the future of Konoha. We must eliminate any potential risks to him. Yes, yes, Liang nodded vigorously, downing another cup of sake. He leaned against the table, attempting to point at Chun, but missing. It seemed he was genuinely intoxicated. Tilting his head, he filled his cup once more and drank again. Just as he was about to pour another round, Chin stopped him. Liang pushed Chin's hand aside, exclaiming, but I just can't keep it bottled up. Look at how arrogant the Uchiha clan has become. Konoha has changed so much that we barely recognize it anymore. She is still our teammate. Because Uchiha was speaking, Liang prepared to pour more wine. Chin quickly snatched the bottle away, interrupting him. You cannot say that. You are intoxicated. Do not drink any more. No, I want more. Liang insisted, reaching for the bottle while continuing his tirade, his voice rising in volume. I merely pose a question. What if that esteemed individual were to become like Uchiha? Do you know what I have witnessed? I saw that esteemed individual possess the Sharingan. Did Lady Tsunade even treat him? What? How did you come to know this? Chin's heart sank in alarm, as he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He glanced nervously around and spoke in a hushed, serious tone. Liang, you are inebriated. I have heard nothing. You have said nothing. You are merely intoxicated. Hastily, Chin gathered himself, supporting Liang as he guided him out. Chapter 29. The conspiracy unfolds within the private room of the izakaya. The exchange between the two Umbu members appeared to have gone unnoticed, as Liang and Chin departed. The other Umbu and ninjas within exhibited no signs of alarm. Yet, none perceived a most fortuitous circumstance. Behind the izakaya's private room lay a small grove, and beyond it was a modest tavern belonging to the Uchiha clan. There, an Uchiha had fortuitously employed his Sharingan to observe the events within the room. Coincidentally, the barrier designed to prevent eavesdropping had weakened. By chance, Liang and Chin sat apart, with Liang speaking directly into the line of sight of the Uchiha, unobstructed. Many ninjas possess the ability to read lips, and it is a remarkable coincidence that this Uchiha was one of them. After Liang and Chin exited the izakaya, the Uchiha hastily departed as well. Moments later, beneath the window of the Uchiha tavern, a small insect fell among the fallen leaves, swiftly vanishing without a trace. Much time passed before the barrier against eavesdropping in the izakaya's private room was restored. Eventually, The izakaya closed for the night. Subsequently, the oil woman emerged from a location adjacent to the private room, unnoticed as before. That night, within the hidden depths beneath the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan, the elites of the Uchiha were agitated. We can no longer remain passive, esteemed leader. Konoha has already mastered wood release, and they have even slain Shursui. Indeed, esteemed leader, if they could eliminate Shursui in an instant, will they not proceed to eliminate us one by one? We cannot wait any longer. Amidst the chaotic voices, one sentiment rang clear. The Uchiha clan must swiftly instigate a coup. Uchiha Fugaku stood before the ancestral stone tablet. The flickering red light of the torch cast a long shadow, enveloping the Uchiha on either side. In the shadows, none could discern Fugaku's expression. He absorbed the emotions of his kin, his heart once again ensnared in turmoil. He was a man of indecision and profound emotion. The Uchiha clan, capable of unlocking the kaleidoscope, must have comprehended love only to subsequently lose it. Under this emotional flaw, Fugaku Uchiha found himself unable to make decisive choices, perpetually postponing his resolutions. Instead of providing a direct answer, he inquired, I have heard that the individual, Mitsuki, has awakened the Sharingan? Affirmative. It was indeed the one who had inadvertently witnessed the leak of information from the Umbu. It was he who reported the news to Fugaku, prompting the assembly of this clandestine meeting at the shrine. Fugaku sought to elucidate or perhaps elaborate on his perspective. However, he directly stated, then he is one of our Uchiha clan, or at the very least, that pair of eyes must be reclaimed. Utilizing an unexpected half-blood Uchiha to temporarily redirect the clan's focus, Fugaku executed this maneuver with remarkable finesse. With a temporary objective established, the agitated Uchiha elites promptly acquiesced to their leader's command, showing no inclination to probe further into the specifics or devise any plans. Astonishingly, the secret assembly concluded in such a manner. Among these several elite individuals, not a single soul pondered these pressing matters. Once the shrine was cleared of clan members, Fugaku let out a deep sigh. The future of the Uchiha clan appeared grim under the leadership of such so-called elites. The following day, Mitsuki received confirmation from Tsunade that upon completing the day's training and examination, he would be permitted to roam freely within the confines of the underground barrier. Mitsuki's demeanor was impassive, his body enveloped in a current of electricity that seemed to merge into a singular entity. His secondary persona unleashed the full potential of the lightning release body technique. However, he had yet to master this ninjutsu. To be precise, the lightning release body technique is theoretically limitless. Through relentless training and gradual refinement with lightning, one's physical strength, speed, endurance, and even defensive capabilities can be perpetually enhanced. At this juncture, Mitsuki was experiencing the most accelerated phase of his physical enhancement. Tsunade had just been summoned outside by an Umbu. The secondary persona manifested within Mitsuki paid no heed to this and continued to execute various training maneuvers, accelerating, pivoting, halting abruptly, and navigating obstacles at extraordinary speeds. At the entrance of Tsunade's secluded estate, an abrupt roar erupted from her. Get lost. I possess wood release. I am of the Senju clan, an Uchiha. Appearing to be of similar age to Fugaku, with his crimson three-tomo Sharingan unwaveringly fixated on Tsunade, retorted solemnly, but, Lady Tsunade, he too possesses the Sharingan, which is the emblem of our Uchiha clan. I have never seen any Sharingan. Leave me be. Tsunade bellowed once more, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Within the energy-infused vision of the Sharingan, they could perceive Tsunade's tightly clenched right fist, brimming with a considerable amount of chakra. She seemed unprepared to speak a third time and was resolutely poised to strike. We understand. We were indeed reckless. Please forgive our concern for a potential clansman. We shall take our leave. One of the illustrious legendary three ninjas, Tsunade Senju, the princess of Konohagakure, possesses a reputation and strength that dares not be trifled with. The mere thought of opposing her is inconceivable. Furthermore, several members of the Uchiha clan gritted their teeth and bowed in apology to Tsunade before taking their leave. Once the Uchiha had departed, Tsunade returned to the subterranean barrier space. Minkanki has encountered a misfortune. Throughout the day, the difficulty of his training surged from the level of a nin directly to the intensity of a Kaga-level spar. Indeed, it was as such. Tsunade Senju personally directed Minkanki in his practice, under the pretense that individual training yields little progress, while combat against formidable foes is the swiftest path to enhancement. Thus, from dawn until midnight, Minkanki endured a relentless cycle of combat, punishment, healing, and recovery. By the end, he found himself devoid of the strength to even voice a complaint. upon reclaiming his primary persona, which had scarcely had the chance to register its emergence. Minkanki succumbed to slumber. Lord Clan Leader, we have failed. The Uchiha clan, Fayake household. Fayake felt a profound sense of disappointment towards the Uchiha elite who had come to report. The Uchiha had been oppressed to the point of contemplating rebellion. Yet these elites still regarded themselves as the paramount authority, daring to confront Tsunade Senju at her residence. Surely, their minds must be rusted. Fortunately, they had not succumbed to complete folly. They retained just enough awareness to refrain from direct confrontation with Tsunade. With a sigh, Fayake waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is of no consequence. This was merely an experiment. The informant may not have had our best interests at heart. Coincidentally, the barrier that had thwarted our surveillance lost its efficacy that day. Was it truly mere chance?" Initially, Fayake endeavored to maintain his composure. Yet he could not suppress his inclination to voice a few observations. The captain's thoughts evidently did not align with Fayake's perspective, though he nodded in agreement. His mind raced with the notion, Konoha is indeed treacherous. After a few moments of silence, a spark of insight ignited in his mind, prompting him to raise another concern. Lord Clan Leader, could it be that Shirsui's predicament indicates that Konoha is genuinely preparing to act against us? Shirsui sacrificed his life to warn us. Chapter 30. Before the storm, Itachi was the last individual to see Shirsui. The letter left behind was undeniably pinned in Shirsui's hand. Until a body is discovered, we can only conclude that Shirsui took his own life. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of Itachi's father. Thus, the responsibility for investigation rests with you. Your foremost task now is to locate Shirsui's body. Go forth. Fully aware that this was a grave accusation against Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku did not make a prompt decision. Instead, he allowed the police force to conduct a clandestine investigation from the state of Shirsui's corpse. It was evident that he had engaged in a fierce battle before taking his own life. Yet, his eyes were missing. The Uchiha eyes must never be allowed to fall into external hands. Even if we must retrieve that eye eventually, our primary focus now lies on Uchiha Itachi. You are to employ every possible means to investigate, including but not limited to sowing discord to provoke him. Go forth. Simultaneously, at the residence of a certain elder of the Uchiha clan, it was clear that this elder had discovered the body of Uchiha Shirsui. However, he refrained from informing Fugaku and instead prepared to frame Uchiha Itachi for murder. A series of conspiracies and machinations unfolded as turmoil raged secretly within Konoha, with Danzo's blade poised almost at the Uchiha's throat. Yet, internal strife for power continued to unfold within the Uchiha clan. Truly, when heaven intends to destroy a people, it first drives them to madness. In the ensuing days, the elite of the Uchiha became increasingly frenzied. They not only apprehended suspected enemy ninjas on the streets, but also violently assaulted several villagers of Konoha. It was rumored that these villagers had previously expressed dissent regarding their enforcement methods. Of course, the Uchiha contended that those villagers had attempted to assist the enemy in their escape, thus justifying their capture. Whispers circulated that the Konoha police force had repeatedly intercepted the rising star Uchiha Itachi, attempting to summon him for interrogation, employing heated rhetoric that suggested a direct intent to label Uchiha Itachi as a murderer. Some elders remarked, those madmen are now sparing not even their own. They are increasingly resembling that individual. In truth, Uchiha Itachi found himself obstructed at his own doorstep, questioned about the circumstances surrounding Shirsui's death. Overwhelmed by the disturbance, he nearly struck the captain who questioned him. Had it not been for Sasuke's timely call, even Fugaku would have been unable to restrain Itachi from taking action. What a narrow-minded clan, perpetually speaking of unity yet placing their own interests above those of the entire village. This not only poses a threat to the village but also places the clan in a precarious position. As night deepened, a full moon hung in the sky. Through Itachi's Sharingan, the moon appeared incomplete. Clad in his Umbu attire, he stood atop a utility pole, gazing down upon Konoha and the Uchiha compound, murmuring to himself, I am sorry, Shirsui. I have failed. The conflict between my clan and the village has become irreconcilable. I cannot do it. I can only choose the village. Muttering these words, although Itachi did not weep uncontrollably, tears streamed down his face. The emotionless expression behind his cat mask seemed to grow even colder, wiping away his tears. Uchiha Itachi leapt away, vanishing beneath the moonlight. In a secluded grove somewhere in Konoha, it appeared that you were prepared. A masked man, standing with his back to Itachi, spoke with a chilling indifference. Itachi activated his Sharingan, fixating on the masked man's back, and replied with equal detachment, Indeed. However, Uchiha Sasuke must remain. I require those eyes. Therefore, I shall return in 3 days." The masked man, with unwavering certainty, concluded his words and vanished like a whirlpool. Subsequently, the third Hokage received a confidential message from Itachi Uchiha, which prominently mentioned the masked man, suspected to be Uchiha Madara. Nonetheless, Itachi refrained from disclosing the impending joint operation to eradicate the Uchiha clan to the third Hokage. He understood that the Hokage would not consent to the extermination of a prominent clan within the village. In truth, due to the Uchiha issue, the third had already engaged in numerous disputes with his 3 advisors. Upon receiving Itachi's message, the third Hokage inferred additional intelligence from the information gathered by the Anbu. On the 3rd day after Itachi's encounter with the masked man, the elders of Konoha, Koharu Udatain, and Hamura Midokado cornered the third Hokage at his residence. The third had anticipated this, as he had no intention of going to his office that day. He set aside his pipe, exhaling a long plume of gray smoke, and asked resignedly, "This time, you are aligned with Danzo, aren't you?" Though framed as a question, the third was already quite certain in his heart. "We cannot allow the Uchiha to run rampant any longer. Look at what they have turned the Konoha Guard into, a mere private militia for the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, you can no longer afford to be indecisive." According to the Anbu, the Uchiha clan has been involved in multiple conspiracies. Just this month, they have convened 3 times. The 2 advisors exchanged words, persistently attempting to persuade the third Hokage. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the third finally declared, "Tell Danzo not to lay a hand on the children. This is my bottom line." After gazing deeply at the third for several seconds, Kohara restrained the still-speaking Hamura, saying, "We understand. Root? Absolutely not." Danzo categorically dismissed the third's perspective, retorting to the 2 advisors, "Can you truly believe that the Uchiha will not rebel again once they grow up?" The advisors said little more and silently departed from Root, tacitly conceding to Danzo's viewpoint. As night fell, the streets of Konoha were eerily quiet. "I suppose it's time to let me go. Or do you wish to be a lecherous old bull chasing after tender grass?" In Tsunade's household, this was no longer an underground space. Mitarashi Anko teased Tsunade, who seemed unusually preoccupied that entire afternoon, scrutinizing everything yet refusing to let him leave. "Damn it, who are you calling old?" Tsunade exclaimed, stomping her foot and creating a massive dent in the floor, her expression turning dangerously fierce. The term old should not be casually used towards a woman, especially a woman who, despite her advanced age, possesses a youthful visage, like Tsunade. Does she not exude an aura of fierce determination? Ming Kanki felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and quickly sought to remedy the situation, wearing a pained expression as he implored, Hey, sister, Tsunade. It is high time you let me return, don't you think? I've been under examination for 5 hours already. This is unacceptable." Despite the absence of her lethal aura, Tsunade remained resolute in her refusal. "If you won't let me leave, and you also prevent me from expending chakra, what can you possibly ascertain from this examination? Are you the physician here, or am I?" You are regardless of how Ming Kanki rolled around, pouted, or reasoned. Tsunade remained steadfast in her decision. In her mind, she surmised that the old man had likely discovered something and had specifically instructed her to protect him. "You shan't be going anywhere tonight." Chapter 31. The Uchiha clan massacre. In truth, it was not only Ming Kanki who was detained by Tsunade. Even the Konoha Ninja Academy had not dismissed its students at the usual hour. The entire academy was surrounded by the Hokage's elite Anbu. Under the pretext of examinations and supplementary lessons, all students were retained. The flutter of a butterfly's wings, nurtured over 3 years, had finally culminated in a tempest. The Uchiha clan massacre had diverged significantly from the original narrative. The third Hokage did not fully trust that the 2 advisors could persuade Danzo. He understood Danzo as thoroughly as Danzo understood him. Therefore, the third Hokage had put contingency plans in place, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arose. All 9 Uchiha students at the Ninja Academy would survive under the covert protection of the Anbu. Suddenly, the Anbu squad leader, Ryo, burst into the courtyard, his arms stained with blood. Before he had even reached them, he shouted, "Lady Tsunade, hurry to the academy. The Uchiha are under siege. They have gone berserk. Miss Kinomoto is gravely injured. Only you can save her, swiftly." Due to the similarity in the Anbu attire, Tsunade was unable to discern the identity of the current Anbu. In truth, she merely recognized that it was the garb of a captain. "What?" Ming Kanki was taken aback and dashed out immediately. "Hurry." Tsunade followed closely behind. Moments earlier, Liang Zheng and other members of the Anbu were concealed around the Ninja Academy. Unlike the singular focus of his comrades, Liang's attention was primarily directed towards Class A of the second grade. As chaos erupted, he rushed forward and caught a glimpse of the Sharingan beneath the mask of a figure. Through a concerted effort, they managed to repel the assailant, inadvertently tearing his outer garment and revealing the Uchiha clan emblem. At that moment, Liang noticed that Vortex Kaguya was gravely injured and required immediate medical attention. Thus, he sprinted desperately towards Tsunade's residence. Liang's mind replayed the intricate details of their mission. This was the trial task assigned to him by Danzo for his formal induction into the roots of the organization. The ultimate objective of this mission was to drive Ming Kenki into a frenzy, compelling him to recklessly charge into the Uchiha territory, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Itachi Uchiha. The third Hokage was well aware of Danzo's machinations, and Danzo was equally cognizant of the third strategies. To secure the acquisition of Sharingan, Danzo not only engaged in a strategic game with the third, but also devised multiple contingency plans. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Danzo was unaware that Itachi Uchiha had made contact not only with him, but also with a masked individual who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, Obito Uchiha from the original narrative. His scheme had yet to be set in motion when Obito unleashed a massacre upon Konoha, specifically targeting the Uchiha of the police force and ninja academy. With his mastery of space-time ninjutsu, Obito could act undetected. Yet, Danzo had crafted a plot to frame the Uchiha for the incident at the academy. When a high-ranking Uchiha was slain, the Umbu quickly intervened. Observing the situation, Liang mused, "The operation has commenced." He successfully executed Danzo's orders twice in succession, which only inflated his arrogance. Instead of diverting his attention elsewhere, he headed straight for Class A of the second grade, where Naruto and Kaguya were located, a glaring beacon amidst the chaos. While others rushed towards the scene of the incident, he ventured towards an unrelated classroom. Obito, initially considering a glance at Sasuke Uchiha, became intrigued by this conspicuous target and followed suit. Then, with a smirk, Obito thought, once again, the Ninetales. He was delighted. The opportunity presented itself effortlessly. Only one Umbu member was guarding the Ninetales, Naruto, prompting Obito to alter his plans and prepare for another grand spectacle in Konoha. He immediately set out to capture Naruto. Liang attempted to strike a few blows but was injured in the arm by Obito. Without hesitation, he made a swift retreat. "What's this seal?" Obito mused as he attempted to unravel the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen. However, the 8 trigram seal, formed by the combination of 2 4-symbol seals, proved to be significantly more complex and required a key for its deactivation. Obito attempted to unravel the seal but found it utterly futile. Subsequently, he harnessed the power of his Sharingan to penetrate the confines of the seal, seeking to exert control over the Ninetales directly. However, the sealing space within Naruto's abdomen resembled a labyrinthine sewer. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the dim classroom, and the sound of chirping thunder resonated throughout. Raikiri, Kakashi, with a fierce glare in his left eye, charged towards Obito, proclaiming, "I may have arrived late, but if you wish to harm Naruto, you shall have to step over my corpse." Kakashi Hitaki. Obito, momentarily phasing, exuded a murderous intent. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Obito. As Obito grasped the chain, poised to eliminate Kakashi, he abruptly halted and gazed out the window. "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate." With a disdainful snort, Obito withdrew into his Kamui space, vanishing from sight. "Where's Minato?" Outside, Tsunade's commanding voice rang out. "Kakashi, you must find Minato at once. That scoundrel is running amok at a time like this." Ming Kenki took a wrong turn. A simple sleight of hand led him directly onto the path towards the Uchiha clan. In a narrow alley of the Uchiha clan, after running for a considerable time, Ming Kenki finally sensed something amiss and came to a halt. Ming Kenki believed he had fallen victim to an illusion, finding himself in this place. As he surveyed the rows of Uchiha clan members, a tentative hypothesis began to form in his mind. He feigned certainty and declared, "Reveal yourself. What purpose has drawn me here? My time is of the essence. My sister lies injured, her fate uncertain, and I must hasten to her side. Therefore, speak swiftly." To his astonishment, Uchiha Itachi emerged. Tsukuyami. Without hesitation, Itachi unleashed its Tsukuyami upon Ming Kenki. Beneath the blood moon, Kaguya was pierced by shurikens, slashed by a long blade, struck by ninjutsu, and ensnared by iron chains, again and again, in an unending cycle of torment. Ming Kenki desperately obstructed and relentlessly assaulted the masked man. He employed the Sharingan, lightning-release ninjutsu, and would release techniques, yet he could only watch helplessly as the masked man repeatedly took the life of Xiangling. The space-time ninjutsu was utterly unfair, rendering any counterattack futile. Damn it. Fully aware that the present moment is but an illusion, a mere fabrication, Ming Kanki could not suppress the urge to cry out. Time-space ninjutsu, the art of manipulating the fabric of time and space, how infuriating. If only one could seal off this wretched continuum. If only. Blood and tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, awaken. In this realm of MF, the perfected three-tomo Sharingan had finally evolved under the stimulus of Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Humph. Let all that is illusory be shattered. Ming Kanki's expression was chillingly indifferent. With a mere turn of the kaleidoscope, the moon reading was utterly obliterated. Coughing lightly, he remarked on the formidable power of the eyes. I hope you can truly embody the essence of the moon reading world, Itachi murmured softly, his figure transforming into a myriad of crows, vanishing into the abyss. Has he truly disappeared? Ming Kanki, having just reverted to his original persona, was contemplating a verbal duel when he noticed the absence of Itachi. Suddenly, a swirling vortex materialized behind him, accompanied by the voice of Obito. Itachi surprisingly chose not to eliminate you. How remarkable. It is you. Would release. Tree World Expansion. Ming Kanki turned to see Obito and was immediately filled with rage. Although the world of Tsukuyomi was an illusion, he could not dismiss the words of the Umbu operative. Consequently, he unleashed all of his chakra without hesitation, manifesting the most potent would-release technique. Countless colossal trees began to rise, entangling everything in their expansive reach. However, he must not allow himself to be ensnared. Obito, instantly phasing out of reality, allowed the branches and trunks to glide harmlessly past him. Instead of hastily retreating, he observed Ming Kanki with keen interest and remarked casually, "What an impressive amount of chakra. I believe it would be prudent for me to withdraw. Yet, I remain curious to see how you will withstand the impending clash of bloodlines." As Obito's words echoed, the would-release technique, which had persisted for a full minute, came to an abrupt halt. Ming Kanki's mouth was filled with blood, continuously spilling forth. He let out a few muffled sounds before collapsing to the ground. "You scoundrel! You shall not harm him." At that moment, the voices of Tsunade and the third Hokage echoed. A vortex of time and space appeared, and Obito vanished. What if he activates the Rinnegan? In that familiar grove, a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, inquiring. Obito casually replied, "I'll deal with him next time. After all, the next time will mark the end of everything. As for the conflicts arising from the Rinnegan, they are not easily resolved. Activating the Rinnegan is no simple feat." Chapter 32, The Snake and the Failed Dream Invasion? What a nuisance. Who could it be? Tsunade struck a large tree with her fist, relentlessly breaking through the barricade of wood until she quickly found Ming Kanki and immediately commenced treatment. The blood covering Ming Kanki had no effect on her in the slightest. The extensive wood release enveloping the Uchiha clan territory posed a significant dilemma. The third Hokage observed Tsunade's healing efforts while his thoughts were consumed by the Uchiha clan massacre and the emergence of wood release, alongside the issue of Danzo. Although he could not pinpoint the problem at the moment, the third Hokage displayed the decisiveness befitting a leader. He promptly issued a series of commands. Order the Yamanaka clan to mobilize entirely. They must eliminate all traces of wood release before dawn. Command the Umbu to follow the Yamanaka clan's lead and ensure that any identifiable traces of wood release are eradicated by dawn. Simultaneously, instruct the Umbu to gather the corpses of the Uchiha clan. Several Umbu swiftly leaped from the shadows and dashed off in various directions to relay the third Hokage's orders. Suddenly, one Umbu rushed towards the third Hokage, shouting, "Fire! Fire!" He knelt before the third Hokage, his Sharingan flickering momentarily. "It's bad, Hokage-sama. The black flames are spreading uncontrollably." Seeing the familiar cat mask and the fleeting blood red beneath it, the third Hokage felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, sighing, "Itachi, are you still thinking of helping Konoha at this time?" At that moment, another Umbu arrived, reporting, "Hokage-sama." He collapsed at the doorstep of Uchiha Fugaku's residence. It appears to be a mental-type genjutsu. The third Hokage nodded at the Umbu, commanding, "Uchiha Sasuke, send him to Konoha Hospital. Dispatch a squad of Umbu to protect him around the clock." At this point, the cat-masked Umbu was nowhere to be seen before the third Hokage. How is Ming Kanki? After resolving the urgent matter, the third Hokage turned his gaze back to Tsunade. Ming Kanki was a precious asset to Konoha. It was not an exaggeration to say that his fate could affect the entire village. Now that the Uchiha clan was gone, Konoha needed Ming Kanki as a strategic weapon more than ever. The bloodline conflict had intensified, leading to total organ failure. Without lifting her head, Tsunade replied tersely, her palm glowing with the faint green light of healing chakra. "Is there nothing that can be done?" sighing at the nearly motionless chest of Ming Kenki, whose pallid face bore almost no trace of color. The third Hokage let out a deep breath. Soon after, a multitude of corpses belonging to root ninjas were discovered, some clutching a Sharingan in their palms. Danzo, the third gritted his teeth but could only exhale a resigned sigh. With the Uchiha clan now extinguished, Root could no longer afford any further complications. The third was left with no choice but to temporarily acquiesce. Setting aside the shadows lurking behind Konoha and the petty squabbles of the ninja world, his gaze returned to Ming Kenki. Although he appeared on the brink of death, and Tsunade had delivered a grim verdict, he remained remarkably tenacious, his barely perceptible breaths affirming his inexplicable vitality. Were a golden saint present, he might proclaim that he felt a grand and warming small universe enveloping him. In this reality, a triangular-headed black viper slithered its way onto Ming Kenki's bed, its forked tongue flicking as it advanced with precision towards him. Poof! Suddenly, a wooden spike emerged from Ming Kenki's neck, piercing the head of the black-headed viper that had latched onto him. Subsequently, the wood fell away on its own. The black-headed viper immediately collapsed onto Ming Kenki. At that moment, a pure white mouse cautiously peeked out from behind Ming Kenki's neck before swiftly darting away. Ming Kenki felt a dampness on his neck, accompanied by a slight pressure that made breathing somewhat difficult. After moving about a bit, he groggily reached up to grasp at it, attempting to dislodge the object clinging to him. It was slippery, cylindrical, and emitted a gentle warmth. My goodness, a snake. Ming Kenki was taken aback, hastily flinging the snake against the wall. At that moment, he was completely awakened. Ming Kenki has certainly experienced numerous brushes with death. The lingering feelings of terror were swiftly subdued within him. Subsequently, he began to contemplate. How is it that I have a snake on me? Was it not said that the serpent perished alongside that farmer and forest ranger? Could it be that animals possess an innate ability to evade danger? Perhaps they can sense earthquakes in advance. It is conceivable that they might even perceive solar storms beforehand. In such a case, it would not be entirely implausible for them to sneak into a refuge. Ming Kenki indeed had not encountered any creatures beyond the snake depicted on the surveillance footage. However, he distinctly recalled hearing some noises within the plantation. At the time, he thought little of it, merely attributing the sounds to the mechanical vibrations of the shelter. In retrospect, it seems likely that these were the sounds of animal activity. It appears that a meticulous re-examination is in order. The notion of consuming snake soup is utterly unappealing to Ming Kenki, particularly when it comes to venomous serpents. He would never admit that the true reason for his aversion is his inability to locate an automatic cooking machine, rendering him incapable of preparing snake soup. In any case, after disposing of the venomous snake, taking a shower, and having a meal, Ming Kenki set out to thoroughly inspect the entire shelter once more. This time, he brought along a high-powered flashlight, carefully scrutinizing the nooks and crannies, the edges of walls, corners, and the recesses behind pipes. Oh, I'm not surprised that house mice can find their way in. But how did you little white mice manage to enter? He pondered. With determination, one can overcome any challenge. Indeed, Ming Kenki discovered a nest of diminutive white mice nestled in a corner, accompanied by a ginger cat. How harmonious, or rather, how absurd. The ginger cat was pressing down on one of the white mice with its paw, poised to strike. The other white mice trembled in fear. And you, stay still. Meow. Don't you dare act cute. It was only then that Ming Kenki realized the ginger cat was exhibiting a stress response. Following the cat's gaze, he spotted a black viper extending its triangular head from the corner, its forked tongue flicking as it surveyed the surroundings. Ming Kenki promptly stepped forward and crushed the creature beneath his foot. It is best for venomous snakes to remain hidden from sight. Ming Kenki had no desire to be ambushed by one in the depths of slumber. The calamity of constrictors must be averted at all costs. This is but a miniature food chain, comprising of little white mice, cats, and snakes. Nature is indeed formidable, within a man-made structure, nearly a century old. Such a situation has arisen in just over a decade. Who knows what other unseen food chains may exist? Truly, a marvel of nature. After some contemplation, Ming Kenki ultimately decided against eliminating the white mice or the orange cat. Instead, he carelessly tossed them into the plantation. Very well. Since you were once free-range, you shall reside in this artificial plantation. After thorough inspection, Ming Kenki discovered 3 non-venomous snakes, a gray cat, and 3 nests of house mice. He unceremoniously cast them all into the plantation. He secured the door tightly, ensuring that none could escape. After all, I have no need for the plantation. Sterile food can last for 3 centuries. At the very least, I need not worry about sustenance until well past its expiration date. However, It is perplexing that technology capable of conducting Martian scientific expeditions lacks a food printer, and even automated cooking machines receive poor reviews. Muttering to himself, he conducted 2 more inspections, even switching to his alter ego for an additional examination. Thus, 3 days elapsed. Finally, he could sleep soundly. On the 4th occasion lying in bed, Ming Kanki drifted into a peaceful slumber, ready to dream once more. But what is this? A weight upon him? Why can he not move? Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Chapter 33, The Awakening of DB on an Alien World. The primary persona made several attempts, only to find himself ensnared in this unsettling predicament. The alter ego also endeavored to break free, ultimately concluding that this was not merely a case of sleep paralysis. Ming Kanki was utterly convinced that he had returned to the world of Hokage. Yet, despite his every attempt, he remained unable to awaken, as though his body had succumbed to death itself. No, the master cannot fail, nor can the secondary persona. I seem to be ensnared. There is no light, nor any sound to be heard. Even the faintest murmur of blood coursing through my veins is absent. An absolute silence envelopes me, a profound darkness surrounds me, akin to being confined in a small, dark room, yet even more silent and obscured. The primary persona of Ming Kanyu decisively retreated, leaving the secondary persona exposed. How long has it been? I have already watched 26 episodes of the animation. I have even completed the entire series of Macross Frontier. This simply won't do. I must devise a plan. Within the realm of the mind, the primary persona languished in boredom. These were remnants of his own memories. Although he could not recall many details, revisiting them to fill in the gaps proved to be quite intriguing. However, influenced by the memories of the secondary persona, the primary persona began to lose track of the passage of time. The 26-episode anime, amounting to approximately 11 hours, felt to Ming Kanki as though an entire century had elapsed. Perhaps it would be best to once again succumb to the realm of dreams. The primary persona, emerging from the depths of darkness and tranquility, pondered for an indeterminate span of time before arriving at a resolution to enter the dream. The secondary persona abruptly manifested, instantly activating its abilities. The primary persona expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "Hey, I merely summoned you for a discussion." Within the enveloping shadows, Ming Kanki began to experience a sense of distortion. He failed to recognize a conspicuous issue. The primary and secondary personas could not coexist unless within a dream. Yet, at this moment, both personas undeniably appeared simultaneously. The only plausible explanation was that he was indeed asleep, ensconced in the interstice between the dream world and the waking realm. Thus, when he invoked the skill to enter the dream, he succeeded in an instant. The universe is immeasurably vast. Within our galaxy alone, there are approximately 300 to 400 billion stars. The quantity of planets is at least double that figure. With such a multitude of planets, they vary in an astonishing array of forms: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and an assortment of mixed and analogous hues. Anything conceivable exists within the cosmos. Upon awakening from his dream, Ming Kanki found himself on a crimson planet situated within a binary star system. As he regained consciousness, he was immediately enveloped by a chorus of wails. The cries were so close together that one might assume they were the recordings of a single child's lament played on repeat. However, Ming Kanki, with his keen perception, discerned the subtle differences among them. Even before opening his eyes, he could faintly identify the distinct cries of a dozen children. Gradually, he became fully alert. "Please, quiet down. Where am I?" Ming Kanki furrowed his brow, opened his eyes, and strained to move his neck to survey his surroundings. Beneath a dim yet gentle glow, countless transparent spheres were supported by a white machine. The red and green lights on the machine flickered incessantly, yet not a sound was uttered. Upon closer inspection, Ming Kanki suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, so many Sunmukongs. No, wait, so many cockroaches." However, the words that emerged were more akin to a wailing cry. Even as a scion, his vocal cords were underdeveloped in infancy, rendering him incapable of speech, which was quite normal. Wait, who am I? Where am I? It was then that Ming Kanki realized the gravity of his situation. The adage possessing another's body is fraught with peril, traversed with caution, lingered in his mind. With a sense of trepidation, he immediately endeavored to move his chubby infant limbs more vigorously, striving to locate any written words or images. Soon, he discovered text on a nearby nursery machine. Shortly thereafter, he spotted larger writing on a distant door. Oh my, how marvelous! I can actually comprehend the text. One name, Mori, appeared distinct from the others, seemingly identifying a girl. The further name, Dada, was too distant to discern clearly. This place is called the Scion Mass Production Laboratory Omega. As he gazed from near to far, a sense of foreboding welled up within him upon seeing the term laboratory. According to the records from the Dragon Ball Z movie, Earth's Conquest, in the final battle, a disposable variant among the lower-tier Scion warriors was produced in copious quantities. Now, Ming Kanki finally grasped the meaning of this statement. It was rare for lower-tier Scion warriors to be born of parents, with few exceptions like Bardock. Thus, those lower-tier warriors with parents, such as Sun Wukong and Raditz, were even more scarce. The overwhelming majority of these lower-tier warriors were cultivated en masse through methods akin to cloning or in vitro fertilization, serving as mere fodder. Ming Kanki entertained even malicious speculations. Did King Vegeta witness Bardock's ever-increasing combat prowess? Thus, did he attempt to artificially replicate Bardock? Unfortunately, no one could elucidate this for Ming Kanki. Suddenly, the laboratory doors swung open autonomously. The light outside was blinding, and within, the illumination began to cascade and rose from the entrance into the depths of the room. How curious. A Scion with an elongated face, a hawkish nose, and fiery hair entered, followed closely by a chicken-headed figure clad in a lab coat, a fish-headed individual, and a young Scion with a notably receding hairline. The chicken-headed figure approached a machine beside the door, operated it for a moment, and then reported, "My lord, this batch of mass-produced Scions has matured and is ready for transport." The Scion remained silent, activating the combat power detector on his right ear. The young Scion followed suit, and after a series of beeping sounds, the detector refreshed with several rows of data. The highest combat power recorded was merely 13? A bunch of worthless trash? I fail to comprehend why King Vegeta insists on mass-producing such inferior Scions, the young Scion exclaimed with agitation. Mind your words. The elongated-faced Scion admonished sharply, delivering a kick that sent the young Scion crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, accompanied by a metallic clang. The wall dented under the impact. Yet, the young Scion did not retaliate. Instead, he rose and bowed apologetically. "I am sorry, my lord. Sort them by combat power and dispatch them to a remote planet with inferior combat capabilities," commanded the elongated-faced Scion with a wave of his hand. At that moment, the fish-headed individual, who had hesitated at the threshold, stepped forward. Ming Kanki then realized he was not alone, but rather accompanied by a row of 4 fish-headed beings. Not only did the Asian struggle with facial recognition of the Caucasian, but even amidst such distinctly unique aliens, Ming Kanki confessed to his own inability to distinguish between the 4 fish-headed individuals. One of the fish-headed beings approached the second incubator to Ming Kanki's left. The elongated-faced Scion abruptly interjected, placing his hand on the sphere. "Dallas? Humph. Your potential ranks among the finest of this batch. I hope you can evolve into a warrior like Bardock. Otherwise, do not return." Observing the skin tone, Ming Kanki noted that the elongated-faced Scion's dark complexion was strikingly similar to Dallas's. Ming Kanki maliciously pondered, could this fellow possibly be another father of Dale's? Indeed. Ming Kanki had silently taken his previous hypothesis to heart. The Scion suddenly turned his gaze towards Ming Kanki, pressing the detector several times. Ming Kanki was taken aback, momentarily holding his breath. It then dawned on him that he was still just a child. Scions were certainly incapable of telepathy, with a power level of merely 1. It became evident that the detector was outdated and malfunctioning. Astonishingly, it took so long to register even a power level of 1. The disdainful figure, with a face reminiscent of a shoehorn, turned casually and pointed at Ming Kanki, stating, "Send this one to Planet Piccolo." "Yes," the fish-headed man replied. Upon noticing the infant care machine in front of the Scion messenger, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, this is still operational?" The resilience of Scion life is truly remarkable. Just an hour prior, it had been barely clinging to life, and he had intended to dispose of it. Fortunately, it had not been collected. The thought of a half-recovered Scion infant crying and attracting the attention of other Scions sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his back. This was, after all, the Scion homeworld. Although they were harsh towards their own kind and relished in battle, they viewed extraterrestrial beings as mere playthings, devoid of any regard for their lives. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the fish-headed man promptly cradled the transparent sphere encasing Ming Kanki. Ironically, the very infant who had nearly been discarded now became the first to depart among this batch of juvenile Scions. Chapter 34. The magnificent and perilous universe Chi is an energy, yet its true nature was initially ambiguous. It was not until a civilization known as Tycho discovered the existence of dark matter in the cosmos and named it Chi that clarity emerged. At that time, there was only one supreme Kai in the universe, The Supreme Kai accepted this nomenclature and spread it throughout the cosmos. Thus, among numerous ancient civilizations with enduring legacies, the cultivation of Qi became a tradition, giving rise to a resplendent martial arts civilization. As the spacecraft launched, Ming Kanki felt no sensation of gravity pressing upon him. Soon, he beheld the vast expanse of starry skies, the crimson planet Vegeta, and the distant sun of planet Vegeta. In less than a minute of rapid acceleration, he had left the entire Vegeta star system behind, reduced to a mere speck in the distance. Within the solitary spacecraft, Ming Kanki refrained from utilizing the sleep mode. This was his inaugural close encounter with the cosmos, and excitement coursed through him. There was no chance he could fall asleep. In truth, Ming Kanki was unaware that the single-pilot spacecraft designed for mass-produced lower-tier warriors lacked a sleep mechanism. As a mass-produced scion, he was deprived of the privileges afforded to regular scions. Moreover, given the scion's notoriously volatile temperament, confinement within the cramped spacecraft would render even infant scions exceedingly ferocious. Upon reaching their target planet, these enraged scion infants would naturally exhibit a significant increase in combat power. On nights of the full moon, they would transform into harbingers of death for the entire planet. Thus, the notion of a sleep mechanism was merely a fanciful thought in Ming Kanki's mind. How beautiful, he mused. The Scion spacecraft was truly wondrous, or at least, that was how Ming Kanki perceived it. Traveling at superluminal speeds was indeed a remarkable experience. There are generally 3 modes of travel: hyperspace leap, warp movement, and wormhole transit. However, the spacecraft in the Dragon Ball universe clearly does not conform to any of these 3 methods found in science fiction. The single-pilot spacecraft is enveloped in a layer of white light, trailing a comet-like tail, and within mere minutes of leaving the planet, it accelerates to faster-than-light speeds. This layer of white light does not serve as a spatial bubble for warp travel. It does not distort light. Ming Kanki can clearly observe the cosmic scenery through the porthole. Although he had clearly surpassed the speed of light, Ming Kanki could still behold the breathtaking vistas of the universe beyond his window. Is it not marvelous? Indeed, it is truly astonishing. Such a phenomenon defies the laws of science. Yet, it stands as an undeniable truth. Ming Kanki witnessed it firsthand. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of his inadequate linguistic prowess, which was woefully insufficient to convey the exquisite and extraordinary beauty of the cosmos. The universe is indeed vast. One cannot help but wonder when in this lifetime he might venture into the cosmos himself. He observed with excitement, dreamt with longing, and a day slipped away just like that. Then came the second day, the third, the fourth, and so forth, an infinite succession of days. After an extended period of tranquil and leisurely travel, Ming Kanki's initial astonishment and curiosity were gradually overshadowed by the monotony of the scenery. In truth, only the occasional spectacle of gliding past galaxies could still ignite a flicker of interest within him. For instance, the myriad forms, structures, and compositions of the varied asteroids would present kaleidoscopic displays of light and shadow as the spacecraft passed by. Or, when traversing through gaseous nebulae, it felt as though he could reach out and touch the stars themselves. Countless such wonders existed. Yet, during the other moments, amidst the nearly unchanging starry sky, Ming Kanki often wished he could simply sleep without end. However, in the timeless expanse of the cosmic firmament, his perception of time was inevitably altered, making it increasingly difficult for him to find slumber. When would this journey conclude? Oh, never mind. Perhaps it is best to immerse myself in anime or novels. Indeed, such a lengthy voyage accentuates the presence of my alter ego. He let out a few frustrated shouts, knowing well that no one was there to witness them. Yet, Ming Kanki was not one to remain idle. His primary persona retreated into the recesses of his mind, allowing his alter ego to emerge. The secondary personality of Ming Kanki lacks the intricate thoughts of the primary persona. It approaches an absolute rationality, possessing only a scant semblance of emotion. Even though the secondary personality shares memories with the primary, it swiftly regains its composure. The appearance of Scion signifies that this realm belongs to the Dragon Ball universe. What is paramount in the Dragon Ball world? Undoubtedly, it is the energy known as Ki. Throughout the original Dragon Ball narrative, every formidable warrior is adept in the utilization of Ki, and their mastery is profoundly potent. In this era, where mere hundreds of Ki can orchestrate an apocalyptic event and forge a great demon king, the known combat power within the cosmos has soared to several 100,000. Ming Kanki is well aware that Frieza, in his complete form, possesses a terrifying battle power of 1.2 billion. What exactly is Qi? According to the explanations presented in the anime, a Scion's body should inherently contain a substantial amount of chi. At the very least, one should be able to unleash a semblance of it by following their intent. However, Ming Kenki pondered with serene contemplation when a brilliant light radiated forth. Through the spacecraft's computational systems, he beheld the terrifying spectacle of an asteroid colliding with Earth. A verdant planet transformed into a blazing fireball. His alter ego remained unperturbed, casting a glance before lowering his head to harness the energy within. Soon, azure luminescence emanated from his palm, revealing the manifestation of chakra. Prior to the experiment, Ming Kenki sensed the presence of chakra within him, yet he discerned no energy distinct from it. At this moment, he could only inwardly affirm the obvious. The underlying cause was the microcosm. However, given Ming Kenki's rudimentary knowledge, he was incapable of deducing such advanced phenomena as the microcosm's ability to identify usable energy types. Nevertheless, his alter ego harbored little emotion. Although consistent with his internal hypotheses, he deemed it prudent to conduct several more trials before arriving at any conclusions. The nearly purely rational alter ego approached empirical truth with a near-reverent attitude. Thus, over the course of the next half-month, Ming Kenki engaged in multiple experiments daily, endeavoring to exercise within the confines of limited space. During this period, he witnessed the birth of a supernova, the ignition of a new star, and the emergence of life breaking through the azure skies of a barren planet for the first time. Boom. Today, Ming Kenki collided with an asteroid for the first time. Under the immense kinetic impact, the asteroid shattered into 80 fragments. Inside the spacecraft, he heard the sound of the collision but felt no tremor. His alter ego was devoid of thoughts, yet the long-absent dominant persona emerged with vigor. As the two personalities exchanged roles, Ming Kenki's demeanor transformed, brimming with vitality. He gazed at the computer projection displaying asteroid fragments flung half a light-year away and remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, a Scion wielding chakra. What a remarkable Scion indeed. Playing a game, huh? Can a Scion who cannot harness ki truly be called a Scion? I was on the verge of fulfilling my dream of being a ninja, conquering all in my path. And yet here I am, facing demise before even embarking on my journey. Alas, whether I accept my fate or not. A Scion limited to chakra without ki has come into being. As for the impact, it appeared that the spacecraft merely experienced a slight deceleration. All was well. Chapter 35. Within the DB Black Hole, Interstellar Travel. In the realm of the mind, Ming Kenki's dominant persona silenced the interstellar travel music and resurfaced. By this time, half a year had elapsed since his departure from planet Vegeta. Given the spacecraft's velocity, he had traversed over half the galactic region, advancing toward the fringes. Strictly speaking, the more one approached the edges, the higher the safety levels. However, it was rather astonishing that the alter ego discovered the spacecraft's trajectory was not entirely aligned with the preset course. How remarkable indeed! Ming Kenki had not discovered the presence of a memory implantation device within that laboratory. Perhaps he had seen it, yet without a label, it had escaped his notice. Nevertheless, the reality was that the Scion infants and toddlers were indeed not lacking in knowledge. Ming Kenki himself could comprehend the Scion script and understood the star maps. Furthermore, as he gazed at the spacecraft, he could even recall some rudimentary maintenance knowledge. Recently, he had gradually begun to remember certain principles regarding energy utilization, evidently concerning the manipulation of chi. This seemed to bear little relevance to him. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder, how much information had the Scions insidiously implanted into the minds of their infants? Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms blared through the spacecraft, bathing the interior in a crimson hue. What on earth? Before he could utter another word, Ming Kenki felt his body jolted. A tremendous pressure enveloped him, forcing him against the spacecraft's viewport. The inertial dampeners had failed. They were decelerating abruptly. Had they approached a star? His rudimentary maintenance skills and knowledge of interstellar navigation allowed him to form a preliminary assessment. However, with his face pressed against the viewport, he saw no flames. In truth, there lay only an expanse of darkness ahead. Not the kind of darkness illuminated by starlight, but rather an abyss that seemed to consume everything, a black hole. A sudden pang of realization struck Ming Kenki as a particular term surfaced in his mind. From an external perspective, the spacecraft, enveloped in a luminous white energy akin to a feathered arrow, abruptly vanished. Almost immediately, it flickered back to life. However, the energy that enabled the spacecraft to traverse faster than light failed to facilitate a reverse acceleration. The vessel continued its forward trajectory. Ahead of the spacecraft lay a black hole, quietly suspended in the void, devoid of any interstellar matter within light years of its vicinity. Not even a speck of cosmic dust accompanied the absence of light. Inside the spacecraft, Ming Kanki operated with swift and orderly precision. And upon glancing at the star chart and route, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. On the star chart marked by Mingxing, there exists a route devoid of any obstructions, revealing an unobstructed expanse. If we were to attribute this to detection issues, it would be an insufficient explanation. The chart indicates a black hole located 3 light seconds away from the main trajectory. Surrounding that black hole, much like here, is an area entirely devoid of matter. It is implausible to suggest that the trajectory appears to proceed along the route while actually deviating by 3 light seconds. Ming Kanki seemingly sensed the malevolence of the entire universe. A rare event, a near-miraculous probability, had led him to this moment. The spacecraft collided with a fragment of an icy meteorite, causing a tremor within. The disturbance affected the detector, which failed to identify any deviation from its course. Subsequently, it plummeted into a black hole. Staring blankly for an extended period, Ming Kanki suddenly burst into laughter. Here I am, facing death once more. The first time piloting a cosmic fighter, and now succumbing to the abyss of a black hole. How peculiar this demise is. Ming Kanki also finds joy amidst suffering. He has merely glimpsed the vast Dragon Ball world, and before he could fully immerse himself in it, it has already come to an end. Ming Kanki was utterly convinced that escape was impossible. It was not the inability to transcend light speed that confined him within the black hole. Rather, he himself was an entity that had collided at superluminal speeds. Upon plunging into the gravitational dominion of the black hole, he realized too late that he had been ensnared, and reversing his acceleration proved futile. In truth, as the spacecraft decelerated to a standstill, it had already crossed the event horizon. Meanwhile, Lu He, in a state of grim amusement, was unwittingly enveloped within the singularity. In other words, he was no longer part of the Dragon Ball universe. It was uncertain whether he still possessed a corporeal form or if he existed solely as a spectral entity. Indeed, as reality dawned upon Ming Kanki, he found himself surrounded by an abyss of darkness. The notions of solitary spacecraft, psion physique, and even his tail were entirely imperceptible to him. In this realm, time and matter seemed to have lost all significance. Ming Kanki rose to his feet and took a few steps forward. It was at this moment that he realized he had seemingly reverted to his original form, no longer resembling the infant Sun Wukong. Finally, amidst the profound darkness and tranquility, an aged and hoarse voice echoed, resonating in Ming Kanki's ears like a thunderclap. Ming Kanki was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Who?" At last, another compatriot had arrived here. How marvelous! The voice reemerged, now more fluid yet still profoundly aged. Ming Kanki could discern the excitement and elation within that voice. However, he could not comprehend the source of such joy. Humanity has always harbored fear of the unknown. Although Ming Kanki was merely a primary persona, he bore little distinction from an ordinary individual. Thus, he too was inevitably inclined to speculate on that voice with the utmost malice. Ming Kanki did not respond. He remained motionless for a few moments, steadying his mind, before feigning a calm confidence and declaring, "Who are you? Show yourself. Otherwise, I shall leave this place immediately and never return." However, the pretense proved futile. It was evident that Ming Kanki had inverted the order of his words. His utterance bore no semblance of intimidation. The voice erupted into laughter, soon transforming into a hearty guffaw. "Ha ha ha. Leave? You may certainly try." The aged voice remarked nonchalantly, as if he were indifferent to Ming Kanki's potential departure. Ming Kanki closed his eyes and attempted to escape. He was uncertain of how to depart from this place, yet he was aware of the means to enter a dream. Thus, by merely striving to fall asleep and embrace slumber, he would effectively transcend his current surroundings. However, upon shutting his eyes, Ming Kanki was suddenly gripped by a profound terror. He could no longer perceive his alter ego. As the primary personality, he had always been able to instantaneously shift between different states of persona. Yet now, he found himself utterly incapable of accessing his mental realm, rendering him unable to summon forth his alter ego. Even when he sought to sense his inner sanctum, he could not ascertain whether his alter ego resided within. This realization was truly horrifying. Ming Kanki was agitated. He urgently inquired, "What is happening? Is it truly impossible to leave once one enters?" Initially, his voice trembled slightly. After uttering those words, he remembered that he must not show fear, and he paused momentarily, allowing his speech to regain its fluency. "Indeed, there is no way to escape. Otherwise, why do you think I have been trapped here for so long? My very soul is on the brink of perishing." The aged voice resonated once more. At first, it maintained a semblance of calm, even hinting at a trace of mirth. Yet, it soon became agitated, culminating in a roar. To Ming Kenki's ears, he could almost perceive a primal growl interwoven with the voice. The unknown is humanity's greatest terror. And perhaps the black hole epitomizes the most daunting of those unknowns. While humanity is aware of the existence of black holes, it remains utterly ignorant of what lies within them. Ming Kenki is likewise in this predicament. Fortunately, this is the realm of dreams, where Ming Kenki can, to some extent, bolster his courage with abilities akin to immortality. Ming Kenki gritted his teeth and spoke sternly. What on earth are you? In essence, a former human? A compatriot of the Han ethnicity, a member of the Interstellar Federation. Let me ponder for a moment. Ah yes, you may call me Lu Fuyan. The aged voice responded with clarity, as if the previous roar had not emanated from him at all. He appeared remarkably composed. Yet, Ming Kenki found it impossible to maintain his own tranquility, especially upon hearing the name Lu Fuyan. Chapter 36. The Madman's Delirium, the Madman's Words, the Madman's Affairs. Lu Fuyan? It cannot be. You cannot possibly be Lu Fuyan. This jest had gone too far. Lu Fuyan was an exceptionally unique name within the entire Interstellar Federation. With tens of billions of citizens, there existed but one. This was not merely a conclusion derived from Ming Kenki's inquiry with an identification card. Rather, it was the reason he was informed of his selection as one of the initial test subjects, due to the singularity of his name. Ming Kenki vividly recalled that moment when he nearly slammed the table in frustration, yet ultimately yielded to the inevitable and was confined within the cryogenic sleep chamber. Ming Kenki felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, continuously shaking his head in denial due to excitement. However, Lu Fuyan discerned the underlying meaning in his words. He too became animated, seizing Ming Kenki's arms firmly and inquiring with intensity, "Do you know me?" "Impossible. That is the name on my identification card." Ming Kenki is reluctant to admit the truth. He continues to vehemently deny it. For if he were to acknowledge it, it would mean that Lu Fuyan truly exists in this world, signifying that his journey was not merely a physical traversal, but rather a transcendence of the soul. His body would no longer belong to him. It has been transformed by the capabilities of an evolved spirit, endowed with the bloodline limits of the Naruto universe. Nonetheless, Ming Kenki steadfastly believes that this body is still his own. Yet now, the revelation that another soul once inhabited this very vessel has shattered his world and broken his heart. Ming Kenki, with reddened eyes, forcefully shook off Lu Fuyan. His teeth were clenched, rage surging from within, a fierce desire to rend apart this frail old man. Ha ha. Splendid. Ha 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 ha. How wonderful. My body still lives. You live for me. Lu Fuyan, however, was in an ecstatic frenzy, alternating between exuberant shouts and rambling to himself. He exhibited no semblance of logic or reasoning, arriving at conclusions as if he possessed foreknowledge, or perhaps had descended into madness. No wonder you resemble me so closely from my youth. This explains everything. This elucidates the existence of a traveler. I am the first, and you are the second. I traversed into this world. Suddenly, his erratic speech faltered, his expression momentarily blank, before he once again seized Ming Kenki's shoulders, shouting frantically, "No, no, no, not this world. It cannot be this world. You must return. You cannot remain here." Ming Kenki struggled vigorously for a moment, but failed to break free, in a fit of frustration. He delivered a powerful kick to Lu Fuyan's chest. Lu Fuyan's reaction was nothing short of insane. In a surge of instinctual fear, Ming Kenki summoned all his strength. With a resounding thud, Lu Fuyan was propelled into the shadows. Yet, his frantic cries did not cease. He continued to shout, "You must return. Go back and inform the Federation. The Black Obelisk must not be touched. Hurry, return. Tell the Federation, the obelisk is far too perilous. It must never be approached. It must never be activated. Quickly, go back. Now." As Lu Fuyan's figure vanished, much of Ming Kenki's fear and anger dissipated. Hearing that aged voice, Ming Kenki rolled his eyes and retorted peevishly, "Didn't you say we couldn't go back?" "Oh right, I did mention we couldn't escape." Lu Fuyan paused. His cries abruptly halted. Then, after mumbling to himself a couple of times, he erupted again. "Damn it. Scoundrel. Hey, come down. Tell me what on earth is happening." Ming Kenki shouted 3 times in a booming voice before he finally subdued Lu Fuyan's frantic cries. Lu Fuyan ceased his shouting. After a few moments of silence, he appeared to regain his composure and calmly stated, "The Dream Realm. The obelisk is the key to unlocking the Dream Realm. I was the first to encounter the obelisk. I am uncertain how my body returned to the earthly Dream Realm." "Wait, the Dream Realm? Are you sure you did not miss a word? Not dream world? Lu Fuyan adamantly continued. No, I am certain it is the dream realm. One can only enter the dream world from the dream realm, the very world we inhabit now. The dream realm is the domain where our souls reside. Hold on. Wait. How did you arrive here? You should not be here. It is impossible for you to appear in this dream world. Lu Fuyan's logical reasoning seemed to regain its vigor. He finally recognized that the figure before him was indeed a real person, not a mere figment of his imagination. However, this realization did not necessarily bode well. Perhaps remaining in a state of madness would have been preferable. Ming Kanki failed to notice or comprehend this aspect. Upon realizing that Lu Fuyan bore no hostility, he relaxed considerably. With a light-hearted tone, he remarked, Yes, that is right. The obelisk has been activated. I entered this dream realm through the obelisk. Lu Fuyan emerged once more from the shadows, his demeanor erratic as he pointed frantically at Ming Kanki. His gaze was exceptionally bright, almost blinding to Ming Kanki. At the very least, I must ensure your departure from this place. At least, you must leave here. Upon witnessing Lu Fuyan's appearance again, Ming Kanki felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He quickly raised his hands defensively, exclaiming, Hey, calm down. I'm perfectly fine. I am calm. Despite his frantic gestures, Lu Fuyan's tone remained remarkably serene. It sounded as though he was genuinely composed. Since you did not arrive here from the dream realm, you must remember to never venture into the dream realm in the future. At least, not until you possess the power of a deity. Do you understand? Like a dying elder imparting his final wisdom, Lu Fuyan repeated his admonition over and over. Yes, I will not enter the dream realm. Ming Kanki nodded resolutely. Very well. I am aware of another method to send you forth. You shall be able to depart immediately. Remember, do not venture into the dream realm until you possess sufficient strength. Upon hearing Lu Fuyan mention a solution, Ming Kanki nodded even more vigorously, joyfully repeating, I understand. Until I wield divine power, I shall not enter the dream realm. Now, please, tell me how you intend to send me away. Lu Fuyan grinned widely, his pearly white teeth gleaming almost as brilliantly as those of the Emperor Kai. He stepped back 2 paces, smiling, and said, No need. You shall know shortly. Just as the words left his lips, Lu Fuyan seemed to be assailed by some unseen force, letting out a pained roar. Light tore through Lu Fuyan. An infinite radiance erupted from his very soul. Boom. Lu Fuyan's soul exploded. The black hole shattered, or perhaps it did not. Regardless, Ming Kanki vanished from this Dragon Ball world amidst the blinding white light of Lu Fuyan's soul's eruption. In the present world, Ming Kanki suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Fuyan, thank you. I shall live on in your stead. Chapter 37. A dream for many years. Ming Kanki did not linger long in the mortal realm. After merely satisfying his hunger, he quickly succumbed to slumber once more. The term dream realm was not unfamiliar to him. Upon awakening, he recalled a previous incident in the world of Naruto where he had suddenly awoken, the term resonating with him for the first time. Eager to delve into the dream, he was abruptly jolted awake by an overwhelming sense of peril. Coupled with Lu Fuyan's warning, Ming Kanki's apprehension regarding the dream realm intensified. For it was evidently not a place of solace. Upon regaining consciousness, he once again beheld the familiar ceiling, the well-known hospital bed, the recognizable 4-stand, and the traditional Japanese-style room. Yet, it seemed as if all the objects had diminished in stature. You've finally awakened, Tsunade remarked as she entered, visibly relieved. What do you mean by finally? Ming Kanki inquired, suddenly realizing that it was not the objects that had shrunk, but rather he had grown taller. It was indeed a marvel. Ming Kanki felt a peculiar sensation. After all, he had previously been a mere 12-year-old, resembling a child of 10, diagnosed with a slow-growth condition. Yet now, having awoken from slumber, he stood at a height that matched that of the current world. Do not be astonished. Tsunade seemed to perceive his surprise and explained, typically, the limit of the Uchiha's 3-Tomo Sharingan is definitive. However, you have transcended that threshold and awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Advancing beyond the Manjiki is not merely a matter of possessing a single Sharingan. Consequently, the phenomenon of the Sharingan consuming your vitality has significantly diminished, allowing you to regain your normal growth rate. With that, Tsunade did not afford Ming Kanki much time to process her words. After a brief pause, she continued, It would be prudent for you to seal away the Manjiki and would release. Your survival thus far is miraculous. However, I cannot alleviate the bloodline conflict you endure. It is no ordinary clash of bloodlines, but something altogether different. I am uncertain as to what experiments that scoundrel Orochimaru has conducted upon you, or if it stems from elsewhere. In any case, I cannot resolve your bloodline conflict, nor can I cure you. My only recourse is to strive to save your life when the conflict erupts. However, should it occur again, I cannot guarantee your survival. Listening to Tsunade's lengthy discourse, Ming Kenki began to move his limbs and closed his eyes to assess his physical condition. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. He could distinctly sense an extraordinary lightness in his body, as if the bloodline conflict had entirely dissipated. Nevertheless, he had to concede to Tsunade's assertions. After all, the body can sometimes deceive, yet a skilled physician, barring misdiagnosis, would not falsify information. As the legendary healer and the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade Senja had no reason to lie regarding Ming Kenki's condition. I understand. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from employing the kaleidoscope or the wood-release technique. Nodding slightly, Mizanchu chose to temporarily suppress his perplexity. Tsunade, too, discerned the confusion within Mizanchu, though she lacked the ability to read minds. Mizanchu merely closed his eyes and furrowed his brow. She instinctively sensed that his uncertainty was related to the bloodline conflict, yet she could not be entirely certain. Moreover, since Mizanchu chose not to speak, she did not press the matter further. In this shinobi world, who does not harbor a few secrets? As someone who has traversed similar paths, Tsunade wisely resolved not to pry into Mizanchu's hidden truths. After a brief examination, Tsunade, unlike her previous meticulous inspections, promptly released Mizanchu. Upon emerging to the surface, just as he opened the sliding door of the house, a girl with crimson hair rushed towards him, embracing him tightly. Brother, Koharu. Mizanchu immediately recognized her with her red hair, pink eyes, and oversized brown-framed glasses. With a firm grip, he lifted her effortlessly, scrutinizing her closely. It was then that he noticed the forehead protector atop her head. Haha, little Koharu has grown so much. Oh my, you have become a Konoha ninja. Koharu, clearly displeased by Mizanchu's treatment as if she were still a child, wriggled free from his grasp and leaped back to the ground. She deliberately swept her red hair aside. Showcasing her forehead protector, and with her left thumb pointed at it, she proclaimed, "What are you talking about? I'm already 12 years old and have graduated from the Ninja Academy. I am a registered genin of Konoha and can handle things on my own. I've slept for 5 years." Ming Kenki found the situation utterly absurd. In the current realm, the combined duration of the Dragon Ball universe barely amounted to 6 or 7 months, while in the Naruto universe, an astonishing 5 years had elapsed. Truly, it felt like a dream world, where the passage of time adhered to no rationality. Even more unsettling for Ming Kenki was the realization that during his previous awakening, he had scant interactions with Xianglin. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that during the Uchiha clan massacre, Xianglin was already 7 years old. Yet, astonishingly, Ming Kenki's memories of her remained frozen in time, depicting her as the 3-year-old girl who once wept upon him. After merely 2 slumbers, 9 years had slipped by in an instant, and the narrative of Naruto had commenced, with the winds of change stirring once more in Konoha. It seemed as though Ming Kenki had never truly experienced the era of tranquility. Since his initial awakening, he had been ensnared in a constant state of crisis. Following each peril, he fell into slumber due to the bloodline conflict. What a predicament this was. Ming Kenki only experiences emotional outbursts in the presence of Xianglin. It is at that moment he first perceives the kindness of this world and embraces the responsibilities it bestows. Now, with a deep breath, Ming Kenki retracts the thoughts that had permeated the entire shinobi realm, smiling as he gently holds Xianglin's shoulder and half-squats to say, "Remember, your brother will always be your strongest support. Should anyone dare to bully you, tell me, and I shall take care of them. In this shinobi world, no one shall bully my sister." With a giggle, Xianglin joyfully kisses Ming Kenki. At that moment, Tsunade, standing behind Ming Kenki, let out a displeased huff and assertively declared, "She is my only student. Do you dare to question the prestige of Senju Tsunade? Ah, this is certainly noteworthy. Being Tsunade's student is undoubtedly a privilege. At the very least, no one in Konoha would dare to bully the future Hokage's apprentice. Moreover, with Tsunade's fiery temperament, even Danzo would think twice before making a move." Ming Kenki was quite pleased with this. Subsequently, Tsunade granted Kei-Rin a day's leave. Ming Kenki and Xianglin strolled through the streets, busily tidying their home for an entire afternoon. In truth, there was little to organize. Ming Kenki regarded this as a means to compensate for the years of neglect towards Xianglin. As for the neighboring Naruto Uzumaki, Ming Kenki heard from Xianglin that their team had been away on a mission for over a week, leaving no trace of their presence. Once the conversation was initiated, Xianglin shared numerous anecdotes about Naruto, but soon shifted her focus to speak even more about Sasuke Uchiha, which piqued Minkanki's interest. Chapter 38, Daily Life. Speaking of Sasuke Uchiha, Xianglin mused, how many Uchiha remain in Konoha? I recall during the Uchiha clan's large-scale would release, but what transpired afterward? In the evening, while stir-frying shredded potatoes, Minkanki conversed with Xianglin. By the way, brother, you must know the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, right? I have a classmate named Sasuke Uchiha. His chakra resembles yours, warm and comforting. However, poor Sasuke is left all alone, the last of his family. He has grown so cold, nothing like you. He was not like this before. It seemed Xianglin was oblivious to Minkanki's words, lost in her own thoughts. Is that so? Minkanki, unwilling to deceive, nor to reveal the truth of the Uchiha clan to Xianglin, simply extended his head and switched to his alternate persona. This secondary personality bore an impassive expression, exuding an aura of indifference, devoid of any discernible change, akin to a machine. Indeed, this is precisely how it appears. Ah, yes. Even my brother can transform in this manner. Xianglin hurried into the kitchen, anxiously clutching Minkanki's arm as she gazed at him. Well, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Currently, my brother is in robust health. In the entire ninja world, having taken merely 2 naps, he has ascended to the rank of Jonin. A truly unprecedented feat. Minkanki abruptly reverted to his original persona, his right hand gesticulating with exaggerated and whimsical expressions. His arched eyebrows signified a perpetual smile. Xianglin's eyes mirrored this joy, transforming into crescent moons. At that moment, a whiff of burned aroma wafted through the air. Oh no, it's charred, Minkanki exclaimed, hastily stir-frying, and at last, salvaged the plate of shredded potatoes. The slight burnt flavor seems to have enhanced the aroma of the potatoes. Pray, do share with me the significant events that have transpired over the years, or any amusing anecdotes from your life. During our meal, Minkanki expressed a desire to learn more about how Xianglin has fared in recent times. Indeed, Naruto harbors affection for Sakura, yet Sakura's heart belongs to Sasuke. They have been assigned to Team 7. How could that broad forehead possibly be worthy of Sasuke? At the tender age of 12. One is in the bloom of youth. Even though ninjas mature at an accelerated pace, their thought processes still differ from those of adults. The same holds true for Xianglin. Minkanki smiled silently as he prepared a fried egg for Xianglin, while serving himself half a bowl of shredded potatoes. Suddenly, Xianglin became acutely aware of her own words. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She immediately adopted a playful yet threatening tone, declaring, "You mustn't laugh. Otherwise, I shall cease my tale." All right. I won't laugh. I promise, he replied, urging the young lady Xianglin to continue. Minkanki swallowed the rice in her mouth, immediately suppressing her smile to show submission. Well, I suppose this young lady will reluctantly converse with you, you great sloth. After a bout of laughter, Xianglin began to recount the events of the past few years. The news of her brother's use of wood release had not reached Konoha. Later, when her brother disappeared, their grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, revealed a fragment of the truth. Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha, had slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan and is now an S-rank rogue ninja in Konoha. Brother, you must be cautious in the future. That day, he likely lured you there. Minkanki nodded. Indeed, there was a presence of Itachi that day. He held a profound admiration for Itachi. However, upon their next encounter, Minkanki would undoubtedly seek to strike him down. The haunting images from Tsukuyomi, replayed countless times, remain indelibly etched in Minkanki's mind. The mere thought of it nearly compels him to engage once more in the kaleidoscope of his memories. Simultaneously, Minkanki became aware that Xianglin's recent remarks inadvertently revealed a wealth of information, before he could fully comprehend it. Xianglin swallowed her fried egg and transferred the remaining piece into Minkanki's bowl, continuing her discourse. Additionally, a place called Jin has disbanded, resulting in a sudden influx of ninjas in Konoha. Furthermore, the 3rd Hokage has attempted twice to persuade Lady Tsunade to assume the position of Hokage, yet she has yet to acquiesce. Moreover, the 2 siblings engaged in conversation for an extended period, with Xianglin becoming increasingly animated, chattering away until the midnight hour. Minkanki has finally gained a considerable understanding of the past few years of Xianglin and Konoha. The greatest storm stirred by this little butterfly flapping its wings was not the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, but rather the dissolution of the root. The 3rd Hokage's support for him was terrifyingly robust. He even went so far as to genuinely disband the root. This is undoubtedly a grand gesture. reflecting immense trust and unwavering support. A profound sense of camaraderie, akin to the sentiment of a soldier sacrificing for a cherished friend, suddenly welled up within Ming Kanki. The following day, Xianglin hastened to Tsunade's side with great urgency. As Ming Kanki rose from his slumber, he beheld the now cold millet porridge and boiled eggs upon the table. And in that moment, his feelings of estrangement from the world dissipated entirely. There existed unwavering support, even at the cost of turning against a dear friend. And a steadfast trust in the third Hokage. There were years of relentless treatment to overcome hemophobia, all in the name of safeguarding Shinja Tsunade. Most importantly, there was a beloved sister, the charming Xianglin, whose bond surpassed that of mere blood relations. The alienation wrought by the capricious passage of time could not diminish the ties that bound Ming Kanki, drawing him back into the fold of this world. Once more, Ming Kanki found himself immersed in the fabric of existence. Knock, knock, knock. Having just finished his breakfast, Ming Kanki felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. The door was ajar, allowing entry. Comfortably stretching on his chair, Ming Kanki leisurely called out. Without its roots, Danzo had lost his power. Ming Kanki did not believe that anyone in Konoha could pose a threat to him, thus he considered his home to be utterly secure. In truth, at the very instant the knock echoed, shadows stirred in various corners inside and outside the house. It was only when they glimpsed the figure donning the Hokage hat at the entrance that they recoiled. Unbeknownst to Ming Kanki, all of this transpired without his slightest awareness. Ming Kanki's alertness is exceedingly poor. Although his physical prowess, chakra, and defensive capabilities have all reached the level of a Jonin. He can effortlessly eliminate a Jonin using wood release or the Manjiki Sharingan. However, with such a lack of vigilance, it would take merely a Chunin to assassinate him. Thus, according to the principle of the weakest link, Ming Kanki can at most be regarded as a special Jonin. Haha, you appear quite relaxed. Naturally. My sister is nearing the point of independence, and the internal threats within Konoha have been eradicated by you. In such a secure and comfortable environment, I am certainly at ease and leisurely. Ming Kanki, with his hands clasped behind his head, reclined against the back of his chair, smiling as he gazed at the third Hokage. Then follow me, he said. The third did not stop but beckoned Ming to accompany him. As they walked, he lamented. We old fellows have but a few years left to live. The future belongs to those children. As the foremost combatant of Konoha's future, you must not be complacent. Me? Ming was taken aback by the third's assessment, aware that even the legendary figures of the ninja world were mere playthings for the likes of Madara in the past. He suddenly felt the weight of expectation upon him. Indeed, it is you. As long as Konoha possesses wood release, peace shall be assured for another day. Therefore, until the next generation rises, you are the pillar of their sky. And we, in turn, are your support. Now, let me test just how much strength you still possess. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the third training ground. Chapter 39. The third's guidance. With a crackle, chakra surged forth from Ming's body, manifesting as arcs of lightning that coiled around him. Lightning release. Ninja body technique. Activate. His Sharingan awakened. With a sharp glare, the red background. Black Tomo of the three Tomo Sharingan emerged, and suddenly, the world around Ming became strikingly clear. It was as if he could predict the trajectory of every falling leaf in his vicinity. As Ming Kanki prepared to conclude yet refrained from launching a direct assault, the third Hokage remarked, Fear not, come forth with all your might. Tsunade had cautioned me against utilizing wood release in the Manjiki Sharingan. Nevertheless, I remain formidable. Proceed with caution. As the secondary persona manifested, Ming Kanki transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly traversing over 10 meters towards the third Hokage. This is no exaggeration. According to the records of the monk's teachings, a single thought constitutes an instant. 20 thoughts make a moment. 20 moments equal a flick of the finger. 20 flicks correspond to a fleeting breath. 20 fleeting breaths amount to a brief period. A day and night encompass 30 brief periods. A day and night total 24 hours, equating to 86,400 seconds. Thus, one brief period equals 880 seconds. A flick of the finger is 72 seconds. A moment is approximately 36 seconds. And an instant, or a single thought, is roughly 18 seconds. When speed does not reach a certain threshold and temporal abilities are absent. This moment refers to approximately 36 seconds. The reason for the approximation rather than strict accuracy is that terms like flick of the finger or moment are subjective and cannot be precisely measured in terms of seconds and minutes. A thought cannot be strictly equated to an instant. One might assert that a thought is a 10,000th of a second, or even less. There is no rigid standard. However, this illustrates that Ming Kanki possesses lightning release, which invigorates muscle cells, undoubtedly granting him remarkable speed. In an instant, he covered over 10 meters, too brief a span for an ordinary person to even react. Yet, the third Hokage merely pivoted on his left foot, effortlessly evading Ming Kanki's attack. Such a straightforward approach. Your intentions are all too clear to your adversary. Ming Kanki surged forward 2 or 3 meters, and, having just paused to prepare for another assault, he heard the third Hokage's commentary. Deeply influenced by martial arts, Ming Kanki firmly believed in the principles that no technique is invulnerable, that speed surpasses all, and that the absence of form can triumph over form in combat. He was convinced that even within the realm of Naruto, these truths remained applicable. Thus, disregarding the third's remarks, Ming Kanki charged once more. This time, the distance had diminished significantly. Although his speed had not increased, the time taken had been drastically reduced. The 2 or 3 meters between them was now traversed at a pace that had already exceeded the typical human reflex limit. Within a mere 0.01 seconds, his fist had reached the hem of the third Hokage's garment. With a resounding slap, a weathered hand emerged before Ming Kanki's fist, firmly absorbing his strike. Why not channel lightning into your hand to enhance your attack power? I recall Kakashi possesses a technique known as Raikiri. You could easily emulate it. The third Hokage remarked again, his tone now tinged with severity. Ming observed with keen insight that the palm of the third Hokage was enveloped in a layer of chakra. Additionally, traces of earth and stone adorned the surface of his hand. Clearly, the third had employed the transformation of earth nature to deflect the strike. Ming Kanki swiftly assessed the situation, and with the lightning of his palm coalescing, he broke through the defenses of the third Hokage, creating a distance of 2 to 3 meters once more. Subsequently, Ming Kanki launched a relentless series of attacks, while the third Hokage continuously offered critiques and guidance. His tone grew increasingly severe. What has become of your Sharingan's perceptive abilities? It is a disgrace to your eye. A mere illusion can conjure enough opportunity. Has your Sharingan become nothing more than a decorative piece? It possesses a certain chakra vision, yet you cannot even discern a simple clone? Fool. For half an hour, Ming Kanki maintained his offensive, while the third Hokage defended and evaded. Not once did Ming Kanki truly strike the third Hokage. Each of his assaults only elicited further criticism of his flaws and shortcomings. Fortunately, it was merely his alter ego engaged in battle. Had it been his primary persona, he would likely have exploded with rage by now. The third Hokage, when strict, had a rather harsh demeanor. In truth, the primary persona seethed within his mental space, wishing fervently to emerge and replace his alter ego to swiftly defeat the third Hokage with a kaleidoscopic barrage. Thankfully, he retained a modicum of rationality and refrained from bursting forth. Ming Kanki was unaware that the third generation's increasing severity was a testament to his acknowledgement of Ming Kanki's capabilities. In truth, the third generation was quite astonished by Ming Kanki's progress. Within the span of half an hour, he had transformed from someone unable to even graze the edges of his clothing to a point where the third generation had to adeptly employ the technique of the 3 bodies to avoid being struck. It is worth noting that, despite his frailty, the third generation remained a formidable shadow-level powerhouse, and this was not even his shadow clone, but his true self. In contrast, Ming Kanki's advancement was indeed remarkable. At this juncture, the thought of taking on an apprentice had begun to stir within the third generation. Very well. Let us take a moment's respite, he declared as he finally created some distance after half an hour of intense practice. Upon hearing this, Ming Kanki also paused, allowing his true persona to resurface. As soon as his main personality emerged, Ming Kanki expressed his displeasure to the third generation, saying, I must say, old man of the third generation, do you harbor a grudge against me? Ah, ha 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 ha. The third generation was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Once his mirth subsided, he continued to offer guidance. Young one, is this minor inconvenience enough to provoke your ire? In genuine combat, your adversary will employ words and actions 100-fold, 1,000-fold more insidious to incite you. Remember, losing your composure is the cardinal sin of a ninja. Ming Kanki expressed his thoughts, remarking that if he could provoke his secondary persona, it would signify his defeat. He dismissively waved his hand, saying, relax, relax. In that state, even if you were to perish before me, my expression would remain unchanged. With a chuckle, he reassured himself. Now, share your reflections. The third Hokage smiled once more and seamlessly guided Ming Kanki to summarize his insights. With just a few words, he alleviated Ming Kanki's anger, and once he regained his composure, transitioned into new guidance. It was evident that a master capable of teaching the legendary Sannin was indeed extraordinary. After some contemplation, Ming Kanki remarked, "First and foremost, my speed and strength require further cultivation. In this regard, Konoha possesses a master of taijutsu. I could introduce you to him." Before the third Hokage could respond, two green-clad kappa flashed through Ming Kanki's mind, sending a shiver down his spine, prompting him to change the subject. Secondly, the hand seals for ninjutsu need simplification. The ninjutsu suited to me would likely be those requiring only a single seal or none at all. I can assist in simplifying a few suitable techniques for you. We also have techniques that require no hand seals in Konoha, but their training is quite challenging. First, learn the shadow clone technique, and then utilize its properties to accelerate your ninjutsu learning. It's not too difficult. That won't do. Learning through shadow clones is far too perilous. Relax. I am a genius endowed with both wood release and Sharingan. A few shadow clones should be manageable. The two engaged in a lively exchange, ultimately leading Ming Kanki to convince the third Hokage. At last, there was a clear path for his ninjutsu training. As for whether he could withstand the training with shadow clones, Ming Kanki mused, "Do not underestimate us time travelers with our pseudo-split personalities. Although merely a fade of mental division, there might be some truth to it. Those with mental illness often possess broad perspectives, and this is no jest. I am confident that at least two clones will be no issue." Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of casual conversation, Ming Kanki articulated his last thought. "Is there any way to acquire the technique of heavy stone? Flight is a coveted ability of mine. Is there a complete version of lightning release taijutsu available? I have been studying half of that for many years. Additionally, can I learn flying thunder god technique? It is an essential skill for escape. Oh, and I must master the 7 changes of chakra nature. Thus far, I have only begun to grasp lightning release, and there remains much to learn." Before he could finish his final thought, the third Hokage interrupted him. "Hold on. One thing at a time. Be cautious not to bite off more than you can chew. Young man, you can start learning chakra nature changes, and I can provide you with the flying thunder god technique. As for the rest, you will have to pursue that on your own. However, there is one prerequisite. You must formally become a ninja of Konoha." Recognizing the Hokage's probing nature, Ming Kanki understood it as a test. Thus, he merely hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since Ming Kanki has officially become a Konoha ninja, it is only natural that he must not neglect the knowledge requisite for a ninja. Thus, the arduous time of learning has arrived for him. Do you recall the extensive cram sessions that Naruto underwent prior to becoming Hokage, with towering stacks of books? Indeed, Ming Kanki now faces a similar daunting task. Moreover, he must acquire a plethora of fundamental knowledge within a terrifyingly short span of over a month. Not only that, but he is also required to learn theoretical concepts while training daily under the tutelage of the third Hokage and the martial arts instructor, Kaido Kai. He must delve into the intricacies of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. This includes mastering the 36 mental calculations for shuriken throwing, understanding the 11 correlations between hand seals and chakra flow, grasping the basics of chakra meridians and acupoints, and learning the 72 subtle techniques for concealment, among many others. Even during missions, he must employ various methods such as erasing footprints, masking scents, and creating false tracks. Despite the efforts of his alter ego to absorb this wealth of theoretical knowledge, the primary persona remains overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information flooding his mind. While learning, his shadow clone must also accompany the third Hokage in studying the nature transformation of chakra and various ninjutsu. Once the lessons conclude, the main body must endure the embarrassment of learning taijutsu from the future Kaido. In summary, Ming Kanki has genuinely come to appreciate the hardships of being a ninja. Consequently, his heartfelt conversations with Kei-Rin have significantly diminished, and there were even days when he fell into a deep slumber upon her return. After more than a week of relentless study, during which he hardly noticed the return of Team 7, Ming Kanki finally received a well-deserved day of rest. Today, he received an invitation to the Nin exam, personally pinned by the third Hokage. Notably, it is the kind that exempts him from the written test. Clearly inscribed on the ticket are the words, "Participate in the Nin exam 3 days hence. Written test is optional." Hey, Kai-sensei, what is this nonsense? Wasn't it stated that one must submit an application for the Nin exam? The document, which bore the name of an application, was in fact merely a ticket for entry. Before he could finish reading, he waved it around and questioned Kai. While others had the autonomy to choose, he felt as if he were being coerced into participating. This is not merely a matter of using wood release to resolve the issue. What about the written test? The written test. It is, indeed, a written test. This bears repeating thrice for emphasis. How could one expect a novice, who has studied for just over a week through correspondence courses, to succeed in a written examination? Ahem. In any case, Ming Kanki was instantly incensed. After all, it was Kai who had provided him with this ticket. Thus, he confronted him directly. The primary persona was quite assertive, after all. Kai had said to stand up for oneself. The third Hokage believes you possess the strength of a Nin. Therefore, he wishes for you to showcase Konoha's prowess during the Nin exam. This particular exam is extraordinary. I have high hopes for you. Run forth with the vigor of youth. As Kai spoke with increasing seriousness, he concluded by giving a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming in a flash. This is also a unique skill of the master and disciple of Akai. A brief glimmer from Akai's teeth caught Ming Kanki off guard, leaving him blinking, unable to respond in time. At that moment, Hyuga Niji, with his right hand resting on his back, extended his left hand toward Lu He and proclaimed, "The strength of a Jonin is not easily attained. Even if Teacher Kai says so, one should not take it at face value. Come, let us spar." A haughty arrogance emanated from Niji's seemingly vacant white eyes. Though his expression appeared unresponsive, his gaze was remarkably sharp, with his posture upright and his left arm half raised. He appeared to extend an invitation, yet his words carried an unmistakable air of superiority. In the midst of this, Ming Kanki sensed an undercurrent of hostility from Niji. Why does he harbor animosity towards me? I believe I once saved his father, didn't I? How peculiar. Confronting Hyuga Niji did not seem daunting to Ming Kanki. Even though he was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan and had received considerable guidance from the still-living Hinata Hayashi, Ming Kanki felt no need to resort to his alter ego. Perhaps it was the frequent emergence of his alter ego and the prolonged learning that had heightened his awareness. Ming Kanki keenly felt the necessity to comprehend more about the developments in Konohagakure over the past few years, rather than solely relying on information from Xianglin. If I can ponder such matters, it seems my intellect has indeed improved. Perhaps I should allow my alter ego to engage in more study, concluded his primary persona. Meanwhile, the other members of Team 9 exhibited varied reactions. Hey, Niji, this seems inappropriate, Tintin expressed with a hint of concern. She held great trust in Akai and equally believed in Ming Kanki's Jonin-level prowess. Her worry stemmed from the potential danger posed by a ninja who had yet to attain Jonin status and their ability to control their strength accurately. To experience the power of a Jonin is a rare opportunity. Niji remained arrogantly poised before Ming Kanki, failing to even glance at Tintin. Please, after your bout with Niji, make sure to battle me as well, exclaimed Lilaki, hands clasped in a gesture of respect as he bowed to Ming Kanki. Did you say something just now? Ming Kanki, having regained his senses, noticed Lilaki bowing but had entirely missed what had been said. Ah, this is youth, Li. Akai's voice rang out. Be cautious. I may not be able to hold back, he added, his student-teacher bond with Li being rather conspicuous, prompting Ming Kanki to quickly turn his attention back to Niji. Humph. Niji responded to Ming Kanki with an icy snort. At this juncture, Akai raised his thumb and declared, "This is the essence of youth. Ming Kanki, do not let the hopes of youth down. Engage them in a match. This shall serve as my test for you, as well as yours collectively. I command Team 9 to join forces." Yes, Teacher Kai. Be careful, they chorused. Humph. There is no need for you two to intervene. Xiaoli assumed the stance of a fist technique, his legs coiled like a poised leopard, ready to spring forth and launch an assault on Ming Kanki at any moment. Tian swiftly retrieved her shuriken and kunai, positioning herself beside Xiaoli, prepared to offer support. Although Hinata Niji feigned disdain, he did not permit Xiaoli and Tian to withdraw. Instead, he approached Xiaoli and assumed the posture of the 8 trigrams palm. With a crackle, visible lightning enveloped Ming Kanki's form. He uttered no words, merely adopting a starting position and nodding. Begin. Chapter 41. The Nin exams of the 5 great nations. With a command from Akai, the match officially commenced. The competitors were Ming Kanki and Team 9 of Konoha. Their side boasted formidable strength but lacked any practical experience. They were accustomed to overwhelming their opponents with flashy techniques. Yet at this moment, they relied solely on the lightning release body technique. In contrast, their adversaries possessed a year of mission experience, including 2 members who had already attained Nin rank. The trio demonstrated seamless cooperation, appearing poised to unleash their full potential. Both sides held their respective advantages. However, in terms of raw power, Ming Kanki had the upper hand. At Akai's signal, he immediately dashed forward, closing the distance to Xiaoli in an instant. Li! Tian shouted a warning. Yet, Ming Kanki's fist was already in motion. Realizing he could not evade the blow, Lee Rock swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself. You have entered my 8 trigrams domain. 64 palms of the gentle fist. Nearby, Hinata Niji activated the 8 trigrams domain, launching an attack on Minkanki. Bang! Pht. One sound marked Minkanki's strike against Xiao Li's arm, while another signified Niji's hit on Minkanki. The two sounds were nearly indistinguishable in their sequence. However, that singular moment of impact seemed to signal a tacit agreement to halt the clash. Ah, that was close. The figure of Minkanki swiftly darted away from between Xiao Li and Niji, simultaneously distancing himself from Tian. Upon stopping and turning back, Minkanki exaggeratedly engaged in self-dialogue while dramatically pressing on the spot where Niji had struck him. In truth, he had indeed been touched by Niji's attack. Yet he had not been struck by chakra at all. In that fleeting moment, Niji found himself recoiling from the protective lightning aura surrounding Minkanki, unable to unleash his gentle fist technique. This is troublesome, Xiao Li exclaimed, releasing his arms, his entire body trembling. Niji too was engulfed in a similar sensation of numbness, although his left hand quivered even more violently. It was that very hand which had made contact with Minkanki. In astonishment, he uttered, "That lightning was not merely an illusion." Minkanki cast a speechless glance at Akai, pondering, "Is this truly the Jinin you have trained for over a year? I have repeatedly asserted my prowess at the Jinin level. These two fools not only rely solely on taijutsu, but one of them even believes it to be an illusion technique. Could it be that I am somehow contagious? I have heard that low intelligence can spread." Akai seemed oblivious to Minkanki's disdainful gaze, raising his thumbs with enthusiasm. With a sigh, Minkanki declared, "Let us end this here. You are not my match. Furthermore, every strike I have delivered thus far has been aimed at annihilating my foes. Therefore, if we continue, I cannot guarantee I will restrain my strength. Teacher Akai?" Upon hearing this, Tian turned her gaze towards Akai. She had always been the most obedient among them, except when she was caught up in foolish antics with Akai. "Take it off, Lee. Go for it, Niji, Tian. Youth is all about facing formidable foes without fear." Akai's resounding words sent a jolt through Minkanki's heart. This fellow not only allowed Lee to shed his burdens, but also urged Niji and Tian to persist in their assault. It was as if he disregarded their very lives. What remarkable achievements has Minkanki accomplished? As of now, he has made several strikes, and since the second attack, at least one Jonin has perished each time. Moreover, he has vanquished nearly 20,000 Cloud Shinobi, obliterated the Uchiha clan's territory, and fought to a standstill against Uchiha Bido, who is renowned as Uchiha Madara. Well, given Akai's intellect, it is unlikely that the third Hokage would have divulged such matters to him. Very well. I hope you can promptly intervene shortly. Thunder Armor, second stage. Although Minkanki appears to be an optimist on the surface, he is, in truth, more akin to a temperamental and obsessive individual. Otherwise, he would not have developed a secondary personality in moments of disagreement. This secondary persona embodies both his obsession and rationality. While the primary personality is somewhat more stable, it still exhibits moments of volatility and a degree of obsession. Since Akai harbors no concerns for his subordinates, Minkanki has decided to adopt a similarly indifferent approach. Not only does he choose to disregard the situation, but he also activates the newly established Thunder Armor's second stage, a manifestation of his unique lightning-based ninjutsu. The Thunder Armor represents Minkanki's overall state when utilizing this lightning technique. Given that he possesses only half of the complete lightning ninjutsu, and that its manifestation diverges from that of the Raikage's Thunder God Armor, it necessitates distinction. The first stage of the Thunder Armor, achieved after the initial completion of the half-step lightning ninjutsu, envelopes Minkanki in crackling electricity. In this state, the lightning swirls around him, yet there are conspicuous gaps, and the electrical currents are far from coherent, revealing significant shortcomings. Consequently, Minkanki undertook its enhancement, culminating in the emergence of the Thunder Armor's second stage. The intensity of the electrical discharge has increased, and the surrounding lightning generates considerable heat. However, thanks to the delicate protection afforded by a faint layer of lightning chakra on his skin, this heat does not inflict harm upon his body. In terms of speed and strength, there has been no augmentation. After all, this is a ninjutsu technique that encompasses both ninjutsu and taijutsu aspects. And it is precisely the taijutsu component that Minkanki sought to master under Akai's tutelage. Minkanki activated the second stage of the Thunder Armor, enveloping his body in a dense shroud of lightning. The grass beneath him quickly turned a charred yellow. The battle concluded instantaneously upon its commencement. Minkanki was promptly halted by Akai upon initiation. Subsequently, Akai began to express his concerns, suggesting that it was merely a friendly sparring session with his endearing subordinates and that such formidable techniques should not be employed. Minkanki pondered, contemplating the absurdity of being able to vanquish his adversary in a single blow yet opting for a drawn-out skirmish. He had no time for such frivolities. Reluctant to engage in battle once more, he ultimately experienced firsthand the true clinginess of Akai's abilities. At that moment, the reason behind Kakashi Hitaki's habitual evasions, such as his inquiries of "Did you say something?" became clear to him. Truly, the most effective way to evade Akai's tenacity was simply to disregard him entirely. Thus, Minkanki succumbed, defeated by Akai's relentless persistence, and fled in disarray. Upon returning home and retrieving his entry ticket, it dawned on Minkanki that he had intended to converse with Akai. Now, it was evident that this could be construed as tacit acceptance. A scheme. All a grand scheme. The so-called genius Niji, the challenges presented by Lee, the collective trials of Team Ninth, and the clingy techniques of the esteemed Guy, all were meticulously orchestrated by Akai. One must not underestimate the intellect of the illustrious Guy, even if his mind were simple. When it came to strategy and calculation, he far surpassed Minkanki, who hailed from a peaceful world, by at least tenfold. Minkanki even insidiously speculated that this entire scenario might have been a ploy devised by the third Hokage to prevent him from causing a ruckus in the office. A yawn escaped the third Hokage as he sat in his office, sifting through documents. Suddenly, he sneezed, taking a deep draw from his pipe. He exhaled slowly while gazing out the window, his thoughts swirling. I hope Minkanki can secure first place. This Chunin exam is no trivial matter. The joint Chunin exam of the 5 great nations. I wonder if thrusting him into the limelight at this juncture is wise. I am growing old. After this exam, perhaps it is time for Jiraiya to return as Hokage. I should step aside and allow the younger generation to take the reins. Chapter 42. The joint Chunin exam of the 5 great nations, Part 2. The third Hokage's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Although he had already granted Minkanki his entry ticket, he remained ambivalent. After all, should Minkanki take center stage in this exam? His secrets were bound to be exposed. Once a secret is revealed, it ceases to be a secret. The unveiling of a hidden weapon could very well lead to catastrophic repercussions, and this was precisely what the third Hokage feared. He had come to regard Minkanki as an integral part of Konoha's future, a vital component in the quest for peace. To this end, he had even gone so far as to engage in warfare with the Cloud Village, sacrificing the very foundation of the root organization. Yet now, he found himself in the paradoxical position of potentially placing Minkanki in jeopardy. How could he not be conflicted? The third Hokage's indecision yielded no resolution. Ultimately, Minkanki remained under the vigilant protection of the Umbu, having not encountered a single foreign ninja until the eve of the exam. This elevated level of protection was not lost on Minkanki. Nevertheless, he devoted the majority of his day to training, during which his secondary persona manifested. That alternate self was indifferent to such matters, while the primary persona, during the time designated for rest and slumber, he remains indifferent to such matters. 3 days later, ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages, alongside various smaller clans, have gathered in Konohagakure. Among them, the shinobi from Sunagakure arrived as early as half a month ago, while those from Kumogakure, who are still adversaries of Konoha, only made their entrance a day prior. The number of participants in this Chunin exam is substantial, far exceeding the capacity of a single room as depicted in the original narrative. Consequently, the examination venue has been established directly within the arena designated for the final assessments. Enclosed by 2 semicircular walls, the arena spans approximately the size of a football field. The open space is adorned with 2,000 to 3,000 tables and chairs, creating an impressively spacious atmosphere. Minkanki approached the towering gate, standing 3 to 4 meters high, clutching his entry ticket. Immediately, 2 individuals greeted him. Hey, I'm your teammate. Surprised, aren't you? Hee. Esteemed Minkanki, I am Zwabi, your comrade and guardian for this Chunin exam. In the event of danger, please evacuate immediately. I shall cover your retreat. The red-haired girl with glasses was, of course, the little sister, Xianglin. Zwabi, on the other hand, appeared rather disingenuous. Despite speaking of crucial matters, his smile felt forced and insincere, revealing his struggle to grasp genuine mirth without the guidance of Uzumaki Naruto. It was no wonder that my training schedule had been packed to the brim these past few days. The third Hokage likely feared that I would discover he had entered you into the competition after having his beard entirely plucked, gently ruffling Xianglin's crimson locks. Minkanki wore a smile, yet his words were laced with tension. He contemplated whether, after the Chunin exam, he should ask Naruto to visit the Hokage's office more frequently to employ his seductive techniques. As he pushed the door open to submit his application, it is important to note that Minkanki and his companions did not encounter Shingitsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai, for the door they guarded, which had been enchanted with the Jinjutsu, was actually the entrance to the audience area on the other side. Since 5 years ago when Minkanki was led by an illusion to the Uchiha clan, he has become particularly sensitive to such suggestive Jinjutsu. He did not head toward the large gate at all. Instead, he instinctively ran directly toward it. Upon passing through the gate, he beheld a vast sea of people before him, with the 5 great ninja villages prominently positioned at the forefront. The smaller ninja villages huddled in the corners. While the 5 great villages formed distinct clusters, the Mist Village on the left, the Rock Village on the right, and Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Cloud Village lined up from left to right in the center. Upon catching sight of the familiar forehead protector of the Cloud Village, images of Uzumaki Naruto and Yamabuki Daisuke, resolute and decisive, flashed through Minkanki's mind. A powerful killing intent surged within him, his expression turning fierce and filled with rage. The Cloud Village. His anger erupted suddenly from the depths of his heart. Chakra surged into his eyes, causing his Sharingan to activate automatically. Minkanki had never believed that the entire Yun ninja team responsible for the attack on the Xianglin family were traitors. The Xianglin family had extended to him the utmost kindness, allowing him to integrate into their world. Yet, it was precisely those rogue Yun ninjas who had stripped him of everything, casting him adrift once more. The greater the beauty of what he had gained, the more excruciating the pain of his loss. Even when he donned an alternate persona, Minkanki could not quell the raging fury within him. His primary persona emerged once again, refusing to suppress the fire of anger any longer. Standing at the entrance of the arena, Minkanki glared with his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, wishing fervently to eliminate every last Yun ninja. The 3 tomos spun rapidly, as if on the verge of merging into a singularity. "Brother!" Xianglin cried out, embracing Minkanki, her voice laced with alarm. In that moment, Minkanki appeared so foreign to her. Even the warmth of his chakra had turned chillingly cold. Xianglin felt the Minkanki she knew slipping away, which is why her exclamation was urgent. Her soft call successfully rekindled the spark of his consciousness. As Minkanki blinked, the 3-tomo Sharingan vanished instantaneously, reverting to ordinary pupils. He embraced Xianglin, whispering softly, "I am unscathed. This time, no one shall harm you. I shall ensure that those who have once inflicted pain upon you, along with all who are associated with them, face their reckoning." By the time he uttered the latter, his voice had grown almost inaudible. The influence of the Sharingan on the mind is indeed terrifying, comprehending love, experiencing its loss, and subsequently treading a path that becomes increasingly narrow and obsessive. It is no wonder that the Uchiha clan requires siblings. It is no surprise that they are either overly attached to their brothers or their sisters, for there must be someone capable of pulling them back from the precipice of their narrow-mindedness and obsession. Hence, once they lose that individual who can rescue them, they plunge into the abyss, and the kaleidoscope awakens. Fortunately, Minkanki's kaleidoscope was activated within Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Thankfully, Xianglin remained, a presence capable of holding him back from the abyss. After soothing Xianglin, Minkanki finally noticed that the group of genin participating in the Chunin exam had all fixed their gazes upon him. Upon Xianglin turning to glance back, her face flushed a deep crimson. Minkanki grasped Xianglin's hand, with Zuori trailing closely behind them. The trio approached the rear of the Konoha team. "Behold, the Sharingan. Could he be Uchiha Sasuke? He appears rather mature, does he not? Could it be that there are other Uchiha in Konoha? Wasn't he the Uchiha clan exterminated? It is said that only Uchiha Sasuke survived. My brother's cousin's uncle's brother is an elite jonin, so his intelligence must be accurate." Along their way, Minkanki and his companions overheard a myriad of discussions, some amusing, others quite intriguing. It seems he harbors a grudge against the Cloud Ninja. Might it be that the Cloud Ninja were involved in the Uchiha massacre? Silence. Do not speak recklessly. Hey, when have we IWA ninjas ever feared the Cloud Ninja? If they wish to fight, let them. No need for theatrics. Cloud Ninja, how absurd. Be quiet, Hai. Do not engage, Eagle. The time is not yet ripe. The various teams from IWA and Kumo engaged in open discussions that nearly escalated into conflict, but fortunately, their captain remained composed. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in his 20s. At such an age and possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, he appeared to be a bodyguard accompanying the participants. The 2 individuals beside him, with their crimson hair, might be from the Uzumaki clan. Members of the Uzumaki clan are candidates for the Jinchuriki, making them exceedingly significant. Thus, that bodyguard must at least be a Jonin. The formidable Lady Temari, the Wind Shadow's daughter, showcased her prowess and intellect in just a few exchanges. Her words piqued Gaara's interest. Gaara turned towards Ming Kanki, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. Fine sand began to trickle from the gourd on his back. Xianglin's brother is indeed an Uchiha? What a predicament! Nara Shikamaru of Konoha muttered a few words, his mind racing with numerous conjectures. The rapidly spinning Sharingan was challenging to gauge, seemingly filled with a profound hatred for our Cloud Ninja. The astute Omoichi, with his white hair and darker complexion, speculated briefly. Their captain, the fierce blonde Samui, interjected with decisive clarity. If what that Sand Ninja stated is correct, he will be a formidable foe. However, we Cloud Ninja must secure victory this time. Omoichi Karui, keep a close watch on him, analyze his every move. If an opportunity arises, eliminate him. Pharmaceutical expert Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In any case, the gaze of nearly all the candidates converged upon Ming Kanki and his companions. After all, Ming Kanki had just unleashed a terrifying aura of killing intent, an intensity only a seasoned veteran of the Ninja World War could possess. Amidst this scrutiny, various intelligence exchanges, signals, and intricate schemes swiftly unfolded. Thus commenced the first round of the Chunin exam under such circumstances. Chapter 43, the Joint Chunin Exam of the Five Great Nations 3, the Forest of Death. Even with a change of venue and an increase in numbers, Uzumaki Naruto still chose to raise his hand and boldly declared his classic line. I want to answer the 10th question. Even if I remain a mere lower ninja for my entire life, I shall strive towards becoming Hokage. Pose your questions. I am unafraid. Thus, to the astonishment of most candidates, the first round of the Chunin exams concluded in a rather dramatic fashion. Of course, the blank sheets of paper were not solely the domain of Uzumaki Naruto. Amigakura's Mai Sanjiki had succumbed to slumber from beginning to end. Upon recognizing that the chief examiner was Marino Ibiki, Mai Sanjiki had already foreseen the outcome. In truth, it mattered little whether he knew or not. His application served as a direct ticket to the final assessment. Despite the vastness of the arena, Akamichi Karui devised a clever method to obscure Marino Ibiki's view with a black cloth, subsequently announcing her identity as the examiner for the second round. Without so much as a moment's respite, they proceeded directly into the second examination. From the 5 great shinobi villages, alongside numerous smaller ones, nearly 1,000 teams had commenced the first round, yet only about 100 remained. At the entrance of the Death Forest, Akamichi Karui elucidated the rules and engaged in a close interaction with the fervent Naruto, as well as the enigmatic Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja. Observing the map of the 44th training ground presented by Akamichi Karui, Nara Shikamaru muttered, with 44 entrances and dozens of teams, nearly every entrance must accommodate 2 teams. It is likely that a battle will ensue right from the start. How troublesome. Indeed, it was not just Shikamaru who grasped this reality. All teams were acutely aware of it. Some older, more seasoned lower ninjas even surmised the true number of teams to be 87, based on their extensive experience. As a former Umbu elite, Saito could readily discern the total count at a glance. After Ming Kanki, Chi, and San signed a consent form, they were escorted to the entrance of Gate 11. As the time for the examination approached and the Grand Gate swung open, they found themselves still awaiting the arrival of the second team. Zuo-i, with his wealth of experience in wilderness survival, would guide their actions from this moment forward. However, given that Dan's was still at large, even after the route had been disbanded for 5 years, complete trust in you remains elusive, Zuo-i. You must understand this. As for you, K-Rin, since I have yet to witness your true capabilities, your role will be designated as medical support. The matters of combat shall be entrusted to Zuo-i and myself. Upon entering the gate, they dashed amongst the bizarrely shaped trees, leaping and bounding, with thoughts of Ming Kanki's leadership plans flitting through Zuo-i and K-Rin's minds. Since when did my brother become the captain? I've trained rigorously under Tsunade. As they ran, K-Rin pouted, still feeling a tinge of displeasure at Ming Kanki's self-appointed captaincy. Yet, being her brother, she refrained from voicing her feelings, opting instead to prove her worth through action. Meanwhile, Zuo-i maintained a stoic expression, yet his mind was busy recalling every subtle nuance of Ming Kanki's expressions and movements, striving to gather sufficient information to ascertain whether Ming Kanki had uncovered something amiss. However, It was not until the trio ventured 2 kilometers into the forest of death and paused that Zui could discern no apparent issues. What shall we do now? Lord Minkanki, perched upon a massive branch, Zui deftly sliced through a green flower snake that blended seamlessly with the branch. Prior to his action, neither Minkanki nor K-Rin had detected the serpent's presence. Throughout their journey, Zui flawlessly showcased his wilderness survival skills, identifying and eluding all manner of dangers, be it venomous insects camouflaged like dead twigs or snakes indistinguishable from tree trunks, not to mention color-changing, invisible poison spiders. None escaped his keen observation. Fortuitously, Zui was with them. Had it been merely Minkanki and K-Rin, the inexperienced duo would not have fallen victim to fatal harm, yet they would have undoubtedly faced a disheveled plight against the venomous creatures, struggling to traverse the 15 miles with such swiftness. Here lies a small brook. The current flows swiftly. How fortuitous, for I have just learned about this. Considering this flow direction, we are downstream. Let me calculate the flow rate. Minkanki leapt from the branch, extending his hand to gauge the current's velocity, while wielding a kunai to trace calculations on the western bank. Brother, we are already traversing in a straight line. The direct distance to the central tower is approximately 8 kilometers. There is no need for further calculations. At this moment, Xianglin could no longer contain herself. She bounded to Minkanki's side, cautiously observing the surroundings of the stream, steadfastly guarding him. In stark contrast to Minkanki's carefree demeanor, Xianglin exemplified the true essence of a ninja through her meticulous vigilance. Ah, how delightful! Minkanki was acutely aware that this was not the appropriate moment for ostentation. He chuckled awkwardly and, feigning seriousness, declared, "There are fish in the stream. Zhuijing, gather some materials to start a fire. I shall catch the fish. We shall feast on fish tonight. Now, let us proceed." The beginning is often the most challenging. Initially, Xianglin refrained from countering her brother, enduring the moment. However, soon enough, her patience waned, and she began to voice her grievances. With the first rebuttal came the second, and it became considerably easier. Just as Minkanki concluded his statement, Xianglin retorted, "Brother, this is the Chunin exam. If we create a fire, we will be besieged." Suddenly, with a crack, a surge of lightning erupted from the palm of Minkanki. The air filled with a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds taking flight, reverberating from his hand. Over the surface of the stream, arcs of lightning danced fervently, sending numerous small fish soaring out of the water and onto the bank. As she gazed at the orb of lightning in Minkanki's palm, Xianglin's mind began to stir with vague recollections. Minkanki smiled, and with that, the flash of lightning vanished, and the cacophony of chirping birds faded away. How about that? I specifically sought the assistance of the third Hokage to further refine my mastery of the lightning release chakra nature transformation, and I even consulted Kakashi regarding the Chidori technique. Now, I can unleash it instantaneously. Furthermore, I have also learned an unmarked ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage from the third Hokage. That one presents a bit of a challenge, but once I have mastered it, I shall entrust it to you. As Minkanki collected fish, he exhibited his catch with the exuberance of a child flaunting a new toy. Piling several small fish, each about the size of his palm, upon the riverbank, he skillfully gutted and cleaned their innards. When he placed the fish in the stream to wash them, he shivered, for the water still bore traces of the energy from the recent storm. Nevertheless, Xianglin remained somewhat apprehensive. At that moment, however, Zhuijing had returned. A heap of dry branches and leaves had been ignited. Despite her concerns, Xianglin had no choice but to acquiesce. It's fine. Minkanki remarked nonchalantly as he skewered the fish and positioned them over the fire. Rest assured, Xianglin. Trust me, cooking over a fire is the wisest strategy. This is my domain. Even the Thunder Shadow would kneel here. Minkanki's expression evidently lacked any persuasive power. Xianglin remained burdened by her concerns, even while consuming fish. She meticulously observed her surroundings, fearful that a horde of adversaries might suddenly emerge. Zhuidi, however, placed greater trust in Minkanki. Yet, as an elite from the root, he maintained a vigilant awareness of his environment even during meals, a habit ingrained in elite ninjas. Among the trio, only Minkanki indulged in the fish with carefree abandon, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. A gray snake flicked its tongue amid the pile of withered leaves by the tree roots. At that moment, as Minkanki stood to retrieve the fish, he inadvertently cast a glance at the snake. Chapter 44. The battle has begun when it comes to task experience. Minkanki was utterly lacking. His wilderness survival knowledge was likely confined to catching cicadas in the old woods of his hometown. Yet, This was no ordinary world. It was a ninja realm infused with the extraordinary energy known as chakra. Moreover, Ming Kenki was no longer an ordinary individual. He was a prospective powerhouse, endowed with the formidable abilities of both would release in the Sharingan. Were it not for the complications arising from bloodline conflicts, he might have already ascended to a position of considerable strength within the ninja world. In fact, since his awakening, certain aspects had undergone notable changes, but for now, let us set that aside. Returning to the story, as Ming Kenki stood to seize the three fish in front of Zwai, he consciously or unconsciously caught sight of the gray snake nestled in the pile of withered leaves by the great tree. His actions appeared to be merely an act of snatching fish, a natural glance as he rose. Once he secured the fish, he resumed his vigorous feasting. However, after that fleeting glance, the gray snake swiftly disappeared into the pile of leaves. Upon a sprawling tree, lush with foliage. At a distance of 100 meters from Ming Kenki, three grass ninjas crouched silently. A gray serpent slithered up the arm of the central figure, flicking its tongue and hissing ominously. "Ah, how intriguing," he remarked, though his mind was preoccupied with other matters. Gently stroking the serpent's head, he commanded the two grass ninjas beside him, proceed in the direction of the smoke and ascertain their intentions. Understood. The two complied without hesitation, swiftly making their way towards Ming Kenki's group. Meanwhile, among the 87 teams of participants, several had spotted the rising smoke. Of those closest, two teams decisively rushed towards it, believing it to be an easy opportunity for victory. In the midst of such a crowded Chunin exam, who would dare to light a fire? This was clearly the folly of novices. Both teams were convinced that victory was assured, failing to consider the possibility of a trap. Other teams, upon witnessing the smoke, opted for a more cautious approach, either observing from a distance or preparing to seize any potential advantage. Farther away, in the area opposite Ming Kenki's group, a massacre was unfolding. "Tell me, why does he seek to kill you?" Layers of fine sand constricted around three cloud ninjas, controlled by the menacing Gaara, whose eyes were bloodshot and filled with a palpable murderous intent. We have no idea. We truly don't. We'll give you the scroll. Just spare our lives." The fear of death was evident in their pleas as they faced Gaara, who was resolute in his intentions. Sand binding coffin. Before the third cloud ninja could finish his sentence, Gaara unleashed his jutsu. The yellow sand enveloped the trio entirely, compressing tightly until it turned crimson with their blood. Their screams abruptly ceased. A bloodstained scroll was delivered into Gaara's hands by the sand. "Ha, don't worry, Mama. We'll find him soon. Killing him will surely make you happy. Won't it?" Gaara's expression twisted with bloodlust as he glanced back at his companions, silently urging them to follow. Handily, Kankuro and Temari exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to utter a word as they hurried to keep pace. "Ha, that was a delightful meal." Luha remained blissfully unaware that the most brutal elimination round of the Chunin exam had already commenced. He had just snatched the last fish, devouring it eagerly. "Brother, you're still laughing. Half of those fish are in your belly. Aren't you worried about being unable to fight later?" Xianglin's expression was one of feigned anger, resembling more a pout than a lecture. Luha, unfazed, chuckled. "Relax, Xianglin. I'm barely even full." Certainly. Ming Kenki had realized that this was yet another manifestation of soul evolution, perhaps a sign of the Scion's insatiable appetite beginning to surface. After resting for approximately a minute, Ming Kenki rose and began to stretch his limbs. At that moment, Zwai had already extinguished the campfire, ensuring no thick smoke lingered. Meanwhile, Xianglin had skillfully set several traps in the surrounding terrain. Having finished their meal and extinguished the fire, it was only then that they remembered to lay the traps. "Oh, Xianglin, you truly are a novice." "Ha." As he moved closer to Xianglin, Ming Kenki erupted into laughter. "Humph." With a huff, Xianglin swiftly hurled a shuriken. The shuriken embedded itself mere inches from Ming Kenki's toes. There. A gray snake writhed in agony, its head pierced. It was unlikely to survive. Ming Kenki raised his thumb in approval. Since entering the forest of death, Xianglin's progress has been conspicuous. "Alas, you have slain my beloved gray serpent. How do you propose I deal with you now?" A hoarse voice echoed. Seemingly mundane and devoid of any murderous intent, yet harboring a chilling malice. Were they mere lowly shinobi, such words would surely unravel their composure. However, the trio of Ming Kenki was far from ordinary. "Who goes there?" Xianglin swiftly darted to Ming Kenki's right, brandishing a kunai and shouting towards the woods. As a student of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and having begun to awaken her chakra sensing abilities, she was not easily intimidated by such theatrics. Had she confided in Tsunade regarding her sensing capabilities, she would have already acquired the Kagai's Byakugan. Yet, such is the realm of hypotheticals. Xianglin still required time to master this skill on her own. Thus, her current assessment of the enemy's location might well be inaccurate. The enemy should be around here. Exercise utmost caution. Seiya emerged on Ming Kenki's left, drawing his long blade and vigilantly surveying the trees to the left. As a former elite of the route, Seiya possessed strength at least on par with that of an elite Nin. He had undertaken numerous perilous missions, rendering him impervious to mere words. Nonetheless, the enemy's prowess was evidently superior to his own. Based on his experience, Seiya could only adopt a careful, defensive stance. However, I perceive him to be directly in front of me. As for Ming Kenki, he was convinced that the adversary lurked atop the grand tree before him. His gaze fixed intently upon it. Suddenly, the sound of applause resounded, devoid of any technique. The clapping emanated from the very tree Ming Kenki was observing. Accompanying the applause, a clump of brown mud fell from the tree, coalescing into a sticky figure that emerged, transforming into a person clad in a conical hat. Before raising his head, the figure continued to clap, speaking in a gravelly voice. Your sensing abilities are truly remarkable. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, revealing serpent-like, cold, slitted pupils that scrutinized them. Ming Kenki was suddenly engulfed by a chill that surged from the depths of his heart. As if he were on the brink of being frozen solid, Xianglin clasped him tightly, devoid of any fighting spirit, trembling uncontrollably. After all, she was merely a low-ranking ninja who had yet to step out of the ivory tower. Despite her master being Tsunade, she had never truly experienced the essence of murderous intent. Seiya was seemingly unaffected, yet he sensed the ominous shadow of death looming from the malevolent energy. Drawing from his experience, he recognized the formidable nature of their adversary. Thus, he positioned himself protectively in front of Ming Kenki and resolutely declared, "Flee. I shall hold them off." Their enemy had yet to strike, yet the mere exchange of glances was already terrifying. However, at that moment, Ming Kenki chuckled and began to speak. Chapter 45, The Ambition of Orochimaru. Ah, what a familiar voice. Yes, you must be Orochimaru. Ming Kenki smiled, tilting his head as if in contemplation. When he turned to face Orochimaru, his Sharingan had already been activated. Upon seeing the three black tomo swirling within Ming Kenki's crimson eyes, Orochimaru's gaze narrowed. Ever since he had been taught a lesson by Uchiha Itachi, losing an arm in the process, the Uchiha bloodline had become an obsession for him. Now, right in front of him stood a perfect vessel for the reanimation jutsu. Possessing a pair of three tomo Sharingan and the wood release of Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru was exhilarated. It was indeed a miracle. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips, greedily eyeing Ming Kenki, who had defied his earlier judgment of death and had not only survived but matured. I find you exceedingly intriguing. Come with me. In this world, only I can resolve your bloodline conflict. As the most despised trafficker in the Naruto universe, Orochimaru's persuasive abilities were undeniably formidable. Even under his voracious gaze, Ming Kenki found himself believing his words. It was akin to a genjutsu effect. Who said Orochimaru lacked verbal prowess? His level of persuasion was indeed rare in the shinobi world. Fortunately, his skill in deception paled in comparison to that of the future Naruto. Thankfully, Ming Kenki, being a time traveler, harbored a profound wariness towards Orochimaru. After listening to Orochimaru's proposition, Ming Kenki nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, you are absolutely right. By the way, I should probably thank you, Lord Orochimaru." Ming Kenki's smile exuded sincerity. The initial purpose of separating his primary and secondary personalities was to manage interactions and responsibilities before his passage into this world. The primary persona was tasked with social engagements while the secondary persona handled practical matters. However, in this world of cunning ninjas, enthusiasm became synonymous with deception. Consequently, deceiving others became the primary persona's forte. Even Sai and Karen fell victim to Ming Kenki's genuine smile. Sai subtly distanced himself from Ming Kenki, while Karen nestled beside him, whispering, "Brother." She appeared as if preyed upon by a formidable adversary, trembling in fear as she sought refuge beside Ming Kenki. Ming Kenki gently pressed his warm hand upon Xianglin's head, reminiscent of their escape long ago. At the tender age of 12, Ming Kenki had cradled 3-year-old Xianglin, soothing her with a similar gesture. Back then, his expression bore an icy indifference, yet now his face radiated a sincere smile that remained unchanged. Though words were absent, Xianglin gradually ceased her trembling. Noticing her calm, Ming Kenki stepped forward, removing his hand, and remarked, You have bestowed life upon this body. Although your intentions may not be noble for this, I must express my gratitude. His sincerity was palpable. Although the authenticity would have been further amplified had he not activated the second stage of the Thunder Armor. Lightning coursed in a swirling pattern around Ming Kangqi, ultimately forming a dense electric net. The potent energy was restrained upon his surface yet exuded a gentle warmth, devoid of any crackling noise. However, the electric net also generated considerable heat, causing the embers of the fire nearby to flicker as if on the verge of reignition. Although the true extent of his power remained to be seen. The displayed mastery over chakra prompted even Orochimaru to internally commend him. Few medical ninjas likely possess such control over chakra. While he marveled inwardly, Orochimaru maintained an impassive facade. As if he were already aware of the situation, and countered with a question, "Oh, do you wish to clash with your creator?" Clash was perhaps too strong a term. Yet, as he spoke, Ming Kangqi suddenly pointed to the right, exclaiming, "Hey, look what I've discovered. Another pair of Sharingan is nearby." Orochimaru felt a stir of surprise within. He was aware that Uchiha Sasuke and his companions were not far from Ming Kangqi, which was one of the reasons for his own approach. But how had Ming Kangqi discerned their presence? There had been no fierce battle to indicate their location. Even if there had been a skirmish, it was improbable that he could accurately deduce it was Uchiha Sasuke. Was there a form of connection between Sharingan? Such a notion seemed impossible. Not only had his research never disclosed such a phenomenon, but if it were indeed the case, Uchiha Itachi's clan extermination would not have been accomplished so effortlessly. Scientists, when confronted with the mysterious, are often intrigued. As a scientist within the world of Hokage, Orochimaru's astonishment and confusion were clearly etched upon his countenance. Ming Kangqi's smile blossomed even further, yet he was not inclined to unveil the reason behind it, not at this moment. At least, the art of summoning. Several hundred meters away, another Orochimaru summoned a colossal serpent nearly 2 meters in height. As soon as the serpent materialized, it swiftly engulfed Naruto Uzumaki in one fell swoop. Not only that, the serpent then surged away into the distance, barreling forward with increasing speed. Its head alone towered at nearly 2 meters, while its length exceeded 100 meters. For it, traversing several hundred meters was merely a matter of seconds. Its massive form toppled trees like mere twigs, the sound of crashing and grinding resonating like thunder. At this moment, Ming Kangqi's smile remained intact, as he observed Orochimaru's growing bewilderment with satisfaction. Upon hearing the cacophony, Ming Kangqi promptly turned, just as the serpent burst forth. Thunder Fist. In a flash of lightning, Ming Kangqi propelled himself forward several meters, his speed nearly approaching that of sound. Bracing for impact, he charged headlong to confront the rapidly advancing serpent. With a thunderous crash, the serpent came to a halt. A gaping, bloodied hole now marred its forehead, oozing a mixture of red and white fluids. As for Ming Kangqi, he was sent hurtling across the creek, crashing into a tree on the opposite bank before rebounding back to the water's edge. Though it appeared chaotic, he emerged largely unscathed. Confidence is forged through repeated victories. Having dispatched a serpent of nearly 2 meters, a feat that would stump even an average Jainin, Ming Kangqi felt a surge of exhilaration. He had often claimed to possess the strength of a Jainin. Yet now he was certain his prowess surpassed that of a typical Jainin. Rising to his feet, Ming Kangqi leaped back into position, tauntingly declaring, "Is this all you've got? Orochimaru, have you grown old?" His provocation elicited no anger, only a sinister smile from Orochimaru. Extending his elongated tongue, it transformed into a sword. Grasping the hilt, he remarked, "You are becoming increasingly intriguing." "Ugh, that's disgusting," Sarada couldn't help but retort upon witnessing Orochimaru wielding the slimy weapon. Seiya and Ming Kangqi exchanged frowns, their attention wholly captivated by Orochimaru's movements. In that moment, Orochimaru silently thought, now is the time. He suddenly lunged from Ming Kangqi's left side, his long neck extending, ready to sink his fangs into Ming Kangqi's throat. A sneak attack. Orochimaru's aim was solely directed at Ming Kangqi's body. His original strategy was to intimidate before ensnaring him with genjutsu, followed by imbuing him with the cursed seal. However, recognizing Ming Kangqi's formidable strength, Orochimaru opted to abandon the plan and execute a direct ambush instead. This ambush was flawlessly executed. As an S-rank rogue ninja, a true shadow-level powerhouse, Orochimaru's speed was formidable. Be careful. As Zoid detected the warning, Orochimaru's sharp fangs were poised to pierce Ming Kangqi's neck. Alas! Immediately, a chilling scream echoed. Chapter 46. This is my arena. When Ming Kangqi realized that Orochimaru had launched a surprise attack, it was already too late. He had no time to mount any form of defense or counterattack and could only endure Orochimaru's bite on his neck. However, it was not Minkanki who cried out in pain, but rather Orochimaru himself. Although Minkanki had not yet taken action, he activated the thunder armor once more, focusing its power sharply on his neck. The effect was extraordinary. Orochimaru bit down, his mouth filled with electric sparks. The pain was excruciating, prompting him to let out a terrible scream. In reality, a lightning strike constitutes a powerful electric current, accompanied by the high temperatures of heated, expanding air and shock waves. Among these, the damage inflicted by the electric current on the human body is both direct and profound. A strong electric current coursing through the body can induce high temperatures, nerve paralysis, temporary shock, or even instant death. The immediate cause of death arises when the current traverses the heart or brainstem, leading to cardiac arrest or paralysis of the central nervous system, or shock, which can result in severe burns and subsequent organ failure. The entire experience is excruciatingly painful. In the world of Naruto, the essence of lightning is a transformation of chakra, also embodying strong currents and high temperatures, yet devoid of shock waves. It can be mitigated or diminished by chakra. As a shadow-level formidable opponent, Orochimaru possesses immense chakra, which is why he did not perish instantly amidst the electric sparks. Nevertheless, he staggered backward, crying out in agony, before exploding with a resounding bang, sending mud flying. What had burst was merely Orochimaru's clay clone. The real Orochimaru remained steadfast. What remained in his hand was not a sticky sword, but rather a gray serpent. Illusion? The thought briefly flickered in Minkanki's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. High-level illusion techniques manifest chakra flow too overtly to evade the perceptive powers of the Sharingan. Conversely, low-level illusions could not possibly escape its discerning gaze. Thus, Orochimaru could not have employed an illusion. Without the veil of illusion, Minkanki found himself even more perplexed. Truly, he was a shadow-level powerhouse. Merely a simple trick left him in bewilderment. How, Orochimaru, did you transform the sword into a serpent? Asking in earnest, Minkanki seized the advantageous moment, unreservedly posing his question. With the thunder armor in place, he felt no apprehension of Orochimaru suddenly lunging at him again. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, preparing to respond. Suddenly, the serpent's body swelled and exploded. Victory! I am destined to be the future Hokage. A multitude of Narutos erupted from within the serpent, clamoring in disarray. With an increase in shadow clones, control diminishes. Like Naruto, who could create dozens or even hundreds of shadow clones at once. They would no longer adhere to the original's control, each inheriting the most pronounced traits of the original, fervently believing themselves to be the true entity. In fact, this was precisely how Naruto deceived Kaguya with his shadow clones in the original narrative. Initially, the serpents summoned by Orochimaru to confront Naruto and Sasuke were not particularly large. It was only before sealing Naruto that he conjured a serpent of approximately 2 meters in height. In the original narrative, Naruto utilized merely a handful of shadow clones to vanquish the serpent, yet now he summoned hundreds of them. These shadow clones emerged, uttering a few phrases before dissipating into thin air. Even as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, conjuring such a multitude of shadow clones at once was not something Naruto could execute with ease, let alone sustain for an extended duration. Ah, Brother Xiaoming, and you, Xianglin, what brings you here? As the shadow clones vanished, Naruto naturally noticed the tense standoff involving the 4 individuals present. Come over here, Naruto, and do refrain from calling me Xiaoming. With a firm reminder regarding the name issue, Minkanki beckoned Naruto to join their group. However, before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Naruto's gaze fell upon Orochimaru, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, isn't that the guy who ambushed us? What is he doing here?" Silence. Leave this to me. And you stay back and watch. Without allowing Naruto to utter the name Xiaoming once more, Minkanki swiftly silenced him. The Sharingan did not reveal the situation of Sasuke and his companion from hundreds of meters away, so he opted not to engage further with Orochimaru. Having halted Naruto, Minkanki turned his attention back to Orochimaru, donning a confident smile as he declared, "Moreover, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Lord Orochimaru, the forest is my domain." HM? This aura, Orochimaru keenly sensed a stark contrast in Minkanki's demeanor. Yet, he remained oblivious to the underlying reasons and the intentions behind Minkanki's actions. As Minkanki clasped his palms together, he formed the seal of the serpent. Upon witnessing this intricate gesture, Orochimaru felt a flicker of realization stir within him. Yet it was too late. The wood release, birth of the tree realm commenced. Ming Kanki unleashed his technique. Instantly, the forest came alive. The towering trees began to stretch their branches like creatures animated by a primal force. Roots and limbs sprouted from the mighty trunks, winding and curling towards Orochimaru. Dozens of trees intertwined, forming a vast sea of greenery. How infuriating! Do you truly wish to engage in a battle to the death? If this continues, your bloodline conflict will erupt once more. Orochimaru shouted as he evaded, his right hand wielding a gray serpent that released a radiant sword, gnawing at the hilt while relentlessly hacking at the slender branches aimed at him. The water's surface favored water-style ninjas. In the presence of fierce flames, the potency of fire-style increased. Amidst howling winds, the strength of wind-style was amplified. Drawing earth from the ground made earth-style techniques easily accessible, and in the woods, the chakra required for wood-style was minimal. This is my domain. Ming Kanki, in a fit of fervor, spoke at length, yet entirely missed the point. The forest still relentlessly besieged Orochimaru, the assault showing no sign of abating. It was an astonishing revelation for Orochimaru, who learned for the first time that the forest could diminish the chakra required for wood release. The sea of trees, composed of branches and roots, continued to entwine, gradually forming a cage that enveloped Orochimaru. His space for maneuvering began to dwindle rapidly. It appeared that he was on the brink of being captured or even killed by this revamped forest birth technique. Orochimaru had no time to ponder. He was too preoccupied to concern himself with the snake clones battling Sasuke several hundred meters away. Unbeknownst to him, the expanse of Ming Kanki's forest birth technique was vast. Thanks to the dense woods surrounding Konoha, with trees interwoven and interconnected, Ming Kanki's wood release could extend its influence far and wide. It was only after truly unleashing the wood release that Ming Kanki confirmed his long-held intuition that this was indeed his domain. For within these ancient trees, some were truly cultivated by the first Hokage using wood release. Upon entering the forest, Ming Kanki's extraordinary perceptive abilities were remarkably enhanced due to his connection with the ancient trees cultivated by the progenitors. Consequently, while he engaged the formidable Orochimaru, he simultaneously orchestrated the demise of adversaries hundreds of meters away, utilizing the great trees to execute 3 extraordinary long-range strikes. Chapter 47. Confronting Orochimaru? The long-range assault unfolded without any suspense. The enemy, merely a low-ranking shinobi devoid of perceptive skills, was unable to evade the onslaught. Even Orochimaru's clone, preoccupied with its own survival, lacked the initial agility, and by the time it sensed danger, it had already succumbed to the attack. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found his space for survival severely constricted, encircled, and unable to employ the substitution technique. In such a perilous situation, rather than expressing anger or issuing threats, he instead lauded Ming Kanki, exclaiming that it was a masterful execution to have ensnared him in such a precarious predicament. What a splendid masterpiece to have led me to such a dangerous juncture, the Great Serpent Formation. Countless serpents, both large and small, were summoned or expelled, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. The writhing mass of serpents soon became overwhelmingly dense, and with a resounding crash, the wooden cage was shattered. Subsequently, the serpents began to spread, crawling over branches and roots alike, creating a suffocating sea of serpents in a riot of colors that instilled a sense of dread at a mere glance. Upon witnessing the scene, Ming Kanki felt a chill run down his spine. However, as the one standing against Orochimaru, he was determined not to concede in terms of momentum. This was his home turf, and he could not afford to be bested by Orochimaru here. In both spirit and capability, he had to prevail. With the advantage of the terrain, Ming Kanki's current strength was already on par with Orochimaru's. Driven by this sentiment, he instinctively shouted, "Wow! I must say, your thoughts align closely with mine. Unmarked, instantaneous ninjutsu is indeed the future, and that notion is quite correct. Yet, to spew forth a multitude of slippery snakes from one's mouth. Oh, how utterly revolting. Brother, what are you saying?" Xianglin had long since taken refuge behind Ming Kanki. Upon hearing his words, she promptly delivered a playful slap to him. Although merely 12 years old and a lower ninja, she was still a young girl, and it was perfectly natural for her to fear snakes. Let's end this swiftly. Would release, cutting technique, though it appeared to be a casual slap. Xianglin had instinctively incorporated some techniques she learned from Tsunade. Fortunately, she refrained from using chakra, otherwise, Ming Kanki would not have simply cried out in pain, but would have been interrupted in his technique. As Ming Kanki activated the cutting technique, wooden spikes sprouted from every location where snakes were present, branches, roots, and trunks alike. Each snake was pierced by at least one wooden spike. According to the effects of the cutting technique, once the spikes penetrated the enemy's body, they would continue to branch out and grow, mercilessly impaling the enemy from within. However, controlling such a multitude of roots, branches, and trunks to generate wooden spikes had already consumed a significant amount of chakra. He did not possess enough chakra to continue urging the spikes to divide. Although the home field advantage reduced chakra consumption for wood release, the amount still required was astronomical. Generally, even elite ninjas would find such a vast reserve of chakra unattainable. Only Ming Kenki, endowed with the first Hokage cells and some unknown source of Uchiha cells, possessed sufficient chakra to sustain his efforts thus far. Soon enough, there will be an opportunity. Orochimaru, having studied the first Hokage's cells, was well versed in wood release. Upon witnessing the cutting technique, he discerned Ming Kenki's chakra reserves were dwindling. Snakes are remarkably patient hunters. A python can remain still and fixate on its prey for months. Not only was this a premeditated move, but it was also a sudden realization, having inferred Ming Kenki's chakra deficiency. Orochimaru promptly began to extract chakra once more to launch his next wave of serpentine attacks. In truth, it was not only Ming Kenki who lacked chakra. Transforming the serpent's great array into a large-scale technique to counter wood release had also drained Orochimaru's chakra to the brink. He required several seconds to extract chakra once more to unleash his ninjutsu. Wow, little Ming, you are truly incredible. On the other side, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed with excitement. The breathtaking display of power that cleared the battlefield in an instant was exhilarating. Even as a mere spectator, Naruto could not contain his admiration and shouted in exhilaration. Suddenly, a branch emerged from behind him and, with a swift crack, sent him stumbling forward. A chilling voice soon reached Naruto's ears. I told you. Do not call me Xiao Ming. Do you want me to hang you up, Naruto? I dare not. Brother Ming Kenki. Brother Ming Kenki. Imagining the comical sight of being suspended from a tree branch, unable to ascend or descend, Naruto shuddered and immediately begged for mercy. That's more like it. Good children should be obedient. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were astonished as they witnessed Orochimaru being pierced by sudden wooden spikes, resembling a sieve. The two had been defending themselves back-to-back for quite some time. It was only when the distant sounds of the collision between the serpentine formation and the wood release reached their ears that they regained their senses and stealthily approached. Fortune favors the prepared. Sasuke coincidentally beheld the crimson, three-tomo Sharingan in Ming Kenki's gaze directed at Naruto as he spoke. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes turned red with fury. He charged forth, as if confronting a mortal enemy, directly towards Ming Kenki. However, midway, a branch ensnared him, leaving him suspended in midair, utterly immobilized. Without uttering a word, Sasuke glared at Ming Kenki with his double-tomo Sharingan, fixated with intensity. As Sasuke hung helplessly, Ming Kenki's breath faltered for a brief moment before he regained his composure. When he turned his attention back to Orochimaru, the latter's raspy voice immediately echoed. You still have the leisure to converse with that nine-tails brat. Wasting chakra to restrain Sasuke's movements? My jutsu is not so easily dispelled. With a sly grin, Orochimaru continued. I never expected your true form to be here with me rather than with Sasuke. I am truly flattered. But do you know what else the third Hokage taught me? Orochimaru, feeling assured of victory, spoke to Ming Kenki with a smile. Ming Kenki similarly sensed that the time had come to ensnare his opponent, and with a smile, he engaged in conversation with Orochimaru. I shall capture you, and soon enough, the truth will be revealed. As he spoke, Orochimaru began to form hand seals. What? Just as Orochimaru was about to complete his gestures, he suddenly found himself immobilized. This is, Ming Kenki answered his own question, simultaneously responding to Orochimaru's predicament. With a cold smirk, Ming Kenki declared, It is precisely these eyes. I have merely employed a singular illusion. Within an illusory realm, Orochimaru beheld his own form. Ensnared by numerous golden, triangular wedges that pinned his body and arms in place. This was the binding technique. Orochimaru finally recalled the terror imposed by the Sharingan. He could never forget the humiliation inflicted upon him by Itachi Uchiha, and now, it seemed history was destined to repeat itself. Correct answer. This period has truly exhausted me. Daily endeavors in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu have filled my schedule, and now I can finally evaluate my efforts. Perish, Orochimaru. Would release, tree binding eternal entombment. Countless branches and roots entwined around Orochimaru, tightening their grasp and intertwining with one another. Gradually, a majestic tree began to take shape. No, I have yet to master all the ninjutsu. I cannot die. No. Orochimaru screamed in desperation. Yet, the tree continued to grow, flourishing until it became lush and verdant. Soon, Orochimaru was entirely encased within the trunk, rendered voiceless. It appeared that Orochimaru's fate was sealed. Chapter 48, The Third Exam Indeed. The wood release is truly deserving of the title bestowed by the Hokage as the future power of Konoha. From this moment forth, I shall devote myself to your protection. Lord Minkanki. Sai's eyes sparkled, clearly enamored with Minkanki. Haha, splendid. At last, we have eliminated that repugnant fiend. Brother Ming is remarkable, Naruto exclaimed with exuberance. Of course. Just look at whose brother it is. And Naruto, do not call me brother little Ming. In a fit of excitement, Ino shouted, simultaneously exacting revenge for Minkanki by delivering a punch that knocked Naruto to the ground. The force of her strike was no less potent than Sakura's explosive power. A sizable bump quickly formed on Naruto's head, and he immediately clutched it, shivering and mumbling incessant apologies. It seemed as though their interactions had been meticulously rehearsed. It appeared that during Minkanki's 5-year slumber, Naruto had frequently endured such treatment. Minkanki chuckled, releasing a sigh of relief. The necessity to deceive, formulate strategies, and perform had nearly pushed even his adept social demeanor to its limits. This, indeed, epitomized the true struggle of a ninja in this era. As for the brazen confrontations reminiscent of the Shippuden saga, they bore no resemblance to the essence of a ninja. Nevertheless, he found himself partial to the straightforward battles depicted in the original Shippuden. After all, the genuine combat style of a ninja was undeniably exhausting. Thus, he resolved that future confrontations would be managed by his secondary persona. He would not engage in such exhausting endeavors any longer. Minkanki chuckled to himself, making a silent resolution. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the ground. After prolonged use of wood release, how much chakra do you have left? A flawless body. Ah. You shall be mine. Just as everyone began to relax, Orochimaru silently appeared beside Minkanki, opening his mouth to strike, though his lips did not move. The sound still reached Minkanki's ears. Minkanki was taken aback and immediately activated his thunder armor. However, only a few sparks erupted. His chakra was insufficient to sustain the armor. Danger. Get away. You repugnant creature. The closest to Minkanki, Xianglin, was the first to spot Orochimaru. Without hesitation, she leaped up and delivered a powerful punch that sent Orochimaru's head flying. The tremendous force of her fist not only knocked his head away but also propelled it, still attached to his body, into the air. Such was the might of Tsunade's extraordinary strength. At that moment, Orochimaru recalled the information from Kabuto's report regarding Xianglin. The little girl who had been hiding beside Minkanki was, in fact, a disciple of Senju Tsunade. Overlooking this crucial intelligence had directly led to the utter failure of Orochimaru's plan in the Forest of Death. Would release, tree binding eternal burial. Now perish, Orochimaru. With a brief respite, Minkanki finally amassed enough chakra to execute a technique. An abundance of roots surged forth from the ground, ensnaring Orochimaru's arms and subsequently wrapping around him entirely. Within mere moments, Orochimaru vanished from sight. The tree, however, had grown even sturdier and more vibrant. Yet, unbeknownst to Minkanki and the others, a small white snake swiftly burrowed through the soil, slithering away. Indeed, Orochimaru had fallen into the hands of Minkanki and Xianglin. But he had not been slain by Minkanki. The ninja with the greatest survival instincts in the shinobi world always manages to endure. Impressive, Xianglin. Minkanki's smile was broad. He was exceedingly pleased with Xianglin's assistance and rescue. Indeed, I am now a ninja capable of standing alone. Xianglin lifted her little head high, basking in Minkanki's praise, which made her glow like a peacock in full display. Minkanki earnestly nodded, suddenly raising and spreading his arms. With a resounding clap, 2 scrolls descended from the heavens, perfectly landing in his grasp. Upon catching the scrolls, Minkanki wobbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Evidently, the recent forceful extraction of chakra was not without its repercussions. Observing this, Xianglin's playful demeanor vanished. Brother, are you all right? Let me check you. Supporting Minkanki, Xianglin immediately employed the diagnostic technique passed down by Tsunade, her palms emanating a verdant glow as she pressed them against Minkanki's body. This was the first medical ninjutsu she had mastered, specifically reformed by Tsunade as a tailored technique for Minkanki. The intent behind Xianglin's training was to ensure she could assist Minkanki with examinations at any moment. While the third Hokage may have had ulterior motives regarding Minkanki, the protection and support he received were unparalleled. Will celestial tomes still fall from the sky? Surely. What descends must be a heavenly scripture, right? What a pity. Ours is indeed the celestial tome, with the whirlpool bloodline and the host body of a Jinchuriki. Naruto possessed remarkable recovery abilities. In a mere span of time, the sizable lump on his head had vanished completely. And just like that, he was back to his lively self. Foolish Naruto, do not expose our intelligence. Moreover, tomes do not fall from the sky. Naruto's words, though simple-minded, were quite peculiar. However, it seemed that in Xianglin's presence, Sakura refrained from the habitual violence towards Naruto as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, she merely stood beside Sasuke, scolding Naruto with a few sharp words. Minkanki snapped his fingers and remarked, Sakura is indeed correct. These two scrolls belong to two teams that attempted to launch a surprise attack, which I thwarted using my would-release technique before discarding them. One day, one place. It just so happens that we are the Book of Earth. Hence, I present them to you. Minkanki's snap was not merely for show. He had extracted a modicum of chakra to lower Sasuke. With a resounding clap, the Book of Earth was not caught by Sakura, but rather sent back by Sasuke. From where did you acquire your Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke leaped before Minkanki, towering over him with a fierce glare from his double Tomo Sharingan. His teeth clenched, and a palpable animosity etched upon his face. In fact, he had already gripped a kunai in his hand. At that moment, Kaguya stood up and shouted furiously, You scoundrel! Uchiha Sasuke, were it not for my desire to assist you, my brother would not have resorted to using would-release today. As she shouted, tears of grievance threatened to spill from Kaguya's eyes. Despite the striking similarity between Sasuke's chakra and that of his brother, how is it that their differences in character are so pronounced? Minkanki chuckled bitterly within. His portrayal was so convincing that, apart from himself, no one else discerned that his words were merely uttered to capture Orochimaru's attention. A sigh escaped his heart as he stood up, ruffling Xianglin's hair. He positioned her to face him and said, Hey, Xianglin, I'm perfectly fine. Look, I truly am unscathed. No pain, no coughing up blood, I assure you. I am in good health. Within this forest, the would-release technique within a radius of 20 to 30 meters has had no adverse effects. As he spoke, Minkanki stretched and twirled around, smiling effortlessly. Xianglin's palm glowed with a verdant light as she meticulously examined Minkanki, finally confirming that he had not triggered another bloodline conflict. This was contrary to Tsunade's predictions. Xianglin gazed at Minkanki, her eyes reflecting both astonishment and relief. She could not fathom what had transpired within him to bring about such a transformation, yet she recognized it as a positive development. After a brief respite, having gathered the scrolls, Minkanki's team swiftly made their way to the central tower in preparation for the third examination. As for Team 7, since they were unwilling to accept assistance, Minkanki chose to disregard them. He had no desire to be ensnared by the burdensome presence of the second pillar. Chapter 49, The Third Examination, Part 2. Minkanki and his two companions reached the central tower in just one day, to be precise, within a single daylight period. After successfully facilitating the communication and promotion of the exchange between heaven, earth, and humanity, Minkanki instructed Xianglin and Zhuajing to take some rest, while he ascended to the tower's summit to meet with the supervising officials of the examination. As a genuine powerhouse capable of instigating a disbandment incident with merely a nap, Minkanki dutifully exercised his authority. On that day, aside from the third Hokage, no one was privy to the details of Minkanki's report. Those in the know were aware that upon Minkanki's arrival at the tower's apex, an examiner promptly went to summon the third Hokage, who immediately cleared the area. 4 days later, the second round of the Nin exams concluded. Only 20 teams successfully reached the central tower after the assessment, among which 4 teams suffered severe injuries and were evidently unable to participate in the third round. Simultaneously, the notorious title of Blood Fiend of Sunagakure echoed from the lips of the surviving candidates. It was said that Gaara had ruthlessly slaughtered 10 squads, totaling nearly 40 genin, significantly contributing to the second round of the examination. On the day following the conclusion of the second round, within the training grounds of the central tower, the third Hokage elucidated the rationale behind the exam. The Konoha Nin, Moonlight Gale, announced the examination rules and took on the role of referee. During the inquiry regarding individual withdrawals prior to the commencement of the matches for additional genin chose to forfeit. Thus, the total number of participants for the third round of the Nin exams stood at 44. Among them were the 12 strong from Konoha, Minkanki's team, and Akage's team, with a total of 17 participants. Gaara's team from Sunagakure, totaling 3, the Samui and Darui teams from Kumogakure, comprising 6. The Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi teams from Iwagakure, also totaling 6. The CHJR team from Kirigakure, consisting of 3. The Tsurugi team from Otogakure, with 3 members. The Lucky team from Kusagakure, with 1 withdrawal, totaling 2. The Lucky team from Amigakure, comprising 3. And the Lucky team from Hoshigakure, with 2 withdrawals, leaving 1 participant. The matches were to be conducted in a pairing format, where victors would eliminate their defeated opponents. As the announcement concluded and participants were confirmed, the gathered crowd began to disperse into smaller groups, vacating the arena. While ascending the staircase, Ming Kenki immediately spotted the leading J-nin of the Sound Village. The distinctive vertical pupils of that individual bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Orochimaru. Could that J-nin truly be Orochimaru? Aside from the eyes, he bore little resemblance. However, it appeared that in the original narrative, it indeed was Orochimaru. The sensation experienced by Ming Kenki was undeniably profound. It was none other than Orochimaru. Orochimaru had fallen, his body ensnared by Ming Kenki's arboreal bindings, eternally entombed. To ensure the seamless execution of another scheme, he was compelled to resort to premature reanimation. Having been ensnared by his own experimental subjects, Orochimaru was not devoid of anger. Nevertheless, whether as the most distinguished scientist of the shinobi world or a formidable shadow-level warrior, Orochimaru understood that fury would resolve naught. Suddenly, he smiled at Ming Kenki, a gesture that tightened the latter's heart. At this moment, and in this location, a Sound Ninja J-nin was smiling at a Konoha Genin, an act laden with profound implications. Fortunately, the root organization had been disbanded. Otherwise, Ming Kenki could have been certain that Danzo would have targeted him. Even so, Ming Kenki immediately glanced at the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Guy. He had not yet realized that he was concerned about their perceptions of him. The third Hokage nodded with a smile, Guy gave a thumbs up, and Kakashi offered a slight nod. Seeing no hint of suspicion in their expressions, Ming Kenki felt a wave of relief wash over him. Promptly pulling Tsunade towards the ranks of Konoha's elite J-nin, the competition commenced. The first match was Gaara versus Toastier, a battle of fates that had been anticipated. However, Ming Kenki's thoughts were not fixated on the battlefield. Reflecting on Orochimaru and Danzo, his mind wandered to the original narrative's third Hokage. This Ch-nin exam marked a pivotal moment for the third. In the original storyline, he perished during this very event. Yet now, Ming Kenki was uncertain whether Orochimaru would still initiate his plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Simultaneously, even if Orochimaru did intend to execute the collapse of the village, Ming Kenki could not fathom what methods the reformed Orochimaru, having undergone his own would-release baptism, would employ. Ming Kenki is no ordinary butterfly. With the formidable support of the third Hokage, he has transformed into a slumbering dragon capable of stirring up a tempest even in repose. Furthermore, he has yet to reveal his full potential. When awake, he has already caused Orochimaru to stumble. Thus, it is certain that the plan to bring Konoha to its knees will diverge from the original narrative, or rather, it will not be entirely the same. Contemplating this, Ming Kenki realized that what he had previously conveyed to the third Hokage might not only be futile but could also lead to misconceptions. He hastily navigated through the crowd toward the third Hokage. At that moment, the electronic screen in the arena displayed 2 names at random once more. The voice of the swift moonlight rang out. In the 5th match, Konoha's Genin Ming Kenki faces Cloud's Genin Darui. To think that it was Darui from the Cloud Village. His prowess is more than sufficient to qualify as a J-nin. What could have compelled him to participate in the Ch-nin exams? A J-nin leading a team from the Rock Village promptly directed a pointed inquiry toward the Cloud Village. Of course, it's because of you, retorted the Cloud J-nin defiantly. Both Akatsuchi and Kurasuchi have already attained J-nin strength. Do not assume we are oblivious to your affairs. 8 years ago, after Ming Kenki unleashed the Tree World Descending technique, nearly obliterating 20,000 of the Cloud's shinobi, the Rock Village seized the opportunity to invade. The Cloud fiercely resisted, with the 4th Raikage sustaining grave injuries to repel the Rock's assault. Furthermore, the 3rd Raikage had previously perished at the hands of the Rock during the 3rd Great Ninja War, leaving the Cloud Village with a nearly insurmountable grudge against the Rock. For 8 years, friction between the two nations has been relentless. Upon hearing the mutual accusations exchanged between the 2 J-nin from the Rock and Cloud, Konoha's Genin were drenched in cold sweat. With only a few exceptions among the overly dramatic or naive, they silently prayed not to encounter candidates of equal strength to the J-nin from the 2 villages. Lightning release, electromagnetic wave. Below, the battle had commenced. In the end, Ming Kenki did not engage in conversation with the third Hokage once more. There was no need for such haste. Upon entering the arena, he recalled that there remained a month of preparation after the third match. Darui, indeed, was a master whose prowess was lauded by enemies as being more than adequate for the title of Jonin. As the moonlight swiftly announced the commencement of battle, he immediately unleashed a combined technique of lightning and water. A formidable wall of water surged forth from his mouth, encircling Ming Kenki in a circular barrier. The strength and durability of the water would alter according to the chakra infused within it. Thus, theoretically, there was no possibility of escaping the barrier from above. Subsequently, utilizing the torrent of water expelled from his mouth, he directed electric currents into the water barrier, employing it almost instantaneously to electrify his opponent. This was the lightning release, electric wave. Most onlookers were left anxiously sweating for Ming Kenki, due to the exceptional protective strength of the barrier, combined with Ming Kenki's growth. Even those from the Cloud Village who had briefly encountered him could scarcely recognize him. Consequently, few were aware that his abilities were now equal to those of a typical Jonin. Only Orochimaru, the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Guy remained unperturbed, eagerly observing Ming Kenki. Chapter 50, Conclusion of the Third Match. Thunder Armor, Stage 2. Ming Kenki was not to be underestimated. The moment he was enveloped by the water barrier, he immediately activated his thunder armor. Streams of lightning coiled around him, ultimately forming a dense electric net. This powerful energy was contained at his surface, yet it radiated a gentle warmth, devoid of any cacophony. However, the electric net also generated intense heat, causing some of the surrounding water to rapidly evaporate. The electric waves collided with the lightning of the thunder armor, igniting a fleeting spark that quickly vanished. That technique bore a striking resemblance to the third generation's ninjutsu. With no success from the initial strike, Darui swiftly severed the ninjutsu. Seizing the opportunity while the water barrier still lingered, he quickly retreated to widen the distance, all the while ensuring his hands were still engaged in forming seals. Boom! Ming Kenki emerged forcefully from the thinning barrier of water, his right palm cradling a resplendent orb of white light. From it emanated a cacophony reminiscent of thousands of birds in frenzied chorus. This was none other than the authentic Chidori, a technique he had mastered under Kakashi's tutelage. At this moment, Ming Kenki had activated his Sharingan. With the profound insight granted by its three tomo, he surged forth, accelerating towards Darui. The disparity in battle experience was now glaringly apparent. Ming Kenki is straightforward, while Darui, upon realizing that retreat was impossible, instantly opted for the perilous choice of leaping into action. This jump afforded him a fleeting moment, during which he successfully unleashed his next ninjutsu. The technique known as Black Panther, developed by the third Raikage, releases a dark lightning in the form of a panther, concentrating its assault on a single target before radiating outward, inflicting immense pain and rendering the opponent immobile. This was something Ming Kenki should have been aware of. However, during his anime watching days, he had not paid such meticulous attention. He had merely noted the lethality of the lightning, such as when it obliterated a multitude of white zetsu upon contact with water. Consequently, Ming Kenki resolutely raised his hand, channeling chakra to sever the Black Panther created by the Black Panther technique with his Chidori. A brilliant white light collided with the Black Panther, and in the next instant, the white light erupted, causing the panther to dissipate into countless strands of black lightning. Had he truly shattered Darui's black lightning with his own? Who was this individual? The one who mirrored Kakashi's abilities? The audience murmured, their astonishment palpable, enveloped in a mixture of confusion and shock. AKA exclaimed in disbelief, "It's Raikiri. Kakashi, you actually entrusted him with Raikiri?" "Well, that's Chidori," Kakashi replied, rolling his eyes. He had no desire to explain the differences between Chidori and Raikiri. If they got mixed up, so be it. Nevertheless, he had indeed severed the lightning, and it was still black lightning. "Oh, I see. That technique is called Chidori because of its resemblance to a chorus of chirping birds, and it earned the name Raikiri since you once used it to cut through lightning." "Aha, this is youth. You're misunderstanding something, aren't you? And what does this have to do with youth?" Kakashi replied, rolling his eyes once more. Choosing to refrain from further conversation with AKA, he hadn't anticipated that Ming Kenki could develop Chidori to such an extent. Truly an impressive junior. Kakashi recalled how Ming Kenki had mastered Chidori in just 3 days, even bypassing the hand seals. At that moment, he had been as astonished as everyone else today. Kakashi, reluctant to speak, was interrupted by a nearby cloud ninja, who seemingly echoed AKA's sentiments, stating, "At this level, you could easily reserve it for the final match. What a pity, your genin will get no further than this." Black lightning is not merely lightning. Kakashi and AKA turned their gaze towards the arena where Ming Kanki, arms crossed, inquired in anguish, "What have you done? You have lost," Darui declared, unsheathing the long sword from his back as he approached Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki let out a peculiar exclamation, "Ah, that truly hurts. I had hoped to avoid such a state." However, in a heartbeat, his expression shifted to one of stoic indifference. Thunder Armor. Activate lightning release to stimulate cellular activity and move with great speed. He crouched beneath the arm of the druid, swiftly rising to grasp his arm. As he propelled forward with astonishing velocity, he delivered a knee strike, and leveraging its force, he twisted his body to hurl the druid away. The secondary persona unleashed a barrage of attacks akin to the swift strikes of an antelope's horns. The druid barely managed to make a slicing motion with his blade before he found himself pressed against the wall. The gathered Jonin, Chunin, and Genin stared in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the events that had transpired. Even Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga, with their perceptive Byakugan, had not activated it in time to witness the battle's conclusion. Only Kakashi, with a Sharingan, had observed the entire spectacle. Orochimaru and the third Hokage, relying on their experience and the fleeting shadows they had glimpsed, began to comprehend what had just occurred. Yet, their expressions were entirely contrasting. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, elevating his assessment of Ming Kanki's prowess. He even began to ponder whether he should bring Kimimaro along for their next encounter with him. As for the third Hokage, he smiled broadly, the creases of his face deepening with delight. Ming Kanki possessed both connections and strength, leading Konoha out of its nadir. He could even envision that in 3 to 5 years, as the next generation matured, Konoha would witness a resurgence of geniuses, perhaps even a formidable assembly of numerous elite shinobi. Cease. A Jonin from the Cloud Village leaped into the arena, crossing his arms to block Ming Kanki's Chidori. Lightning crackled around him, indicating he too had employed lightning release to enhance his cellular vitality for timely intervention. The battle concludes. Ming Kanki emerges victorious. At that moment, the moonlit gale finally declared the outcome. Ming Kanki, with an expression devoid of emotion, retracted his right hand, seizing the Chidori, and leaped directly onto the corridor. Upon landing and turning, his demeanor suddenly became animated as he remarked, I really wish to avoid resorting to that state. Yunrin, this predicament is of your own making." Subsequently, in the 8th match, you encountered Yunrin Samui and faced a thorough defeat. Naruto continued to bask in the fortunate destiny of the prophesied child, triumphing effortlessly against a grass ninja in the 14th match with a replica of Sasuke's Lion's Barrage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, in the 10th match, faced the Sound Ninja's spy, Akatsuki, just as in the original narrative. Unburdened by the curse mark, Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, denied Akatsuki the opportunity to employ his chakra absorption abilities, seizing the moment to unleash the Lion's Barrage right from the start. His victory was swift and decisive. Sakura, however, was less fortunate than Sasuke, facing Ino, resulting in a draw that led to both of them being eliminated. Rock Lee, on the other hand, was fortunate enough to avoid encountering Gaara again and secured a clean victory. Naturally, Ming Kanki had no chance to witness the blossoming of the Konoha Lotus. Ten faced a star ninja capable of manifesting chakra, exhausting herself in the process. Ultimately, Ten and the star ninja became the second pair of lower ninjas to be eliminated in this examination. Hinata did not confront Niji, but instead encountered Yurin, nearly being pierced through like a sieve by the rain's 1,000 needles, another burden upon Naruto. In summary, 20 individuals remained, from Konoha, Ming Kanki, Uzumaki Kurui, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Sai, Nara Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji, and Yamanaka Ino. From Sunagakure, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. From Kumogakure, Samui, Karui, Omoi, and Eagle. From Awagakure, Akatsuchi, Kuratsuchi, and Tetsu. From Kirigakure, Chojuro. Remarkably, apart from Eagle and Tetsu, all the others were notable figures from the original narrative. Chapter 51. The Gathering of the 5 Kage. Following the conclusion of the 3rd examination, a month passed with all candidates remaining in Konoha. Fortunately, the Umbu of Konoha have ceased to be divided into 2 factions, the Umbu and Root. Otherwise, security measures might have truly failed to ensure an incident-free month. In fact, numerous unforeseen events transpired in the original narrative during this month. such as the death of the Moonlight Gale. However, at present, the price of nearly the entire Umbu being mobilized ensured that all individuals involved in the Chunin exam were on their best behavior. Even Gaara refrained from indiscriminate killing. It is said that when he attempted to do so, he encountered the former elite of Root, Yamanaka Kirin, and nearly fell victim to the plunder bug. The circumstances for others remained largely akin to the original narrative. For instance, Naruto continued to receive guidance from Jiraiya on the summoning technique, while Sasuke still learned the Chidori from Kakashi. As for Minkanki, he diligently studied under Tsunade, often absent from home. Since the conclusion of the exam, Sai returned to the Umbu, burdened with tasks. As for Minkanki himself, apart from training in taijutsu with Guy, he frequently engaged in learning from the third Hokage. From the third, he acquired a wealth of practical knowledge, and he has already mastered the ability to instantaneously perform the Rasengan. However, even though he had mastered the nuances of wind nature transformation, the wind release, spiraling shuriken remained incomplete. An unexpected incident occurred that evening, leaving Minkanki with a somewhat dispirited demeanor the following day. Today, the entrance of Konoha was graced by an endless procession of figures. Judging by their banners, they were the feudal lords of the 5 great nations, the land of fire, the land of water, the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of wind. Alongside them stood the Mizukage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage, representatives of the hidden mist, hidden cloud, hidden stone, and hidden sand, respectively. This day marked the final examination of the Chunin exams. The convergence of the feudal lords and the 5 Kage at Konoha was a grand spectacle not witnessed since the time of the first Hokage. The third Hokage, standing at the entrance, felt an immense sense of pride. He understood well that this remarkable gathering was more a result of Minkanki's endeavors than his own. As for Naruto, in the center of the examination arena, 18 candidates stood ready, including Minkanki and Kagaya. Upon hearing Kagaya's inquiry, Minkanki groggily shook his head, recalling how that fellow had knocked on his door urging him to hurry. Kagaya, irritated, soon found herself captivated by the throngs of spectators surrounding them. Minkanki rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a mutter about the midnight disturbances. Remembering the previous night's unexpected events, he couldn't help but grimace. Who would have anticipated that the usually sound-sleeping Uzumaki Kagaya would embark on a sleepwalking spree 3 times that night? Sleepwalking was one thing, but Kagaya had taken to banging on Naruto's door, calling out to rise quickly lest they be late. In her haste, she had left the door ajar, her voice resounding loudly enough to rouse even Minkanki, who had been disturbed twice. Sasuke offered a gentle, albeit feigned smile, reassuring, "Fear not, Kagaya. Uzumaki Naruto will not be late." It seemed as if Sasuke had suddenly gained the gift of prophecy. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto burst into the arena as if pursued by some unseen force, leaving the audience in awe and sparking a flurry of whispers. Within the venue, a member of the Umbu appeared briefly beside the judge, Nara Shikamaru, murmuring something before vanishing swiftly, unnoticed by the ordinary spectators. Nara Shikamaru, holding a handful of shuriken, stepped into the center of the arena, gesturing for the candidates to line up. He then declared loudly, "Now, contestants. The Hokage, Kazekage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage are watching you from the highest vantage point. The feudal lords are also observing from the special viewing area. Unleash your utmost strength, for only one shall emerge as the strongest in the Chunin exams." He then elucidated the rules of the examination. There are no rules. However, should I deem the outcome evident, I will halt the match. Any defiance of my authority will result in immediate disqualification. Nara Shikamaru's tone was serious and resonant. Yet his gaze towards Minkanki and the others remained friendly. Concluding his address, he pointed towards a modestly sized platform above and announced, "Now, the first match will be between Rock Lee and Gaara, while the rest of you shall await in the designated area." Upon hearing these words, Minkanki's expression shifted, and he regained a considerable degree of clarity. The first battle was indeed the unfinished war of destiny. "Let us go, Xianglin. We shall charge forth." He opened his mouth, intending to offer a word of caution to Xiao Li. However, upon meeting Xiao Li's resolute gaze, his advice transformed into a mere exclamation. "Excellent." Minkanki and Xianglin leapt directly from the arena, scaling the walls to reach the viewing platform of the preparation area, instantly captivating the audience with their fervent cheers. In that moment, they became the center of attention. The other contestants, unwilling to be outdone, showcased their skills, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators time and again. The ensuing first match bore a striking resemblance to the original work, featuring Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Lee, employing sheer physical prowess, captured the audience's interest as he engaged Gaara in a fierce exchange of offense and defense. When his weights fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, it provoked an uproar of applause from the crowd. As the might of the eight gates manifested, Lee's nearly imperceptible speed overwhelmed Gaara, prompting the audience to rise in exuberant cheers. However, the tide soon turned. After a self-destructive display of the eight gates, Lee momentarily lost his fighting capability. Nonetheless, Gaara, though injured, retained consciousness and utilized his sand to break Lee's right leg. In an instant, the audience fell into a hushed silence. Just as Gaara prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Lee, Guy could no longer contain himself and rushed into the arena. As Guy declared Lee's surrender, the unconscious Lee defiantly stood, striking a pose of readiness to fight once more. This moment brought tears to countless onlookers. The first match concluded with Gaara's victory. Yet it was Lee who garnered greater recognition. A diligent genius, Lee became a near-mythical figure within the ninja world, showcasing that sheer physical skill could transcend innate talent. Many ordinary individuals, unable to utilize ninjutsu, began to dream of Konoha, aspiring for the opportunity to learn the art of taijutsu. The second match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga, unfolded as in the original tale. Neji, whose father had survived, was indeed stronger than in the original, yet Naruto, having trained alongside Xianglin, had not idled away the years. He excavated a tunnel from beneath and emerged to deliver a decisive blow that ended Neji's participation. The third match featured Temari against Shikamaru Nara, remaining faithful to the original narrative. In the fourth match, Shino Aburame faced Kankuro. Shino cleverly utilized his insects to obstruct Kankuro's puppet's joints but ultimately succumbed to poison. As in the original, Shino executed his strategy adeptly, leading to Kankuro's downfall. Thus, Shino emerged victoriously, albeit with great difficulty. The fifth match promised a comedic spectacle, ripe for a farcical portrayal. In Chapter 52, Explosive Release Hunt, Lightning Release Eagle, the fifth match unfolded as Sai versus the Rock Ninja Hunter, showcasing the might of explosive release, resulting in Sai's narrow defeat. The battle proceeded as follows. Sai summoned Super Beast Imitation, Lion. The hunter countered with Explosive Release, Landmine Fist. The Ink Lion was instantly disintegrated into countless black specks, vanishing amidst the explosion smoke. Undeterred, Sai opted for quantity over quality. Super Beast Imitation, Snake Swarm. Yet, the hunter remained unwavering. Explosive Release, Landmine Fist. One punch, two punches, three punches, every direction of the snake swarm was obliterated. Sai fell silent, then declared, Super Beast Imitation, Qilin. This was Sai's mightiest inked beast. Yet, the hunter continued with Explosive Release, Landmine Fist. The inked Qilin met its demise. Resolving to alter his approach, Sai proclaimed, Super Beast Imitation, Bird. He soared upon the bird, elevated high above, and once more painted, Super Beast Imitation, Qilin. The ink painting of the Qilin descends from the heavens. Yet, the hunter remains steadfast, the Explosive Thunder Fist. With a single, exquisite technique, the hunter navigates through every conceivable angle, ultimately depleting Sai's chakra and securing victory. In the sixth match, Chita faces off against Samui, resulting in a draw. Night has fallen, and the lights begin to twinkle. The CH9 exams must be extended for an additional day, a decision readily embraced by the daimyos who witnessed the high-caliber battles. In the seventh match, Kuratsuchi contends with Karui, which also ends in a stalemate. The eighth match features Uchiha Sasuke against Omoi. The skilled swordsman from the Cloud Village ultimately falls short against the prowess of Konoha's Sharingan. In the face of Chidori's formidable speed and attack power, coupled with the insight and predictive capabilities of the Sharingan, Omoi succumbs after only a few exchanges. This battle becomes the defining moment of Uchiha Sasuke's rise to fame. The audience buzzes with excitement, declaring that those from the Uchiha clan are indeed prodigies. In the ninth match, Uzumaki Karen faces the Cloud Ninja, Eagle. Eagle is a prodigy of the Cloud Village, having effortlessly defeated his previous opponent in the third qualifier with merely a substitution technique and a lightning release. His every move exudes the aura of A.J. Nin. Be cautious. That Eagle possesses formidable strength. To call him A.J. Nin would not be an exaggeration. If you cannot secure a swift victory, you must engage him carefully. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, concede immediately. Do not attempt to be brave. Do you understand? Reflecting on Eagle's performance in the third qualifier, Minato cannot help but repeatedly caution Karen before allowing her to enter the fray. He even contemplates conceding on her behalf. But the thought is swiftly extinguished upon remembering Karen's indomitable spirit. I understand, brother. I will be careful. Humph. What I learned from my master encompasses more than just saving others. Just watch. Karen waves her small fist and leaps down, landing gracefully in the arena after a few steady steps on the high wall. Soon after, a flash of blue-white lightning erupts, accompanied by a thunderous crash as the cloud ninja known as Eagle violently descends into the arena. The impact creates a crater in the ground, sending dirt flying. As the dust settles, Eagle emerges unscathed, drawing raucous cheers from the audience. Minkanki furrowed his brows. The blue and white lightning reminded him of the rogue cloud shinobi who had pursued him and Xiangling. It was almost identical. In an instant, as the murderous intent surged, Minkanki's expression turned impassive. His alternate personality emerged. Beneath an almost complete rationality, the murderous aura was fully contained before it could truly erupt. Damn it. Damn that cloud shinobi. How could someone as kind as Sister Sachiko and Brother Deju be targeted by such scoundrels? Within his mental space, the dominant personality slammed his fist against the table, venting his frustrations with a roar before finally regaining composure. When he re-emerged, the facial expressions of both his dominant and alternate personas were surprisingly in perfect unison, both devoid of emotion. How swift! The speed of that cloud shinobi was astonishing. His eyes could barely keep up. The impassive demeanor of the dominant personality lasted less than a second. Upon hearing the gasps of the examinees in the waiting area, Minkanki immediately focused his attention downward. The arena beneath Tianzushu. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ground around Xiangling's landing point shattered irregularly, chunks of earth heaving upwards. Amazing. Xiangling, go for it. Only Naruto Uzumaki shouted with such exuberance. The other examinees, however, remained silent, intently observing the battle. In the arena, the blue and white lightning flashed and surged forth from the cloud of dust. The eagle, with lightning-infused fists, aimed directly for Xiangling's head, though he wielded no weapon. The eagle's technique seemed intent on delivering a lethal blow to Xiangling. As Minkanki's gaze narrowed, the Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan was instantly activated. The ferocity of Xiangling's assault was formidable. How could that cloud ninja remain unscathed? He must be cheating. Hey, referee. He is cheating. Naruto merely noted that the cloud ninja was exceptionally swift, evading Xiangling's onslaught. Sasuke, feeling embarrassed by Naruto's foolishness, distanced himself from him. The ever-inconspicuous Shino attempted to provide an explanation. After Shino spoke, Sasuke contemptuously remarked, "This is a battle of speed and power. Be quiet and observe properly, you underachiever." Humph. Arrogant Sasuke. Naruto tilted his head, similarly distancing himself from Sasuke. Of course, I know that Cloud Ninja is fast and Xiangling is powerful. However, Xiangling will undoubtedly prevail. Just watch closely. Amid their banter, the arena was already filled with numerous areas shrouded in dust and smoke, remnants of Xiangling's heavenly guardian foot and her monstrous strength, which had altered the terrain, both subtly and significantly. The billowing dust began to obscure the spectators' view. Nonetheless, as long as they could see the blue-white lightning and hear the resounding booms, they erupted in cheers. Clarity of vision became a trivial matter. It appeared that Xiangling and the eagle were momentarily evenly matched, yet Minkanki's expression grew increasingly grave. His Three-Tomo Sharingan even began to subtly rotate. The force of Xiangling's strikes intensified, seemingly aiming to employ area attacks to affect him. Indeed, if Xiangling could unleash even 30 to 40% of Tsunade's monstrous strength, being struck by the flying debris would undoubtedly result in injury. However, even with the Uzumaki clan's robust chakra, continuously executing her monstrous strength punches would soon deplete her chakra reserves, wouldn't it? Minkanki was lost in thought when suddenly a gasp pierced the air. As he regained his focus, he beheld the sight of Xiangling, crossing her arms before her forehead, being struck and sent flying by an eagle. Xiangling. Minkanki's heart tightened, and he grasped the railing, ready to leap into the arena. However, it was unnecessary. Xiangling would not be vanquished by such a trivial assault. Uchiha Sasuke, rarely offering a fair assessment, spoke up in her defense. Indeed, the prowess of Sister Xiangling is formidable. Vortex Naruto interjected, equally supporting Xiangling. Minkanki turned his head in confusion, silently acknowledging that concern often leads to chaos. It appeared that Xiangling had experienced a remarkable few years, as her classmates exhibited unwavering confidence in her prowess, suggesting they had faced her numerous times before. At that moment, Shino adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed. stating that although being struck seemed perilous, it also presented the optimal opportunity for Xianglin to retaliate. Chapter 53. Rampage. The instant the eagle struck Xianglin, it simultaneously transformed into her prime moment for counterattack. Upon hearing Shino's distraction, Ming Kenki quickly turned back. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Yunren's eagle was sent soaring by Xianglin's kick, crashing heavily against the wall on one side of the arena. Ming Kenki was fortunate enough to witness this scene. The precision of her defensive counter was nothing short of extraordinary, sending adrenaline surging through the spectators. The audience erupted in roars of exhilaration, their cheers threatening to lift the entire arena. Even Ming Kenki couldn't help but mentally applaud Xianglin. She finally took the bait. Xianglin turned her gaze towards the sidelines and smiled at Ming Kenki. Her arms bore bruises, and her once pristine face was now veiled in a layer of dust. With her fist showing signs of abrasions, Ming's eyes sparkled with a flicker of concern. Yet, he recognized that this was an essential trial for Xianglin as a ninja. He must offer his unwavering support. Thus, he raised his thumb high and smiled back at Xianglin. Remarkably, after enduring the eagle's rapid onslaught accompanied by lightning, Xianglin merely exhibited bruises on her arms, demonstrating her impeccable timing and judgment. As long as she continues to adapt with unwavering resolve, maintaining her composure amidst chaos, her chances of victory will undoubtedly increase. Truly, she possesses extraordinary strength. The eagle, rising to his feet, rubbed his abdomen and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing he had sustained no significant injuries. In fact, he appeared to retain his fighting spirit fully intact. With an expression of indifference, he declared, "I will not hold back any longer. Surrender quickly if you wish to avoid death." Upon finishing his words, the lightning surrounding him intensified, more fierce and concentrated than before, with a faint blue layer of lightning chakra enveloping his form. The eagle's words were not exaggerated. He drew the long sword from his back, unleashing a palpable aura of murderous intent that enveloped Xianglin. Observing from their high vantage point, the other four Kage exchanged subtle frowns. This level of killing intent was not something an average genin could possess. It bore the hallmark of a seasoned genin, perhaps one who had claimed the lives of hundreds. To have refined lightning-based ninjutsu to such an extent, could he be on the verge of becoming the next Raikage? Truly a prodigy. It seems the Cloud Village has promising successors, indeed. Those who ascend to the ranks of Kage are not to be underestimated. The Wind Shadow feigned admiration while secretly harboring thoughts of how to stifle this genius from the cloud. The aging Earth Shadow discerned the eagle's level of mastery at a glance, while the youthful Water Shadow also spoke to the eagle's potential. The third Hokage laughed heartily in praise, yet his words carried an underlying threat. Indeed, our talents in the Cloud Village are no less than those of Konoha. The Raikage, appearing boisterous in his admission, subtly hinted that Konoha may harbor even greater talents. Amidst their seemingly harmonious banter, the five Kage each held their own agendas. Fortunately, they were in Konoha, a village revived with the power of wood release, exuding formidable deterrence. Otherwise, the two-toned Suchikage and the fourth Raikage might have already clashed. As the five Kage exchanged veiled remarks, the eagle had amassed his strength below, while Xianglin prepared herself as well. Speaking of murderous intent, despite the eagle's prowess, he was merely a couple of years older than Xianglin and could not possibly compare to Tsunade. Under Tsunade's rigorous training, Xianglin had undergone intense sessions of pressure training against murderous intent. Thus, the level of pressure emanating from the eagle was insufficient to disturb her focus. With a crackle and a thunderous boom, the battle between the eagle and Xianglin erupted once more. And then came the blinding flash of lightning, followed by an explosive sound. Xianglin, Ming Kenki was astounded, as his Sharingan seemed to merge into a singular entity. The heart. The position of that long blade was directly aimed at the heart. The eagle, covering its ears, clumsily rolled a few times before regaining its footing. However, Xianglin clutched the long blade against her chest, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth as she fell back, lifeless. This was not an era characterized by the various enhancements seen in the latter part of Shippuden. The mere cessation of a heartbeat for Naruto Uzumaki could render even the legendary medical ninja Tsunade utterly helpless. A pierced heart signified an almost certain death. Ming Kenki shouted loudly, and as the word fragrance escaped his lips, he activated his instantaneous movement technique. By the time he uttered phosphor, he was already beside Xianglin, perfectly catching her as she was about to collapse. Embracing Xianglin, Ming Kenki found himself at a loss. The long knife that had pierced her heart could neither be removed nor touched. In that moment, He fervently wished he possessed the yin-yang release technique akin to that of Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, he was utterly ignorant of how to harness the life force of wood release into yang release. Brother. Xianglin's breath gradually grew faint. Ming Kanki continuously conjured vibrant green chakra in his palms, attempting to infuse it into Xianglin's body. However, his efforts yielded no effect whatsoever. In his desperation, he even forgot to summon his calmer and more rational alter ego. What? The third Hokage exclaimed, rising abruptly. The audience fell into a hushed silence. How unfortunate for your prodigies. The conflict between these two geniuses could not be preserved. Swords are blind. May you find solace in your grief. The Raikage seemed overly elated, his words taking on a more poetic tone. You fail to comprehend the magnitude of your actions. The third sighed, immediately adopting a grave demeanor as he commanded. Summon Tsunade at once. Hokage, are you threatening me? The Raikage retorted, displeased by the third's lamentation, yet still wary of Konoha's potential unleashing of wood release. After questioning him, he reiterated, this is merely a standard written examination, with life and death not at stake. Sighing deeply, the third cast a silent gaze upon Ming Kanki and Xianglin, no longer concerned with the Raikage remarks. In truth, he had begun to weigh the pros and cons of instigating the fourth great ninja war. Xianglin's breath grew increasingly faint. Ming Kanki continuously infused vibrant green chakra, which not only failed to assist Xianglin but seemingly induced a wood-like transformation in her arm. Alarmed, Ming Kanki promptly withdrew most of his chakra. Subsequently, a thunderous roar erupted. Beneath the eagle, several roots surged forth, entwining and binding. In mere moments, the genius of Cloud Shinobi was ensnared by a flourishing tree, leaving only his head exposed. You rascal! Are you attempting to disrupt the match? The Raikage finally comprehended the reason for the third Hokage's size. At that moment, he realized that Ming Kanki was indeed Konoha's secret weapon. Enraged, he entered the arena, in the most formidable state of lightning release and body technique, revered as the Raijin armor. In this form, the Raikage could undoubtedly be considered the swiftest in the shinobi world. No sooner had he spoken than the great tree shattered into fragments, and the eagle was liberated. Ming Kanki remained silent. A supple branch emerged from the ground, swiftly forming a perfectly sized little bed to gently cradle Xianglin. He then stood up, facing the Raikage, and directly formed the seal. He did not even bother to switch to his alter ego, having completely forgotten about it in his fury. Initially, his target was merely the eagle of the Cloud Ninja. However, upon seeing the Raikage, the tragic fate of Xianglin's family resurfaced in his mind, igniting his rage to an unprecedented level. Chapter 54. The initiation of the Konoha collapse plan. Xianglin's severe injuries brought Ming Kanki's wrath towards the Cloud Ninja to a boiling point. In his fury, he recklessly began to ignite his inner universe, preparing to unleash a formidable attack. You are unworthy of being a ninja, the Raikage shouted, decisively charging towards Ming Kanki, determined to seize the opportunity to eliminate Konoha's secret weapon. Raikage, how dare you? The third Hokage bellowed in anger, immediately rushing to thwart the Raikage's advance. Yet, it was not only the Hokage who was observing the arena. As the Raikage moved, another began to execute his own plan, namely, the Wind Shadow, or rather, Orochimaru masquerading as the Wind Shadow. Perhaps you should worry about yourself first, Hokage. The Wind Shadow suddenly appeared behind the third Hokage, pressing a kunai against his neck. Come with me. The third Hokage's forward motion abruptly halted. With the kunai at his throat, he had no choice but to leap onto the rooftop alongside the Wind Shadow. At this critical moment, the alliance turned traitor, coinciding with the imminent peril of Konoha's would release prodigy facing death at the hands of the Raikage. The third Hokage's rage boiled over. With this unexpected obstruction, he could no longer assist Ming Kanki. However, what confounded the third Hokage even more was that, through chakra, scent, and demeanor, he had determined that this Wind Shadow was indeed the fourth Wind Shadow of the Sand Ninja. Yet, the two preceding statements were unmistakably not in the Wind Shadow's tone. On the rooftop, the Wind Shadow's guards suddenly multiplied to 4, positioning themselves at the corners to form the 4 purple flames formation, completely ensnaring the third Hokage within. He had no time to spare to ascertain whether the Umbu could save Ming Kanki, for the Wind Shadow had already commenced his attack. Simultaneously, a flurry of pristine white feathers filled the examination area. Had Ming Kanki diverted his attention, he would have noticed that they heralded the commencement of the Konoha Collapse Plan's opening technique, the Nirvana of the Temple. The Konoha Collapse Plan had officially begun. The Raikage moved with blinding speed, crossing the dozens of meters in less than a second. From the position of the eagle, He reached Ming Kanki in the blink of an eye. Ming Kanki did not even hear the faint sound of explosions emanating from the intense lightning chakra within Raikage's Raijin armor before the Raikage was already upon him. Seal. Release. Ninja art. Creation rebirth. However, the Raikage was swift, yet others were not slow either. A small door in the examination hall suddenly shattered, and Tsunade Senju, at the cost of tearing her leg muscles, unleashed a burst of speed far exceeding her normal capabilities, appearing before Ming Kanki with a thunderous crash. Boom. Raikage. If you wish to harm my brother, you must first contend with me. Tsunade's furious shout resonated amidst the explosion. As the dust settled partially, the ground and the situation a few meters away became visible. The ground before Tsunade was irregularly fractured like a spider's web, with massive chunks of earth lifted. Behind Tsunade, however, the ground where Ming Kanki stood bore no signs of damage, a testament to Tsunade's precise chakra control. The Raikage found himself positioned at the edge of the dust cloud, and he refrained from launching another attack. Upon witnessing Tsunade's emergence, willing to sustain injury to block him, he comprehended that eliminating Ming Kanki in an instant was no longer feasible. Now, he needed to assess the surrounding situation and contemplate his next course of action. Thus, he awaited the dissipating dust to reveal a clearer view of the events ahead. You save Kankuro first, leave Raikage to me. Ming Kanki is not deaf. He heard the sound of the explosion and the furious shout of Tsunade. However, he had coincidentally triggered the first atomic explosion with the blast, successfully igniting his inner cosmos. Thus, by the time he spoke, much of the smoke and dust had already dispersed. Tsunade was somewhat taken aback by Ming Kanki's calmness and rationality, for she could still detect the simmering anger in his tone. She understood that he was not in that state of near absolute rationality, not in his alter ego, at present. Ming Kanki was not surprised. He had forgotten in his fury the existence of his alter ego. His anger consumed him, and his sole desire was to preserve the last bastion of this world. He interrupted Tsunade, declaring with urgency, "There is no time. I promised them I would protect Kei-Rin. She must not perish." "Absolutely not." As his voice crescendoed with rising fury, Tsunade smiled knowingly. "Kei-Rin is my disciple. It is impossible for her to succumb so easily." With a grin, Tsunade maneuvered behind Ming Kanki to commence Kei-Rin's treatment. As for the Raikage, Tsunade held little belief in his victory against her, especially with her wood-release techniques, which surpassed even the initial generation's prowess by 80%. Wood-release has never been a force that could be countered merely by speed or strength. Wood-release, advent of the tree world. As Tsunade brushed past, Ming Kanki unleashed his secret wood-release technique. A row of colossal trees erupted from the ground like serpentine giants, swiftly stretching across the terrain before him and winding towards the Raikage. Damn it, not this again. The Raikage, fast and powerful, found himself with no space to maneuver as Ming Kanki filled the area entirely with wood release. In a state enhanced by the boundless chakra of his microcosm, Ming Kanki acted with reckless abandon. The Raikage, left with no choice, could only curse as he hastily attempted to sever the surrounding roots and branches to create a path for movement. Without the ability to move, the potency of his lightning release techniques would be halved. On the rooftop, amidst the four purple flames formation, the third Hokage and the resurrected form of the Wind Shadow, resembling Orochimaru, stood on either side, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. After Ming Kanki's extraordinary manifestation, under Tsunade's utmost healing efforts, Kei-Rin regained consciousness. However, the penetrating wound to her heart was something even Tsunade could not mend instantaneously. In truth, Kei-Rin was still alive, thanks to the life force transmitted by Ming Kanki that had awakened the formidable vitality inherent in the Uzumaki clan. Upon awakening, Kei-Rin immediately bit into her own arm, utilizing her physical healing abilities to swiftly recover from the heart's injury. Withdrawing her long blade, she combined her innate healing with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, miraculously restoring her combat capabilities in a remarkably short span of time. Brother, Kei-Rin's utterance and Tsunade's concern echoed the same sentiment. They feared Ming Kanki might once again unleash the bloodline conflict. Observing Kei-Rin at his side, Ming Kanki finally smiled. "Do not worry. If necessary, I can sleep for a few more years. I am not so easily vanquished. Today, you shall witness me teach these wretched cloud shinobi a lesson. Do not boast." The voice of the Raikage thundered from a few meters away, yet he had already appeared less than a meter in front of Ming Kanki. At that moment, the Raikage extended his four fingers, his left arm straightened, with a tremendous amount of lightning chakra converging upon those four fingers. This chakra was so potent that it tore through the massive tree trunk in front of him, allowing him to advance rapidly. This technique was none other than the legendary Hell Stab, a signature move of the third Reikage. In mere moments, the Reikage would breach the last obstruction and strike Minkanki. Tsunade clenched her fist, prepared to intervene. Chapter 55. The gradually unraveling collapse plan would release. Great Forest Emergence. A wooden shield, adorned with a fearsome, fang visage, materialized before Minkanki, completely shielding him and K-Rin from harm, as well as Tsunade. Clang. A crisp sound resonated, followed by a muffled grunt from the fourth Reikage. Clearly, the seemingly simple wooden shield possessed a hardness surpassing that of iron. The fourth Reikage appeared unaware that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had once utilized such a shield to withstand Uchiha Madara Susanu's blade, leaving the shield unscathed. Compared to the third Reikage's robust physique that could withstand a tailed beast bomb, the fourth Reikage evidently lacked the requisite strength. The use of this technique was a forced effort, and upon colliding with the wooden shield, he shattered 3 of his fingers. Old grudges and new enmities, all laid bare. Despite employing the Great Forest Emergence, Minkanki did not cease channeling chakra into the growth of the trees. The colossal trees continued to grow rapidly. As Minkanki intensified his chakra output, several branches swiftly climbed and entwined around the Reikage's ankles at the instant he hesitated. It was evident that the Reikage chakra was being rapidly drained. It appeared that the Reikage was on the brink of defeat. Dust release. Detachment of the original world. The silhouette of the third Suchikage, Anoki, suddenly materialized in the sky, extending his palms downward toward Minkanki. Danger. Retreat. Anoki sought to launch a surprise attack, intending to utilize the formidable power of dust release to swiftly eliminate my Sankachi. However, Tsunade fortuitously observed his movements and promptly pulled my Sankachi and K-Rin back, allowing them to retreat in an instant. Just as the three had narrowly evaded danger, a colossal, square, white barrier enveloped the area where they had just stood. In mere moments, both the terrain and the trees within the barrier vanished completely, a truly harrowing spectacle. The edges of the white cubic barrier of dust release nearly grazed the spot where the trio had landed. In terms of offensive capability, dust release undeniably exemplified the prowess of a bloodline limit, its might surpassing that of the long blade wielded by Susanoo. The consequences of a mere touch could be described as entirely indefensible, reducing targets to mere molecules, effectively rendering them into nothingness. The three, Minkanki, stealthily retreated 2 steps backward. After the dust dissipated, Tsunade furiously questioned, Anoki, did the rock ninjas intend to wage war against Konoha? The dust release must not survive. Hovering in midair, Anoki made it evident that he was tacitly acquiescing to Tsunade's inquiry. Even if a battle ensued with Konoha, he was determined to eliminate the heir of the dust release today. Scoundrel! Tsunade exclaimed vehemently, turning to Minkanki and commanding, take and hide. If we perish today, you shall seek refuge with the cloud ninjas and ensure the rock ninjas are overwhelmed. I wish to see how many can endure. Without waiting for Minkanki's agreement, she snapped a branch and hurled it towards Anoki. With tremendous force, the branch sliced through the air, producing a sound akin to a cannonball piercing the atmosphere. In swift succession, Tsunade dashed left and leapt into the air, her speed eclipsing that of the branch. She positioned herself to flank Anoki. It appeared that Anoki intended to utilize the dust release, but time was not on his side. Tsunade and the branch had already reached him. With a resounding impact, the branch struck Anoki first, followed by Tsunade delivering a punch that splintered the branch as thick as Anoki himself. Nowhere to escape, Tsunade continued her assault, raising her left fist to unleash her formidable strength. At that critical moment, Anoki adeptly employed the body substitution technique, evading to the opposite side of the branch. With nothing but the branch in the sky, Tsunade quickly spotted Anoki and pressed her attack. Dust release, original world separation technique. Anoki successfully executed the dust release this time, encapsulating Tsunade within a cubic barrier. A burst of white light erupted. In a heartbeat, Tsunade transformed into a wooden stake, which was instantly disassembled and vanished. The battle between Tsunade and Anoki persisted, albeit with diminished intensity. Anoki, leveraging his aerial advantage, continuously evaded or retaliated with earth release attacks. After employing the semi-dust release technique twice, the intense chakra consumption began to weigh on him. Even as a shadow-level ninja, he needed a moment to recuperate. Tsunade, despite activating her seal, had just rescued Minkanki and unleashed a surge of power that nearly incapacitated Anoki. She too was in need of a brief recovery. While Tsunade engaged in combat with Anoki, Minkanki turned to and urged, Go to the spectator area and assist the injured Umbu with their treatment. Go. Simultaneously. He thought, do not perish. You are my sole concern in this world. Perhaps, with the Uchiha bloodline, I have become a bit of a sister complex. Yet, that is not so bad. So please, do not die. Otherwise, I shall drag the entire world along to accompany you in death. With that, Ming Kanki gently nudged. His expression abruptly turned blank. With Xianglin's survival, Ming Kanki's fury diminished somewhat. As reason returned, he naturally recalled the latent potential of his secondary persona. Thus, the manifestation of the secondary personality ensued. Fifth Hokage Terumi May remained motionless in the stands. She alternated her gaze between the third Hokage above and the individuals in the arena, her thoughts inscrutable. The secondary persona remained silent, hands forming intricate seals. Instantly, numerous trunks, roots, branches, and lush canopies erupted from the ground, centering around him. One nest-like canopy directly lifted Xianglin, transporting her to the audience. Such an extensive use of wood release, coupled with its prolonged duration, suggested an inexhaustible supply of chakra. Surely, a person of such caliber could not be vanquished so easily. He was quite handsome. Perhaps he could be a suitable partner, Terumi May mused softly. The guards behind her collectively sighed in resignation. They had witnessed this pattern of her comparing every dashing figure or powerful individual to her ideal prince charming numerous times, yet it never ceased to feel peculiar. Eagle, die, thunder roared. The Raikage was enraged. What transpired? It turned out that Inoki had intruded, interrupting Ming Kanki's chakra output into the woodlands, allowing the Raikage to break free from his bindings. Upon seeing that Suchikage's assault, he had no intention of allying with his long-standing rival, the Cloud Shinobi. Thus, he set off to locate the whereabouts of the Cloud's prodigious eagle. However, when he found him, the eagle had already been drained of chakra by the wood release and lay lifeless. Consequently, the Raikage was filled with wrath. His roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Unmistakable to all, utilizing the copper rings on his arms, he transformed into a high-speed bulldozer. Of course, he did not merely charge ahead recklessly. Although he headed directly towards Ming Kanki, he leapt onto the thickest of branches, shattering trunks and branches that were barely the width of a person. At that moment, Konoha had completely transformed into a battlefield. The collapse of Konoha's plan had spiraled beyond Orochimaru's design, nearing chaos. Chapter 56, Impure World Reincarnation, the Wood Release. All-Purpose Bag Technique. The Wood Release, Floral Tree Realm descends. Confronted by the advancing Raikage, Ming Kanki maintained his composure and executed two successive wood release techniques. Countless gigantic wooden hands emerged around the Raikage. In comparison to these colossal appendages, the Raikage seemed akin to a mere doll. As the giant hands appeared, they immediately began to sweep, grasp, and strike. In essence, Ming Kanki's intent was to eliminate the Raikage with these techniques. Following the emergence of the giant hands, enormous pink blossoms rapidly unfurled, releasing countless pale yellow pollen grains into the air. Gradually, the examination grounds were enveloped in a haze of soft yellow. Humph. Navi. Defending against sandstorms is our sand shinobi's forte, Maki declared, dispatching an Umbu with a swift strike. Though half of his face was covered by a white cloth that did not obscure his nose and mouth, it effectively shielded him from the pollen. Upon closer inspection, traces of wind release techniques were evident on the cloth. Cough, cough. Do not use that technique, Ming Kanki. In a relentless assault of pollen, Hatake Kakashi coughed as he instantaneously appeared before Minato. Without hesitation, he leaped and hurled a kunai imbued with lightning release, momentarily obstructing the Raikage. Following this, he executed the Chidori with a symphony of chirping, suddenly manifesting behind a cloud ninja and piercing through. The enigmatic hand seal of Ming Kanki remained unchanged. Yet the blossoms of the flowering trees that descended swiftly closed. The pollen began to disperse. Perish. The wrath of lightning. Kakashi's intervention proved futile. The Raikage, undeterred by the kunai embedded in his arm, charged defiantly towards Ming Kanki. The wrath of lightning was nothing but a swift horizontal slash. As the Raikage's hand chop was poised to strike Ming Kanki's neck, astonishingly, Ming Kanki continued to maintain the incantation. The timing was impeccable. At this moment, Ming Kanki manifested a secondary persona. He remained silent, allowing Lei Ying to sever his neck with a single strike. With a crisp snap, Ming Kanki's neck broke, and his entire form transformed into a humanoid wooden figure, a manifestation of his wooden clone. Humph. What is wood release, after all? A wooden clone? When did this happen? This is troublesome. Leiwa explosion. Just as Lei Ying was about to boast, he suddenly realized something was amiss. And then he witnessed the entire transformation of Ming Kenki into a wooden figure. Immediately afterward, the wooden figure erupted with a barrage of thorns that ensnared Lei Ying entirely, starting from his arms. However, Lei Ying was no novice. Sensing danger, he swiftly converted his offensive technique into a defensive maneuver, the Leiwa explosion technique, which typically lifted the enemy and slammed them down with immense force, combining with the explosive power of lightning release, transformed into a desperate gambit for survival. He seized Ming Kenki's wooden clone and smashed it into the ground. The violent tearing and the ensuing explosion of lightning release cleared the area around Lei Ying. The Leaf Village's ace is merely a cunning little brat. Don't disgrace Senja Hashirama. Come face me directly. The examination arena had morphed into a veritable sea of trees. Even when Lei Ying managed to carve out a small space, he was soon forced to leap to greater heights, constantly evading as the tree canopy closed in around him. Yet, wisdom comes with age. Those who ascend to the rank of Kage are not easily trifled with. Although the fourth Raikage was not particularly old, he quickly devised a strategy to provoke his opponent. As he spoke, the potency of the wood release attacks surrounding him surged significantly. Lei Ying internally acknowledged that the youth could not withstand provocation. He began shattering the surrounding wooden structures with the most efficient methods while shouting various taunts. Throughout, he maintained an air of confidence, standing in the center of the arena, inviting his adversary to engage. Unbeknownst to Lei Ying, beneath the eaves of the four purple flames formation, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes were observing the entire battlefield with an unwavering gaze. These eyes revealed no emotion. If Lei Ying, the Earth Shadow, and the yet uncertain Water Shadow could merely stall for a moment longer, the spores mingled with the pollen would drain their chakra. The plan would proceed. Lei Ying's attempts at provocation had no impact on Ming Kenki. He remained remarkably composed, executing his strategy with precision. His modest wood release engaged Lei Ying in a dance of deception, occasionally launching branches to disrupt the Earth Shadow and provide support for Tsunade. At this point, all examinees in the arena were ensnared within the confines of the wood release. The Cloud Shinobi were left with only a few low-ranking ninjas from the storyline of the Naruto, Shippuden. As for the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, he was swiftly captured by Ming Kenki, the secondary persona, to serve as a source of energy. At this moment, Ming Kenki's unlimited chakra time had expired. He required a period of rest to reignite his inner cosmos. Fortunately, with the aid of my beloved Iroha brand battery, he was able to maintain the sea of trees and pursue his plans. It seems I had initially prepared more than necessary. However, it is now evident that such excess is unwarranted. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Within the confines of the four purple flames formation, the third Hokage and Orochimaru had already exchanged blows several times. Orochimaru finally seized the opportunity to perform the impure world reincarnation. Several coffins inscribed with the numbers 1, 2, 4, 4, 3, and 2 were summoned in succession by Orochimaru. The impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique capable of resurrecting the deceased to fight, was well understood by the third Hokage. It was precisely due to his awareness of the terrifying implications of this technique that he was momentarily taken aback. At the very least, he must prevent one. Without delay, the third Hokage began to form hand seals. Although he had not mastered the impure world reincarnation, he had studied sealing scrolls and was quite proficient in summoning techniques. Perhaps Orochimaru had not intended to summon them all. Or perhaps the third Hokage was still as formidable as ever. In any case, as an overwhelming surge of chakra enveloped him, the third Hokage managed to suppress the last 2 coffins marked with the numbers 2 and 3. A mere 4 had successfully been summoned. How would you contend with 4 shadow-level adversaries? Boom, boom, boom. The 4 coffin lids crashed to the ground. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. And the fourth Kazekage, Raza. All 4 formidable figures of the impure world reincarnation materialized. Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate the dead? This time, I shall ensure your demise. The Mizukage and Kazekage appeared relatively composed. Yet the presence of the first and second Hokage ignited the third Hokage's resolve to kill. He was prepared to employ the Shiki FG. How old the little monkey has grown. Another great ninja war between the Raikage and Tsuchikage. The first Hokage was more concerned about the people, while the second Hokage immediately began to observe and deduce, arriving at several conclusions. Master, first Hokage, after so many years, holding up Konoha nearly single-handedly, such a resilient third Hokage. Upon seeing the first and second, found himself momentarily choked up, at a loss for words. Heh, this is hardly the time for reminiscing. As he spoke, Orochimaru produced 4 kunai adorned with talismans. Suddenly, Raza shouted, "Maki! The enemy is Orochimaru." Following that, the previously silent Yagura also called out, "Mist Ninja! Be cautious of the spiral masks." Chapter 57. A sudden turn of events. Raza and Yagura's voices were not particularly loud. Yet nearby figures such as Mimi and Kamura heard them clearly. However, before Yagura could finish his warning, Orochimaru's talismans had already been deployed. The moment the talisman-laden kunai were unleashed, they interrupted the actions of the reincarnated beings, precisely cutting off Yagura's words. "What? Orochimaru, cease this at once. Allow Lord Yagura to finish." The 4th Mizukage had long been a source of concern for the Mist Ninja. Now, the reincarnated Yagura seemed to possess some insight. Mimi seized upon this opportunity, already beginning to form seals, threatening Orochimaru through her actions. Let us eliminate the 3rd Hokage." Orochimaru cast a sly grin towards Tsunade, then pointed directly at the 3rd Hokage, issuing his command. Instantly, four shadows surged forth, charging towards the 3rd. Lava release, melted beast technique. This technique, a fusion of fire and earth chakra, expels a viscous and highly corrosive magma from the mouth. While its potency may not rival that of the mist technique, it is perfectly suited to counter the 4 purple flames formation. The intense heat on the surface of the formation elevated the magma's temperature, amplifying its corrosive properties. In mere moments, the 4 purple flames formation transformed into a fragmented net of molten rock, its holes varying in size. Ignored by Orochimaru, the 5th Mizukage, Tsunade seethed with anger and shattered the carefully constructed arena. The battlefield spiraled further into chaos. It was critical to note that the 3rd Hokage possessed the capability to dismantle the 4 purple flames formation. However, he refrained from doing so to avoid escalating the conflict. Should these powerful figures engage in unrestricted combat, Konoha would surely face annihilation. "Mizukage, be cautious. I am about to unleash a jutsu against you. Water release, great waterfall technique." Without waiting for Orochimaru's command, the cursed puppet, Yahiko, unleashed a jutsu to obstruct Tsunade. Orochimaru's curse marks could not suppress the consciousness or speech of the reincarnated souls, and Yahiko issued a warning before acting. The effectiveness of the jutsu diminished considerably, as torrents of water erupted from the great waterfall technique. The 4 purple flames formation dwindled to a mere remnant, expanding the battlefield. Orochimaru gestured, and his quartet of sound ninjas swiftly dismantled the formation and retreated. The area had become a battleground for the shadows, and none were inclined to concern themselves with the movements of mere minions. The 3rd Hokage, alongside the 1st and 2nd Hokage, quickly found themselves on the defensive, with the 2nd seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow that sent the 3rd flying. "You've aged, monkey. Your body has deteriorated significantly. Even against our level of reincarnated beings, you stand no chance. Be wary. I will employ magnet release to control those shuriken." As the 1st, 2nd, and Raza continued their assault, the 1st and 2nd Hokage shielded Raza as he prepared his hand seals. Once Raza unleashed his magnet release, the 3rd would find it impossible to contend with the 1st and 2nd Hokage. At that juncture, either the 2nd or the 1st Hokage would inevitably unleash their jutsu, leaving the 3rd with virtually no hope of victory. Just as it seemed the 3rd was about to succumb to overwhelming odds, a tile from the corner of the 4 purple flames formation erupted, morphing into a large-nosed figure bearing 2 toads upon its shoulders. Senjutsu, Earth Release, Hell Swamp. In an instant, the area before the 3rd, extending to the remnants of the 4 purple flames formation, transformed into a quagmire. Empowered by Sage Chakra, both the 4 reincarnated shadows and Orochimaru found themselves ensnared, unable to move freely. They had to exert all their chakra to prevent being engulfed by the mire. "Jiraiya." Orochimaru was astonished to see Jiraiya's presence. "It's quite impressive that you managed to remain hidden until now, Jiraiya. It seems that using sage techniques took a bit of time. You've aged, old man. After this war, how about you become the Hokage? My temperament is not suited for it. Isn't there still Tsunade?" Orochimaru knows that neither the 3rd Hokage nor Jiraiya can let him go today, once he escapes from Konoha. Having mastered the Edo Tensei, he may very well become a distinguished guest among the Cloud, Rock, or Mist Shinobi. In the world of Shinobi, there are no friends, only interests. Even if the Kazekage is slain, one might still ally with Orochimaru for the sake of Edo Tensei. Sage techniques are formidable, indeed. Haha. However, facing us 5 your chakra will likely be insufficient. You must act swiftly. Once your sage chakra is depleted, we shall regain our mobility. The chakra of the Edo Tensei users is boundless. The first and second Hokage cautioned the third and Jiraiya. Let us cease reminiscing. Now, let the second round begin. Witness the true might of the four Kages united. Finally, Orochimaru, who had remained silent since encountering Jiraiya, took action. He formed a hand seal and proactively controlled the four Edo Tensei Kages. Beware of my ninjutsu. Water release. Water collision wave. The second Hokage initiated his technique, unleashing a torrent of water that transformed the entire building into a cascading waterfall. Evade. Before the second could finish his warning, he appeared behind the third in an instant, thrusting a kunai directly into the third's heart. The third coughed up blood, falling in shock. Everyone, leave the rooftop. Would release. Would world expansion. The first Hokage barely had time to issue a warning before countless trees burst forth from the ground, swiftly engulfing the entire rooftop in a forest of greenery. Summoning technique. King of the monkeys, Inma. I knew you would be fine. Sage art. Super giant Rasengan. Upon witnessing the third's reappearance, Jiraiya, overjoyed, unleashed a massive Rasengan the size of a person, shattering the surrounding trees and clearing a space large enough for 3 or 5 individuals to stand comfortably. Inma, Rui bang. Just as Inma emerged from the smoke, he had no time to utter a word. However, upon hearing the third's command, he immediately transformed into the diamond Rui bang. The third seized the Rui bang and struck fiercely, connecting with the area Jiraiya had cleared as the two landed almost simultaneously. Explosive tag. Before they could steady themselves, the second's voice rang out. Earth release, earth flow wall. The third, having pinpointed the second's location by sound, decisively erected a 2 to 3 meter high earth wall to block the kunai tethered to the explosive tag. Lion's main technique. Unbeknownst to them, Jiraiya had circled around Tarashi's side, ensnaring him with hair resembling a lion's mane. Watch out. Suddenly, Jiraiya heard simultaneous warnings from the third and second, as he noticed the second closing in within a meter. The second completed his hand seals. Mutual explosive tags. Run. Countless explosive tags were summoned by the second Hokage, and in mere moments, hundreds had appeared, with their numbers continuing to rise. The potency of these explosive tags rivaled the high-level fire release techniques unleashed by elite shinobi. Such a multitude had the potential to induce a minor earthquake. Should they detonate, the entire examination site would be obliterated, leaving no escape for anyone, not even Orochimaru himself, who found himself within the blast radius. Jiraiya attempted to flee, yet his feet were ensnared by the sand gold that had appeared unbeknownst to him. Koharu and Yahiko were engaged in a lively battle at the periphery of the forest of trees, completely oblivious to the turmoil within. Only the third Hokage was swiftly performing intricate hand seals, unimpeded, and he discerned the dreadful situation unfolding. Quickly, earth release. As the explosive tags prepared to detonate, the third Hokage finally revealed the formidable prowess that had earned him the title of Master of Ninjutsu. Through his elaborate seals, he promptly executed a new earth release technique. Earth release. For corners earthen wall. Massive earthen walls, several meters thick, erupted from the ground, enveloping the second Hokage and the explosive tags. In no time, the walls towered above the treetops, resembling a colossal chimney rising into the sky. Just as the giant chimney was still taking form, a thunderous roar echoed, and the walls became riddled with countless fissures. A torrent of gray dust erupted like a steam whistle, howling skyward. Soon after, a palpable tremor reverberated throughout the entire Leaf Village. Many old, dilapidated houses crumbled to the ground, and even the sturdy examination site and shelters were showered with debris. As the explosive force dissipated and the tremor ceased, the third Hokage collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He found himself half submerged in water, utterly devoid of chakra to even tread water, controlling a wood release technique. He pierced an approaching sound ninja attempting to ambush Tsunade as Ming Kenki leapt from beneath the eaves. The intense tremors that rippled through the Leaf Village finally drew Ming Kenki's attention to their source. The rooftop is not my wood release. It seems the third requires assistance. Before that, I hope my deductions regarding myself and the dream world are correct, and I shall summon the last vestiges of my little universe's power. Ignite, my little universe. In regard to the dream world, the secondary persona had made numerous deductions through pure rational thought. Among them, some validated by the primary persona, included the notion that death is not an end, but merely the awakening from a dream. Others, unverified, such as the treatment of a dreamlike protagonist and the influence of consciousness transfer on personality, etc. The secondary persona was not a deity. He was nearly entirely rational, yet retained a sliver of irrationality. He shared memories with the primary persona, creating a perfect complement. As for dissociation or multiple personality disorder, Ming Kanki firmly asserted he possessed neither. What brings you here? This is my battle. Depart from this place. Ming Kanki fell before the third Hokage, who had already risen to his feet. Though he gasped for breath, his tone remained resolute. After the tempest of wind would release, wooden barrier. The swift currents of air surged forth, shattering the crumbling earthen chimney, sending debris flying. Fragments of soil struck the hemispherical archway, producing a series of resounding thuds. As the tempest subsided, the four shadows of the filthy earth emerged ahead, with Orochimaru trailing behind. They stood atop the desolate ruins, directly confronting Ming Kanki and the third Hokage. A thunderous explosion erupted as wreckage descended like a cannonball amidst the intertwining branches, clearing a space right before Ming Kanki and his companion. The wreckage subtly aligned with Orochimaru. Following this, two enchanting figures appeared in an instant. The Mizukage Terumi Mei and Tsunade Senju. The Tsuchikage Anoki also materialized at their left front. Observing the situation, the third Hokage stepped forward, raising his voice in inquiry. Reikage. Tsuchikage, do you intend to incite war alongside this traitor, Orochimaru? Anoki cast a glance at the group below, furrowing his brow. He was reluctant to ally with the Reikage and Orochimaru. Yet, the memory of the dread once instilled by Uchiha Madara flooded his mind, especially upon seeing Ming Kanki's Sharingan, identical to Madara's. Any other thoughts dissipated instantly. The existence of Senju Hashirama was inconsequential, but the shinobi world could not endure a second Uchiha Madara. Within the ethereal realm of Ming Kanki's mind, the voice of Daemu resonated from the computer. The dominant persona exclaimed with fervor, Uchiha Madara. At last, I have discerned the original source of this body. It is indeed the clone of Madara, infused with the cells of Senju Hashirama. How remarkable! Does this not imply that I possess a 100 chance of awakening the Rinnegan? Suddenly, a pause ensued, and the voice of the dominant persona plummeted an octave. Ah, it appears I may have rejoiced prematurely. I lack Madara's formidable strength. I cannot resolve the bloodline conflict. Moreover, it seems Madara only awakened the Rinnegan just before his demise. In the end, he despondently leaned over the table, murmuring, I should first address the issue of the bloodline conflict. In the outside world, the Reikage was equally reluctant to collaborate with the Tsuchikage and Orochimaru. Yet, reflecting upon the nearly 20,000 ninjas from the Cloud Village, obliterated by Ming Kanki's would release, and one of the candidates for the next Reikage, the Hawk, who was similarly slain amidst the chaos. He reached a resolute decision. Today, that brat must perish. Otherwise, let us commence the Fourth Shinobi World War. Meanwhile, Tsunade, incensed, rolled up her sleeves, ready to take action. A blue skeletal structure emerged from Ming Kanki's body, with four skeletal hands extending to shield the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Mei Terumi behind him. Ming Kanki, what are you doing? The third Hokage exclaimed in shock. Tsunade was equally taken aback. She did not even have time to consider the possibility of being overheard by the Reikage and Tsuchikage, and she shouted, Stop at once. If a bloodline conflict erupts again, I may not be able to save you this time. The secondary persona of Ming Kanki seldom engages in conversation. This is due to his remarkable rationality. He firmly believes that silence is paramount when words are unnecessary. However, at this moment, he feels compelled to utter a few remarks. It is I who shall conclude this battle, inflicting grievous wounds upon the Cloud and Rock Shinobi, as this aligns most logically with the future of Konoha. Xianglin, I entrust you with their care. Ming Kanki spoke briefly and plainly, yet the third Hokage grew anxious. Having endured 2 or 3 shinobi world wars and presided over the Hidden Leaf Village for decades, he had witnessed numerous pivotal moments where heroic ninjas bravely faced their demise. In their final moments, they displayed such resolve. No, you are the future of the Leaf. This battle should be concluded by me. The third truly wished for no harm to befall Ming Kanki. He even lifted the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed into the Monkey King, attempting to shatter Susanoo. Our reminiscing ends here. Orochimaru formed hand seals, and the 4 shadows of the impure world reincarnation began their incantation. Dust release. Primitive world stripping technique. Anoki unleashed his dust release. The Reikage's figure flickered, and lightning appeared not far in front of Susanoo. Technique. Time-space binding. However, all of this was abruptly halted the moment Ming Kanki activated the ocular technique of his left eye. The wreckage froze midair. The dust release barrier barely taking form with a white edge, while a water mirror rose halfway. A slender jet of high-pressure water shot forth half a meter, as several branches had just begun to sprout. Wherever Minkanki's gaze fell, everything was suspended. The patterns bore a striking resemblance to the eternal eye. Yet the effects were distinct. The space was confined, yet my thoughts remained unshackled, as time continued its inexorable flow. The name of this ocular technique is temporal confinement. Indeed, this ability possesses the potential for even greater strength. This junior might indeed be the future of Konohagakure. However, does the eternal Mangeki Sharingan still bleed? The space was locked, rendering speech impossible. The deductions made by the second Hokage could evidently no longer be shared with others. His inquiries, too, would find no answers. Had he the chance to question Minkanki, perhaps the host personality would reveal that these eyes are merely Mangeki, not the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Nonetheless, it was evident that Minkanki was oblivious to the second Hokage's thoughts. He directly activated the subsequent ocular technique, awakening the Mangeki in his right eye. Born from the desire to vanquish the masked man, the space of the ocular technique shattered. The collapse of space was quite literally a disintegration of dimensions. Those ensnared might find themselves fortuitously landing nearby, or, conversely, at the edge of the universe. The unfortunate would be utterly obliterated by the shards produced from the collapsing space. As the enigmatic Minkanki advanced, Orochimaru and the four reanimated Hokages were abruptly shattered into countless fragments of space, resembling shards of a mirror. They then disintegrated into even smaller pieces, ultimately vanishing entirely as the fabric of space mended itself. Only a half-formed water mirror remained, suspended above the surface. Ensnared by the ocular technique, I shall journey to the rock and cloud villages. The rationality of the secondary persona would certainly refrain from revealing the profound truth that they spared you due to the overwhelming fear of losing control amidst such fragmentation. He lifted the temporal and spatial confinement, issuing a warning. I hope that by then, you will still maintain amicable relations with Konoha. As he spoke, the space surrounding Minkanki shattered. Upon the conclusion of his words, he plummeted into the void. The space automatically repaired itself, leaving no trace of Minkanki behind. No. The third Hokage's eyes burned with fury. The Tsuchikage and Reikage recognized that the third had ignited a desperate resolve. Uncertain of the motives that compelled them, they exchanged glances, simultaneously retreating and uttering, "This is where we draw the line. We do not wish to engage in conflict with Konoha." Thus, the shocking plan to dismantle Konoha and the consequential battle among the Kage came to an end with the disappearance of its instigator and catalyst. Subsequently, Konoha allied with the Mist Village and restored its alliance with the Sand Village. The Cloud and Rock villages offered reparations to Konoha. Thereafter, it seemed that the entire ninja world had forgotten about Minkanki, the mightiest figure of his era. Apart from a young girl named Uzumaki Karine and her mentor, his name was never mentioned again. P.S. The initial volume concludes here. The following narrative will primarily revolve around the Dragon Ball universe, while other realms will appear in the form of short skits. Chapter 59, An Inescapable Dream Entry. I have returned. Minkanki sat up straight from his bed, momentarily stunned as he realized that he might have perished in the world of Naruto. This conjecture sent a sudden tremor through his heart. He recalled the underdeveloped Xianglin and the nascent bonds he had formed with Tsunade, the third Hokage, and others. To his surprise, he found that it was not as distressing as he had initially imagined. The obsessive affection he once harbored seemed to have dissipated. The memory of valuing Xianglin's well-being above his own life lingered, yet it no longer wielded power over him. Minkanki vaguely sensed he had grasped something significant. At that moment, his expression suddenly became animated. "Oh, my grand bed, my room, my sanctuary. I, Minkanki, have returned. Aha. Merely a night has passed in the real world. It was but a fleeting dream, akin to the yellow millet dream. I could almost attain immortality. How delightful." The primary and secondary personalities once again diverged. The optimistic nature of the primary persona swiftly cast aside the earlier feelings. Strictly speaking, the optimistic disposition was the original trait of the primary persona. An optimistic individual revels in life and engages with others, while a rational and composed secondary persona manages affairs. This was precisely the choice Minkanki made when he initially divided his will. In a certain dream realm, a supernova had just erupted. A powerful burst of gamma rays illuminated a small nebula. A starship, resembling a person kneeling with hands raised, orbited the black hole at the center of this nebula. Within the starship, various personnel diligently performed their duties. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the ship. "We did it. Amazing. Aha." From today onward, black holes shall no longer be shrouded in mystery for us. Indeed, splendid. However, the data concerning this black hole is not entirely normal. No buts. Our technology will continue to advance. It's only a matter of time, my friend. Do not fret so much. This is but a small step for us, yet a monumental leap for humanity. Hey, this is a collective achievement for all of us. Haha. Yes, we contributed as well. Haha. In summary, this was a qualitative breakthrough. Let us rejoice. It turned out they had extracted this black hole from the fabric of time and space. Although this black hole appeared somewhat peculiar and could not be deemed a conventional one, it represented a technological breakthrough substantial enough to elicit cheers from all. Inside the laboratory, the atmosphere differed from that outside. While cheers echoed outside, the researchers were engrossed in compiling various reports. After reviewing the reports, the captain turned to the individual behind the glass wall of the isolation chamber and stated, "First and foremost, let us revive this ancient relic that has been trapped in the black hole for an indeterminate period. For now, convert the game room into a hospital reminiscent of the old era and place him there. I have heard that the nervous systems of humans from lower civilizations are quite fragile, so do your utmost to prevent him from going mad." Inside the isolation chamber, a childlike figure lay with closed eyes, seemingly in a deep slumber. The captain's first officer, a stunning blonde woman, possessed a somewhat angular face that only enhanced her beauty, as her golden locks framed her features, adding a touch of heroism. Observing the child in the isolation chamber, a wave of maternal instinct surged on her youthful visage. Upon hearing the captain's casual remarks, she promptly pinched him, saying, "He is merely a child." The captain immediately apologized, whispering to the beautiful officer, Yes, Linda, I was wrong. Have some mercy on me, dear wife. I am, after all, the captain." "Of course, as per your wishes, Captain," she replied with a smile, revealing no attempt to conceal her amusement. Laughter erupted in the laboratory, as it was evident that the captain's relationship with the beautiful first officer had become common knowledge among the crew. On the third day, Minkanki, who had been unconscious for an entire day, awoke without even having the chance to discern the time on the clock and promptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The ability of soul evolution appeared to be magnificent and flawless. However, at this moment, it had transformed into a grim harbinger of his demise. The cataclysmic events in the world of Naruto had awakened the Uchiha and Seiya bloodlines within him. He had performed exceptionally well, utilizing his small universe to its fullest extent on numerous occasions. Yet, it was precisely this that caused both bloodlines to transcend their inherent limitations. Consequently, the conflict of bloodlines, which had previously been suppressed by the Seiya lineage, surged forth once more. Moreover, this time, it was not merely a clash between the Senju and Uchiha. The bloodlines from the Naruto realm had also begun to conflict with that of the Seiya lineage. The ability of soul evolution faithfully mirrored this transformation onto Minkanki's corporeal form. In the dreamlike realm of the second day, time flowed as if he were in a reverie. Once he finally discerned the hour, Minkanki realized he faced a dire choice: to perish or to risk further complicating his bloodlines, potentially inciting new conflicts. After his meal, he returned to his room, where he noticed something dark red at the foot of his bed, dried blood. Could it possibly be the remnants from when he had slain the serpent? Upon closer inspection, he rose and glanced at the clock, which featured an electronic calendar. A fleeting look left him astounded, prompting him to rub his eyes vigorously. The third day? Wait. It seemed he had forgotten something. Let him ponder deeply. After a fit of coughing and once again spitting blood, Minkanki finally recalled. He wiped his mouth, stained with blood, exclaiming in astonishment, "I remember." I glanced at the clock. Today is indeed the third day. The previous day, upon awakening, he had discovered that he had merely spent one night since passing the Chunin exam in the Naruto world. Given the time before he had fallen asleep, it was already the daylight of the second day. Thus, today was unmistakably the third day. After his meal, Minkanki returned to his bed, idle, when suddenly he coughed up blood and fainted, his breathing becoming almost imperceptible. Fortunately, both the Seiya bloodline and the would-release limit were imbued with robust vitality. After enduring a day and night, Minkanki resiliently survived. Although he had come back to life, the brief cessation of his breathing had inflicted some damage upon his brain. This injury began to mend only after he had eaten and replenished his strength. Realizing this, Minkanki understood he had to make a choice swiftly. Otherwise, should the conflict of bloodlines erupt anew, he was uncertain whether he could endure it again. He had no desire to die. A person who could be ruthless enough to fracture their own personality in order to adapt and survive within society could hardly wish for death. Thus, even if he must drink poison to quench his thirst, he is resolute in his desire to continue living. If need be, he shall counter poison with poison. There exists no alternative, haha. Dream world, I am coming. A sudden blur overtakes him, and Ming Kanki collapses onto the bed. The resurgence of conflicting bloodlines thrusts him into a semi-unconscious state. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and this allows him to effortlessly slip into slumber, successfully entering the dream world. Chapter 60. Living in a game console, commencing the second update. The update time is tentatively set for 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. The lights in the room flicker erratically. Where is this place? Ming Kanki sat up, one hand pressed against his forehead. The world around him felt shrouded in haziness, and a sharp pain throbbed in his head. It seemed as though the aftereffects of the bloodline conflict from reality had followed him here. Oh, and now it was no longer confined to the bloodline limits of the Naruto universe. Even the Seiya heritage from Dragon Ball had become entwined within him. It would be more appropriate to refer to it as a bloodline conflict. Outside the window, the sky was a crystal-clear blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily by. Indeed, it was a splendid day. The window was closed, and across from him stood a tall building. He could not discern what lay within, nor could he see the street below. This edifice appeared quite high, yet all the windows visible to him were shrouded in darkness. Was the entire building constructed with one-way glass? And did no one bother to open a window? A sense of curiosity stirred within Ming Kanki. You're awake. You seem to be in good spirits. A nurse clad in white entered to conduct an examination. She gently cupped Ming Kanki's face, checking his heartbeat. He could feel the softness of her hands, and with her fair, rosy complexion complemented by her pristine attire, she embodied the epitome of humanity. Of course, it would have been even better had her forehead not borne a peculiar star-like blemish. Although she attempted to conceal it with her nurse's cap, Ming Kanki's keen perception did not let it slip by unnoticed. He even found himself making subtle judgments in his mind. For instance, her hands were delicate. Yet she easily maneuvered his head without his cooperation, indicating her strength. Additionally, the concealed purple star mark on her forehead appeared to be some sort of birthmark. Typically, a person's heart is situated to the left, yet she measured on the right side. It was highly probable that her heart was positioned there instead. Furthermore, it seemed he had perhaps crossed over to a planet inhabited by humanoid extraterrestrial beings, among other interrelated deductions. This was not the emergence of Ming Kanki's alter ego, but rather a series of conclusions drawn by his primary persona. After making these assessments, an odd thought arose in his mind. Could it be that he had become the vessel of some deceased elementary school student? Ming Kanki, filled with curiosity, suddenly heard the nurse murmuring to herself about having implanted various conflicting bloodlines, lamenting the plight of a poor child. With a smile, he interjected, "Ah, dear angel in white. Perhaps I am quite ancient. Yet, I find myself pondering one question. Who am I? My name, my identity, or any other piece of information?" The soft scratching of the recording ceased, and the nurse sighed. "Oh, poor child. Your memories have vanished. Being trapped in a black hole must be quite distressing." Abruptly falling silent, the nurse hurriedly completed her notes and swiftly made her exit. Though she spoke little, Ming Kanki keenly seized upon one particular term: black hole. Ming Kanki was taken aback, suddenly recalling the lengthy and tedious journey through the Dragon Ball universe. At that time, he had transformed into a Scion lower-class warrior in infancy. Bearing an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, he was thrust into the cosmos, only to fall into a black hole. Could it be that he had returned to the Dragon Ball world? Hastily, Ming Kanki called out, "Please wait. Could you provide me with a mirror?" The nurse did not pause, opening the door and stepping outside. After a few minutes, another equally stunning angelic figure in white entered. Her fiery long hair accentuated her striking physique, making her seem less like a nurse and more like a celestial being. She spoke not a word, merely offering a gentle smile as she handed a mirror to Ming Kanki. In the reflection, he beheld a child of Asian descent. His unruly hair stood on end, resembling a flickering flame. At first glance, it bore some resemblance to Vegeta's hairstyle, albeit shorter and considerably softer. The cherubic roundness of his face suggested that, should he slim down in the future, he would undoubtedly be quite handsome. He neither possessed a crab-like head nor a tail, thus he could not be a scion. His face was plump, lacking the sharp chin characteristic of Conan, making the likelihood of him being a Shinigami elementary student rather slim. "Thank you." He returned the mirror to the red-haired nurse and gracefully descended from the bed, making his way toward the exit. He began to seek more information, a natural reaction for an ordinary person in an unfamiliar environment. With this thought in mind, Ming Kanki pushed open the door and stepped outside. The nurse, still clutching the mirror and smiling silently, followed closely behind him without uttering a word. Meanwhile, within the captain's quarters of the starship, a heated debate was unfolding. The discussion had been ongoing for some time, and now the two were poised to address the crux of the matter. Let us set aside any talk of regulations or humanitarianism. I will ask you directly, why not simply cure him? Our technology is more than capable. The first officer, Linda, was somewhat agitated. That requires his own will to decide. We cannot make that decision for him, the captain explained in a measured tone. His reasoning was sound, leaving Linda at a loss for a counterargument. Yet, she had her own strategy. With a flick of her wrist, data from her personal information terminal was transmitted to the captain's computer. Subsequently, she pointed at the screen and said, "There's no need for that. Just inject nanomedical robots. 10%, and it will suffice." The captain's terminal computer intelligently filtered out certain prohibited terms, highlighting them in bold. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "That is cutting-edge technology. We cannot arbitrarily apply it to a stranger. Captain, I know what you are thinking, but he is not who you believe him to be. He merely bears a slight resemblance." The captain's voice was gentle, his words measured, avoiding outright confrontation. But Linda understood. She interrupted him directly, asking, "Do you think I am doing this for the child?" "Perhaps, but so what?" After a sigh and a moment of contemplation, the captain responded solemnly, "Testing." "Very well." Linda rose and strode purposefully toward the exit, saying little more. However, both individuals comprehended that a consensus had been reached. Linda was tasked with evaluating Ming Kanki. Should he successfully pass the assessment, Linda would facilitate his application for the nanomedical robots, and the captain would also endorse it. Yet, should he fail the test, all prospects would be rendered void. At that moment, Ming Kanki was meandering through the hospital, internally critiquing its semblance of reality. It appeared to embody a 21st century aesthetic. Yet many elements were manifestations of advanced technology. The patients seemed authentic, yet an undercurrent of incongruity pervaded the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to him, a cadre of experts from the interstellar era was meticulously crafting a tailored testing regimen for him. He remained oblivious to the fact that the location he occupied was merely a diminutive chamber, less than 20 meters in length and width, serving as a gaming room aboard the starship. Moreover, he was entirely unaware that his every movement was being projected onto a large screen in an adjacent room, where various extraterrestrial beings, human or otherwise, were observing him and engaging in continuous discourse. Had he glimpsed these cosmic entities, he would undoubtedly have been astounded, shattering many preconceived notions lodged in his mind. Chapter 61. The test. Please follow me. After a brief period, Ming Kanki had nearly explored the entirety of the hospital. At that juncture, a strikingly beautiful nurse with crimson hair and a devilish physique finally spoke for the first time. Having uttered her words, she proceeded to lead the way ahead of Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki took a few hurried steps to catch up. Just as the two had not ventured far, the surroundings abruptly blurred and swiftly disintegrated. Before them appeared a grand door, slowly creaking open. The nurse, who had initially let something slip, was now standing beside a tall figure in military attire, smiling and waving her hand. At this moment, she had removed her hat, revealing cascading black hair adorned with a crimson cloud pattern at her brow, instantly elevating her beauty to an entirely new dimension. Ming Kanki could not help but smile alongside her. In fact, he was so captivated that he failed to notice the tall beauty in military attire, with her golden waves and striking athleticism. However, she was not to Ming Kanki's taste. "It appears you are already acquainted with Miss Arya. Greetings, I am Linda, the first officer and deputy captain of the starship Mather." Ming Kanki and she arrived at the entrance, where a tall beauty in military attire, Linda, warmly extended her left hand in greeting. "Hello, my name is Ming Kanki," she introduced herself, leaving the rest uncertain. Ming Kanki extended a handshake to her, and then Linda held onto his hand without letting go. The red-haired nurse nodded at Linda and Aaliyah before departing. Linda gestured with her right hand, indicating the way. "This way." Do not mistake Natasha's demeanor for indifference. She is of dual heritage, and their nature is inherently reserved. In truth, she possesses a remarkably gentle disposition. The young men aboard the starship take great pride in the prospect of marrying a dual heritage beauty. However, they believe that true love exists solely among their own kind. Aaliyah, filled with admiration, added that when they fall in love and marry, one of them will use the singular ability to change their gender, which they possess only once in their lifetime. Thus, a perfect family will come into being. Ming Kanki rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking to himself, could you please release my hand before continuing? I am not a child. At that moment, he found himself being held by Linda and Arya, one on each side. If it were a male and female, one might easily mistake them for a family parading through the streets. After traversing two brightly lit corridors and rounding two corners, Ming Kanki spotted a robot approaching. The robot's visage seemed to emanate from a projection of some sort. Upon noticing the trio, it expressed astonishment before eagerly advancing, producing a series of electronic sounds. Greetings, fortunate child. The rupture of the black hole marks the first occurrence since the birth of the universe 13 billion years ago. And you, remarkably, are within this black hole. The quantum state is particularly unique. This is our starship's chief scientist, a member of the net race, Ming B33712. Its appearance resembles that of our robots. However, it is indeed a true form of life. They possess extraordinary intelligence and technology that surpasses our own by centuries. Yet, from our perspective, they may exhibit some peculiarities that take getting used to. And you may simply call it Ming. It is the only member of the net race aboard the starship. So there is no need for overly detailed distinctions. Linda provided a brief introduction, and in hushed tones, she whispered the final remarks into Ming Kanki's ear, accompanied by a playful wink. Of course, Ming Kanki remained oblivious to this gesture. Oh, I believe it is time for me to head to the bridge. I shall see you shortly. Ming Weiwei quietly took a step back and strode away. Is he angry? Ming Kanki felt as though he had entered a realm reminiscent of the cosmos. Within a mere few minutes, he encountered 3 distinct extraterrestrial races. Thus, he resolved to commence this journey on a positive note. However, they did not comprehend humor, nor did they exhibit any signs of anger. What is a starship? One inquired. Our vessel is known as the Explorer Miser, an interstellar research and experimental starship. It measures 10 meters in length, 496 meters in width, and 312 meters in height, and possesses warp cruising technology. We are currently embarking on an expedition from the southern galaxy to the northern galaxy. The entire journey will span approximately 3,123 months, equivalent to a year and a half. As for you, we rescued you from the Lush Nebula at the edge of the southern galaxy. The Lush Nebula? He pondered. It is a type of micronebula, frequently appearing near major galaxies. Due to its obscured nature, it is challenging to detect with optical instruments. Throughout their conversation, Linda shared her knowledge freely, while Arya occasionally interjected with additional insights. Ming Kanki explored various open areas such as the dining hall and the medical bay, ultimately being assigned his own quarters. Haha. Oh, you are here. Follow me, haha. We discovered something intriguing in the laboratory. It's certainly not about conducting experiments. Haha. As they approached the bridge, they were halted by a creature resembling a chicken. Linda introduced, this is the chicken-headed man, Tokei. He is the only one of his kind aboard our spacecraft. Do not be deceived by his appearance. His intelligence ranks just below that of Ming, making him a rare genius. This is a characteristic of their species, an extreme polarization between genius and mediocrity. Some mediocrities are even less capable than a Finda. Arya added a few remarks, yet Ming Kanki was too preoccupied to inquire further. She took it upon herself to explain, a Finda is a bird from my homeland, possessing only a 3-second memory. What is wrong with you? Upon hearing Linda's words, Arya noticed Ming Kanki staring blankly at the chicken-headed man. Yes. What is the matter with you? Despite their inquiries, Ming Kanki remained entranced, for he had spotted a familiar figure approaching, clad in golden armor. The figure wore a silver helmet adorned with horns, and a long, pointed protrusion emerged from the nose. Although the hands beneath the armor were obscured, 3 metallic claws were visible on the outside. The wing-like armor on his back instantly led Ming Kanki to recognize him as the Battle Tyrannoman from the digital realm. The chicken-headed man evoked memories of the Dragon Ball universe, while the Battle Tyrannoman left him in a state of confusion. His bewilderment did not stem from the possibility of a mixed reality. Rather, he pondered the nature of dream worlds. He had traversed 3 dream realms before, each an independent universe: Naruto, Battlestar Galactica, Dragon Ball, each distinctly pure. In truth, Ming Kanki was merely confined to one location, having encountered too little. Every universe within the dream world is genuine. Ming Kanki was not dreaming. He was entering a dream, his soul traversing into the realm of dreams. Do not be afraid. This is our chief defense officer. He hails from a digital world in another dimension, a perfect being known as the ultimate digital life form, Battle Tyrannoman Steel. Linda gently caressed the tousled hair of Ming Kanki, softly offering words of comfort before introducing him. "I'm fine," Ming Kanki sighed, forcing a smile as he continued. "Anyway, I can't make sense of it." The trio pressed onward. As they brushed past the battle Tyrannoman, Ming Kanki could even perceive the intangible yet potent aura of oppression emanating from it. Suddenly, Steele's expression contorted in agony, and he swiftly devolved into argument. "Oh no, this is serious," shouted the chicken-headed Zack, hastening into the laboratory, resembling an ostrich in his haste. "What happened?" Linda exclaimed, turning back in astonishment. Argument Steele replied in distress. "My connection to the digital world has abruptly severed. I can no longer maintain my ultimate form. It's the dimensional blockade device." "The bridge." Startled, Linda shouted, seizing Ming Kanki and fleeing. The three raced to the bridge, and as they burst through the door, Linda declared, "We are under attack. This is impossible." The captain, having just dismissed the idea, was taken aback upon seeing Aguiman behind Ming Kanki. He was utterly astonished. How could there be a digital dimension blocker? Among the known civilizations in the universe, only 3 possess such devices, and they are not for sale. Chapter 62, Cosmic Pirates. The chief scientist, the Net Tribe's cybernetic figure, continued to remind the captain in his electronic voice. "Captain, I must inform you that the loss of the digital tribe's defensive capabilities theoretically reduces the starship's defenses by 53. Given that we are an exploratory vessel, the actual decline may exceed 70. Despite the significant drop in defenses, the starship remained remarkably orderly. Each crew member diligently performed their duties, with only the pace of operations at the terminals noticeably quickening. Without the captain's command, they had already commenced searching for the enemy, enhancing communications, and bolstering defenses. On the main screen, sparse asteroid fields and meteor clusters were marked, not only ahead of the starship, but also to the left, right, above, and below. There were split screens displaying various colors: red, yellow, green, and white gradients. White indicated the unknown, green signified no danger, yellow represented a low threat, and red denoted hostile, high-risk situations. Ming Kanki quickly grasped the significance of the situation as he suddenly realized that the text on the main screen was entirely in Chinese. What a bewildering revelation! Ming Kanki became acutely aware that everything he heard and spoke was also in Chinese. This was utterly perplexing. It seemed that in the world of Naruto, he encountered no language barriers whatsoever. Ming Kanki felt as though he had stumbled upon some fundamental truths. Suddenly, a navigator reported, "Enemy sighted. It is a spaceship." As the report echoed, a crab-yellow, circular spacecraft materialized on the main screen. Wasn't that the iconic vessel of the Frisia army? At last, Ming Kanki comprehended the dreamlike realm he had entered. This was the world of Dragon Ball. However, the questions that ensued multiplied. Was it not a starship? The captain scoffed dismissively. First Officer Linda commanded decisively, "Infiltrate their systems. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to attack our Arc-Light civilization's exploratory vessel with a mere small civilian spaceship." A stream of code cascaded across one side of the large screen. Soon, a new window projected from the spacecraft, revealing its interior. The vessel was modest in size, featuring only a large bridge and 3 compartments. One compartment served as a dining hall, another as living quarters, and the last housed a peculiar pillar-like device. The crew was entirely congregated within the bridge: fish-headed beings, chicken-headed entities, porcine figures, with skin tones ranging from white to red to green, some adorned with horns, others with fins or wings, a veritable melting pot of extraterrestrial life. In just one screen, the diversity surpassed that of the entire starship. Ming Kanki also noticed that these extraterrestrial beings had devices resembling combat power detectors hanging from their ears. It was unmistakably the world of Dragon Ball. Ming Kanki was certain in his heart. However, the focus of the captain and his crew was evidently different from that of Ming Kanki. Upon seeing the hodgepodge displayed on the large screen, the captain erupted in a fit of laughter, disdainfully remarking, "What audacity do these mere cosmic pirates possess? What gives this ragtag group the gall?" Linda calmly interjected, "Do not concern yourself with their audacity. These cosmic pirates are inherently lacking in intellect. The crux of the matter lies with the dimensional disruptor." The electronic sound of Ming echoed once more. "According to my calculations, the dimensional rift within a light year has been obstructed. Destroying the dimensional blocker will not lift the obstruction. Natural restoration requires an astonishing 1,017 for 143 years." Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the starship. Ming and his companions could also hear the sound of an explosion. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot be transmitted directly. This was evidently an explosion within the starship. As Ming had anticipated, a communications officer immediately reported, "Captain, We are under attack. An explosion has occurred in Compartment 3. The enemy possesses teleportation technology. They have infiltrated our vessel. Initiate teleportation interference at once. Additionally, I want that spacecraft destroyed. Arya, led our kin in a defensive battle aboard the ship. The captain's expression turned grave as he issued commands. Simultaneously, the lights of the entire warship shifted from bright white to a state of red alert. I will assist, said Aguiman, as he dashed after Arya. However, after only a few steps, he regressed once more. Even transformed into a rolling beast, he displayed no fear, continuing to scamper after Arya. I shall also lend my aid. Ming Kanki seized the rolling beast and, with a swift teleportation technique, directly pursued Aaliyah. Ming Kanki remained oblivious to the fact that those aboard the starship were testing him. His acute sensory perception of the individuals within the vessel was remarkable, prompting him to forego any reservations. Upon witnessing Ming Kanki's instantaneous movement that transcended the normal human visual threshold, both the captain and Linda exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Linda inquired, "Is everything all right?" The captain, feigning nonchalance, retorted, "Guiding him to harness the energy within himself is precisely part of our plan, is it not? However, this is real combat, not a mere advanced simulation. As captain, should you not exercise a bit more caution? Fear not. Arya is the acting chief of defense. You must trust in her capabilities. As for me, my duty as captain is to ensure your safe return." Meanwhile, Ming Kanki remained unaware of the discussions taking place on the bridge, as he had followed Arya into the third engine room. As the hatch swung open, a wave of acrid smoke surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of scalding air. The flickering flames, the hissing of high-temperature gas erupting, and the thunderous echoes of secondary explosions unfolded before Ming Kanki's eyes and ears. Die! A sharp whistle pierced the air as a beam of white light struck the doorway. The battle had commenced. Arya, still clad in her nurse's attire, charged forward, effortlessly delivering a punch that sent the armed intruder flying. The assailant collided violently with the wall, the force of impact causing his breath to falter. Yet Arya did not relent. She continued her advance, kicking aside a stray shard that had fallen from somewhere, resulting in an alien being cleaved in two with a resounding thud. In the midst of her relentless assault, Arya did not neglect to check on Ming Kanki. She was a member of the beautiful race, her home planet's gravity being 18 times that of Earth, endowing her with immense strength. But do not be afraid. Although we may be a bit brash, we possess great empathy. In the brief exchange, she had already dispatched yet another invader. You do realize that your brashness and the ability to eliminate an enemy with a single punch does not necessarily equate to empathy, right? Well, this is not my concern. Ming Kanki found himself momentarily venting his frustration, yet in an instant, he was ensnared by crackling bolts of lightning. This was a manifestation of the thunder armor he had developed through the lightning release ninja body technique. Be cautious, Chidori, he commanded as he released the rolling beast, utilizing the stimulation from the lightning release to enhance his speed. With precision, he pierced the throat of an intruder with his palm. The entire sequence was a flash of lightning, deftly navigating over the fire pit and stepping onto the explosive, unidentified material before evading another beam of light. Such is the allure of the Sharingan. Rasengan. Without hesitation, Ming Kanki employed the same technique once more, aiming to eliminate another intruder with a single Rasengan. However, things did not go as planned. Chapter 63, King Kurt. Ming's remarkable skills were once again employed. Yet he found himself in a body that was newly acquired and foreign to him. Despite the keen insight and foresight granted by his Sharingan, he still misstepped, inadvertently pressing the Rasengan against the muzzle of the gun. In that fleeting moment, the intruder was poised to activate the beam weapon on his arm, which emitted a brilliant white light. Boom! It exploded. Ming Kanki was directly propelled out of the number 3 machine room by the explosion. Are you all right? Ming Kanki shook his head and finally discerned the sound of the rolling beast. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed an individual emerge from the doorway, clad in white garments. The fabric beneath the left breast was perforated, revealing a circular black stain. Surrounding this dark spot was a pristine, white hemisphere. Goodness! It was no surprise that this was a native of a planet with 18 times the gravitational pull of Earth. That hemisphere appeared to be even sturdier than the materials used within the starship's chambers. It had withstood a blast from a beam weapon. Ming Kanki blinked and smiled at Alia, raising the device in his hand. I recall this contraption is referred to as a combat power detector. It is indeed a remarkable tool. By the way, why aren't you wearing it? As he spoke, Ming Kanki attempted to place the detector on his ear. At that moment, Linda approached from behind, and snatched the device away. This is merely a civilian version, typically utilized for ordinary people's explorations. We refer to it as a basic warning mechanism. It lacks intelligence and can only detect energy anomalies. After pressing a few buttons to review some data, Linda scoffed even more. It is a stripped-down version, capable solely of detecting the energy signatures of living beings. However, the communication function seems to have been upgraded. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps we can trace the individuals behind them. Follow me. Ming Kanki once again lifted the rolling beast and hastily followed Linda. It appeared that Arya had yet to realize her own disarray. She wiped the perspiration from her brow and, with a flushed face, trailed behind. In the laboratory, the chicken-headed man thumped his chest and proclaimed, "Leave it to me, cluck cluck. This rudimentary communication, a mere 30 seconds, cluck cluck. Semiotu? Hasn't that nebula already been explored?" Linda murmured, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the data locked in by the chicken-headed man. "Then let us explore it once more," resonated the captain's voice through the air. "The Omega-3 planet, there has a potential dimensional resonance of 0.9575 with the home planet of the digital clan, indicating the presence of unsealed dimensional rifts." The electronic voice of the Wangzhou Ming echoed forth. This could possibly be a trap. Upon Linda's declaration, the communication fell into a profound silence. After a few seconds, Linda inquired, "Is there a method to remotely infiltrate through this machine?" "No," came the response. "The enemy possesses large quantum devices. The data from this single-person transmission is insufficient to execute an infiltration. We risk alerting them, cluck cluck. What if Ming were to invade?" "Hey, Linda." In the depths of Ming Kanki's contemplations, the rolling beast unexpectedly devolved into a black orb creature. Further regression would leave only a digital egg. He hastily interrupted their discourse. Linda sighed, manipulating the terminal to transmit the image to the bridge while broadcasting, "We cannot abandon our digital kin. The Arclight civilization has demonstrated the capacity for a diverse array of members to coexist harmoniously aboard a starship within such confined quarters. This unity is not predicated on coercion or oppression, but rather on inclusivity and an unwavering spirit of support and resilience. This ethos has long been ingrained within the very fabric of the Arclight civilization and its subordinate cultures." Linda's broadcast resonated with finality. The captain promptly commanded, "Set course for Sinmao 2, engage warp drive." Upon their return to the bridge, Ming Kanki and his companions observed that the black orb creature had significantly weakened. Its once vibrant yellow eyes now appeared dim and half-closed. As the warp travel concluded, the starship entered the star system at a standard velocity. Shortly after, a planet cloaked in yellow sand materialized on the main screen. Ming Kanki discerned from the notifications that this celestial body resonated dimensionally with the digital realm. Aptly named the Digital Dimensional Resonance Planet, or Digital Earth for short. Soon thereafter, the enemy's position was swiftly identified. A crab-yellow circular spacecraft emerged on the planet's surface, its landing gear resembling a ring of crab claws. A large standard civilian spaceship captain muttered a few words before suddenly slapping his thigh in exasperation, exclaiming, "This is a large-scale pirate ship. Since when do cosmic marauders dare to set their sights on our Arclight civilization? Send them a message informing them that this is an Arclight exploration vessel and instruct them to vacate immediately." Not long after the message was dispatched, the communications officer reported, "The enemy ship has responded. Establish a connection," commanded the captain. As the order was executed, a figure with red skin and horns appeared on the screen. He menacingly proclaimed, "This is the flagship of the Cosmic Emperor, King Kurd. Leave at once if you wish to remain unharmed. Should you provoke King Kurd, no matter your civilization, you shall find no refuge." King Kurd, another notorious figure. Ming Kanki thought, feeling a sense of certainty that this was indeed a world akin to that of Dragon Ball. What shall we do now? Understanding the terrifying power of the Kurdish king, who effortlessly wields planet-level strength, Ming Kanki felt a tremor of fear. "There is no need for alarm," Arya gently reassured him. "That Kurdish king is merely the ruler of the Ice Demon clan, and his destructive capability is limited to a planetary scale. However," she added, "could you refrain from patting me so forcefully? Not everyone can endure the gentle caress of 18 times the Earth's force. By the way, what does planet level mean?" Ming Kanki lightly coughed, subtly increasing the distance between himself and Alia. "This pertains to the classification of cosmic civilizations within the Arclight civilization. Generally, it differentiates between individual prowess and starship capabilities. The levels of destructive power are categorized as interstellar, satellite, planetary, stellar, galactic, river system, and divine, totaling 7 tiers. Essentially, it reflects a literal interpretation, whether one possesses the capability to obliterate a planet with a single strike. Alia relished the opportunity to play the role of a mentor. Ming Kanki felt he had learned a great deal once more. It became evident that in the realm of Dragon Ball, strength is not merely quantified by battle power. He steadied his body, ceasing to tremble. Of course, his shivering was not a manifestation of fear, but rather an exhilarating excitement that surged from an unknown source. Simultaneously, he was reluctant to depart from this world so soon, for it was a realm that possessed the wondrous Dragon Balls. Indeed, it dawned on Ming Kanki that perhaps the Eternal Dragon could remedy his bloodline conflict. The starship continued its approach towards the digital Earth. On the bridge and in various compartments, all combat capabilities aboard the vessel, aside from those of the digital tribe, had been elevated to a state of readiness for battle. Yet, could they not decipher the enigma? Indeed, the adversary likely possessed advanced intelligent defenses. We are unable to breach their security. Upon the initial transmission of communication, the captain had discreetly commanded an incursion into the enemy's data center. However, as they neared the digital Earth, an overwhelming impulse to turn back suddenly gripped him. His sixth sense was sounding an alarm. Yet, the honor of an Arc-Light civilization individual held him firmly in his seat, rendered speechless. A relatively delicate hand rested upon his, and when the captain looked up, he saw Linda smiling and resolutely nodding. Do what you believe is right. Her silent support pierced his heart. The captain suddenly smiled. He commanded, transmit the navigation log, documenting and sending today's entries until the conclusion of the battle. We shall not abandon a single comrade, even if it is a trap. As long as we stand united, we shall surely overcome. Now, red alert. Entering a state of war. Chapter 64, The Experienced King Kurd. We must land on the planet to allow the digital tribe to regain energy. However, the likelihood of a trap stands at an alarming 99. 99. The electronic tone conveyed the captain's apprehension. This trap had now become almost overt. Perhaps it began as a conspiracy, but now it was a blatant assault on their core spirit. The captain rose and addressed the entire crew. We shall not abandon a single comrade. This is the most radiant aspect of our arcane civilization, our vessel, the Mazer. At this, Linda stood up, nodding earnestly. The captain's gaze swept across the bridge, and everyone, except for Ming Kanki, nodded in agreement. On the main screen, various compartments displayed nodding heads, thumbs up, and gestures of approval unique to their respective cultures. In essence, consensus was achieved. The morale soared. With a grand flourish, the captain commanded, engage all shields to maximum power and prepare for a tentative descent on the far side of the planet. Kurd King. They have arrived at the designated position, reported the chicken head with a pitch-black device. Excellent. Keep them here. The Kurd King, facing the planet's dark side, wore a triumphant expression as he stood deep within a colossal creature. At last, I shall become more powerful. This opportunity must not be squandered. Just wait. Once I am stronger, the civilizations at the terminus will have no choice but to serve me. He chuckled, as if he had already triumphed. Suddenly, the massive creature opened a cavity. The Kurd King's laughter ceased abruptly as he remained rooted to the spot, yet his entire being surged forth with velocity. A fierce interference erupted. The planet's gravity surged hundreds of times. The starship trembled violently. Almost simultaneously, a red beam shot skyward. The starship's shields flickered twice before being breached. A circular hole appeared in the vessel. The energy absorption shield had failed. The energy shield was penetrated. The reactor was struck. Energy output plummeted by 35. We could not maintain our trajectory. The starship was pulled downward. Unexpected events unfolded time and again. The captain was enraged. It is an advanced civilization. A pure-level civilization is lurking behind the scenes, sabotaging our shields. Scoundrels! If the energy absorption shield had not failed, such an assault would have been manageable. The captain, though furious, quickly entered a string of codes on the terminal. Esteemed colleagues, it is my honor to work alongside you. Now, a civilization of equal standing has conspired with cosmic pirates to attack us in such a despicable manner. We have no retreat. We must fight to the last. Activate the nano armor. Countless mercury-like liquids surged from beneath the floor, spreading across the feet of each crew member, enveloping them entirely. Even the black orb creature in Ming Kanki's hands was covered. Once the coating was complete, the silver hue faded or became transparent. The crew appeared unchanged. Yet, through Ming Kanki's Sharingan, they emanated a white halo of energy. Backup reactor activation complete. The starship is transforming. The starship began to unfurl, transforming from a horizontal position to a vertical stance. Remarkably, it resembled a human, with its arms descending and its legs parting to stand firm. In no time, the starship assumed a true robotic form, with its left leg straightened, the right leg bent, the left arm raised in defense, and the right arm extended, poised for attack. At that moment, the shield enveloping the starship emanated a crimson hue, a consequence of the intense heat generated by friction with the atmosphere. Subsequently, the starship executed a complete turnaround. The left arm advanced, shielding the front, while the main cannon of the right arm flashed. A spiraling beam of red and white light surged forth, creating a vortex as it pierced through the clouds, heading directly towards the Kurdish king. At this juncture, the starship truly seemed to coalesce into a singular entity, embodying a warrior, a colossal figure nearly 1,000 meters tall. Ming Kanki suddenly realized that this form mirrored the interstellar conflicts he had encountered in the MF world. Unless he exerted himself to the utmost, he would be of no assistance. Even at this moment, as the starship transformed, the violent tremors compelled him to channel vast amounts of chakra into the ground. Meanwhile, the crew remained unaffected, steadfastly performing their duties with precision and stability. Death energy bomb. Block it for me. At this juncture, King Kurd was indeed isolated and unsupported. He conjured an energy sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters and hurled it forth in an attempt to intercept the starship's main cannon. However, that crimson orb was pierced in an instant. In a heartbeat, the residual force of the main cannon was poised to strike King Kurd. He had even crossed his arms, bracing himself to withstand the impact. With a thunderous hum, a yellow-dominant spacecraft materialized above King Kurd. The green shield flickered and shattered, its exterior breached. Haha, splendid timing. Although King Kurd had managed to endure the previous assault, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Grateful for the assistance of his subordinates in sparing him from harm, he readily offered his praise. He then soared into the sky, enveloped in a sphere of white energy. This move was reminiscent of the Nova strike later employed by Frisia. As King Kurd spoke, the captain of the starship also addressed the crew. The planet-class main cannon has been diminished twice, yet it merely breached the exterior of that spacecraft. Shield recharging, impact imminent. No sooner had the captain's words left his lips than a resounding crash reverberated through the vessel, shaking it violently. From the outside, the starship recoiled several hundred meters, losing its center of gravity. Simultaneously, announcements echoed within the starship. Nanobots repaired. Energy core restored. Shield energy at full capacity. The starship raised its left arm, and a distinct hemispherical honeycomb energy shield emerged before it. Planet destruction bomb. King Kurd unleashed another strike. Evidently, he possessed considerable experience. From the initial ambush to this moment, each of his maneuvers was executed with remarkable precision. Each strike bore the potential to inflict catastrophic damage upon the starship. Fortunately, although the energy absorption shield had been targeted and rendered ineffective, the other energy shields remained operational at full power. Now, a black energy sphere the size of a human head descended, precisely intercepted by a honeycomb shield. Instantly, the planet destruction bomb clashed against the shield. From an external perspective, arcs of lightning erupted violently as the relatively small bomb had half of its mass lodged within the shield. From the internal main screen, Ming Kanki observed the data and images. The energy of the shield and the planet destruction bomb rapidly negated each other. The bomb, akin to a black hole on the surface of space-time, was ensnared within the shield without breaching its surface. Soon, the shield's energy dwindled to 10. At that moment, the planet destruction bomb suddenly detonated. This was also a drawback of energy projectile techniques. A portion of the energy was required to maintain its form. Otherwise, it would dissipate or even explode. Yet, King Kurd remained undeterred, instead sneering, "I've been waiting for this moment." Chapter 65, Conspiracy or Deception. The lethal beam of death charges and fires repeatedly, with pinpoint precision. A dozen enhanced crimson beams of death served as the ace in the hole for the King of Kurd. The moment the planet-destroying missile detonated marked the lowest energy state of the starship's shields. In that fleeting instant, multiple beams struck the shields, further depleting their energy. Subsequently, several more beams rained down, breaching the protective barrier. The remaining 3 beams directly perforated the starship's left arm, creating 3 small holes no larger than a couple of fingers. The King of Kurd then raised his arms triumphantly. A colossal energy orb, resembling a molten fireball, began to take shape rapidly. This was an evolved version of the Death Energy Missile, a super attack known as the supernova, developed with the intention of obliterating stars. At this moment, however, the starship's shields remained unresponsive. The vessel was too intricate. The tiny penetrative wounds, relatively insignificant compared to its hundreds of meters in width and nearly a kilometer in height, were akin to a mere pinprick on a human arm. Yet, these 3 minuscule holes were sufficient to temporarily disable the shields. Inside the starship, the captain erupted in fury, cursing, "Damn it. How could a mere space pirate leader possibly know the critical points of our main shield?" The nanobots had already initiated repairs automatically, with an estimated completion time of 10 seconds. The main cannon had finished cooling down. Good. Let us show him what we're made of. Maximum power to the main cannon. With a thunderous roar, the starship finally descended onto the surface of digital Earth. At that moment, the King of Kurd's supernova began its descent. The starship's right arm extended, and the main cannon unleashed a spiraling red and white beam. A hum resonated as Ming Kanki found himself momentarily dazed. He could hear the shockwave produced by the collision of the main cannon with the supernova. On the main screen, the spiraling beam incessantly rotated, attempting to penetrate the supernova, which slowly descended, aiming for an explosive impact upon landing. The two forces clashed continuously, giving rise to countless flashes of lightning and swirling dust, which quickly transformed into ominous clouds. The sky darkened, soon becoming pitch black. On the bridge, beneath the dim red lights, aside from the captain and the ongoing reports, silence reigned. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The main cannon fired for 5 seconds, its energy intensity reduced by 25. The cooling system was overloading, operating at 113. The energy core output stood at 110. The nanobot repairs were 70 complete. The shields could be reactivated. Activate the shields. Concentrate all energy into the fist. No need. Teleport me out. Suddenly, a bold and resolute voice interrupted the captain's orders. Everyone turned to see the battle Tyrannosaurus steel reappearing beside Ming Kanki. Gaia energy cannon. In a flash of shimmering light, the battle Tyrannosaurus materialized above the starship. Almost immediately, it hurled a golden red energy orb exceeding 3 meters in diameter towards the King of Kurd's supernova. With a tremendous explosion, the Gaia energy cannon detonated, combining its power with the final second of energy from the main cannon, ultimately igniting the supernova. The violent explosion instantaneously cleared the clouds over half the planet. In an instant, the sky was devoid of clouds. There's a hint of strategy. The Kurdish king remained unfazed. Instead, he coldly chuckled as he unleashed energy blasts, relentlessly attacking in an attempt to maintain pressure on the starship. However, this time, his precision seemed to have waned. The scattered assaults failed to inflict any decisive damage upon the vessel. Moreover, the occasional intervention of the battle Tyrannoman appeared to have transformed the confrontation into a war of attrition. I was perplexed. Our size rendered us less agile, a fact he could certainly exploit. Why then did he persist in assailing our shields? Ming Kanki, who had been anxiously observing the battle, could no longer contain himself. As he had previously remarked, the Kurdish king's maneuvers seemed erratic, yet in reality, he was targeting the starship head-on, with the majority of his attacks striking the shields. Although the shields faltered at times, the main cannon had cooled down, allowing for a timely shot that bought us sufficient time to restore the shields. With the cannon ready and the shields recharged, the Kurdish king's seemingly fierce onslaught merely constituted futile efforts, a mere tug-of-war. How much energy can a single entity store? How much can a starship hold? One could surmise that, at equal levels, the starship would have the advantage in sheer capacity. Thus, the Kurdish king's actions were ultimately pointless, unless a conspiracy was afoot. Ming Kanki's inquiry startled the crew on the bridge. The captain promptly commanded, "Ignite the thrusters. Activate the anti-gravity system. We must attempt to regain our orbit. Transport me out. We will buy you some time." A calm voice interjected over the comms. Suddenly, the main screen displayed a fully armed Steel Garurumon. Frozen hell. As Steel Garurumon emerged, a blast of icy air instantly froze one of the Kurdish king's attacks. Following this, a radiant white light enveloped Steel Garurumon and the battle Tyrannoman, merging them into one. They had initiated a joint evolution. Omegamon appeared. Thinking of fleeing? You shall not escape. Experience my stellar-grade ultimate move. The Kurdish king, with both hands grasping a mass of energy at his abdomen, strained under its weight. His towering figure hunched over as he prepared to unleash his grand attack, even as the starship attempted to ascend. A powerful gravitational force re-emerged, drastically slowing the starship's ascent. You will not succeed. X-Garurumon Cannon. Though Omegamon had not evolved into Omegamon X, his Garurumon Cannon's potency had greatly intensified. The brilliant blue beam struck the Kurdish king, instantly encasing him in absolute zero coldness. Despite the reduced speed, the starship continued its ascent. According to reports, Ming Kanki understood that it would take merely 3 minutes to reach digital geostationary orbit. Omega Mons circled the area of enhanced gravity, providing cover. The Kurdish king's frozen form crashed to the ground, unbroken and still unconscious. It appears that after the reminder from Ming Kenki, everything began to progress positively. As we gradually approached our orbit, the azure sky unfolded beneath us, while the starry expanse emerged above. The oppressive atmosphere within the bridge has notably dissipated. Such a finely tuned strategy aimed directly at us could not have been devised by mere cosmic pirates. Our adversaries possess an intimate understanding of our operations. Though it pains me to admit, we have encountered a traitor within our ranks. Ming Kenki glanced at the speaker, who bore distinctive cloud-like patterns on his head, identifying him as a member of the Meizu tribe. Indeed, he was quite the talkative one. Such unsettling words should not be uttered at this critical moment. Ming Kenki shook his head inwardly, finally forming a profound impression of the loquacious Meizu. After a prolonged silence, the captain turned and remarked, "Thus, it is highly probable that the enemy has acquired intricate details of our internal operations. They may even possess an intimate understanding of our thought processes. The only aspect they remain oblivious to is you. Note, 1 moment equals 0. 36 seconds, while an instant equals 3 times 10 minus 24 seconds. Chapter 66. Transdimensional Leap. It was precisely because Ming Kenki's thought patterns remained undisclosed that he could, with a single utterance, extricate everyone from conventional thinking. This led to the abrupt activation of a strong gravitational field, which, however, could not restrain the starship, allowing it to return to its trajectory. This was entirely logical. Yet, I am the prime suspect, are I not? The moment the words escaped his lips, Ming Kenki mentally chastised himself for his folly. He had inadvertently directed their suspicions towards himself. Regardless of whether he was a spy, doubts would now inevitably be cast upon him. No, certainly not. Without hesitation, the captain offered a resolute denial, stating instead, on the contrary, you are completely devoid of suspicion. Therefore, take the key, harness the advanced technology aboard this starship, and flee. If fortune favors you, we may meet again. If feasible, please return the data to the Arc Light civilization. XM. The shift in tone was astoundingly abrupt. What was happening? They had already escaped into orbit. All that remained was to accelerate into warp speed and flee. Why the sudden directive for me to escape? Ming Kenki found himself utterly bewildered. He stammered, "Perhaps I could attempt to buy you some time. If I could use illusion to exert a modicum of control over the King of Kurd, it might be possible." However, Linda interjected with a smile. To exert influence over a being of such planetary prowess, one must at least be at the nascent stage of planetary mastery. The captain added, "Moreover, we are unable to engage in warp travel. That formidable gravitational well is not merely designed to pull us back to the surface. Rather, it serves to inhibit our warp capabilities. We are left with no choice but to fight with our backs against the wall." We had come to this realization the moment the gravitational well manifested. Ming Kenki suddenly found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of what to say. "Don't cry. Look at this key," Linda said as she waved the key in front of Ming Kenki, having taken it from the captain's hand. Upon hearing Linda's words, Ming Kenki realized that tears had already streamed down his face. Children are indeed unreliable, easily swayed by emotions. He wiped away his tears, concocting a casual excuse in his mind. It appeared to be merely an ordinary key from the 21st century. This remark instantly provoked a wave of benevolent laughter. Upon receiving the key, Ming Kenki was immediately enveloped in a golden radiance, shimmering as if in celebration. "Flee. We must not allow the infinite to fall into their hands," the captain proclaimed. After this declaration, Linda placed a reassuring hand on Ming Kenki's shoulder. Unchanged in his robotic exterior, Ming stood and uttered, "Follow me," before striding out of the bridge. As they proceeded, Ming Kenki posed numerous inquiries, to which Ming provided substantial answers. For instance, he elucidated that the home planet of the Arc Light civilization was Earth in the southern galaxy, situated in the 53rd century, and that there were several planets within the galaxy referred to as Earth by the various races inhabiting them. Ming swiftly imparted some essential knowledge of starship navigation to Ming Kenki. Aware of the necessity to pilot the starship for their escape, Ming Kenki promptly activated his secondary persona, endowed with remarkable memory. However, their arrival at the hangar came all too soon, and Ming Kenki realized he had acquired only a modicum of piloting skills. In the corner of the hangar stood a small, hemispherical white structure. Ming gestured towards it, indicating that this was his objective. Is this truly a starship? Am I being trifled with? This diminutive edifice, scarcely 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width, appears far too cramped for even a prone position within. Ming Kenki curled his lips slightly, yet chose to silently voice his grievances within his heart. At that moment, he felt utterly disillusioned by his earlier sentiments. It was as though he was being toyed with. Perhaps this key was merely a fade, equipped with nothing more than a fingerprint sensor or a glowing mechanism. Resolutely, he maintained a stoic expression and entered without uttering a word. As the door closed behind him, he was met with an unforeseen discovery. The electronic voice of Ming suddenly stuttered. After barely uttering 2 words, his projected face flickered as if the television had encountered interference. Subsequently, Ming's visage vanished entirely, and the entire device collapsed to the ground with a resounding clang. We have been struck by a quantum surge pulse attack. Our communication has been severed. Ming Kanki did not hear the broadcast. He was unaware that Ming had ceased operations due to an attack. Furthermore, he was oblivious to the fact that the last message he had seen had been faithfully transmitted to the quantum network of the Net Tribe. What are you still lingering for? There is no time left. Hurry. The moment Ming Kanki stepped into the house, still reeling from shock, he heard the captain's urgent shout. Simultaneously, a violent tremor shook the surroundings, suggesting that the starship was under assault. Following the sound, Ming Kanki beheld a projection before the control panel across from him. It was the live feed from the bridge. A crimson, almost violet energy projectile had breached the main screen of the bridge, gradually tearing the starship apart. Destruction descended more swiftly than he had anticipated. Jump. In a few strides, spanning several meters, and with no apparatus in place, Ming Kanki thrust the jump control lever to its highest position. What transpired next was entirely beyond his comprehension. For at the moment the jump was initiated, he, the instigator, was instantly rendered unconscious by the violent fluctuations of time and space. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the starship ensconced within a peculiar expanse of space. This realm was devoid of starlight, enveloped in a blinding whiteness. It appeared to bear no obstructions, yet moving forward would lead him to collide with invisible walls, resulting in bizarre leaps or reversals. At times, it was not merely the space that leaped. Occasionally, a timer would inexplicably race ahead. Thus, Ming Kanki aptly named this space the temporal corridor. With a resounding clap, he cast aside his electronic book, listening to the chime echoing through the air. All right. I know you want to speak, only offering simple chimes, he remarked with a hint of exasperation. This was not the first time he had spoken in such a manner. The chime rang out again, prompting him to add, Oh, I understand. You can alter the intervals and volume of the chimes, but it holds no significance. I cannot comprehend it. In truth, Ming Kanki could discern some semblance of emotion within the chimes. It was quite remarkable, for this starship house lacked any form of intelligence. Consequently, the chimes were entirely produced by the house itself. It was alive. Well, yes. If only I could comprehend the 73,220,000 words of illustrated material in the manual, we could escape this accursed temporal corridor. Yet here I am, a mere inhabitant of a civilization that has just emerged from its cradle, armed only with a standard university diploma. My intellect cannot grasp concepts that transcend numerous eras. Hey, be quiet. My secondary persona is rational, logical, and composed. It can indeed enhance my learning and combat capabilities to some degree. However, that enhancement has its limits. It merely allows me to utilize my inherent abilities to their fullest extent. I cannot exceed that threshold. Forgive me, but I am just an ordinary person of the 21st century, not a genius. Yes, it's time to study, his secondary persona interjected, rationally picking up the electronic book from the floor to read. This encapsulates the life of Ming Kanki amidst the tumult of temporal leaps. Indeed, the jump had yet to conclude. In truth, it was Ming Kanki who was at a loss as to how to bring it to an end. At the very least, retracting the transition control lever proves utterly futile. Note, the death cannon, the charged attack of the Kurdish king, possesses the capacity to obliterate a medium-sized red dwarf star between 0.075 and 0.5 solar masses. However, employing this technique significantly drains the Kurdish king's energy, rendering him temporarily incapable of executing formidable assaults. Chapter 67. Bulma 1. It has been 3 years since we traversed the temporal corridor. Fortunately, despite the unassuming exterior of this starship, its internal technological prowess far exceeds anything Ming Kanki could have envisioned. The matter printer can conjure any sustenance or beverage that Ming Kanki desires. The holographic simulation gaming device can fabricate an almost entirely authentic world within a 10-meter radius. While engrossed in gameplay, Ming Kanki is often oblivious to the fact that he is merely traversing a confined space. Over the course of these 3 years, Ming Kanki's secondary persona has mastered the piloting techniques from the NetClan's version, having perused the manual nearly 100 times. However, that is where his progress halts. It is akin to a college graduate from the 21st century, unemployed, attempting to grasp the scientific principles of the 53rd century. Not only does he struggle with advanced concepts, but even the arcane civilization has only recently begun to explore the technology of hyperspace jumps. He finds himself incapable of comprehending the most fundamental nuclear fusion devices outlined in their manuals, which are considered elementary curriculum. As for the primary persona, he has been stifled for 3 years. His interactions consist of conversing with the starship or engaging with the gaming device. Although it may appear amusing, a dialogue alongside the rhythmic chimes, this peculiar dynamic has preserved Ming Kanki's invaluable linguistic skills. Of course, the primary persona does not solely indulge in gaming. He utilizes these sessions to hone his combat techniques. Yet, the starship consistently regards him with disdain, a sentiment he perceives clearly with each chime, which seems to echo in mocking laughter. Perhaps the primary persona is, at heart, not cut out for warfare. Remarkably, throughout these 3 years, neither the primary nor the secondary persona has contemplated departing from this realm. Even in solitude, with no visible escape, he remains anchored within this dreamlike world, devoid of any inclination to abandon it. The sky is a deep azure, the clouds languid, the trees lush, and the fauna abundant, with the occasional dinosaur wandering amidst the undulating hills. This is a planet known as Earth to its indigenous inhabitants, located in the northern galaxy. However, this Earth is not ruled by dinosaurs. On the contrary, humans have established thriving metropolises. There are 5 colossal cities situated in the cardinal directions, surrounding these urban centers. Quaint villages are scattered like stars. Farther afield, one encounters remote mountains, forests, deserts, and other diverse terrains. This planet possesses an enchanting quality. It resembles an expansive map rather than a mere celestial body. On this map, the temperature intensifies as one ventures south and diminishes as one journeys north. The inhabitants of this planet can traverse the world from west to east or from east to west, yet they are unable to journey from north to south. This Earth is adorned with abundant vegetation and countless mountain ranges, yet it is also home to vast stretches of desert. Here, humans coexist alongside dinosaurs. Not to mention a plethora of highly intelligent beings that could be deemed human, such as Batmen, Invisible Men, Bearmen, Pigmen, and Dogmen. Most astonishingly, this Earth is graced with divine beings and mythical dragons. It is said that by gathering 7 Dragon Balls, one can fulfill any desire. Rumor has it that the current king of the Earth attained his throne through a wish made upon the gathering of these 7 Dragon Balls. Now, after countless years have passed, the legend of the Dragon Balls has resurfaced, heralding a new quest for their discovery. In a forest, a small off-road vehicle races along a narrow path, its speakers blaring an unknown energetic melody. A young girl with lavender hair, as depicted in a comic, pulls out a pocket watch-like device, presses a couple of buttons, and glances at it. Oh, it's still quite far. I should have brought an airplane, she laments. Having initially considered the inaccessibility of the Dragon Balls in the deep woods, completely overlooking the fact that the world is interconnected. Who would have imagined that even I, the genius Bulma, could make a mistake? Humph. I shall gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Hee hee, will I wish for a Prince Charming or an endless supply of strawberries? Lost in her daydreams, Bulma fails to notice a moose crossing the road ahead. Bang! The off-road vehicle crashes into the moose. I'm so sorry. The moose lets out a pained cry, startling Bulma. Being a girl, she instinctively yells and accelerates instead of braking. With a roar, the vehicle leaps forward, careening off the path. Like a headless fly, it speeds several hundred meters before crashing into a tree. Despite the safety belt, Bulma is rendered unconscious by the force of inertia. As she drifts into unconsciousness, she whispers, "I'm sorry." A 16-year-old girl behind the wheel. Her repeated apologies might warrant some forgiveness, and perhaps the moose thinks the same. It shakily rises to its feet and stumbles away. Meanwhile, in the sky, at the edge of a temple square imbued with a Muggle-repelling charm, a deity with gray-green skin gazes solemnly at a spherical region in the sky, from which lightning incessantly radiates. Suddenly, the lightning within the sphere surges dramatically, transforming into a nearly 10-meter-wide ball of electricity. A small hemispherical house then erupts violently from the raging lightning, careening away and leaving a trail of black smoke. After crashing through several large trees, the house finally lands safely. Its once pristine white exterior is now marred with green, gray, and brown graffiti, and the entrance is charred black. With a creak, the door swings open, and a disheveled man coughs as he rushes out. He glanced around, paused for 2 seconds, and suddenly began to shout and laugh heartily, continuing to speak even as he coughed. Cough, cough, hello world. Ha, I have finally returned to the true realm. Bonjour le monde. I am back, haha, cough. Cough. The chime of a bell resonated. Creatures within several miles cautiously turned their gaze in every direction. Even the slumbering beings were roused by the sound. The timid birds took to the skies in a flurry. Upon hearing the bell, the man spread his hands in resignation and remarked, All right then. I understand we must remain discreet. Yet, I assure you, I have neither stolen nor robbed. You were bestowed upon me by them. The arcane civilization casts blame upon me without a shred of investigation. I refuse to bear this burden. He was none other than Ming Kanki, who had finally returned to the normal world from the corridor of time and space. It sounds somewhat unscientific. Perhaps a testament to the adage that one comprehends the meaning of a text through repeated readings. In any case, yesterday, though not in the broad sense of the term. Or rather, merely Ming Kanki's yesterday. So let us refer to it as yesterday. To summarize, his alter ego had perused the manual once more and, struck by inspiration, increased the thrust of the propulsion system to forcibly execute a leap, shattering the superbubble in the process. The superbubble, an entity enveloping temporal and spatial capabilities akin to a soap bubble, did not burst as gently as one might expect. Its explosion created a void in the corridor of time and space, forging a wormhole connecting the corridor to the normal world. Subsequently, Ming Kanki and his house starship plummeted into it. Chapter 68, Booma 2. One must always pay a price for taking unconventional paths. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Ming Kanki, utilizing an extraordinarily unconventional approach, traversed the temporal corridor, albeit at the cost of his starship's propulsion system being rendered utterly inoperative. Upon returning to the normal realm, as the starship received a broadcasted bounty notice from the Arc-Light civilization echoing across the cosmos, Ming Kanki felt utterly despondent. Fortunately, he was in a state where his secondary persona manifested, allowing him to remain composed and rational as he navigated the starship safely to the ground. Upon exiting the vessel and once again beholding the verdant forests, his primary persona could no longer contain himself and erupted with the pent-up frustrations he had harbored for 3 long years. The chimes rang out once more, causing some timid creatures to flee in haste, while a fainted young girl was likewise roused from her slumber. Indeed, I comprehend. I certainly cannot approach directly. To do so would undoubtedly lead to my demise. A singular hyperspace jump took 3 years, yet in reality, 3 centuries had elapsed. Who would believe such a tale? The Arc-Light civilization would certainly not. Ming Kanki spoke loudly and freely, his voice devoid of any restraint. For 3 years, he had conversed with the starship without fear of eavesdropping, a habit he found difficult to alter. Moreover, I must first repair the propulsion system. Asking someone like me, a mere novice, to fix the thruster is utterly challenging. As Ming Kanki spoke, it seemed as though he was engaged in a continuous debate with the sound of the bell. Booma, armed with a pistol, approached with a blend of audacity and caution. Navigating around a fallen tree, she finally caught sight of Ming Kanki, his face smeared with dirt and ash. At that moment, the extraordinary laws of cinematic drama took effect. With a sharp crack, Booma inadvertently snapped a dry twig beneath her foot. Instantly, the sound of the bell ceased. Ming Kanki halted his discourse, his gaze swiftly shifting to the faint lavender strands of hair obscured beneath the fallen foliage. Almost immediately, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. This was not merely a typical world, it was a realm inhabited by ordinary humans. Thrilled, he hastened forward. Halt. Bang. Booma, startled, fired a warning shot. Bravely, she emerged from the treetops, aiming her pistol at Ming Kanki and declaring, I said stop. Do not compel me to pull the trigger. Ming Kanki not only did not halt his movements, but instead utilized the technique of instantaneous movement to appear before Booma in an instant. Wow, a person, an actual human, he exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips. However, after circling Booma twice and shouting a few exclamations, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain where to place his hands, raising them at one moment, lowering them the next, gesturing awkwardly for a while, then freezing in place. Ming Kanki gestured for a while, inadvertently hitting the mark. Observing the comical, almost pantomime-like behavior before her, Booma felt that this individual posed little threat. Although she did not lower her weapon, her tone softened as she inquired, Who are you? A splendid question. Ming Kanki finally shed his awkwardness and replied, I am Ming Kanki. My starship took 3 years to complete a single jump. Ming Kanki swiftly recounted his circumstances, resembling a rapid burst of beans, with nary a falsehood to be found. Once he finished, he hesitated momentarily before sheepishly inquiring, did I speak too quickly? As he touched his face, it became even darker in hue. Bulma chuckled lightly before promptly adopting a serious demeanor and remarked, I understand now. You are an extraterrestrial being. Your spacecraft has crash-landed. And that is indeed your vessel. Speaking of which, your spacecraft is rather unattractive. At this, Ming Kanki nodded in acknowledgement. When the subject of the ship's appearance arose, he affirmed with a slight nod. Suddenly, a bell tolled vigorously, interrupting the moment. Ming Kanki quickly shook his head and remarked, while the exterior may appear somewhat ordinary, it cannot be deemed ugly. There exists a saying about the beauty of the soul. If you were to step inside, you would truly grasp the essence of awe. Admittedly, some things have been damaged, but to label it as a crash is a tad exaggerated. Wow, the interior is significantly more expansive than the exterior. Have you truly advanced your spatial technology to such an extent? Upon entering the starship, Bulma was taken aback, though not excessively surprised. For she is the daughter of the founder of the Universal Capsule Company, which also possesses advanced spatial technology. I'm uncertain about this. It was a gift from someone else. After a brief exchange, Ming Kanki swiftly regained his normal linguistic abilities, thanks to the formidable talents bestowed by his mysterious lineage. Simultaneously, he and Bulma reached an agreement. She would assist him in repairing the starship, while he would help her in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Then, I shall promptly call them to retrieve the spaceship. It would be convenient for them to bring along the necessary aircraft capsules as well. By the way, your spaceship's appearance is quite unattractive. Are you certain it does not require some modifications? In truth, its functionality is remarkable. Let us keep it as it is, Bulma retorted. Having criticized the spaceship's hemispherical white facade on numerous occasions, Ming Kanki consistently responded in this manner. Deep down, however, his true sentiment was that it is a living starship, and one should not attempt to strip it of its essence. During the waiting period, Ming Kanki took a shower and changed into a fresh outfit, finally shedding the dust and grime. As for a fitted outfit, I do not possess one. After 3 years within the time-space corridor, Ming Kanki had matured, transitioning from adolescence to young adulthood, with his physique fully developed into that of an adult, a clear indication of his scion lineage. It is evident that one cannot expect a man to design a well-fitted ensemble, especially when that man's focus is primarily on studying manuals, training, and conversing with the starship. Thus, Ming Kanki had no tailored clothing, only garments that he could make do with. Nevertheless, whether as Sun Wukong, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Michael Brown, or in his current form, he remained undeniably handsome, free from any conflict of lineage in this regard. Ming Kanki, with his fiery short hair, presents a pristine appearance, his skin fair yet devoid of any hint of illness. In essence, he embodies the quintessential young man capable of captivating a wide spectrum of admirers. From an 80-year-old matron to a 3-year-old girl, Bulma gazed at Ming Kanki for a few moments, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, Hey, although I am naturally beautiful, you must not entertain any peculiar thoughts. Ah, this is indeed Bulma, with her carefree disposition that typically lacks any ulterior motives now, however. She seems to be presenting herself in a rather revealing manner. Ouch, I shouldn't dwell on that. This body appears to have entered puberty, and my emotions are running high. Bulma, with her flushed face, yet feigning a bold demeanor, instantly elicited a response from Ming Kanki's body. He suddenly felt parched, and, his face reddening, he shouted, I need to check something. Before hastily retreating to the spaceship, he remained inside until a large aircraft arrived, at which point he finally emerged. Thus, the spacecraft was transported to the Witabalufa Manor, permitted only for repairs and strictly forbidden from disassembly. Ming Kanki then accompanied Bulma, journeying westward and southward, soaring over forests and oceans, eventually landing on a flat expanse along the southeastern mountain range of the continent. They then took a car heading northeast, where the third Dragon Ball sought by Bulma awaited them. Chapter 69, the first encounter with Sun Wukong. As they traveled, their conversation flowed effortlessly, and the handsome young man and beautiful woman quickly became inseparable friends, proving that anyone could belong to the aesthetic fraternity. Even the daughter of the wealthiest individual on the planet. Along the verdant, tree-lined paths, they exchanged words with ease, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Suddenly, a fish with the head of a crab appeared in their path. A monster! Bulma shrieked, flooring the accelerator. Bang! The force of the impact was substantial, sending the large fish, over a meter in height, tumbling to the roadside. The front of the car crumpled, and the engine stalled. I told you I should drive. Look. You've crashed into something again. Ming Kanki expressed his frustrations, yet a smile lingered upon his face. Since his arrival on Earth, his cheerful disposition had remained unbroken. Even now. As the car collided with something, he continued to smile, as if enchanted. Bulma cast a disapproving glance at Ming Kanki and remarked curtly, "Don't even think about it. Your dreadful skills nearly sent us tumbling into a ditch last time you drove." Ming Kanki's smile faltered. Bulma bore him no ill will. Yet he had directly destroyed one of her last two spare vehicles. What on earth is that creature? Attempting to seize my fish? Just watch how I deal with you. Suddenly, a child with a red staff dashed forth from behind the giant fish. He ran beneath the car and astonishingly lifted it, tossing it aside. Goodness. No wonder he is the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong. At such a young age, he possesses a strength of 1 or 2 tons. Inside the vehicle, Ming Kanki was too engrossed in bantering with Bulma to notice Sun Wukong. At that moment, the two occupants of the overturned car locked eyes, both equally bewildered. How infuriating. This was the last vehicle they had. After a brief pause, Bulma regained her composure, flung open the car window, and retrieved her pistol, firing 3 shots in quick succession. Bulma. No. Stop. Ming Kanki's intervention arrived rather belatedly. Sun Wukong was struck down to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Bulma crawled out through the car window. Ouch, that hurts. You beast. Sun Wukong suddenly scrambled to a distance, rising to his feet and brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang towards Bulma, his expression grave and menacing. Just as Ming Kanki was crawling outward, he sensed a faint aura of malice. He immediately shouted, "Wait," and activated his chakra, leaping forward to position himself in front of Bulma. A third monster emerges from within the beast. Watch out. Suddenly, Ming Kanki emerged, startling Sun Wukong. Initially perceiving them as mere apparitions, Sun Wukong now unequivocally identified them as demons. With a swift motion, he brandished his staff to strike. The Sharingan awakened, granting insight and foresight. Although Sun Wukong's speed was not exceedingly swift, it surpassed that of the fastest sprinter by a considerable margin. The mere distance of 3 to 5 meters was traversed in an instant. In that fleeting moment, his staff was poised above Ming Kanki's head. Yet, in that brief interval, Ming Kanki had activated his Sharingan, successfully discerning weaknesses and anticipating actions. He did not resort to any extraordinary techniques. Instead, he crouched low and lunged forward, seizing Sun Wukong's staff-wielding hand, and executed a shoulder throw with precision. Thud. Bang. Sun Wukong collided with a vehicle, flipping it onto its side. He rebounded to the ground, appearing battered and covered in dust. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong rose unscathed, pointing his Rui Jingu Bang at Ming Kanki, and resolutely declared, "You are formidable. But I shall never surrender my quarry to you." With that, Sun Wukong charged at Ming Kanki once more, undeterred and eager for another confrontation. Ming Kanki chuckled once more, a wave of exhilaration washing over him as he felt a return to the normal world. With precision, his left hand executed a swift strike while his right hand seized the staff of Sun Wukong. Immediately thereafter, his left fist landed squarely on Sun Wukong's abdomen. Duong. Sun Wukong collided with the vehicle, this time causing the door to cave in. Hiss. Ming Kanki shook his hand. Although this punch was directed at Sun Wukong, the force exerted was mutual. Striking the softest part of the abdomen, Ming Kanki felt as though he had struck a mountain of stone. Clearly, Sun Wukong possessed immense strength and formidable defense, while Ming Kanki's power was not to be underestimated, coupled with his remarkable speed. Without employing ninjutsu, Ming Kanki found it impossible to breach Sun Wukong's defenses. In his early days, Sun Wukong's skin was as resilient as armor. Wait, we are not here to take anything from you. As Sun Wukong freed himself and prepared to strike again, Bulma hastily clarified. She added, "I am a girl. And he is a boy. Have you never seen outsiders before?" It was Sun Wukong's first encounter with a girl. After observing that they were quite similar, aside from their tails, he promptly dismissed the earlier incident, exclaiming, "Oh, really? Haha. Allow me to treat you to a meal." With Sun Wukong leading the way, dragging a large fish, Ming Kanki and Bulma followed closely behind. The trio took a turn, crossed a small hill, and ascended a larger mountain. At last, they arrived at Sun Wukong's home, a modest little shrine nestled halfway up the slope. "Grandpa, today, I brought friends." Upon entering, Sun Wukong approached the altar, clasping his hands in reverence. Underneath the mat on the altar lay a 4-star Dragon Ball, which radiated a golden aura as Sun Wukong worshipped. Sun Wukong paused in astonishment. "It's a Dragon Ball!" Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward to seize it. "Do not touch it, Grandpa," Sun Wukong shouted, instantly transforming into a protective creature. Reluctantly, Bulma set it down and proceeded to showcase her own Dragon Ball, providing an explanation. In the end, she even lifted her skirt. Resorting to seduction, Ming Kanki feasted his eyes upon the scene, his anger simmering. Ahem! Ming Kanki coughed twice, causing Bulma's face to flush crimson as she hurriedly lowered her skirt. Oh no, will he think I am a promiscuous woman upon seeing this? Should I offer him an explanation? In that moment, Bulma, turning her back to Ming Kanki, nearly resembled a statue. Sun Wukong, may I pose a question to you? Do you desire to become stronger? Upon summoning Sun Wukong, Ming Kanki inquired. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. Of course I wish to. Splendid. I am aware that your grandfather's master is still alive. He is revered as the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian, whose prowess is arguably unmatched among contemporary earthlings. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed even brighter, and Ming Kanki felt an overwhelming urge that the moment he revealed the location, Sun Wukong would take off at once. Let us engage in a formal contest. Should I emerge victorious, the Dragon Balls will be mine. Regardless of the outcome, I shall disclose to you the whereabouts of Master Wu Tian. What say you? As Ming Kanki seized the moment to inquire further, Sun Wukong, true to form, immediately took the bait. He struck a combat-ready pose reminiscent of the turtle school, exclaiming, All right, let's get into position. I can hardly wait for another bout. They began with a game of rock, paper, scissors. With a swift kick, Ming Kanki utilized his physical advantage to send Sun Wukong soaring through the air. Following this, he executed a spinning kick that sent Wukong crashing back to the ground. In this single exchange, Ming Kanki emerged victorious. Chapter 70. A roundabout journey here. Take this. You must take good care of Grandpa. Once I become stronger, I will surely defeat you and reclaim it. After entrusting the dragon to Ming Kanki, Sun Wukong departed alone. Although not entirely directionally challenged, he wandered aimlessly and fortuitously encountered a sea turtle. The two lost souls continued their aimless journey until they stumbled upon a small, bald-headed boy amidst a grove of sugarcane. The trio finally returned to the turtle hermit's abode. In a twist of fate, Sun Wukong found himself back in the narrative of his apprenticeship and training. Meanwhile, Ming Kanki and Bulma were also caught in a roundabout journey. By the time Wukong and his companions reached the seaside, Ming Kanki and Bulma had already traversed the village of Oolong, vanquished the minor boss, Oolong, and acquired a shape-shifting pig, along with a versatile capsule caravan. Thus, their group expanded from 2 to 3. The pig-headed creature was indeed a sentient being. The trio set off southwest from the village of Oolong, heading straight for the fiery mountains. Caution was warranted. As anticipated, yet another minor boss emerged. The desert bandit Yamcha, riding a new anti-gravity motorcycle, aimed a rocket launcher directly at Ming Kanki and his companions. Observing the imminent threat, Ming Kanki swiftly scooped up Bulma, who was at the helm of the motorcycle, and teleported away. With a thunderous explosion, the motorcycle shattered into pieces. Remarkably, the pig-headed creature emerged merely disheveled but unscathed. How is it possible? You scoundrel, you prioritize beauty over friendship. Who said we were friends, little pig? Over the past few days, the ever-escaping Oolong had finally tempered Ming Kanki's excitement, allowing him to maintain a stoic expression in response to Oolong's jibes, rather than a smile. Confronted by the Crimson Sharingan, Oolong felt a chill run through him and quickly chuckled. Haha, no, I am merely a captive. Haha, are you still here to chat? Hand over your versatile capsules. Otherwise, Yamcha leapt off his motorcycle, brandishing a gleaming sword and making his intentions clear. What? You intend to rob us? Bulma was ready to draw her weapon, but Ming Kanki held her firmly, causing her movement to freeze. Ever since Ming Kanki caught a glimpse beneath her skirt, Bulma had become somewhat bashful. Quick, escape. Upon hearing the commotion and spotting Bulma, Yamcha was taken aback and hastily mounted his motorcycle, vanishing in a flash. Wow, you are impressive, Bulma. With just a word, you sent the bandit fleeing. Ming Kanki offered a flurry of compliments, and Bulma shyly smiled before hastily leaping from his embrace. What a fool. Another clueless boy who had never encountered a girl before. Bulma glanced at the capsule in her hand and pondered, what should she do now? The car was wrecked. The motorcycle was gone, and there remained 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers to Flame Mountain, with an uncertain expanse of desert ahead. It was unbearably hot, and traveling by foot would surely be slower. She tightened her grip. Ming Kanki smiled, once again drawing Bulma into his embrace. He then employed the swift movement technique of a ninja, unleashing chakra in his legs to leap several meters in an instant. With just a few bounds, he covered hundreds of meters. The art of ninjutsu was not honed in vain. His speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. Oolong, unable to keep pace. Risked being captured by bandits. Hearing Minkanki's voice echoing from afar, he glanced back to see them nearly disappearing from view. He leaped into the air, shouting, "Transform into a rocket. Transform for 5 minutes, rest for 1. Remarkably, Oolong did not fall behind Minkanki and Bulma. Flame Mountain, Frying Pan Mountain, and Deep Fried Bread Mountain were the legendary domains of the infamous Bull Demon King, a being of immense power, feared by all within a 100-mile radius. It was said that those who dared to provoke him had become mere bones at the foot of the mountain. The Dragon Ball lay within the flames. What should they do? Bulma increasingly relied on Minkanki. From a distance within the ruins of a desolate village, she gazed at the seemingly unquenchable inferno and, confirming the Dragon Ball's presence within, directly inquired of Minkanki. Minkanki found himself relishing this sensation. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Let me give it a try. Water release, water surge wave." This technique, water surge wave, was a form of elemental ninjutsu that Minkanki had learned from the third Hokage, although he was not a master of it. The torrent of water that erupted was considerable. Yet, for the small hill standing 200 to 300 meters tall and the fire raging over 100 meters, this volume of water was but a drop in the ocean. The flow, capable of drowning 3 to 5 individuals, had not even reached the periphery of the inferno before it was evaporated by the intense heat. Suddenly, a massive axe, towering to half a man's height, sliced through the air. Though it seemed merely a warning, its force was formidable and its speed astonishing. The sharp gust it created severed a good portion of Bulma's hair. Strands of her violet locks cascaded down, and she immediately sensed a dampness beneath her skirt, causing her to panic. "You bastard! Ignite my little universe! Infinite chakra mode. Water release. Water surge wave." Witnessing Bulma's distressing countenance, Minkanki closed his eyes and concentrated for 3 seconds, igniting an atomic explosion within to fuel his little universe. Empowered by this cosmic force, he entered a temporary state of infinite chakra, unleashing the full potency of his chakra to execute the water release. A torrent akin to a miniature lake erupted around him, surging toward the Bull Demon King and the fiery mountain. The water seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, defying the natural law of flowing downwards as it swiftly climbed up the mountainside. The sound of sizzling evaporation filled the air. Within a minute, the water triumphed, extinguishing the flames just as Minkanki reached the limit of his infinite chakra mode. "Wait for me," he urged. With a crack of lightning, Minkanki activated the second stage of his thunder armor, braving the lingering intense heat as he charged in. "It's fine to go in once the temperature drops," Bulma exclaimed, only to see Minkanki reappear right before her. She breathed a sigh of relief and, somewhat bashfully, explained, "The temperature is too high now. Don't get hurt. I was just worried that if you got injured, no one would be there to protect me." Minkanki smiled softly, lifting his left hand to flutter in front of Bulma's eyes. Nestled within his palm was a resplendent golden Dragon Ball. "Haha, splendid," Bulma exclaimed, eagerly snatching it from him and playfully taking a bite out of Minkanki's cheek. In that moment, the trio seemed to forget all about the Ox King. Oolong produced a long-hidden vehicle, while Bulma, in a playful twist, donned the Soul Bunny girl costume residing within Oolong's vehicle, opting not to wear her own attire. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to lure Minkanki, the charming fish, with her alluring guise. "Ah, the trials of my adolescent form." Minkanki suddenly transformed into a wolf and embraced Bulma, kissing her passionately. Just as they were on the verge of igniting their desires, Minkanki caught sight of Oolong, who was leering at them with drool dripping from his mouth. He immediately halted his advances. Even if they could retreat to the bedroom and lock the door, he had no intention of performing a private show for Oolong all night. The remainder of the evening unfolded with a mixture of allure and awkwardness. Minkanki promptly urged Oolong to drive the RV further northwest. The following day, they encountered the dogman, Aishio, along with Xiaowu. With a mere illusion, Minkanki subdued them effortlessly, ensuring that their journey proceeded without hindrance. By the third day, the castle of Pilaf was finally in sight. This final challenge from the original story posed no threat to them whatsoever. Standing at the entrance, Minkanki executed a wood-release technique to dismantle the tower. In no time, Pilaf obediently presented the Dragon Ball to them. Thus, only one Dragon Ball remained. The trio boarded Bulma's aircraft, veering southeast towards an island. To their surprise, this was the very island where Master Roshi trained his disciples. After some twists and turns, Minkanki and Bulma encountered Sun Wukong once more. Chapter 71, Versus. Sun Wukong and Krillin. As the plane descended, the three of them found Master Roshi and his companions just finishing their afternoon rest. Bulma explained their purpose. "Rarely, Master Roshi was not captivated by the beauty before him. Instead, he focused intently on Ming Kenki, exclaiming, "Oh, you seek this Dragon Ball? Perfect timing. Wukong and Krillin have been training for half a month. Why not engage them in a match?" In half a month, Sun Wukong and Krillin's training had only just commenced. Yet their potential was already fully revealed. In fact, Sun Wukong's rapid progress left even Master Roshi somewhat astonished. However, Ming Kenki's strength evoked a sense of mystery in Master Roshi, prompting him to propose a match. "Come on, you two, take him on together. Perhaps before nightfall, we might summon the Eternal Dragon." Stepping forward, Ming Kenki distanced himself from Bulma and Oolong, confidently declaring his readiness to fight. Krillin approached with bravado, saying, "Heh, you probably have no idea about Master Wutian's prowess, do you? We've been training under him for half a month, and our strength is formidable." Though Krillin's mind was a whirl of thoughts, he remained a child at heart. Training under Master Roshi, he felt progress every day, which inflated his ego somewhat. Sun Wukong positioned himself cautiously beside Krillin, adopting a preparatory stance while whispering, "Be careful, Krillin. Though I hate to admit it, Brother Ming Kenki's strength is formidable. I lack confidence in our victory. You're putting me in a tough spot, Fat Tiger." Krillin felt an impulse to scold Daxiang, despite not even knowing who Daxiang was. The realization that Sun Wukong felt uncertain hit them both hard. "Come on, you go first." Ming Kenki activated his Sharingan, waving his hand languidly, exuding no semblance of a warrior's demeanor. "Do you underestimate my turtle school?" Witnessing Ming Kenki's nonchalance, Master Roshi felt a twinge of irritation. Embracing his inner childlike spirit, he boldly declared, "Come forth. Allow me to witness the fruits of your training." With a resounding battle cry, Sun Wukong and Krillin charged towards Ming Kenki, one on each side. Their speed was remarkable, clearly on par with the finest athletes. However, having faced Sun Wukong twice, Ming Kenki understood that this was merely a coordinated effort with Krillin. In his youth, Sun Wukong was also adept at teamwork. How intriguing. "Very well, I shall reciprocate your efforts." As Ming Kenki contemplated, he deliberately diminished the flow of chakra in his legs, ceasing the use of the leaf fluid technique. He relinquished a portion of his inherent advantages and concentrated a substantial amount of chakra in his arms, bracing himself for a fierce confrontation with the two adversaries. With a swift movement, he lowered his body and simultaneously unleashed both fists. The resounding impact echoed as they collided precisely with the fists of Sun Wukong and Krillin. "Ouch!" Krillin exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his fist, which sent him reeling backward. Sun Wukong, momentarily stunned, executed a backflip to regain his footing and charged forward once more. This time, he unveiled his true prowess, his speed surging to an astonishing 7 seconds for 100 meters. This was no longer the limit of an athlete, but rather a velocity that transcended human capabilities. In a mere instant, he covered the 3-meter distance between himself and Ming Kenki. Yet, this fleeting moment still surpassed the threshold of human reflexes, especially considering that Ming Kenki was utilizing the Sharingan. The instant Sun Wukong threw his punch, Ming Kenki simply extended his palm and effortlessly seized it, as if Sun Wukong had willingly offered his fist to him. Grasping Sun Wukong's fist, Ming Kenki pivoted and flung him in the direction of his force. The resulting crash was thunderous, sending Krillin, who had just regained his footing, crashing to the ground once more. "Ouch, that must have hurt," he groaned, having struck his head. Ming Kenki spoke with a tone of nonchalance. Yet his every move was riddled with vulnerabilities. However, in this moment, no one dared to underestimate him. Those eyes truly belonged to an impressive young man. Yet, Master Roshi, with his wealth of experience, astutely discerned Ming Kenki's strengths. Nevertheless, the wise Master Roshi was not to be trifled with. He quickly recognized that what appeared to be Ming Kenki's advantage was also his Achilles heel. In fact, he even devised methods to counter it, one involving dazzling light techniques, the other a contemptible sandstorm tactic designed to obscure vision. One was beyond his skill, while the other fell beneath his standards. Ultimately, Master Roshi furrowed his brow and abandoned his line of thought regarding this particular aspect. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Krillin rose once more, charging at Ming Kenki. This time, Sun Wukong took the lead in offense, with Krillin providing distracting support. Rock, paper, scissors, dueling fist. Sun Wukong executed a flurry of rapid and intricate attacks. Ming Kenki merely adapted to his movements, while Krillin approached to initiate his own assault, with Ming Kenki still cooperating seamlessly. Yet, even as Ming Kenki divided his focus, every punch and kick from Sun Wukong was deftly parried. Krillin's distractions seemed entirely ineffective. "Let us try this." Suddenly, Sun Wukong leaped back to create some distance. prompting Krillin to hastily retreat. Ming Kangqi refrained from pursuing. He turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, "What new techniques do you possess? Bring it on." Sun Wukong brought his hands together at his waist. "What?" Upon witnessing the stance and hearing the initial word, Ming Kangqi was taken aback and exclaimed, "When did you learn this move?" Sun Wukong continued to gather his energy. Ming Kangqi clasped his hands together, forming the Seiya seal. The turtle hermit, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Yesterday, when I extinguished the flames of Fire Mountain using the Kamehameha technique, Wukong grasped it after just one glance." A sphere of crimson light had already materialized between Sun Wukong's hands, seemingly on the verge of eruption. "Impossible," Wulong interjected, his disbelief palpable. Bulma, quick to deduce the cause, remarked, "It could be that the forest fire has reignited." At this moment, Sun Wukong had been gathering energy for over 3 seconds. Would escape, shield of the demon face. With a resounding rumble, a wooden shield adorned with a demon's visage emerged from the ground. With a powerful thrust of his hands, the red shockwave struck the demon's forehead directly. A cacophony of vibrations ensued, yet the shield remained unbroken, revealing a fist-sized black mark prominently on the demon's brow. Subsequently, the shield retreated underground. Ming Kangqi, wearing a smile, declared, "This is where it ends. I hope you all diligently train. I look forward to competing with the stronger versions of yourselves again." "All right," Sun Wukong responded, undeterred. He immediately rushed to the turtle hermit. Eager to commence a new round of training, his enthusiasm palpable. Although Krillin felt a tinge of despondency, he was soon invigorated by Sun Wukong's fervor. The turtle hermit, initially intending to discuss the bold demon king with Ming Kangqi, found himself swept up in the moment. He casually tossed the Dragon Ball around his neck to Ming Kangqi and, along with his 2 disciples, began a spirited run under the setting sun, chasing the fleeting essence of youth. Chapter 72. The Dragon God, Granting Wishes. Hooray! The 7 Dragon Balls have finally been gathered. The wish is about to be fulfilled. And Bulma couldn't contain her joy, leaping about with exuberance. Ming Kangqi clutched the final Dragon Ball, his heart ensnared in a web of conflict. The dragon, a legendary entity, was reputed to fulfill any wish imaginable. Although the Earth-S version may seem somewhat diminished, perhaps, it could provide a solution to the issue of bloodline conflict. Hence, he grappled with the notion of whether to bestow this opportunity upon Bulma, allowing her to realize her desire. After a brief contemplation, Ming Kangqi resolved to hand the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Ultimately, the root of his bloodline conflict stemmed from the ability of soul evolution. If this dilemma remained unresolved, even if he found a cure this time, future complications would undoubtedly arise. As for the dragon, Ming Kangqi possessed a starship, enabling him to journey to Namek. The wishes granted there were notably more potent than those of the Earth-S dragon. The 7 Dragon Balls were meticulously arranged in a hexagonal formation upon the ground. As Bulma turned to gaze back, "Go ahead, summon the dragon and fulfill your wish." Misenki pushed Bulma towards the Dragon Ball. He then pulled Oolong back, simultaneously threatening, "If you dare utter another word, I shall ensure you are rendered mute for eternity." "Yes, yes. I promise I won't steal it. I assure you." Ming Kangqi had indeed vanquished nearly 10,000 ninjas. Although his long-range attacks may not rival his prowess in close combat, his aura of menace was palpably formidable. At this moment, even the slightest hint of threat directed at Wulong made him feel as though he were on the verge of becoming a roasted pig upon the table. Nearly paralyzed by fear, what wish should one make? As she contemplated the summoning of the eternal dragon, Bulma found herself hesitating. The Dragon Balls had begun to emit a radiant glow, a resonance among the 7 orbs. In the absence of an incantation, they merely flickered with a subtle golden light. Devoid of further transformation, Bulma turned once more to regard Ming Kangqi, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. Perhaps I should assist him in making a wish. A notion blossomed within her. She quickly recalled their conversations throughout the journey. Yet, in the end, she could only feel a sense of disheartenment. This fellow had heard all my wishes, but he had never shared his own with me. What should I do? Bulma even envisioned a scenario in her mind where she confessed her feelings under the gaze of the eternal dragon. The scene unfolded as follows. Bulma professed to Ming Kangqi, "You are my princely savior. Shall we embark on a romance?" Ming smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "But I am an extraterrestrial." Bulma continued, "I am not afraid. My sister ran away with an alien. That alien has eyes resembling eggs." Ming Kangqi continued to shake his head, urging, "Behold my true appearance." Ming Kangqi brandished his magic wand, and with a resounding thud, it transformed into an octopus monster. Bulma was instantly awakened. Not all daydreams are pleasant. Some can be nightmares. After several minutes of inactivity from Bulma, Minkanki approached her and softly inquired, "What are you pondering? Make your wish quickly." Bulma closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her impressive figure became even more captivating. Choosing between a Prince Charming and an endless supply of strawberries, is it difficult? No. Suddenly finding her courage, Bulma turned to gaze into Minkanki's eyes and declared loudly, "I have already found my Prince Charming. As for the endless strawberries, they can simply be cultivated in a greenhouse. Therefore, I have made my decision. I bestow my wish upon you." Under the scrutiny of her sparkling eyes framed by long lashes, Minkanki instinctively felt the urge to shy away. "Thank you." Ultimately, he did not decline her offer. Although he harbored some doubts about Bulma's claim of finding her prince, he refrained from questioning her. This was no longer the moment of exhilaration from having emerged after 3 years of isolation to encounter another human being. Minkanki had returned to a state of normalcy. A thorn pierced his heart. The realms of reality and dreams were not one and the same, and he would inevitably have to leave the dream world behind. Thus, even though his relationship with Bulma lingered in the realm of friendship, teetering on the brink of something more, he remained resistant. Perhaps a woman's intuition sensed this tension, which led Bulma to feel that her confession might end in failure. Bulma stepped aside as Minkanki moved to the forefront. "Come forth, divine dragon. Arise and grant my wish." As the incantation was uttered, the golden light of the 7 Dragon Balls began to shimmer ever more brilliantly. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared on the horizon without warning, enveloping the earth within mere seconds. A bolt of golden lightning surged skyward amidst the cacophony of thunder. From this golden flash emerged a majestic azure dragon, twisting and coiling into the shape of the infinity symbol in midair, a representation of boundless wonder, embodying the dragon's infinite magic. As the thunder subsided, the azure dragon descended, its enormous head lowering, and a resounding voice echoed, "Speak, O summoner. Articulate your wish. Any wish can be granted, but it is limited to but one. Eradicate the conflict within my bloodline." Ming, in a moment of unguarded thought, articulated his most pressing desire without hesitation. Is this not quite simple? As the divine dragon contemplated the simplicity of the situation, a bead of sweat suddenly trickled down his forehead. He mused to himself, after all these years, is it truly so difficult for me to simply enjoy a breath of fresh air? To emerge only to be confronted with such a hellish task? I am, after all, a divine dragon. Regrettably, he realized that this wish was beyond his reach. Though a torrent of expletives surged within him, he refrained from uttering them, as he could not tarnish the reputation of his lineage. Thus, he felt compelled to provide an explanation. The root of your bloodline conflict stems from your soul, derived from a highly advanced principle. I am unable to eradicate it without inflicting harm upon you. This is merely one of the anticipated outcomes. Yet, Minkanki could not help but roll his eyes, internally scoffing at the divine dragon. So the notion that the divine dragon can fulfill any wish was merely a facade? He thought, feeling a surge of disbelief. The divine dragon, once again perspiring profusely, sensed his authority waning rapidly. In a moment of urgency, he harnessed his divine powers to scour the entire universe for a solution. The divine dragon soon discovered a new answer and was about to speak. Minkanki, however, found himself with a new aspiration. He spoke, "If only there were a way to restore my health in a fleeting moment during the eruption of bloodline conflict." The dragon's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as it promptly provided a solution. The atomic-level nanomedical robots of the Arc-Light civilization, with 800 per cell, powered by your own energy, will autonomously regenerate using your own material to mend any damage. They will adjust automatically during your bloodline conflict. Even if the conflict leads to a genetic collapse, it can be perfectly healed. Having finished speaking in a rush, the dragon quickly added, "Your wish is granted. Farewell, and thank you, dragon." In the blink of an eye, as the dragon transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls, it suddenly realized a peculiar thought, pondering, "Strange, why did I completely forget to play the fool today? Have I been cooped up for too long?" The 7 Dragon Balls scattered in all directions, sweeping across the sky like 7 golden threads. The dark clouds dissipated, returning to their formless state. The dragon, with no time to contemplate the reasons, fell back into slumber. Chapter 73, Confrontation. Unspoken Words. Bulma's first quest for the Dragon Balls concluded successfully. The trio bid farewell to Master Roshi and others, and within half a day, Bulma piloted the aircraft back to West Capital. After a brief respite, upon learning that the Infinite-class starship had been repaired, Minkanki eagerly rushed to inspect it, his joy akin to that of a child. Just as he emerged from the starship, he spotted Bulma at the entrance of the repair lab, gently asking, "Are you leaving?" Those three simple words were laced with tenderness. Ming Kanki sensed the reluctance, the unacknowledged emotions surfacing within him. His steps faltered, and his elation swiftly cooled. Yet, he maintained a smile, feigning cheerfulness as he said, "The infinite has been repaired. I must fulfill the tasks entrusted to me by my friends. However, I promise to return the next time we seek the Dragon Balls. By then, think carefully about your wish. Do not waver again." "Humph. I will think of a truly wonderful wish. Just wait and see." The playful challenge lightened the atmosphere of parting. Ming Kanki prepared to take his leave. However, before he could utter his intent to depart, 8 fully armed individuals suddenly materialized, encircling him. The cold weapons appeared to be mere firearms. Yet the chilling aura they exuded sent prickles through Ming Kanki's entire being. Danger! 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 It felt as if every cell within him was alerting him. "Fugitive Ming Kanki, you are under arrest. Come with us. Be advised, any act of resistance will provoke our severe response." It seemed one person spoke. Yet it felt as though all 8 voices echoed in unison. "What do you want?" Ming Kanki remained unmoved, while Bulma grew anxious. She stepped forward to pull one of them. Ming Kanki's lips moved, and before she could utter a sound, a series of sharp clicks reverberated through the air. Instantly, crimson dots appeared on her forehead, heart, shoulders, and thighs. "Lowly woman of an inferior civilization, do you dare to obstruct the enforcement of the Arclight civilization?" With each statement, a red dot manifested upon Bulma's forehead. "I surrender. I will accompany you. Please, do not harm her." Ming Kanki raised her hands and cried out. "She is merely a young girl who has never left this planet. She poses no threat to you." The red dots vanished. One individual approached and shackled Ming Kanki. The nature of the handcuffs was unknown, but once activated, they rendered her entirely incapable of sensing the chakra within her body. Ming Kanki smiled reassuringly at Bulma, saying, "Do not worry about me. I merely intend to clarify things with them and dispel any misunderstandings. Everything will be fine. I shall return in no more than 10 days to half a month. There is nothing to fret about." Ming Kanki emerged from the temporal corridor, having arrived on Earth merely 20 days prior. In such a short span of time, the Arclight civilization not only pinpointed his location but also pursued him across galaxies. 3 centuries ago, it took a year and a half. Now, merely 20 days sufficed. This is not the Earth of the 19th century transformed into the 21st, rather. It is the Arclight civilization of the 53rd century to the 56th, an era of slow technological advancement amidst the vastness of interstellar space. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Even after being captured aboard the starship of the Arclight civilization, Ming Kanki was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. In lunar orbit, a small starship, measuring 100 meters in length, was docked in the shadow of the moon. The life transmission system had ceased. Inside a spacious chamber, Ming Kanki, alongside 9 others, awaited the arrival of the infinite. Indeed, the infinite was a manifestation of life. I knew it. But why is it that none of you utter a single word? Very well, allow me to explain. This is entirely a misunderstanding. You may review the data from the infinite. It contains records from the past several years that can confirm this is, without a doubt, a miscommunication. Yet, no one paid heed to Ming Kanki. He was firmly restrained, and not a soul responded to his pleas. The hatch opened silently, and it strode an individual with white hair, a hooked nose, and skin flushed as if imbued with the effects of excessive libations. Upon entering, he disregarded Ming Kanki and the others, immediately raising his voice in reprimand. "Why have you not silenced him? How many times must I reiterate that language is the most potent weapon of our kind? We must not allow them to wield the magic of words against us. Silence him at once." Ming Kanki wished to offer a retort, yet before he could fully articulate his first word, his mouth fell silent. The Arclight civilization is utterly taking advantage of the young. The physical form of Ming Kanki appears to possess the physiological age of a mere adolescent, resembling a youthful child. However, the psychological maturity of Ming Kanki belies this youthful exterior. From the moment he resolved to confront the Arclight civilization, he exhibited not a trace of fear, even in the face of technology so advanced that it transcends his imagination. And despite the potential peril of meeting his demise in this realm, Ming Kanki remains undaunted, for he is within the world of Dragon Ball. The moral dichotomy in the Dragon Ball universe is refreshingly clear and direct, devoid of grand conspiracies. Ming Kanki does not believe that the Arclight civilization would conspire against a weakling of planetary caliber without cause. In the southern fringes of the northern galaxy, a verdant planet, comprising 70% ocean and 30% land, exists in a primitive state. 10 days prior, a city in the sky manifested on the horizon, revered by the primitive Stone Age inhabitants who regarded it as divine. Unbeknownst to them, it was a colossal, spindle-shaped starship. Today, the apprehending starship has returned, bringing with it the fugitive of interest, the member of the Yin clan, Minkanki, within the confines of the starship. The presiding judge of the highest court of the Arc-Light civilization is set to conduct a trial for the first time in a world far removed from the home planet. We find ourselves temporarily anchored at the periphery of this nascent green planet, where a trial is to unfold. We have received intelligence indicating that this extraterrestrial orphan, named Minkanki, is a remnant of the perilous Yin race. To safeguard our home planet from any potential influence, the Arc-Light civilization has resolved, after careful deliberation, to sever all communications with the outside world and carry out the trial here. May the divine protect the earth, and may the gods watch over the Arc-Light civilization. Now, I declare the court in session. Minkanki was brought before the central red-lit table of the defendant's stand, where he sat down, his feet immediately shackled. The proceedings commenced. Minkanki was rescued by the exploration starship Mather in the early 53rd century of the Earth calendar. You conspired with the enemy, seizing the latest technology of the Arc-Light civilization, the infinite number, resulting in the tragic silence of the Mather, with no survivors aboard. As the judge spoke, the courtroom's large screen displayed footage segment by segment, from the moment Minkanki was rescued to the instant when the Net Clan's Ming fell. Confirmed by the quantum network of the Net Clan, all audio and video recordings were found to be unaltered. Therefore, this court deems the evidence irrefutable. Based on the Arc-Light Civilization Code of the Galactic Civilization Treaty, Minkanki is sentenced to quantum annihilation. Throughout the entire proceedings, he was not allowed to utter a single word, nor was he asked a single question. Is this the court of a highly advanced interstellar civilization? Even ancient emperors would inquire if there was anything left to say before passing judgment. Chapter 74, The Trial. Boom, boom, boom. Minkanki slammed the table forcefully, followed by several more strikes. He was enraged, rendered speechless. Yet, the sound of the table being struck echoed outward. However, neither the jury nor the judge exhibited any reaction, remaining impassive despite witnessing his furious gestures. Observing this, Minkanki struck the table again with even greater intensity. The presiding judge, seemingly unable to bear the scene any longer, set down the judgment document and expressed with regret, "I am sorry, but we cannot allow you to speak. Your words possess a dangerous enchantment." Minkanki chuckled with an air of incredulity. He struck the table forcefully several times, and this time, he evidently established a rhythm. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of glass being scraped pierced the air. An alarm blared. A small structure, no taller than 3 meters and with a diameter of less than 2 meters, materialized abruptly in the vacant space to the left of the defendant's stand. At that moment, a report echoed through the broadcast: "Unregistered detection path, violation of temporal traversal regulations. We are under invasion. Cease the report." We have already visualized it. A starship breaching the Arc-Light Civilization Court, the Infinite. Initiate immediate transmission to send it back. Just as the captain completed his statement, a jubilant chime resonated, and an invisible protective shield enveloped Minkanki. "Finally, I can speak. You took your sweet time arriving. And what else with that cheer? I have been wronged." The interference from the protective shield granted Minkanki the right to voice his grievances once more. He promptly rose, pressing his hands against the table as he fervently questioned, "I demand to know, why am I denied the opportunity to defend myself? You have stripped me of my right to speak. Are you not feeling guilty? What is it that you fear? My destructive capability does not even reach the pinnacle within the stars. What is so terrifying?" Among the jury, a man with a hooked nose, white hair, and red skin who resembled a drunken elder rose and shouted, "Silence, you wretch. Activate the suppression device and silence him at once. We cannot allow his words to muddle our judgment." "Nonsense. I possess no such ability to confuse your judgment. It seems you are indeed apprehensive. Those audiovisual records can serve as evidence. Why not examine the Infinite's logs? They contain complete information, as I have asserted." "Oh, you wish to condemn me outright. Then why even hold a trial? You could have simply shot me in the head when you found me. I would have been utterly defenseless. Since this is a trial, you are completely denying me the opportunity for self-defense. This is a violation of judicial fairness. I protest." The chime rang out once more. To others, it was an ordinary sound, but to Minkanki, it resonated as an affirmative from the Infinite. He smiled and nodded at the starship. Perhaps we indeed ought to scrutinize the data from the infinite. The presiding judge found merit in Minkanki's argument. Yet, his confidence was not entirely steadfast. Do not be swayed by his rhetoric. He belongs to the speech clan. Why is he still allowed to speak? I command you to silence him immediately. The elderly man with the hooked nose and white hair shouted again, appearing almost frantic. Is that not Dr. Asaba? Oh. The archaeologist who unearthed the ruins of the speech clan. Is he truly one of them? He looks quite different from the hypothetical images previously published by Dr. Asaba. I have heard that the ruins are not of the speech clan. Indeed, my aunt's cousin's nephew is a graduate student of the great linguist Afar. He claims that Afar deciphered the ruins, revealing them to be remnants of the Terminus civilization. Terminus civilization? What kind of civilization is that? Ah. Since you are eager to know, allow me to share. I must inform you that the jury presided over by my uncle was rife with speculation, yet swiftly redirected its focus onto another scholar. A few meters to the right of the defendant's stand, the captain, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally commanded, "Let him speak. Immediately extract the data from the Infinity." With the arrival of the technicians, the data from Infinity was soon retrieved. Among this, the information regarding Minkanki was rapidly disseminated to each individual S-terminal. Instantly, the jury erupted into fervent discussion once more. Even the presiding judge and the captain could not suppress their astonishment. The footage was supplemented. Could it truly be so? An advanced civilization on par with the Net clan and our Arclight civilization. Furthermore, it appeared to surpass us in the realms of quantum communication and dimensionality. The archaeologist, Dr. Asaba, with his hawk-like nose and white hair, resembling a tipsy old man, seemed unconvinced. He stood up for the third time, exclaiming, "Look at this. This is a quantum archive excavated from the ruins of the terminal civilization." Dr. Asaba connected the quantum data storage device and submitted the information. An introduction to the Yin clan appeared on the large screen. The video presented the Yin clan in the unique language of the terminal civilization, accompanied by genetic information. The translation device of the Arclight civilization rendered it in real time. However, to Minkanki's ears, the translations were entirely mismatched. One phrase clearly warned. As a benevolent citizen of the terminal civilization, the extraterrestrial recipients of this information not to trust other terminal civilization inhabitants, asserting that the Yin clan was amicable. Yet, in the Arclight civilization's language, it was translated as a cautionary broadcast to any civilization, warning them to be wary of the Yin clan. They articulated two sentences condensed into a single statement. The disparity was monumental. This intelligent translation device was nothing short of a farcical tragedy, a lethal jest. The Yin clan, a rare race within the cosmos, possesses an extraordinary linguistic aptitude. They are a wondrous species that can naturally communicate in any language found throughout the universe. Adult members of this race can converse with all known sentient beings that possess language. And they exhibit the remarkable ability to learn to read and write the scripts and languages of other civilizations upon first contact. In contrast, the linguistic capabilities of their juvenile members are relatively limited. Given their extended maturation period, which spans approximately 700 years, there are currently no adult members of the Yin clan present in the universe, as far as we are aware. The last known adolescent of the Yin clan met his demise after being pursued and colliding with a black hole. In essence, the Yin clan has become extinct, and we express our deepest condolences regarding this matter. Suddenly, as Minkanki paused his translation, several images flashed before him. He noticed peculiar inscriptions etched upon a series of stone tablets. At first glance, he felt a fleeting comprehension, yet upon reflection, he found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. I believe Minkanki's words reflect the true translation of the video, he mused. No, you must have been swayed by his eloquence. Nonsense. Syllables, segmentation, pauses, each aligns perfectly. I am the linguist Afar, and I assert that what Minkanki stated is indeed correct. However, the intelligent translator has never erred. Silence. The time for voting has arrived. The presiding judge intervened to halt the jury's deliberations and initiate the ballot. Soon, the results were revealed. A resounding 2,000 votes to 1,000, a decisive advantage. The judge rose and, with a composed demeanor, declared, "I regret to inform you, Mr. Minkanki. Although I personally believe your assertions to be true, we shall adhere to the ancient covenant of majority rule. Therefore, I now pronounce the verdict." Thunderous silence followed. A sudden and violent tremor erupted. Minkanki, unable to maintain his balance, instinctively grasped the left railing. With a sharp hiss, his left arm and hand were nearly scorched. At that moment, the report arrived belatedly. Report. We are under attack. Chapter 75, The Jinyu Force, the sudden tremor was profoundly intense, causing some individuals to be flung from their seats. Concurrently, the duration of the shaking persisted. Just as the report concluded, the sound of an explosion reverberated through the courtroom. Where is the shield? Such a magnitude of explosion undoubtedly indicates that the starship's armor has sustained direct assault. Do not dare to suggest that the shields vanished on their own. The captain, momentarily disoriented from the shock, suddenly recalled his duties amidst the chaos. He promptly commanded, "Activate the shields at once." Regrettably, sir, the shields have vanished. All shield devices have ceased functioning. Our engineers are utterly unable to restore them. It must be the interference device. Deploy the digital battalion at once. Ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy. The captain has returned to a state of normalcy. Yet, a Bada beast appeared before him, softly expressing its regret. It is unfortunate, Captain, Bada beast. Digimon, digital creatures from alternate dimensions. Devolution. Everything makes sense now. Ming Kanki immediately exclaimed, "It is a digital dimension blocker. This mode of attack is identical to that which the mace encountered." What? The captain, taken aback, sprang to his feet. The presence of such a device indicates that the enemy is at least of a civilization level comparable to the Arc-Light civilization. This is tantamount to waging an interstellar war against a higher civilization. You have just reviewed the data from the Infinity. Did you not notice the relevant records of the Mace's assault? Ming Kanki suddenly grasped a terrifying possibility. The enemy's technology might surpass that of the Arc-Light civilization. In terms of information transmission and shielding, the Arc-Light civilization has been thoroughly suppressed. Without time for further contemplation, Ming Kanki shouted, "Hurry and flee. Otherwise, you will not escape." Suddenly, several shadows burst into the courtroom. They danced with unusual steps, striking bizarre poses as they shouted, "Bardock, Lycum, Jisoo, Sam, Jinyu. We are the Jinyu Force." The Arc-Light civilization is not characterized by solitary champions like Sun Wukong or Frisia. They are a technological civilization, accustomed to overwhelming foes with massive ships and artillery. Just as the Jinyu Force completed their landing performance, the member named Sam, who was entirely unfamiliar to Ming Kanki, was ambushed by a crew member, resulting in a fatal shot to the head. Dead. The ambushing crew member's head was similarly obliterated in a single blow. With a combat power around 50,000, Lycum's destructive capability was nearing that of a satellite-level peak. He could even devastate some dwarf planets. His speed was remarkable, and despite not being renowned for it, he dispatched the high-tech crew members with ease. Before the battle had even commenced, it had already concluded. TSK, useless. I've long wanted to replace him. It's a pity for Lycum. Finally, he finds a kindred spirit. Hey, revenge has been served. What's next, Captain? Jissa scoffed. And Bardock teased. Lycum simply chuckled, casting a glance at Jinyu. Now, let us clear the area. This battleship and its technology will serve as the finest gift for Lord Frisia. I have decided. The next member we select should possess some superpower and decent combat capability. After all, there are no elites left among the remaining members. At Jinyu's command, the other three immediately sprang into action. As for Jinyu's murmurings afterward, they were entirely unheard. Energy blasts and heavy strikes erupted in a cacophony of fire and explosions, the thunderous detonations deafening. This was not a mere clearing of the area. It was an outright massacre. Yet, shockingly, not a single Arc-Light individual in the courtroom cried out. They produced weapons from seemingly nowhere, resolutely returning fire. The red beams emitted from their weapons were equally formidable. Even Jinyu dared not confront them head-on. As the disturbances intensified, Jinyu's irritation grew. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed several energy blasts. Thunderous crashes echoed as the jury box was swiftly emptied, littered with crimson remnants, viscera, and blood. The scene was so grotesque that even the battle-hardened monarchy from the world of Hokage felt a wave of nausea. In the name of the captain, I hereby activate the highest authority. Unlock the Nanite Swarm for attack. Annihilate the enemies. The captain, who had remained motionless until now, finally initiated his ultimate strategy. The Nanite Swarm, typically utilized for repairs aboard the starship, was repurposed as a weapon, capable of devouring any material and most forms of energy. The Nanite Swarm was undeniably the nightmare of all intruders. Beep beep beep. Warning. Nanite Swarm attack. Evacuate. Indeed, the moment the Nanite Swarm was activated, an urgent warning appeared on the sensors of the Jinyu Force. 3 lines of text incessantly flashed, accompanied by a relentless alarm. Heh, Jinyu laughed in defiance. As if he had been anticipating this moment all along, he spread his arms wide, facing the captain, and shouted, "Switch." A blinding flash of light ensued. leaving only astonishment on Jinyu's face, while a cold smirk emerged on the captain's visage. Addressing the terminal, the captain declared, "In the name of the captain, I command the Nanites to eliminate all registered crew members except for myself." Chaos erupted within the starship. The screens flickered wildly, and terrifying scenes of the Nanite swarm consuming crew members began to unfold. The colossal starship had transformed into a veritable hell. "Hurry. Release the energy limiter. I can assist you. Trust me. Words require no magic. However, you can no longer afford to be any worse, can you?" Ming Kanki shouted at the presiding judge, striving to control his voice. "I hope I will not become a sinner of the Arc-Light civilization. We are doomed as well. We absolutely cannot allow them to seize the starship." After repeated persuasion from Ming Kanki, the judge finally released the handcuffs. The energy suppressor ceased its function, and chakra surged back once more. "When did I become so passionate? Let this be the spark of my little universe." Ignited by the goodwill of my friends aboard the Haymiser, images flashed through my mind as Ming Kanki silently ignited his inner cosmos. When he opened his eyes again, a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan was slowly rotating. Ming Kanki gazed at the captain and exclaimed, "Jinyu, do you truly believe that seizing the captain's body renders you invincible?" "What?" Jinyu, taken aback, swiftly turned to face Ming Kanki. It was precisely at that moment. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan Jinjutsu. Without reservation, Ming Kanki unleashed an overwhelming surge of chakra, embodying the very essence of his fervor. Instantly, a clash of bloodlines erupted. The veins beneath his skin burst forth, transforming him into a veritable embodiment of blood. Yet, Ming Kanki remained remarkably composed, as if a secondary persona had manifested to suppress all agony. He was acutely aware that death was imminent. Yet he persisted in gradually exerting his illusionary control over Jinyu, who had assumed the captain's form. "It is not yet time." Murmuring to himself, Ming Kanki's arm exploded with force. He intensified his chakra output, commanding, "Jinyu, I order you to switch back." Exchange. The captain Jinyu faced Jinyu and initiated the exchange. "Captain, quickly deactivate the Nanite swarm." With a fervent shout, Ming Kanki turned his gaze to Jinyu, preparing to further manipulate him with his genjutsu. "Hurry. Deactivate the Nanite swarm." The judge echoed his cry, his legs having vanished. "In the name of the captain, I revoke the highest authority. Cease the Nanite swarm attack." Finally, the swarm was silenced. Jinyu seethed. "You cannot escape." Ming Kanki resolutely countered, his body drenched in blood, with a pair of crimson kaleidoscopes that appeared even more sinister than Jinyu himself. Humph! Jinyu unleashed a surge of energy, firing a blast of power. As the explosive flames subsided, the 4 members of the Jinyu force had vanished. They had fled. Heartfelt gratitude. The captain rose to express his thanks. Ming Kanki, with a sense of astonishment, remarked on the formidable nature of Jinyu, only to find himself succumbing to unconsciousness upon attempting to speak, a cough preceding his fall. Even the hissing sound of the red light scorching the defendant's seat could not rouse him from his stupor. "Quick, administer treatment to our hero immediately. Utilize the most advanced nanomedical robots." The adage "losing one thing only to gain another" proved fortuitous, as Ming Kanki inadvertently acquired that which he had long coveted. The issue of bloodline conflict was temporarily resolved. Once the dust settled, Ming Kanki took his leave. The captain and the presiding judge expressed their shared sentiments. The Yin clan is indeed an enigmatic race. A month later, Afar pointed to the stone tablets previously observed by Ming Kanki, stating, based on his translations, "We have adjusted the translator. This is the newly decrypted information." The captain read aloud, "The Yin clan. The youth is astute, the young are passionate, the elderly are wise. The civilization at the terminus has been tainted by malevolence, posing a danger. It seems we must prepare for a cosmic civilization war. Set course for home immediately." Chapter 76. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. After encountering 2 consecutive plots, Ming Kanki truly grasped the terrifying reality of the universe. The wonders of high-tech civilizations and the might of individual powerhouses extinguished the arrogance he had nurtured from his victories over Sun Wukong on Earth. Though his illusions could deceive foes, they were only effective when the adversary was at a disadvantage, rendering them largely ineffective. Having acquired a sufficient number of atomic-level nanomedical robots, Ming Kanki promptly departed from the colossal starship of the Arc-Light civilization. He resolved not to squander time in the cosmos, but rather to hone his skills on Earth. The path to the 6th Dao level felt distant. For now, he aimed to elevate himself to the Super Shadow level. On his journey back to Earth, Ming Kanki reflected on his experiences aboard the starship. He recalled awakening to find the interior transformed. The crew members, some missing limbs and others reduced to mere heads, had all been revived, returning to a state of wholeness. Remarkably, within a single day, the grotesque, gaping wounds spanning several meters on the exterior of the colossal starship had been completely mended. Ming Kenki, with a hint of malevolence in his speculation, perceived only what the arc-light beings permitted him to see, a mere fragment of reality, akin to a drop in the ocean or the tip of an iceberg. Should the arc-light civilization so desire, they could effortlessly conjure a nanometallic entity akin to Majin Buu at any moment. The sky was a brilliant azure, devoid of clouds. As the morning sun, having only just risen, began to shed its tender crimson cloak, the tranquil earth was poised to embark on yet another splendid day. At the Capsule Corporation, the prodigious Bulma had already prepared her belongings. However, instead of departing immediately, she approached Dr. Brief's astronomical telescope, gazing intently at the starry expanse. Today marked the eve of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, the final day for registration. Bulma had heard that Master Roshi and Son Goku would also be attending. Naturally, as a friend of Goku, she felt compelled to support him. Yet, her feminine intuition urged her to linger a little longer. With a sudden flicker, a portal materialized. A hemispherical capsule then descended gracefully from the portal, landing securely on the ground. The infinite capsule had returned to the Brief estate. A smile involuntarily graced Bulma's lips. But as the door of the capsule swung open, her expression transformed into one of stoic neutrality. "Aha! Bulma, I'm back," Ming Kenki exclaimed, bursting forth with laughter. "I told you there was nothing to worry about, right? Look, it's only been a few days." The door flung wide open, and he emerged exuberantly, blissfully unaware that the bonds of fate had already solidified. His actions were subconsciously motivated by a desire to spare Bulma from sorrow. However, Bulma's countenance darkened, tinged with irritation as she retorted, "A few days? You think it's been merely a few days? It has been over 7.5 months. What? That is impossible," Ming Kenki exclaimed. "I only made 2 time-space jumps. It should have been just a few days. Wait a moment." As he spoke, his voice trailed off, and he slowly turned to regard the infinite capsule, contemplating a troubling possibility. "Tell me you didn't T-traverse through the temporal corridor again?" The chime confirmed his fears. "You've set me up." Ming Kenki found himself powerless to unleash his fury upon the infinite starship. The 3 years spent trapped within the temporal corridor had forged an indelible bond between him and the infinite. This was no mere sentiment, even in his anger. He could not direct it towards the infinite. Thus, he could only elucidate and lament, "I have previously stated that path is beyond our control. This time, we were merely months away, which is tolerable. However, next time, we might find ourselves adrift in centuries past or future. That would be utterly insane." Consequently, he felt a sense of injustice. "Oh, did I not mention it before? Very well. Now I have. Therefore, next time, under no circumstances shall the temporal corridor be traversed without my explicit consent." Ming Kenki turned around, and the bell tolled once more. Ming Kenki swiftly turned around, pointing at the infinite number, and exclaimed, "Absolutely not. Without my permission, you are utterly forbidden to traverse into the time corridor unilaterally." The bell tolled, and with a sense of grievance, it reaffirmed. Ming Kenki let out a sigh, perplexed by Infinite's peculiar fondness for the enigmatic realm of the time-space corridor. Infinite, being silent, could not articulate its thoughts. Only the chime of a bell reverberated, which Ming Kenki found inscrutable. Bulma perceived it merely as an ordinary bell, attributing it to Ming Kenki's whimsical attempts to amuse her. The intricacies of a woman's thought process are as wondrous as their skill in changing expressions. "All right. I shall spare you for now. I am heading to Papaya Island. Care to join? Papaya Island? I recall that it is the venue for the world's martial arts tournament. Is the new edition of the tournament about to commence? As a time traveler and Dragon Ball aficionado, how could one not be aware of Papaya Island? Indeed. It begins tomorrow. What are we waiting for? Let us be off. I must register and compete." Upon hearing that the world's martial arts tournament was set to commence the very next day, Ming Kenki was filled with anticipation. To visit the Dragon Ball realm without participating in the tournament would be akin to neglecting to wish upon the dragon. It would surely leave a sense of regret that Ming Kenki was unwilling to endure. Where are the items? In that room. Before Bulma could finish her sentence, Ming Kenki dashed into her room, seizing her suitcase, and hurried into Infinite. Moments later, he peeked out from behind the door, beckoning, "Come on." With a smile, Bulma entered. This time, after Infinite's refurbishment, it was her first venture inside. Gone were the chaotic and dilapidated conditions. The interior now bore the semblance of a cozy abode. Aside from the control console to the right of the door, it resembled an ordinary 2-story house. "Let us go." Without waiting for Bulma to voice her inquiries, Ming Kanki swiftly adjusted the coordinates and pushed the leap control lever. The screeching sound of brakes echoed simultaneously at the brief estate in Papaya Island. As the noise subsided, Ming Kanki pulled down the control lever, flung open the door, and leaped out, turning back to Bulma with a flourish. "Welcome to Papaya Island." Amidst laughter, they secured a hotel and, after registering, Bulma led Ming Kanki on a shopping spree. Rather than encountering any pretentious displays, they stumbled upon Master Roshi, who was comically enduring a beating. Eventually, the trio returned to their hotel, where they met Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha. During their casual conversation, Ming Kanki learned that Yamcha had also become a disciple of Master Roshi, and all three had made significant progress. He recounted his recent experiences, which elicited a chorus of astonished exclamations. Even Master Roshi expressed his astonishment at the existence of even stronger beings in the universe, igniting a competitive spirit within him. Training and sparring ensued, and although it was merely an afternoon, Ming Kanki sensed he had caught a glimpse of a path toward further advancement. The following morning, after breakfast, the group of 8 arrived at the venue. Having already registered, Ming Kanki, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha entered the arena, while Master Roshi utilized a technique of disguise to enter under the guise of Changlong. Other contestants also made their way inside. As the sun intensified, the grand doors closed. Those who had arrived early had completed their draws for group placements, while the last arrivals were queuing to do the same. For judges had taken their positions atop the competition stage. As the host's opening remarks came to a close, the preliminaries of the world's premier martial arts tournament commenced. Chapter 77, Preliminaries. The first arena, situated at the outermost edge of the venue, faced the external wall. Sun Wukong and Krillin were positioned on this stage, representing the upper and lower halves respectively. Should they each emerge victorious, both would advance to the main event. Beyond the first arena lay the second, third, and fourth arenas, where Yamcha, Master Roshi, in disguise as Changlong, and Ming Kanki were set to compete. The three exhibited no internal discord. As the preliminaries began, Sun Wukong took to the first arena, swiftly dispatching an adversary who appeared quite formidable with a mere flick of his finger. After 8 months of rigorous training, his prowess had significantly ascended. He even took a moment to offer a word of encouragement to the soon-to-be competitor, Krillin. However, Krillin found himself confronted by his worst nightmare, a bully from the Dorian Temple who had tormented his senior. In a fit of terror, Krillin launched the bully into the air, shattering the wall in the process. A human-shaped window appeared, prompting Bulma, Oolong, and Puer to rush over for a glimpse. At that moment, Ming Kanki ascended to the fourth arena. The diminutive figure, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily conceded defeat. "With a punch like mine, even an old ox would perish. You, with your physique, stand no chance," declared the towering, muscular man, who stood over 2 meters tall. As he stomped his feet and gestured dismissively at Ming Kanki, creating a considerable commotion. Ming Kanki, standing at a height of 175 centimeters, barely reaches his opponent's neck. In contrast, the formidable figure appears to hold a greater advantage. Each competitor harbors their own thoughts, and amidst the rivalry, no one offers commentary. "Go for it," Bulma shouted from a distance. Ming Kanki turned his gaze to the right. At that moment, the referee announced the commencement of the match. The burly man's eyes gleamed with intensity. He was clearly not as simple-minded as he had initially appeared. Seizing the opportunity while Ming Kanki was momentarily distracted, he unleashed a vicious straight punch, striking toward Ming Kanki's temple. "Leaf Hurricane." Ming Kanki did not look back. Instead, he pivoted in the direction of his turn and executed a powerful spinning kick. He refrained from employing the low attack of the Leaf Hurricane and opted solely for an upper body strike. With that singular kick, the burly man, towering over 2 meters, was sent flying out of the arena, rendered unconscious. Victory! Bulma, with one hand gripping Puyalo and the other pressing down on Wulong, shouted exuberantly. Although it was merely a preliminary round, the thrill it brought her was immeasurable. This, perhaps, is the allure of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Following the completion of their matches, both Yamati and Master Roshi emerged victorious after Ming Kanki's remarkable performance ignited their competitive spirits. Each secured their triumph with a single decisive move. With a 1-minute time limit for each match, the first round concluded after 42 minutes, resulting in the elimination of over half of the 138 participants. As there were no overtime provisions, those unable to determine a victor within the allotted time were promptly disqualified. In the second match, Ming Kanki faced yet another formidable opponent, this time a muscular man who resembled a boxer. From the outset, the man bounced around energetically, throwing punches and kicks with remarkable force, creating a noticeable wind with each strike. Upon completing his combination of moves, he arrogantly declared, "You've got some skills, kid. But I am not that dim-witted giant. I'm a taekwondo master capable of shattering bricks with a single punch and breaking 3 layers of plywood with a kick." Taekwondo? What was that? I had heard of taekwondo before. Ming Kanki muttered a few words without any pretense, which instantly provoked a bout of laughter. "You scoundrel! How dare you compare my Taido with that inferior taekwondo? Judge, call the match to begin. I shall make this brat understand my prowess." The muscular boxer, infuriated by shame, launched an assault on Ming Kanki before the referee could signal the start. Ming Kanki's figure flickered, seamlessly transitioning between reality and illusion as he advanced towards the muscular boxer. In close quarters, a swift uppercut, so straightforward in execution, rendered the boxer unconscious upon impact. The referee, after a brief examination, rose and declared, "Ming Kanki is the victor." At that moment, a shout erupted from ring 3. "Quick! Call an ambulance. 7 ribs are fractured, irregular heartbeat. There's a risk to life. Hurry!" Several monks promptly lifted the injured man as the sound of the ambulance faded into the distance. The referee, irked, glared at the towering figure still standing in ring 3. This was the behemoth Jilong, a dragon man nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 400 pounds. Jilong, with a dismissive shrug, remarked nonchalantly it was a fair match. "I couldn't hold back. It's only natural. Besides, he isn't dead. You should announce my victory." This minor incident did not halt the preliminary rounds. Battles in other rings continued unabated. For instance, in ring 2, an Indian monk, his face flushed, triumphed over a flamboyant opponent, while in ring 4, a stunning woman capitalized on her feminine advantages, successfully pushing a bashful man out of the ring. As the second round concluded, precisely 32 competitors remained, with the defeated being escorted out of the arena sans any token gifts. Buma watched intently from her vantage point, fully engrossed in the spectacle. The scorching sun failed to diminish her enjoyment, though it would have been preferable had the unmistakably Puyo Road-made parasol been overlooked. I concede. In the third match, as Ming Kanki stepped onto the stage, his opponent immediately surrendered, catching him off guard. In the fourth match, Ming encountered the enchanting beauty who adeptly wielded her feminine allure. "Dear sir, let me win this one. Today, I shall yield to you." The deep purple-haired beauty was none other than Lan Fang, who had previously secured a spot in the top 8. Well aware of Ming Kanki's prowess, she commenced her charm offensive right from the outset. Ming Kanki remained unfazed, calmly stating, "You may as well leap into the abyss yourself." "Ah, behold my ultimate technique," Lan Fang exclaimed, and to everyone's astonishment, she promptly discarded her outer garment. "Oh." Master Rashi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Bulma, filled with indignation, thought to herself, "I haven't even attempted to seduce him, yet this shameless hussy dares to use a lure. She must be silenced." With her hands cupped like a trumpet, she shouted, "Ming Kanki, do not fall prey to that vixen's temptations. Eliminate her at once." Ming Kanki blinked, and the 3-tomo Sharingan flickered and vanished. He then commanded, "Jump down." Lan Fang, ensnared by Ming Kanki's illusion, mindlessly leaped off the stage. The moment her feet touched the ground, she abruptly regained her senses. Please disregard the lewd actions of a certain disguised Master Rashi. Around 11 a.m., the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament officially concluded. Ming Kanki, Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha emerged victorious with remarkable ease, advancing to the main competition. The remaining 3 contenders are the faux Indian Nam, the Bacterium Mr. Bacterian, and the Dragon Man Kirin. Following the draw, the matchups for the main event were established. In the first match, Krillin faces Mr. Bacterian. The second match pits Master Rashi against Yamcha. In the third match, Sun Wukong goes up against Nam. The fourth match features Ming Kanki battling Kirin. At noon, the martial arts tournament provided a feast, serving a colossal piece of meat, reminiscent of those found only in anime, with merely a single bone, displayed in a large 1-meter platter piled high. Sun Wukong indulged heartily, effortlessly devouring a plate within mere minutes, showcasing the extraordinary capacity of a Scion's appetite. Ming Kanki appears to have awakened his Scion bloodline, inspired by Sun Wukong's unique eating habits. After indulging in a hearty meal, he joined Wukong in a fervent feast, nearly exhausting the resources of the martial arts tournament. Chapter 78. The quarterfinals. Welcome to the venue of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. We are now entering the quarterfinals. Following a brief intermission, the sun remains unyielding, with only a few clouds adorning the sky. The weather in southern May has become quite sweltering. Fortunately, Papaya Island is modest in size, surrounded by the sea on all sides. The refreshing sea breeze alleviates the heat, providing relief to the spectators who have gathered to witness the competition, sparing them from excessive perspiration. The main arena is enclosed by 3 low walls, standing just a meter away from the stage. The audience is gathered around these walls, having formed more than 5 concentric circles. The arena itself is rectangular, measuring 7 meters in length and 35 meters in width, appearing rather diminutive compared to the densely packed crowd. The host, with a rhythmic cadence, presents the matchups, elevating the atmosphere. After an entertaining speech from the director, the host officially introduces the first 2 competitors. Although there is a slight delay, the battles unfold as depicted in the original narrative. Prompted by Sun Wukong's reminder, Krillin realizes his inability to detect scents due to his lack of a nose. Subsequently, he unleashes a powerful burst, incapacitating Mr. Bacteria entirely. In the second match, Master Roshi employs his energy to unleash a strong gust, sending Yamcha tumbling out of the ring. The ensuing third match witnesses Sun Wukong clashing with Nam. Their exhilarating confrontation ignites a fervor among the audience, with many cheering for Nam and an equal number rallying behind Sun Wukong. Ming Kanki once again witnessed the formidable resilience of Sun Wukong. Even after being struck on the neck by a powerful blow from Nammo, he merely experienced a fleeting moment of discomfort before re-engaging in battle. In fact, he unleashed the formidable gyroscope fist, nearly forcing Nammo off the stage. Even after momentarily disorienting himself, a blow from Nammo's heavenly cross fist rendered him unconscious for less than 10 seconds. Following this, Sun Wukong exhibited a significant enhancement in his leaping ability in both offensive and defensive techniques. The Turtle Hermit wore a more serious expression as Sun Wukong's mentor. He had discerned the true extent of his disciple's strength. Consequently, the Turtle Hermit felt that the odds of victory had diminished considerably. Ming Kanki also sensed an ominous atmosphere. Observing the demeanor of Sun Wukong and the expression of Master Roshi, he suddenly realized that perhaps it would require the emergence of his alter ego to secure the championship. The jubilant atmosphere created by Sun Wukong's victory swiftly dissipated. Noticing this, the host proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Next, we shall proceed to the final match of the quarterfinals. Contestants, Qinshi Lang and Ming Kanki." With a thunderous roar, Qinshi Lang bellowed to the heavens. The timid audience was instantly struck mute with fear, while the bolder spectators speculated whether Qinshi Lang might be a monster. Ming Kanki glanced at the backstage and realized that Master Roshi and Nam had vanished without a trace. It was then that he recalled the original story, where Nam sought water and Master Roshi informed him it was free. "Are you ready, contestant Ming Kanki?" The host inquired for the second time before Ming Kanki finally regained his focus. Ming Kanki immediately nodded and replied, "Of course." As the drumbeats intensified, a sudden strum resonated, and the host proclaimed, "The competition begins. Indeed, you showcased your prowess in the preliminaries. However, now you stand against me. If you wish to avoid injury, I suggest you concede swiftly." Taking advantage of the moment, Jilin spat out a glob of viscous substance. "My apologies, but I am pressed for time." Ming Kanki executed the instant body technique, and before his words faded, he had already arrived behind Jilong. Jilong's viscous substance missed its target entirely. However, Jilong was not a mere amateur confined to petty tricks. His tail swept fiercely, forcing Ming Kanki to leap in evasion. Although the duration of the instant body technique was brief, it was typically reserved for travel or escape, rarely employed in actual combat. At this juncture, Ming Kanki finally grasped the reason behind this. He promptly relegated this technique to obscurity in his mind. Instead, a new option emerged in his mental ledger, the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, to harness such spatial abilities, he would first need to traverse several dream worlds to acquire the requisite bloodline. Returning to the match, Jilong, buoyed by his earlier success, leaped into the air. His wings were his own, and the viscous substance was of his own making, thus he committed no foul and could continue the contest. Soaring above, Jilong believed victory was assured. He expelled another glob of viscous substance, compelling Ming Kanki to evade once more. "Flee all you want. You won't escape for long." With that, Jilong unleashed another torrent of viscous matter. However, he remained oblivious to Ming Kanki, who, while dodging, was forming hand seals. "I am in a hurry." Wind release. Great breakthrough. Before the third glob of viscous substance could touch the ground, a tempest swirled around Ming Kanki, rapidly surging towards Jilong. The viscous matter was pulled back, and Jilong was swept far off the stage. Remarkably, competitor Ming Kanki executed a wondrous maneuver, conjuring a whirlwind that whisked away competitor Jilong. Our staff has been dispatched to ascertain Jilong's condition. While we await their return, allow me to interview competitor Ming Kanki. With that, the host approached Ming Kanki and inquired, Ming Kanki, could you enlighten us and dispel any doubts? First, let me pose a question. Who among you knows the legendary Master Rashi's ultimate technique? Ming Kanki smiled as he gestured towards one audience member after another. Regardless of age, the spectators shook their heads, yet they were all laughing. With each finger pointed by Ming Kanki, their laughter grew louder. His arbitrary pointing alone held little significance, but the presence of a host nearby, incessantly proclaiming me, rendered the scene quite comical. Ming Kanki's continued disregard for the host resembled a comedic dialogue. As the audience erupted in cheers, some in the know chose silence, eagerly awaiting the host's next words. Ming Kanki, feigning helplessness, finally turned to the host. The host promptly brought the microphone to his lips and declared, It is said that Master Wu Tian can unleash the Kamehameha from his hands, a force more powerful than a rocket. Indeed. Ming Kanki snapped his fingers and began to elucidate. Every individual possesses energy within. By harnessing it, one can unleash extraordinary techniques, such as the Kamehameha. I too harbor a unique energy, capable of manifesting ninjutsu, illusions, or physical techniques through hand seals. What I demonstrated earlier was a ninjutsu known as wind release. Great breakthrough. All right. Oh. Splendid. The host initially aimed to elevate the atmosphere further, but was interrupted as a staff member returned with news. Tossing the microphone into the air and catching it behind his back with flair, he spoke. The contestant Jailan is not in any mortal danger. Thus, contestant Ming Kanki emerges victorious. Now, we shall proceed to the semifinals. Please welcome contestant Ming Kanki back to the backstage. And let contestants Chung Long and Klin take the stage. The battle between the Turtle Sage and Klin promised to be a spectacular clash of titans. The intensity of their offensive and defensive maneuvers left the audience breathless, with Klin's cunning earning him much admiration, though some female spectators expressed disdain. The Turtle Sage's Kamehameha propelled the atmosphere of the event to unprecedented heights. Chapter 79, the rematch with Sun Wukong next. We have the highly anticipated battle between contestant Ming Kanki and contestant Sun Wukong. Ming Kanki wields unprecedented and mystical ninjutsu, his strength immeasurable. Conversely, Sun Wukong, a disciple of the Turtle Sage, though young, has already mastered the true teachings of the Turtle School. Who will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. As the host introduced them, Ming Kanki and Sun Wukong took their positions on the stage, facing each other. Ming Kanki stood languidly, seemingly unperturbed as the competition's gong resonated. His stance, riddled with vulnerabilities, coupled with his innocuous appearance, suggested that anyone could easily overpower him. Has he transformed into someone else? We long to witness the true Ming Kanki. Yes, we yearn to observe his ninjutsu. We seek the ninja Ming Kanki. Ninjutsu. Ninja. Ninjutsu. Ninja. The audience erupted in a fervor, their chants swiftly harmonizing. Even Klin muttered under his breath, This guy appears quite feeble. Even Master Rashi frowned slightly, pondering whether he intended to bait Goku into initiating the attack, only to counter subsequently. Yet, why, with my extensive experience, can I not discern the trap inherent in his posture, so evidently flawed? Sun Wukong assumed the preparatory stance of the Turtle School, refraining from launching an immediate assault. After a brief pause, he adjusted his angle slightly and smiled at Ming Kanki, saying, Hee, I won't be fooled. Ming Kanki smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. The three-tomo Sharingan subtly adjusted, tracking the slight movements of Sun Wukong's hands and feet. After engaging in several encounters with Ming Kanki, it is likely that a shadow of fear had already taken root in Sun Wukong's heart. Alternatively, perhaps Sun Wukong's perspective remains limited, preventing him from seeing through the situation. Ming Kanki is, in truth, rather lackadaisical. If one were to seize an opportunity when he is preoccupied, an ordinary individual might genuinely land a hit on him. Alas, it is evident that Ming Kanki has undergone scant practical training. His prowess in physical techniques largely stems from the power of the Sharingan. To put it plainly, the most effective strategy against Ming Kanki is to render his eyes ineffective. As moments passed, the audience gradually fell into silence. Some impatient souls, already teetering on the brink of boredom, prepared to shout out in frustration. In this charged atmosphere, they parted their lips but remained voiceless. This ambience was palpable. With the spectators fully engrossed, any scintilla of brilliance in the combat would undoubtedly ignite the crowd. Yet, both Ming Kanki and Sun Wukong remained immobile. The host, exasperated, could only remind them, Gentlemen, the match has commenced. Please begin. And so it began. Ming Kanki advanced with measured steps, and as he drew near, he feigned a punch. swiftly positioning himself beside Sun Wukong. Lowering his body, he executed a sweeping kick aimed at Sun Wukong's lower limbs, a technique known as the leaf gale. Sun Wukong reacted just in time, leaping to evade the attack, and as he descended, he unleashed a kick directed at Ming Kangqi. Ming Kangqi, with his unyielding vigor, leveraged the momentum of his sweeping motion to pivot once more, executing a powerful kick. Konoha Rising Wind. With a resounding thud, the force of Konoha Rising Wind matched that of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, using this force, managed to create distance between them. In terms of technique, Ming Kangqi had undeniably fallen short. Ming Kangqi found himself irresistibly compelled to engage in a contest of pure martial prowess with Sun Wukong. He understood that such an endeavor was essentially a case of exploiting one's own shortcomings to target the strengths of his opponent, and naturally, he harbored no negative sentiments regarding this. Without hesitation, he unleashed the technique known as the Leaf Great Whirlwind. As he charged towards Sun Wukong, he spun rapidly, his feet alternating unpredictably, rendering it difficult to discern whether he intended to strike at Sun Wukong's upper or lower body. Within this arena, the techniques of a ninja often lacked substantial surprise effect. Ming Kangqi employed this maneuver precisely for its deceptive quality. Should Sun Wukong's judgment diverge from his intended target, the technique would prove effective. Conversely, if their predictions aligned, it would merely result in a stalemate, without any detrimental consequences. However, when Ming Kangqi's kick made contact with Sun Wukong, it merely struck a phantom. "Huh, you missed," came Sun Wukong's voice from the side. Leaf Gale. Ming Kangqi suddenly accelerated and spun around, delivering a swift spinning kick that sent Sun Wukong flying. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong collided with the wall. The high walls of the arena and the venue promptly collapsed. At this moment, Ming Kangqi declared, "I see you." Such a mere afterimage punch cannot elude these eyes. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi felt as though he had been enlightened, instantly comprehending that the reason he could not discern the trap was simply that there was no trap at all. A pair of eyes capable of penetrating the afterimage punch was sufficient for Ming Kangqi to adjust in an instant when faced with an enemy's attack, even to set up corresponding traps. In that fleeting moment, only then would a trap manifest. Master Roshi's assessment of Ming Kangqi rose once more. He had even begun to contemplate how he might secure victory should he face Ming Kangqi in battle. Sun Wukong rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Aside from a few gray scratches, there was not a trace of bruise on his body. This lad, Ming Kangqi harnessed his chakra to alleviate the pain in his feet. Kicking at Sun Wukong felt akin to striking a stone. Fortunately, although Ming Kangqi could not cultivate qi, the physical enhancement from his Scion bloodline remained effective. Upon entering the world of Dragon Ball, it seemed that the Scion ability to gain strength upon near-death revival had been activated. After the conflict within his bloodline subsided, his physical strength and defense saw a slight increase. Otherwise, he feared that his own foot would be rendered useless after such a kick. The enhancement from chakra on his physical attributes was minimal in comparison. It paled in comparison to qi. Nonetheless, Ming Kangqi remained undeterred. With a subtle shift in his Sharingan, faint sparks of electricity danced across his form. He then proclaimed, "Be cautious. The forthcoming assault will be entirely different from the last." Having already executed a physical technique, Ming Kangqi had formed a rough estimate in his mind. At the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong's battle power had not been officially recorded. However, based on the official figure of 180 from the 22nd tournament, it could be inferred that his current power level lay within the range of 70 to 100. Considering the butterfly effect, an estimation of 80 to 110 seemed plausible. With this assessment, Ming Kangqi unleashed the first segment of his thunder armor, even preparing to reveal his true strength under the direst circumstances. At that moment, he finally grasped the vague direction of his burgeoning power, to tread carefully as he navigated the Dragon Ball universe, maximizing the potential of the Naruto abilities. Here it comes. With a resounding shout and a flash of lightning, Ming Kangqi dashed across a distance of approximately 3 meters in a mere 0.1 seconds, delivering a straight punch towards Sun Wukong. Hee. Sun Wukong chuckled, only to reveal that he was merely a fleeting illusion in his original position. A phantom punch? What astonished Ming Kangqi was not merely the residual image punch, but rather the fact that this singular strike managed to connect with only an illusion. This was truly remarkable. It is noteworthy that Ming Kangqi was wielding the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The combination of the Sharingan and the speed afforded by the Thunder Armor allowed him to evade the residual image punch executed by Sun Wukong. The swiftness of this turn of events was staggering. In an instant, when the three-tomo Sharingan failed to perceive the attack. Ming Kanki executed the residual image punch and subsequently evaded. Suddenly, Ming Kanki felt that his estimation of Sun Wukong's prowess was somewhat underestimated. It was not merely a matter of combat power levels, but rather the inherent disparity between ninjas and martial artists. The physical prowess unleashed in that fleeting moment likely surpassed that of an elite J-nin. Chapter 80. Victory and defeat allow me to return the favor with a move of my own. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong drew his hands to his waist. A sphere of white light coalescing between them, poised to unleash the Kamehameha wave. This was perilous. Wukong was about to strike the audience. Master Roshi, taken aback, disregarded his concealed identity and prepared to rush forward. However, it was too late. Sun Wukong had already propelled his hands forward. Ming Kanki had never anticipated that Sun Wukong, with his seemingly limited physical strikes, was merely biding his time for a powerful move. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his full might. Familiarity breeds mastery. Susanoo, observing the Kamehameha, now radiating a brilliant white light instead of a fiery red. Ming Kanki also activated his ultimate technique. There was no hiding the truth, nor was there time for contemplation. Should he falter, he would truly face dire consequences. A blue skeletal framework emerged, with a pair of bony hands shielding Ming Kanki at his side. Subsequently, the skeletal hands began to envelop his skin, as the entire half-formed Susanoo was shrouded in an energy layer akin to a cloak. Before Ming Kanki made his assessment, he estimated Sun Wukong's combat power to be between 80 and 110. The magnitude of this strength is difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, Master Roshi's Kamehameha, with a combat power of 139, was capable of leveling Flame Mountain to the ground. It remains uncertain whether Master Roshi's combat power was indeed 139 at the initial use of the Kamehameha. Perhaps it was even less. Therefore, the difference is negligible. Were it not for the constraints of time, Ming Kanki would have eagerly summoned his complete Susanoo and invited Sun Wukong to strike. However, it was Sun Wukong who initiated the encounter with the Kamehameha. The white shockwave collided with the blue armor just as Ming Kanki completed his third form of Susanoo. Boom. Oh my. Contestant Sun Wukong unleashed the ultimate technique of the Kame Sennin, the Kamehameha. Meanwhile, blue energy erupted from Ming Kanki, coalescing into a blue-armored skeletal giant. This was indeed a mythical clash of titans. The host exclaimed exuberantly, "Wow! Incredible!" The audience was equally exhilarated, erupting into cheers and applause. Although the blast did not strike the spectators, the dust was not solely generated by Wukong's Kamehameha. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that Ming Kanki had absorbed the impact. Drawing upon his experience, Master Roshi finally felt reassured. Yet, he soon pondered the greater likelihood of Ming Kanki defeating Sun Wukong. And a sense of unease settled in his heart, fearing a potential final battle between Ming Kanki and himself. Amidst the dust obscuring the arena, Ming Kanki examined the fractures on the left arm of Susanoo, opting not to repair it but instead dissipating its form. Remarkable, to have shattered the armor and skin, nearly breaking Susanoo's bones in the process. The Kamehameha truly deserved its reputation as one of the most potent techniques in the Dragon Ball universe. As electric sparks flickered around him, Ming Kanki refrained from expressing the overly dramatic sentiments swirling in his mind, muttering instead, "All right, no more boasting." With a combat power of 80 to 110, a single explosive strike nearly shattered Susanoo. Such destructive capability has reached the level of a cinematic hero. Truly, a protagonist worthy of admiration. I must summon my own prowess. Above, the once clear sky became increasingly overcast as dark clouds gathered. The lingering dust had not yet settled, and the atmosphere grew heavy, as if a sudden downpour were imminent. The audience began to disperse, seeking shelter from the impending rain. Those armed with umbrellas took the opportunity to gather near a low wall, propping open their umbrellas to continue watching. Bulma produced a universal capsule, releasing a transparent rain shelter capable of accommodating a dozen individuals, which drew a chorus of admiration. At this moment, the dust had mostly cleared. Although visibility had diminished with the darkening skies, Ming Kanki and Sun Wukong could now see each other. Everyone else could leave, but they could not. The World Martial Arts Tournament has never paused midway through a match, regardless of wind, rain, or even monstrous invasions. The battles of the World Martial Arts Tournament must conclude according to the rules. Drip. A large drop of rainwater landed on Ming Kanki's shoulder, instantly sparking with electricity. Water conducts electricity and can be electrolyzed. The moment a droplet of rain fell upon Ming Kanki's shoulder, it was instantly electrolyzed, only to be ignited by the intense heat emanating from his thunderous armor. thus producing a spark. Although he felt no pain, Ming Kanki's peripheral vision caught sight of that fleeting spark. He furrowed his brow and glanced towards the heavens, preparing to disengage his thunder armor. A splendid opportunity. In a moment of distraction, Ming Kanki found himself vulnerable, and Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to charge towards him. Let us engage in a game of chance. Rock, paper, scissors. At the moment Ming Kanki lowered his head, he happened to witness Sun Wukong's hands transforming into a flurry of punches, palms, and fingers, leaping to deliver a slap to his face. Simultaneously, this moment coincided with Ming Kanki's own removal of the thunder armor. If he were to be struck in such a manner, it would indeed be a source of humiliation. He had been preoccupied with the weather, had removed the thunder armor on his own accord, and had let his mind wander. It would be absurd to have no recourse should he be slapped. This is a competition. This is a contest. Who else could he blame for his own lapse in focus? He deserved it. Susanoo. To avoid the impending slap, Ming Kanki resolutely summoned Susanoo once more. This time, only a row of 3 rib-like structures appeared, perfectly shielding him from Sun Wukong's assault. This move again? Now it was Sun Wukong's turn to feel the weight of frustration. Sensing that the Kamehameha would be ineffective, he jumped back, scratching his head in bewilderment. The skeletal form of Susanoo appeared rather eerie, and even the celestial blue hue could not dispel the foreboding atmosphere. Raindrops began to fall more frequently, and in the distance, the rumble of thunder heralded the imminent downpour. Ming Sanxiang announced, "It has begun to rain, and there may well be thunder and lightning shortly. Thus, for the sake of your health, I have resolved to secure victory before the downpour." He declared boldly, "I fear you not." Sun Wukong once more assumed his preparatory stance, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. The skeletal form of Susanoo began to materialize, a half-formed skeleton emerging. In the rain shelter, parents who had initially allowed their children to watch with unrestrained curiosity quickly shielded their eyes. A timid girl even retreated into a corner, muttering incessantly, "How frightening. Please, let it end." The half-formed skeleton of Susanoo had fists towering over 2 meters in height. Its immense hands reached out horizontally towards Sun Wukong, capable of concluding the match with a mere strike or grasp. Suddenly, Sun Wukong leaped to a height exceeding 10 meters, successfully evading the grasp of Susanoo's hands. In that moment, he gathered his breath, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. As the force of his ascent reached its zenith, Sun Wukong began to descend. Susanoo raised its right hand to strike at him. The Kamehameha wave was successfully unleashed, a radiant beam of white light surging towards Ming Sanxiang, while Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered, narrowly escaping the impending blow of Susanoo's right hand. Susanoo's left hand shielded Ming Sanxiang, as skin re-emerged and armor once again enveloped him. Ming Kanki bellowed, "Time's up." In an instant, the right arm of Susanoo abruptly sprouted another hand, and with a resounding clap, it struck down on Sun Wukong, sending him spiraling out of the arena like a mere insect, landing beyond the low wall. Fortunately, there were few spectators outside the wall at that moment. Otherwise, Ming Kanki would have had to calculate Sun Wukong's landing point, for such an easy victory would not have been so readily achieved. Crack! A deafening thunder echoed. "I hereby declare the contestant Ming Kanki as the victor. The finals of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament will commence once the torrential rain subsides. Please seek shelter to avoid catching a cold." Just as the host concluded, the rain poured down in torrents. At that moment, the world was enveloped in rain, with visibility reduced to less than 30 meters. Ming Kanki utilized Susanoo to escort Sun Wukong, the host, and the audience into the venue to shelter them from the rain, subsequently entering himself and dismissing Susanoo. In the brief interval, the streets had transformed into miniature streams. Chapter 81. The Finals and Master Rashi's Guidance. The clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a hint of chill. The sun, leaning towards the west, peeked through the gaps in the clouds. High above, strong winds propelled the clouds swiftly across the sky, and it appeared that in about half an hour, a clear expanse would reign over Papaya Island once more. The street, resembling a small flood, quickly receded as the rain stopped. Only a few traces of water remained on the roads and stone paths, which did not hinder travel. "Ladies and gentlemen, to avoid any inconvenience, please proceed outside to observe the match." The host entered the venue, asking the rain-sheltered audience to step out. Ming Kanki and Master Rashi then rose, preparing for the impending finals. "Go for it." Sun Wukong and Krillin followed Bulma and the others outside, uncertain of whom they were cheering for. However, Bulma gave Ming Kanki a thumbs up. As Yamcha exited, he regarded Master Rashi with a contemplative gaze, seemingly having discerned the old man's disguise. With the first batch of spectators emerging, in under 10 minutes, the enthusiastic crowd once again surrounded the arena's low walls, rendering it impenetrable. Ming Kanki and Master Roshi stood opposite each other on the arena, each assessing the other with keen observation. The host's voice rang out, introducing the contenders. They began to contemplate, recognizing the remarkable prowess of their adversary. The ability to triumph over Goku suggests that his true strength may be on par with my own. Nevertheless, his approach to power is excessively intricate and overly reliant on innate talent, a significant flaw indeed. To secure victory, one must exploit these two weaknesses. Master Roshi regarded Ming Kanki as an equal, a formidable opponent. He meticulously recalled the battles fought between Ming Kanki, Jilin, and Sun Wukong, reflecting on his previous musings regarding the path to victory. Finally, he assumed the preparatory stance of the Turtle School, solemnly declaring, "Come forth, young man. The wisdom of this old man may yet provide you with some guidance." Ming Kanki clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, "Please enlighten me." The technique of lightning release, thunder armor, stage 2. Lightning coiled around Ming Kanki, forming a dense web of electricity that radiated considerable heat. The air around him twisted slightly, creating an imposing presence that seemed even more formidable than when facing Sun Wukong. Is it truly necessary to exert such force against an old man like me? Master Roshi remained silent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the host's introduction concluded, the rhythm of the drums began to echo. The kaleidoscope of Ming Kanki has inexplicably been set in motion. The voice of Ming Kanki resonates within the mind of the Turtle Hermit. "I do not dare to let my guard down for even a moment against you." The master of the god of combat, disguised under the name Chung Long, makes his entrance as the Turtle Hermit. Ming Kanki attempted to employ the kaleidoscopic illusion to transmit a message to Master Roshi. To his surprise, he succeeded in communicating. Has he been exposed? Haha. I am truly grateful for your kindness, he said, as Master Roshi, momentarily taken aback, began to graciously gesture in all directions. Suddenly, the sound of a gong resonated, signaling the commencement of the final match. Just moments ago, the endearingly clumsy Master Roshi was seen bowing, but in an instant, he left behind an afterimage. With astonishing speed, he appeared before Ming Kanki, unleashing a powerful shout as he delivered a swift kick. Unlike Sun Wukong and others, Master Roshi's roar came only after his attack had been launched, intended to draw the opponent's attention. As a result, Ming Kanki, indeed distracted by Master Roshi, found himself propelled nearly 2 meters away by the force of the kick, teetering on the brink of falling off the stage. However, Master Roshi did not pursue the assault further. Instead, he remained composed and calmly remarked, "This is your first lesson. Young man, beware of feints." Ming Kanki rose, clutching his abdomen. Despite the intense pain, a smile graced his lips. The Turtle Sage's kick was formidable, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the thunder armor. In that fleeting moment, Ming Kanki felt as though he had been struck by Tsunade's legendary Tensho, as if his very life was at stake. Nevertheless, the Turtle Sage's control was indeed remarkable. When the kick landed, it merely left Ming Kanki's skin bruised and his abdomen in excruciating pain, without inflicting any severe injury. True to his word, the old man was consistent in both demeanor and action. Leaf Hurricane. As the pain subsided slightly, Ming Kanki launched his counterattack. He sprinted at high speed, his form oscillating unpredictably. This was the essence of the Leaf Hurricane, leaving his adversary unable to discern whether to defend against an upper or lower strike. Phantom Fist. Unable to distinguish, he chose to evade. The Turtle Sage decisively executed an enhanced version of the Phantom Fist. Here, as Ming Kanki swiftly rotated his body, he seamlessly executed the Konoha fluid technique, following with a sweeping kick to his left. The Turtle Sage promptly ducked to shield himself, exclaiming in astonishment, "You actually hit me?" Having witnessed Sun Wukong utilize the Phantom Fist and subsequently being struck, the Turtle Sage had specifically tailored his technique against Ming Kanki. His first level of the Phantom Fist unleashed a speed even swifter than that of Sun Wukong evading Ming Kanki's previous strike. Nevertheless, he still found himself on the receiving end of Ming Kanki's blow. A sudden wave of helplessness surged within the Turtle Sage, leading him to ponder, have I truly aged? However, his vast experience and deeply ingrained combat skills enabled him to maintain composure, even while momentarily distracted. He flawlessly executed a block and successfully retreated to create distance between himself and Ming Kanki. This pair of eyes had been his trump card, revealed only after his earlier battle with Sun Wukong. It essentially represents one of my most formidable powers at present. Therefore, there is no need for astonishment. Ming Kanki wore a smile, unaware of the reason behind his unceasing joy. Suddenly, a dazzling vision blurred before his eyes. Through the kaleidoscope of perception, he anticipated the figure of Master Roshi, who was poised to strike right before him. Ming Kanki swiftly raised his hand to catch it, simultaneously leaping into the air to deliver a precise kick. Indeed, the turtle sage had truly appeared, and his fist was perfectly cradled in the palm of Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki attempted a kick, only to have it thwarted by the turtle hermit's leg. Utilizing the force of the turtle hermit's fist and guard, Ming Kanki swiftly leaped back to create distance. The rapid exchange of attacks and defenses left the audience in awe, rendering the entire martial arts arena eerily silent. The turtle hermit shook his numb fists, contemplating the surprising potency of lightning in close combat. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique. This forthcoming move might very well be amplified by the lightning coursing through him. Please, do not perish, young one. Huh. The turtle hermit pressed his palms together, letting out a fierce shout as he began to gather his energy. Ming Kanki did not relent. As he landed at a distance, he immediately began to form hand seals, preparing to unleash ninjutsu. However, the time required for the second hand seal was ample for the enemy to strike him down multiple times. Then, with the third hand seal, the earth-shattering palm of the nations, a vivid energy manifested in his hands, crackling with sound. It was electricity, high voltage, potent currents. The instant he beheld this, Ming Kanki swiftly abandoned the hand seals. Chakra surged into his legs, erupting as he prepared to evade. With the inside of the kaleidoscope, he was confident he could dodge the moment the turtle sage made his move. A fierce bolt of high-voltage electricity erupted from the turtle sage's hands. Yet, Ming Kanki was taken aback. This was bad. He couldn't evade. His evasive maneuver had barely begun, his feet just lifting off the ground when the electric discharge struck him. Chapter 82. The Great Moon Ape. Despite the kaleidoscope Sharingan predicting the turtle sage's attack trajectory and target, Ming Kanki executed the corresponding evasive action, but it was futile. The speed of the electric assault was too swift, so rapid that as his feet barely left the ground, he was already hit. One must admit, this was astonishing to Ming Kanki. The electricity enveloped him, lifting him into the air. The intense current relentlessly assaulted every nerve within him, transmitting countless signals of pain. Ming Kanki gritted his teeth and persevered. The second stage of the thunder armor remained intact, capable of withstanding most of the electrical currents. Fortunately, this prevented him from being rendered unconscious or even killed. This is yet another flaw of yours. Your eyes perceive, yet your body fails to keep pace. Surrender, or you may find yourself facing death. Despite this admonition, Master Roshi once again summoned his strength, augmenting the energy of the universal sky palm. In the realm of Dragon Ball, martial artists, including the villains, often exhibit a straightforward disposition and a fierce competitive spirit, rarely engaging in deceitful schemes. As the foremost champion of righteousness, Master Roshi epitomized this trait. From the moment he entered the competition, he transformed into Qinglong, a kind-hearted martial artist driven by an insatiable desire to win. Master Roshi was not merely wearing a wig over his sunglasses. He had subtly altered his demeanor from one of indifference to one of fierce rivalry. Even the astute Sun Wukong, with a nose attuned to nuances, failed to see through his facade. Thus, even knowing that the universal sky palm could potentially be fatal to Ming Kanki, Master Roshi chose to escalate his energy, intensifying the attack. I always believed my physical prowess was sufficient to avoid the fate of the original Sasuke Uchiha being bested by Lee. However, I find myself proven wrong. In the midst of his predicament, Ming Kanki silently bolstered the defensive capabilities of his thunder armor while attempting to divert Master Roshi's attention with light-hearted banter. Yet, such a ruse could hardly deceive a martial artist of Master Roshi's venerable age. Yield swiftly. If you continue, you will truly perish. The golden bolts of electricity surged once more, casting a shadow over the world. While Ming Kanki felt a surge of adrenaline, he was not foolish. The second stage of the thunder armor had reached its zenith. Any further escalation in power from Master Roshi could shatter his defenses. Although the thunder armor offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, at this moment, it was solely employed for protection, akin to conventional defensive ninjutsu. Given the nature of ninjutsu, defensive techniques are typically one-time use. Should they be breached, the user faces mortal peril. It was clear that if the thunder armor were to be compromised, Ming Kanki would likely meet an untimely demise. With a clenched jaw and a smile, Ming Kanki inquired, "Have you ever heard of the technique to sever lightning?" "What?" Master Roshi questioned, pondering. At this juncture, a slight increase in power could indeed spell your end. Are you attempting to provoke me? Yet, upon witnessing the lightning coalescing around Ming Kanki's right hand, Master Rashi was struck by an unsettling premonition. What was this expression? It was one devoid of emotion, embodying pure rationality, akin to a machine. This was the manifestation of Ming Kanki's alter ego. Meanwhile, his primary persona was fervently shouting at the computer in his mindscape. Now is the moment for my Chidori to evolve into Raikiri. The sound of birds in flight echoed, and soon, 2, then 3, quickly multiplied into hundreds. At last, a blinding orb of lightning pulsated within the palm, reminiscent of the midday sun, radiating with bolts of thunder. The symphony of 1,000 birds echoed. The thunderclap instantly tore apart the golden electric light of the universal thunderous palm. The visible energy of that lightning seemed capable of slicing through my ultimate technique. Astonished by the formidable power of Ming Kan's extraordinary maneuver, Master Rashi, however, was unwilling to concede defeat. He resolved to further amplify the might of the universal thunderous palm. Yet, upon encountering the emotionless, crimson kaleidoscope of Ming Kan's gaze, Master Rashi felt a tremor of dread. Exclaiming, "This is bad. Danger. I must not be struck." With no time for deliberation, he severed the energy of the universal thunderous palm and, placing his palms together, unleashed an instantaneous Kamehameha. The Kamehameha, the arrowhead of the white shockwave, shot forth in an instant. The golden electric light of the universal thunderous palm was neatly bisected. The blue-white lightning, with its white core, surged forth, colliding perfectly with the tip of the shockwave. An explosion ensued. Ming Kanki's expression shifted drastically. In terms of destructive power, the Reich indeed paled in comparison to the Kamehameha. Susanoo. However, Ming Kanki was not without preparations. He was, after all, the rational and composed alter ego. While using Reich against the Kamehameha, he had already devised a contingency plan in his mind. The moment he realized Reich was ineffective, a blue skeletal hand emerged, enveloping his own. As the lightning crackled incessantly, Ming Kanki transformed into a colossal blue titan. Susanoo Reich. Behold, the blue skeleton, the blue giant. Charge forth. Unbeknownst to the excited audience, the crimson sun gradually descended while the full moon ascended in its place. The moonlight, akin to copper, bore a hint of red, appearing both vast and luminous. One could even discern the craters upon its surface with the naked eye. The spectators and the awaiting fighters, including Krillin and Yamcha, remained oblivious to the changing sky, their focus entirely consumed by the intense clash of energies. The atmosphere darkened considerably. The clash of lightning and white light erupted, casting numerous scattered shadows. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, as if compelled by some unseen force, lifted his gaze towards the moon. In an instant, he was seized by a tremor. His tail bristled, and his heart began to pound with fervor. Even Krillin, standing beside him, could hear the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. "Wukong, what's wrong?" Krillin inquired, gently patting Sun Wukong. The response to Krillin was a visage of ferocity upon Sun Wukong's face and the rapid enlargement of his form. His dark brown fur erupted. His mouth and nose elongated, and within mere seconds, he transformed into a colossal ape towering over 10 meters, bellowing towards the heavens. Roar! The giant ape emerged, tearing off the roof of the martial arts arena, debris of bricks and wood flying in every direction. "Ah! Run! No!" Screams and cries echoed as the audience scattered in terror. A few unfortunate souls, bloodied and battered, paid no heed to their injuries, dragging themselves to escape despite their trembling legs. Roar! The giant ape roared again, pounding its fists against its chest. The resounding boom was akin to cannon fire, disorienting all who heard it. Both Ming Kanki and Master Rashi furrowed their brows. At this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly aligned. I too wished to flee, but to leap down would mean defeat. I cannot escape. The two tacitly ceased their offensive. The shockwaves and lightning dissipated instantly. Roaring once more, the colossal ape's gaze shifted from the full moon back to the ground, where it first set its eyes upon the enormous form of the blue Susanoo. Without uttering a word or a shout, it swung its fist down. Chapter 83, Master Rashi's Kamehameha. Why are you hitting me? Block it for me. Upon witnessing the gigantic fist, which stood nearly 2 meters tall, descend, the master of the mindscape could not help but exclaim in shock. The secondary persona, however, remained unfazed. In the fleeting moment before the massive fist struck, he employed his kaleidoscope to predict the landing point and discern the muscular movements involved in the ape's punch. He made his judgment in a split second. The half-skeletal Susanoo crossed its arms to shield itself. Yet, an experienced fighter would perceive that this defense was not a straightforward block. it was not a mere clash of strength, but rather a strategic redirection using the arms as a brace. As the giant's fist descended, part of its force would propel the Susanoo backward, while another portion would impact its arms. However, the majority of the force would, during the retreat of the Susanoo, follow the arms downwards into the void below. Coupled with some energy-dissipating techniques, under the rational and precise control of the secondary persona, it was likely that 8/10 of the giant's strength would be rendered ineffective. Be careful. Master Rashi, of course, recognized the subtlety of Ming Sanki's maneuver, yet he suddenly shouted a warning. Ming Kanki remained undistracted by the unfolding events. His alternate persona was characterized by its rationality and composure. Unrelated noises flowed in through one ear and out the other, garnering not a modicum of his attention. However, he soon faced the repercussions of this detachment. When the colossal fist of the giant ape descended upon the arms of Susanoo, it indeed followed Ming Kanki's expectations, swiftly redirecting part of its force and retreat. Yet, the might of the giant ape was overwhelming. The moment of contact was marked by a sharp crack, as Susanoo began to withdraw, only to have both arms shattered completely. In quick succession, the giant ape's other massive fist descended with devastating force, shattering Susanoo's skull in an instant. The essence of Susanoo transformed into a cascade of blue chakra, dissipating into nothingness. Ming Kanki stood at the edge of the arena, his expression remaining composed and rational. He accurately assessed Sun Wukong's combat prowess but miscalculated the defensive capabilities of Susanoo. An increase from 80 or 90 in combat power to 8 or 900 is a tenfold escalation. The giant ape's punch, while not delivered with full force, still exhibited about 30 to 50% of its potential. This strike equated to an offensive power ranging from 240 to 350. In comparison, the recently unleashed Kamehameha by Master Rashi paled considerably. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape unleashed 2 punches, shattering the mightiest of foes, and jubilantly bellowed, exhaling a shockwave akin to flames. The air twisted around him. In his excitement, the giant ape began hurling nearby stones and bricks indiscriminately into the distance, seemingly indifferent to the 2 diminutive figures in the arena. He could not be allowed to continue his rampage. Master Rashi's demeanor shifted, his repressed energy suddenly surging forth. Ming Kanki exhibited a calm demeanor, rationally opting to suppress his aura. The sensitivity of animals' perception is remarkably acute, and the same can be said for the irrational scion great ape. While he maintained his suppressed aura, he dismissed the presence of the 2 individuals. However, the moment he allowed his aura to leak, he immediately focused his attention on the arena, ready to strike with a single word: smash. Just a moment ago, the scion great ape was gleefully tossing stones. Yet, in the very next instant after Master Rashi's aura was revealed, a colossal fist came crashing down. Although the great ape lacked rationality and could not exert his full strength with each blow, in a certain sense, this instinctual approach proved to be the most formidable. Each of his punches and kicks was utterly unpredictable. Even Ming Kanki's Sharingan could only offer a faint glimpse of foresight and insight at the very moment he struck. Fortunately, the great ape towered at over 10 meters tall, and his fist had to travel a distance of more than 10 meters before it connected. Thus, the blow appeared to be relatively slow. Master Rashi leaped back to evade the strike. With a thunderous crash, a massive imprint of a fist was left on the arena's tiles. As Master Rashi steadied himself, he stood on the edge of the arena and flashed a smile at Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki, of course, exhibited no reaction. Such a trivial provocation could not possibly rouse the slightest emotional spark within the recesses of his primary persona, which was nearly entirely rational. In the realm of his mind, the dominant personality mused. This turtle sage, even at this juncture, remains fixated on competition. Is it truly worth risking one's life for the sake of a mere martial arts tournament championship? I simply cannot comprehend the value system of these martial artists in the Dragon Ball universe. It is quite vexing. The primary and secondary personalities share memories. Thus, spoken words also become part of their recollections, allowing for a form of communication between them. Therefore, when the primary persona suddenly exhibits cleverness, it may not solely be attributed to a change of body, but perhaps also to the secondary persona aiding in processing information and making inferences. Of course, this does not diminish the acuity displayed during the youth of the Yin clan. I should truly endeavor to learn more about wood release techniques. The 4 pillars of wood release. The primary persona lamented in his mental space, while the secondary persona had already selectively employed the wood release technique. A massive wooden house materialized, enveloping the giant ape within. Why switch me out? You are perfectly capable of speaking. The primary persona had scarcely finished his lament before the secondary persona took over. The reason? A simple reluctance to engage in conversation with the turtle sage. This may indeed be a flaw of the secondary persona, its unwillingness to utter even a single word. Is there any solution? How long can a wooden house truly contain him? Ming Kanki directed a fervent shout towards Master Roshi. With a resounding roar, a blaze erupted alongside the giant ape's bellow. The wooden roof of the Four Pillars family house was instantly pierced by the flames. Through this opening, the giant ape caught sight of Ming Kanki on the arena. Under the piercing gaze of the ape's crimson eyes, Ming Kanki felt a chill run down his spine. Wood release. Barrier technique? He immediately summoned his strongest defensive wood technique, conjuring a ghostly visage to shield himself. With a series of resounding thuds, several wooden fragments collided with the barrier, only to be deflected away. Soon after, the giant ape's fists came crashing down once more. Boom. The arena trembled, and a vast network of cracks appeared upon the stone surface. Roar. Frustrated that his fist had not shattered the barrier, the giant ape seethed with anger. He bellowed furiously, demolishing the nearby wooden house, seizing a large splinter as a makeshift club to strike the barrier with ferocity. With a thunderous crash, the ape's weapon shattered into pieces, yet the barrier remained unscathed. Thud. 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 The giant ape was truly enraged. As he roared incessantly, he relentlessly pounded the ghostly visage barrier. With the descent of his second punch, cracks began to mar the surface of the barrier. By the third blow, it appeared on the verge of collapse. Come on, let's see how much you can break. Wood release. Multi-layer barrier technique. Ming Kanki was resolute in his actions. He bellowed as he exhausted his chakra, summoning for ghostly figures that encircled the colossal ape. Once this was accomplished, he leaned on his leg, panting heavily amidst the furious roars of the giant creature. Having activated Susanoo 3 times in a single day, coupled with numerous ninjutsu and the 5 summoning techniques, Ming Kanki felt somewhat overwhelmed. Had he known, he would have ignited his inner cosmos instead. Oh, my dear child. No. Do not approach. Ming Kanki seemed to hear 2 voices calling out. He turned his gaze toward Master Roshi, just in time to see him glance back. Master Roshi appeared to perceive something through the crevice of the ranking board. However, from Ming Kanki's position, he could only discern that there was a gap. With an expression of utmost seriousness, Master Roshi discarded his upper garment and shouted, "There is no other choice. It must be done this way." The ultimate power of the Kamehameha. Chapter 84. The conclusion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The ultimate power of the Kamehameha. Ming Kanki was taken aback, momentarily disregarding his heavy breaths as he stood upright. Before him, the slender figure of Master Roshi abruptly swelled, transforming into a muscular man. Within the kaleidoscopic energy vision, a formidable force surged within him, accumulating in his hands. The pinnacle of the Kamehameha technique does not refer to the most potent offensive strike, but rather to Master Roshi's ability to unleash the full extent of the energy he has amassed over the years in a muscular form. Some internet users speculate that this technique is indeed the ultimate skill that Master Roshi claimed would take 50 years to master, as it draws upon 5 decades of energy accumulation. When this stored energy is unleashed in one fell swoop, the destructive power of the Kamehameha at its peak is indeed sufficient to accomplish the monumental feat of obliterating the moon. Ming Kanki was uncertain whether the netizens' assertions held any truth, yet the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Master Roshi was unmistakable. Even from a distance, Bulma appeared to sense this ominous energy. This was dire. He intended to eliminate young Sun. Ming Kanki must intervene, despite having only met a few times. It seemed Bulma had already forged a strong friendship with Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing the intense sphere of white light gathering between Master Roshi's hands, Bulma feared he was poised to unleash a devastating attack on Sun Wukong. She immediately sought assistance from Ming Kanki. In truth, Ming Kanki harbored feelings for Bulma, yet morally, he could not allow himself to truly engage with her while he himself was departing from this universe. Such an act would be a betrayal of the highest order, something he could not permit. The thought of being separated by 2 worlds was equally disheartening. Nevertheless, despite his conflicted emotions, he could not ignore Bulma's plea for help. He shouted to Master Roshi, "Wait, I will attempt to use an illusion to calm him down." At that moment, Master Roshi felt an exasperated frustration. His disciple had placed him in a precarious situation. This technique had been devised specifically to prevent the resurrection of the Demon King Piccolo, meant to deliver a decisive blow to the fiend, and thus was steeped in lethal intent. Yet now, his target was merely the moon. What had the moon done to deserve such wrath? He could not refrain from proceeding, and more importantly, he was misunderstood. Fortunately, he had the advantage of disguise. He had already been recognized by Ming Kanki. With the arrow drawn, there was no turning back. Master Rashi continued to gather energy, unable to halt the impending action. Susanoo, a delicate golden energy, reminiscent of stardust, emanated from Ming Kanki, igniting his small universe and unleashing his complete Susanoo. Against the backdrop of blue, the golden hue at the feet of Susanoo was strikingly apparent. Despite the foreknowledge of the impending bloodline conflict, Ming Kanki boldly employed would release Susanoo and his small universe. Susanoo grasped a large shield, merging his arm into it, proclaiming, "Block it for me. Stand aside." There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. The accumulated energy of 50 years, even the founder Master Rashi could not contain, and thus it was released uncontrollably. No. A brilliant white light surged forth, accompanied by a shockwave. The voices of Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha seemed to fade into the distance, and even the roar of the colossal ape diminished. Boom! A powerful explosion generated a shockwave that disturbed the silence. Within 1,000 meters of the martial arts arena, all the glass shattered. Those closest had their rooftops torn away. The violent air shockwave uprooted palm trees from afar. The vicinity of the martial arts arena became an eye of the storm. Bulma and the others rushed to the edge of the arena, crouching behind a low wall, gazing at the terrifying scene that surpassed even a typhoon's wrath, filled with relief. Boom! Another explosion. A blinding white light erupted. The formidable shield had been shattered, revealing the clash of the energy shockwave from the Kamehameha and the full form of Susanoo. Pure energy colliding. The intense white light was so overwhelming that it rendered onlookers unable to open their eyes. Ming Kanki squinted his eyes, straining to observe the confrontation between Susanoo and the Kamehameha. He sought to discern what, in the distance, had prompted Master Rashi's sudden shift in demeanor. Ming Kanki has yet to transcend the shackles imposed by Uchiha Madara. Thus, his full-body Susanoo resembles Madara's precisely, manifesting as a four-armed figure wielding two irregular chakra blades. Among the three arms, one firmly grasps the emblem, while the other two brandish threateningly at the insignia. The last arm clutches a chakra blade. This full-body Susanoo towers impressively, standing at an astonishing height, with even a gigantic ape of over 10 meters merely reaching its chest. At present, the Susanoo is using its three free arms to shield against the Kamehameha wave, indicating a clear disadvantage. The three arms of the Susanoo are rapidly disintegrating. Is that a little girl? With the emblem no longer obscuring his view, Ming Kanki finally perceives the scene that the turtle sage had just witnessed. There stands an innocent little girl, cowering in a corner, seemingly paralyzed by fear. The colossal ape, known for its ferocity, is now confronted by the menacing Kamehameha wave alongside another equally threatening Susanoo. Initially startled, it hesitated momentarily. Now, however, fury ignites within it. It turns around, raising its fists in preparation to strike down these two adversaries. It's time. Ming Kanki sees the fleeting opportunity presented by the giant ape's tail within his line of sight, commanding Susanoo to strike down upon it with his blade. As the radiance dissipated, Susanoo's torso was pierced through. However, the Kamehameha wave fell short of reaching the moon, ultimately losing its potency and transforming into formless energy that dispersed into the ether. Little son? Yukong? Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha rushed forward, only to find the giant ape's presence vanished. Bulma cried out in despair, "You old scoundrel! You've killed little son!" Krillin and Yamcha glared furiously at Master Rashi, who had transformed into a dragon. Their emotions were not clouded by irrationality, but rather fueled by a profound mix of anger and sorrow. Thus, they refrained from rushing onto the stage to avenge Sun Wukong. "Bulma, look over there." Ming Kanki smiled as he pointed towards the three ranking boards at the center. A small child, resembling a crab, was curled up there, sleeping soundly. "Wukong, haha." Klin and Yamcha dashed towards the center of the rankings. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from the back of the venue and rushed to the corner, tightly embracing the little girl. How wonderful! A wave of joy swept through the crowd. Bulma exuberantly ascended the stage and planted a fervent kiss on Ming Kanki's cheek. Immediately afterward, she shyly descended from the stage, asserting, "This is your reward. Do not entertain any other thoughts." Mr. Turtle, grappling with the tumult of conflicting bloodlines, swallowed the crimson fluid that surged into his trachea. Swiftly, the nanomedical robots dismantled the matter and continued to treat the compromised cells. "Ah, I am indeed growing old," he mused, arching an eyebrow and stifling the drool at the corner of his mouth. With a flourish, he turned and leapt down from the arena, hands clasped behind his back. "Hey, Old man, you were fighting with all your might just a moment ago, and now you are so nonchalant. You truly are peculiar. Haha. The future belongs to you young ones. This old frame of mine is finally ready to retire. The turtle master laughed heartily as he ambled away, seeking a place to change his attire. It was at this moment that Bulma recalled the old master. She muttered to herself, that old man, the turtle master, is truly something. Such a significant event, and he doesn't even make an appearance. Is he not the god of martial arts? It seems he is merely a figure of empty renown. Haha. Minkanki laughed heartily. The nanomedical robot had successfully repaired the blood vessel conflict. Meanwhile, this burden will likely fall upon the turtle sage for several years. Contestant Chung Long voluntarily leapt off the stage. Thus, I hereby declare that the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Minkanki. The host emerged from the shadows to announce the results of the competition and presented the prize money to Minkanki. Following this, there was a flurry of pleasantries and a celebration ensued. Minkanki used the prize money to treat everyone, resulting in the restaurant's ingredients being completely devoured, leaving Minkanki and Sun Wukong only partially satisfied. Ultimately, upon reviewing the expenses, the prize money proved insufficient, and it was Bulma who kindly footed the bill. Chapter 85. On the Karen Tower. After the martial arts tournament concluded, Sun Wukong and the others continued their training under the turtle sage. Before departing, Sun Wukong borrowed the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, stating that he intended to search for his grandfather's 4-star ball once the Dragon Balls had restored after 3 months. I have decided to venture out for training. After 3 days, Minkanki was ready and bid farewell to Bulma. Training? Ah. I truly wonder what you men think about all day. Remember to call. Bulma murmured a few words before retreating back into her laboratory. It seemed that Minkanki's allure did not compare to that of the infinite spherical white spaceship. I need guidance from someone with even more experience than the turtle sage, he resolved, setting off from West Capital, with his first destination being Karen Tower. Halfway through the intriguing conversation, Minkanki had already returned to the laboratory. After gesturing towards the west, he promptly departed. The convenience of having all necessities provided by the universal capsule is truly remarkable. However, given that the real world is on the brink of apocalypse, he suppressed the impulse to disseminate such technology. Otherwise, his alter ego might very well master it. Upon leaving the West City, Minkanki crafted a wooden stake, neither too small nor too heavy, using wood release, dragging it behind him as he progressed, leaving distinct footprints along the way. One must express gratitude for the Scion physique. Although Minkanki's body is not that of a Scion, being of the Yin clan, he indeed possesses Scion blood. The reason for this lies in his extraordinary ability, a magical golden finger that facilitates the replication of the superior bloodlines of all the bodies he has traversed into his current form. Is the Scion bloodline exceptional? Consider the opportunities for advancement, the progression system, Super Scion 2, Super Scion 3, though not devoid of challenges. The threshold before Super Scion 3 is relatively low. Furthermore, there are even greater options available, such as Super Scion 4 or the Divine Super Scion. Should one choose the path of the Divine Super Scion, one can ascend to the pinnacle of cosmic power with further enhancements like Super Blue and Ultra Instinct. It is an extensive and promising journey ahead. Not to mention, the Scion bloodline offers the remarkable ability to resurrect upon nearing death, significantly boosting combat prowess. It is truly exceptional. Thus, it is only natural that Minkanki possesses Scion blood. Moreover, during the restoration from the bloodline conflict, the Scion lineage aided in enhancing several of his physical attributes. Now, as Minkanki embarks on his training, he is inclined to further harness the Scion bloodline to augment his physique. Although he is unable to cultivate ki, he can certainly train his body. One need only look at the formidable Third Raikage, whose mastery of physical training allowed him to withstand even the formidable Eight-Tailed Beast Bomb. Minkanki is not an ordinary human body like the third-generation Raikage in the Naruto world. He possesses an extraordinary lineage. Thus, he has set a modest goal for himself, to cultivate his body sufficiently to withstand the tailed beast bomb of the Eight Tails without sustaining any injury. Consequently, he departed from the western capital and journeyed towards Corinta, not traveling by vehicle or aircraft, but rather dragging a wooden stake as he progressed. He encountered neither robbers nor monsters that oppressed villages, nor did he face volcanic eruptions. Instead, he first headed northwest, then southwest, making his way to the base of Corinta without any hindrances. Naturally, the task of cultivation was managed by his alter ego. Upon reaching the foot of Corinta, Minkanki switched back to his primary persona, Halt. A robust Native American man, taller and more muscular than Captain America, brandished a spear to block Ming Kanki's path. Upon noticing the wooden stake behind Ming Kanki, he continued, "Stranger martial artist, please state your purpose." "Greetings." "Oh, greetings to you as well," Ming Kanki replied with a smile, nodding at the child by the man's feet. He then stated, "I am here to challenge Corinta." "Hello. I am the guardian of the sacred land, Beulah. This is my son, Upa. I shall not hinder your progress, but I offer you a word of caution. It is said that those who ascend the tower using their own strength and drink the sacred water bestowed by the sage will experience a significant enhancement of their abilities. However, to date, no one has successfully reached the pinnacle of the tower." Beulah was exceedingly amiable, opting not to engage in a probing confrontation as one might find in a novel, but instead imparting to Ming Kanki the perils associated with the ascent of the tower. Ming Kanki listened intently, then chuckled. "That is merely because your time on this earth has been fleeting. Centuries ago, there was an individual who ascended this very tower, and he is now revered as the god of martial arts." "You mean Master Wu Tian? Farewell." With that, he left the astonished Brola behind and leapt into the air, his feet adhering to the tower's surface with chakra as he began to run. However, after just a couple of steps, Ming Kanki abruptly halted and descended. "Have you lost your resolve? Corinta is indeed formidable. Climbing for 3 days and nights may yield no glimpse of the pinnacle. Ceasing the challenge is undoubtedly a wise decision. I have witnessed many self-righteous martial artists who, in their hubris, ultimately fell to their demise." Brola maintained a composed expression, devoid of any mockery towards Ming Kanki. After all, he himself was a quitter. Abandoning the ascent to ensure survival was hardly a matter for amusement. Ming Kanki was pondering the issue when he heard the words and exclaimed, "What? Indeed, Corinta is quite tall, that's it." After taking a few steps back, Ming Kanki, when standing 10 meters away from the towering structure, activated his Sharingan and faintly glimpsed the mushroom-shaped pinnacle. However, as he ventured within 10 meters, it vanished from his sight. Was it an illusion? Kaleidoscope activated. Yet, it was not an illusion. It could be magic, or perhaps some form of advanced technology. Wow, this world is truly fascinating. I have made up my mind. After several back and forths, Ming Kanki realized that even the kaleidoscope could not pierce through this mystery. Starships, advanced civilizations, future singular powerhouses. And now this enigmatic tower. There are countless unknowns in this world, and it seems that all of them have crossed paths with Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki chuckled for a few seconds before dashing forward. "I'm going up. This time, it's truly farewell." As his voice faded, Ming Kanki's figure transformed into a mere black dot. Only Bo La and Yu Pa, father and son, remained, their faces etched with confusion, pondering what decision had been made. Ascending the tower, I employed the technique of climbing trees with my feet, sprinting upwards. When my legs grew weary, I switched to using my hands. When my hands became fatigued, I would revert back. Ming Kanki ascended with remarkable speed, scarcely pausing as he made his way upward. In just 2 short hours, brimming with enthusiasm, he had not even contemplated his alternate persona before reaching the pinnacle of the tower. In a single bound, he leaped through the circular opening and landed on the tower's floor. Taking a moment to steady his rapid breath, Ming Kanki proceeded up the staircase. Before even laying eyes on the feline sage, he called out loudly, "Greetings, Karen. I am Ming Kanki, here to seize the holy water. Shall we commence?" Behind the altar, the cat sage, engaged in grooming himself, nearly jerked his whiskers off in surprise at the unexpected announcement. He was well aware of Ming Kanki's ascent, but he recalled how long it had taken Master Rashi, a full 3 days. Yet this young man had reached the summit in less than a single day. Were one to ponder, could it be that he was merely toying with the feline? With a cunning glint in his eye, the cat sage narrowed his gaze. As Ming Kanki arrived on the upper level, he swiftly lifted the ultra-holy water with his staff and tossed it towards Ming Kanki, exclaiming, "No need to fight for it. It is yours, meow." Ming Kanki caught the vial, utterly bewildered. "Excuse me? Shouldn't this be a contest for cultivation? Perhaps I have stumbled into a different Dragon Ball universe. One of harmonious existence." Chapter 86, The Guidance of the Cat Sage. Ming Kanki, with a hint of irritation, tossed the bottle back at the cat sage, exclaiming, "This is hardly divine water. For heaven's sake, I am here to cultivate my skills." The cat sage, with a straightforward demeanor, replied, "Your prowess is indeed commendable. Yet even with that dazzling lightning technique, I would find it difficult to evade, meow." "Meow?" Ming Kanki echoed the final interjection of the cat sage. It appeared to be merely a habitual meow, a pure expression of tone. However, after mimicking the sound, Ming Kanki's mind began to juxtapose the cat sage's various vocalizations. And then, astonishingly, he suddenly grasped the language of cats. The linguistic clan is indeed a wondrous race. Meow? He murmured, and unexpectedly, he meowed back at the cat sage. Just that single syllable caused the cat sage's eyes, which had not been opened in front of others for centuries, to widen in astonishment. Meow? Meow. The brief exchanges of meows continued for several minutes. If one could only hear but not see, they would undoubtedly think that two cats were engaging in a peculiar conversation. Aside from the participants, no one could discern the nature of their dialogue. The only certainty was that the cat sage's concealment of the immortal beings was somehow related to it. Following this exchange, the cat sage's demeanor towards Ming Kenki improved markedly, and guidance for Ming Kenki was now prominently on the agenda. With a beckoning gesture reminiscent of a fortune cat, the cat sage said, "You wish to receive some guidance? Very well, I shall instruct you, meow." Ming Kenki activated the Sharingan and cautioned, "Be careful, meow." A brief explanation of the exchange between Ming Kenki and the cat sage reveals a blend of human language and feline communication. The cat sage's first meow signifies, "Let me ponder for a moment," while the second conveys, "Unleash your full potential." Conversely, Ming Kenki's meow suggests that there is no need for the cat sage to exert extraordinary strength. With that, we conclude our discussion on cat language. Ultimately, Ming Kenki, possessing the bloodline of the word clan, is destined to comprehend the languages of various life forms. Thus, the long-standing question of why the entire universe communicates in Chinese is resolved. As Ming Kenki activated the Sharingan, a surge of lightning enveloped him. As if he donned a garment woven from thunder, indeed, it was the second tier of the thunder armor. At that moment, the cat sage also positioned his wooden staff diagonally before him, bracing for the encounter. A gentle breeze swept through, and instantly, the illusions of lightning and the ethereal white cat flickered on the second floor of Corinta. One illusion vanished, while three more emerged. In mere moments, the distinction between illusion and reality on the second floor became indiscernible. "Stop!" shouted the cat sage a minute later. All illusions of the white cat dissipated, and the lightning illusions followed suit, revealing Ming Kenki once more before the cat sage. He licked his paw and instinctively washed his face. The cat sage commended, "Your eyes are formidable." This method of stimulating bodily cells with lightning significantly enhances both speed and strength. The synergy between the two is impeccable. Acceleration, deceleration, turns, and shifts are executed with remarkable precision. Ming Kenki, naturally aware of his advantages, was more concerned with his shortcomings. Much like the theory of the wooden barrel, it is the weak link that poses the greatest obstacle to his further advancement. Ming Kenki directly stated, "Go ahead and say but. However, in comparison to true masters, you are still quite distant, meow." Ming Kenki listened attentively as the cat sage continued, "Let us first discuss the eyes. The dual orbs you rely upon can be deceived in myriad ways. Blinding light, smoke, and dust storms are but a few external forces. There are also powerful beings capable of controlling their own musculature, not to mention extraterrestrial entities of forms unlike that of humans, and so forth. Approximately 7 or 8 centuries ago, a particular method of cultivating vital energy was in vogue. It was said that upon reaching the state of Danjin, one could command every muscle in their body, achieving a level of mastery where not a feather could be added, nor a fly could alight. This would render your vision ineffective. Alas, this knowledge has been lost to time, leaving only a mere shadow of its former glory. You may have encountered it at the Martial Arts Association. Ming Kenki was left speechless. He was indeed curious to witness the heights to which national martial arts could ascend within the Dragon Ball universe, and what kind of destructive power could be unleashed. However, mere remnants of knowledge would suffice for nothing. Furthermore, consider the method of propelling the body into rapid motion. While it may appear to be precise action, it is, in truth, nothing more than reckless charge, devoid of any true technique. This approach may suffice against foes of comparable strength, lacking extraordinary abilities, allowing for a swift victory through an explosive burst of speed. Yet, what if the adversary possesses perceptive capabilities? What if their strength surpasses yours, enabling them to accurately anticipate your post-explosive movements? What if they strike before you can react? The shortcomings articulated by the cat sage began to stir deep contemplation within Ming Kenki. The series of probing questions prompted him to mentally simulate corresponding battle scenarios, imagining himself delivered into the hands of his enemy, only to be swiftly vanquished. Ming Kenki suddenly shuddered, just in time to hear the cat immortal say, "Without the ability to maneuver with grace and ease, even with keen eyesight, you can only resort to hastily accelerating, decelerating, or turning to evade landing yourself in the path of your enemy's fist." Ah, the notion of maneuvering with grace and ease. to move as if one's limbs were extensions of one's will. If only I could attain such a realm, complemented by the power of the Sharingan. My prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As Ming Kanki continued to ponder, his eyes grew increasingly bright. The cat sage did not instruct him on the skills of a ninja. He possessed his own limitations and would never feign understanding. What he could offer was to stand upon the foundation of martial arts, utilizing his vast experience to guide and assess Ming Kanki. Thus, the shortcomings that the cat sage frequently mentioned were indeed the very essence of a martial artist: speed, strength, and reflexes, all of which are indispensable fundamentals. The universe is vast. Meow. There may well be entities capable of deceiving your vision. Furthermore, do not confine yourself to the perceived potency of techniques. The effectiveness of a technique knows no bounds. It ultimately depends on the wielder. Ah, meow, it has been centuries since I last spoke in such a manner. It feels quite refreshing, meow. After saying this, Master Karen stretched lazily and began to groom himself. The image of a wise sage instantly transformed into that of a plump white cat. This lesson lasted for 3 hours. Each time Ming Kanki engaged in contemplation, the cat sage would pause and wait. When Ming Kanki regained his focus, the sage would continue speaking. Following 3 hours of listening and practicing, the novelty of the cat sage's language had waned for Ming Kanki, and the guidance from the cat sage came to an end. Despite being merely 3 hours, it felt to Ming Kanki akin to the moment he first acquired his power. Ming Kanki discovered that, fundamentally, there exists no distinction between ninjas and martial artists. Both are engaged in the relentless enhancement of their foundational abilities. This revelation subtly illuminated a potential future direction for him. Once he clears the fog and perceives the path ahead, it would prove far more beneficial than merely perfecting the lightning release body technique. Subsequently, Ming Kanki lingered atop Corinta for an additional 3 days, diligently organizing his insights and engaging in discussions with the cat sage, even sparring with him on several occasions. He persistently endeavored to unify the realms of ninjas and martial artists, yet he found that the path remained shrouded in mist, obscuring his vision. The chasm between ninjas and martial artists still loomed vast and insurmountable. Realizing that further pursuit would yield no fruit, Ming Kanki resolved to bid farewell to the cat sage and set forth towards his next destination. When he proposed to visit the temple in search of the bell, the cat sage shook his head, stating, "That is not possible. The bell cannot be bestowed upon you. You have yet to attain the qualifications of a deity, and thus cannot be granted access to the temple." Very well then. Farewell. Ming Kanki did not impose any difficulty on the cat sage, but instead directly descended from the pinnacle of the tower. Did he believe that without the bell, he would be unable to ascend to the celestial sanctuary? Cat sage, how naive you are. Chapter 87, Communication at the Sanctuary, 3K Large Chapter. A month later, Ming Kanki returned to the West Capital after a period of rigorous training. His physical prowess had doubled. The Thunder Armor's second stage had become second nature to him. While he had not extensively honed his sealing ninjutsu, he had begun to perceive a subtle versatility in his singular techniques, the Spiral Sphere and the Thunder Cut, capable of being both potent and restrained. He practiced his physical form while the Shadow Clones honed their skills, assisting him with his daily needs. Despite the arduous nature of his training, this month had been quite delightful for Ming Kanki. Surprisingly, his culinary skills had evolved from mere novice to a level of mastery. "Bulma, I'm back. Did you miss me?" As he entered, Ming Kanki exclaimed, "Finished your training?" Bulma, without turning her head, busied herself at the workstation, analyzing various data. The infinite ship occupied the center of the laboratory, surrounded by an array of devices. Among them, Ming Kanki recognized the multispectral scanner, temperature and magnetic sensors, and many others that were foreign to him, cluttering the space in a maze-like fashion. After taking a brief tour, Ming Kanki approached Bulma with a smile, saying, "I intend to pilot the infinite ship to the celestial sanctuary above Karen Tower. That is the abode of the deities. Would you care to join me?" With a mischievous glint in her eye, Bulma hesitated and replied, "That altitude might be a bit too much for me. You must return early, though." Bulma pressed several buttons, and 2 robots promptly arrived to clear the instruments obstructing the entrance of the infinite ship. Ming Kanki deftly maneuvered into the infinite, proclaiming loudly, "Very well. I shall seek the creator of the divine dragon myself. Farewell." Bulma, gazing at the apparatus on the experimental platform, stifled a silent laugh of exhilaration, thinking, "Splendid. Once the final issue is resolved, you shall not escape this enchanting beauty, even at the edge of the cosmos. This time, you shall obediently furnish me, the genius and stunning lady, with the data I require." After a few seconds of waiting without Bulma entering, Ming Kanki activated the warp controller. With a creak, the Infinite engaged in its hyperdimensional leap, effortlessly traversing the magical barrier to materialize in the temple square. In the laboratory, at the very moment the Infinite vanished, countless probes and scanning instruments whirred into frenetic action. Bulma, wholly absorbed in the display, diligently processed data after data, her smile widening with each passing moment. Greetings. I am Ming Kanki, here in hopes of receiving guidance from the deity. Within the temple square, Ming Kanki approached Bobo, who was watering a tree, to express his intent. Bobo tilted his head to glance at Ming Kanki and shook his head, saying, "You do not possess a bell. Bobo cannot allow you to meet the deity. Please depart. But I truly have matters of significance to discuss with the deity. No, you may inform the deity, but I cannot guarantee an audience." No, despite Ming's various persuasions, Bobo remained steadfast in disagreement. Ming Kanki was also enraged, declaring, "You have forced my hand." It is said that Bobo is the hidden boss of the Dragon Ball universe, the earliest master of the Ultra Instinct technique. Though this may not be taken literally, Ming Kanki did not dare to underestimate the situation. As his words echoed, he swiftly ignited his small cosmos, subsequently activating the kaleidoscope and unfolding his half-body Susanoo, signaling his readiness to unleash a powerful move. "Stop right there. I am willing to meet you." At the temple's grand entrance, a gray-green hand grasped the doorframe, and a towering figure emerged with a voice. Upon arriving at the plaza, the deity proclaimed, "I believe this is not our first encounter. Your spacecraft has visited the temple for a second time. The last occasion, it materialized from the space near the temple." Ming Kanki halted his grand display and chuckled. "I see. That is truly wonderful. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. We have become friends now. You must certainly guide me well. We cannot deceive friends, can we? Haha. Splendid." The celestial being smiled benevolently, responding with resolute affirmation. A divine smile is a universal trait among beings, yet one could hardly have believed that a wrinkled, green visage resembling an extraterrestrial shoehorn would ever radiate such warmth. Yet, at this moment, Ming Kanki genuinely perceived that benevolence, indeed, it was divine. "However, I implore you to promise me that you will assist us during times of great calamity on Earth." As he spoke, the celestial being pointed to the ground. From his fingertip, two beams of light shot forth. Instantly, two chairs, one tall and one short, materialized upon the plaza floor. Without waiting for Ming Kanki's assent, the celestial being proceeded directly to the matter at hand. He seated himself and declared, "Please, take a seat. I can discern that your cultivation system diverges from the martial arts training prevalent on Earth today. Thus, before I can guide you, I must first understand your system of cultivation." Ming Kanki took a seat, pondered for a moment, and remarked, "Chakra is the energy derived from the body's 130 trillion cells, combined with the spiritual energy cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience, resulting in a harmonious blend in a ratio of 1:1. This energy can undergo both nature transformation and form alteration. The nature transformations encompass 7 elements: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Upon concluding his explanation, he extended his left hand and manifested the chakra directly upon his palm, stating, "This is chakra." A delicate layer of blue energy enveloped Ming Kanki's palm, reminiscent of the soft, gentle flame of an alcohol lamp, exuding an aura of safety. The deity placed his hand upon the chakra, pausing to absorb its essence. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his hand, furrowing his brow in deep thought before solemnly stating, "The energy of your chakra resembles a privatization of qi, entirely transforming into an essence that belongs solely to you. You have severed the exchange of energy between yourself and the cosmos, relying solely on sustenance to rejuvenate your cellular vitality. This approach may impose a significant burden upon your body." The deity, renowned as the strongest martial master on Earth for centuries, discerned the shortcomings of chakra with but a few words. However, for Ming Kanki, this revelation was shrouded in ambiguity. The exchange of energy with the cosmos? Does breathing count? What is cellular vitality? Does it relate to the energy ball? Could it be that there was an error in the terminology of cellular energy? In any case, Ming Kanki was left with a mind brimming with questions. Noticing the confusion etched on Ming Kanki's face, the deity began to elucidate. To discuss qi, we must first address vitality. Vitality is the energy inherent in all things, including humanity, residing within each cell. Martial artists cultivate their physical being and refine their will. They infuse their will into their vitality, transforming it into a malleable energy. This energy is known as qi. Qigong, therefore, is the practice of manipulating qi to unleash attacks and create destruction. Once qi is released, whether it explodes or manifests as light and heat, it no longer remains under the influence of will, reverting back to its original form of vitality. This is a cyclical process. The human body is in constant exchange with the cosmos, a perpetual cycle of giving and receiving. Inhaling and consuming food both serve to absorb vitality. During physical exertion, cells absorb greater amounts of vitality, thereby strengthening the body. Concurrently, through rigorous practice, both body and mind undergo purification, enhancing one's will. A fortified will allows for the conversion of more vitality, resulting in an increased ability to manipulate qi. This constitutes the very foundation of our contemporary martial arts system. The deity's explanation was clear and comprehensible. Aside from individuals like Sun Wukong, who possess little common knowledge, any martial artist could grasp these concepts, and Ming Kangqi was no exception. Yet, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the ideas presented. If one were to substitute vitality with cellular energy and will with mental energy, the concepts seemed strikingly similar. Except for the absence of one-to-one fusion conditions, the resemblance to chakra was undeniable. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on Ming Kangqi's face. Ming Kangqi mused, "Is this not the very concept of innate and acquired principles proposed by our ancestors thousands of years ago? If chakra represents the acquired, while qi embodies the innate, then chakra, as a form of sage art, exists above the acquired and below the innate, residing in a liminal space akin to qi." When considering the sage mode of the Naruto world, it is evident that the sage arts of Myaboka Mountain are notably gentle. Yet pursuing such training carries the peril of transforming into a stone toad. To forcibly harness natural energy with one's own energy is akin to a person attempting to command the heavens and the earth, a practice fraught with the risk of severe backlash. Indeed, furthermore, ordinary ninjutsu often lacks permanence, requiring the user to sustain it for any lasting effect. In contrast, sage arts can amplify the potency of ninjutsu and extend its duration. The evolution of the Rasengan from a mere handheld projectile to one capable of being thrown vast distances illustrates the efficacy of sage arts. This bears striking resemblance to the long-range attacks of Qigong. Building upon the aforementioned arguments, one may deduce that the sage mode of the six-path sage has almost attained the unity of man and nature, effortlessly absorbing chakra from the cosmos with every stance. Yet, he remains ensnared by the confines of human effort to command the heavens and the earth, achieving proximity rather than complete attainment. Kagaya Otsutsuki, merging with the divine tree, defied the innate and reached immortality. Initially, she held the greatest potential to achieve harmony with the universe, yet she forsook the energies of heaven and earth, fixating instead on the scattered chakra, ultimately leading to her failure. With each deduction, Ming Kangqi's gaze grew increasingly luminous, as if a clear path were slowly unveiling itself before her. The combination of the bloodline limit and the chakra of sage mode might equal that of qi. As for the more distant realm, transcending the essence of qi, such matters lie beyond the scope of Ming Kangqi's current reasoning. In this moment, she resembled a deity from an ancient novel, contemplating the intricacies of cultivation. With limited experience and exposure, merely reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage is a remarkable feat. Ming Kangqi felt a profound sense of contentment. He resolved to pursue his cultivation in accordance with the insights he had gleaned. In the present and for the foreseeable future, he intended to focus on two pursuits, enhancing his physical prowess and refining his control. To augment the former, he would harness the bloodline of the scion alongside the techniques of lightning release and the ninja body. It was conceivable that in due time, he could withstand the tailed beast ball of the 10 tails with relative ease, simultaneously increasing his chakra reserves, an endeavor yielding multiple benefits. As for the latter, it served as the foundation for the enhancement of all techniques. Just imagine the sheer might of being able to manipulate the chakra of an entire 10 tails to unleash a single attack. The power would be formidable, undoubtedly unmatched. If he persevered, the destructive capabilities within the world of Naruto would no longer be confined to a mere satellite level, but could ascend towards planetary levels and beyond. With continued effort, it was even possible that chakra might evolve into an energy surpassing even that of air. Thank you. I am eager to commence my training. May I borrow your space? Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ming Kangqi immediately summoned over 20 shadow clones and began his attempts. Chapter 88. The new lightning released the following day. The celestial being did not allow Ming Kangqi to continue his training. Follow me, he instructed. I have instructed Bobo to create a doll, which will simulate the chakra energy you spoke of. Now, I require one of your hairs. Accompanying the celestial being, Ming Kenki arrived at a secluded chamber, where he beheld a bald clay doll, approximately 178 centimeters tall, resembling his own stature. Is this it? Am I to learn to sense energy? With a hint of skepticism, Ming Kenki grasped a strand of hair, and with a flicker of lightning at his fingertips, he severed it. This was the result of the simultaneous training of over 20 shadow clones. With just another 2 or 3 days of practice, Ming Kenki felt confident that he could conjure a lightning needle with a mere snap of his fingers, capable of striking several meters away. Bobo took the hair and affixed it to the top of the clay doll's head. Subsequently, he retrieved a water flask inscribed with a character for life and sprinkled water over the doll. In an instant, the doll sprang to life, except for its eyes, which were wide and concentric. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Ming Kenki. In the square, Ming Kenki inquired, "What must I do?" The celestial being replied, "As I anticipated yesterday, I linked his essence with my will while Bobo was creating him. Thus, I can perceive everything within him through my intent. When he utilizes your abilities, I will sense the changes, and perhaps I can offer you beneficial advice." At that moment, Ming Kenki comprehended that the celestial being intended to continue guiding him, rather than merely setting him free after yesterday's lengthy discourse. Indeed, the celestial being was a responsible mentor. With this thought in mind, Ming Kenki nodded and commanded the doll, "Let us commence. Extract the chakra." The celestial being remarked, "As I surmised yesterday, continue." Ming Kenki continued to command, "Activate the Sharingan." The clay doll appeared to lack intelligence. It directly activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Truly, it is a wondrous eye, capable of unleashing ninjutsu, employing illusions, and executing body techniques. Ming Kenki commanded the clay doll to unleash the majority of its abilities. Each move of the clay doll reached the pinnacle of what Ming Kenki could currently achieve, and its release speed surpassed even that of the secondary persona by a notable margin. One cannot help but admire the remarkable technology of the divine being here. Aside from a few initial remarks, the divine being remained silent. It was only when Ming Kenki paused that the divine being spoke. "You have grasped the essence of Qi. You may now attempt to wield it." Indeed, Ming Kenki's eyes sparkled with astonishment. To find himself in the world of Dragon Ball yet unable to harness Qi seemed nothing short of a colossal jest. In comparison to the cataclysmic power of Qi, who would desire chakra, which could merely obliterate the moon? Nevertheless, Ming Kenki truly found himself unable to wield it. He had attempted to do so. While journeying to Kirin Tower, he surreptitiously endeavored to learn the Kamehameha from Master Roshi, only to falter. The energy he produced was still mere chakra, dissipating a mere 10 centimeters from his body. However, if the mud doll succeeded, Ming Kenki would have the opportunity to master Qi. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within him, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Taking a deep breath twice, Ming Kenki commanded, "Use the Kamehameha." The mud doll brought its palms together at its waist, gathering energy. Each movement mirrored that of Master Roshi flawlessly. Then, with a sudden thrust forward, a blue beam shot forth, piercing the sky beyond the temple plaza, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Splendid. It worked. Haha, I can wield Qi now. Ming Kenki was filled with joy and excitement, exclaiming loudly. The celestial being, however, shook his head in regret, rising with a sigh. After a few moments, Ming Kenki composed himself and suddenly recognized his own indiscretion. He turned to the celestial being, only to find that there was no smile upon the deity's face. Hadn't they succeeded? Could it be? An ominous premonition arose within Ming Kenki's heart. The celestial being spoke calmly, stating, "That is not a wave of Qi. It should be referred to as a lightning wave. It is the chakra within the clay figure that transforms into lightning attribute chakra at the moment of release, unleashing a violent electrical attack with all its energy in a single strike. With your current strength, you can manage to release it only once in a short span of time." As he spoke, the celestial being gestured towards the clay figure. Ming Kenki observed that the clay figure had reverted to its original state. This implied that I am unable to learn to harness Qi, correct? Ming Kenki forced a faint smile, pondering the extraordinary power residing within him. This force appeared to dictate that the fusion of energies within his being could only occur in a harmonious ratio of mental and cellular energy, precisely 1:1. Despite his melancholic state, Ming Kenki continued his contemplation. Listening intently to the deity's elucidation, he inquired with renewed curiosity, "What if we incorporate the essence of the universe as well? Could we not achieve a combination of mental energy, cellular energy, and the universal essence in a ratio of 1:1:1? By voicing his question, Ming Kenki's spirits were lifted once more. This ratio bore resemblance to the mystical art of chakra, which might not face rejection. It was worth exploring. The deity replied, "Indeed, let us proceed." With that, the deity, Bobo, infused life once again into the clay figure. The clay figure transformed anew, taking on the likeness of Ming Kanki once more. Ming Kanki immediately commanded, "Cultivate the celestial arts. Refine the celestial chakra." The clay figure assumed a meditative posture, swiftly entering a state of tranquility. The ethereal energy of the universe surged into the clay figure's being, and a glimmer of orange hue quickly manifested. Soon after, a pattern resembling a wide-open eye emerged at the center of the clay figure's forehead. Boom! Suddenly, the clay figure exploded. "Ah!" The celestial being cried out in agony, coughing incessantly. "Celestial being, are you all right?" Bobo rapidly moved to the celestial being's side, supporting him while inquiring with great concern. Ming Kanki hastily produced a celestial being and presented it to the divine being, stating, "This is a celestial being from Master Carlin. Consuming one will heal any injury." The divine being waved his hand dismissively and, after a moment of labored breathing, replied, "I am fine. A night's rest will suffice for my recovery. As for you, without absolute certainty, you must refrain from such perilous cultivation." As he recalled the moment of the clay effigy's explosion, the divine being could not help but furrow his brow. In that instant, several conflicting forces emerged from within the clay effigy. Triggered by the energy of your transformation into celestial chakra, which could yield catastrophic consequences. "Rest now," the divine being urged. Bobo supported the divine being as they departed. Ming Kanki remained lost in thought, fully aware of the nature of the bloodline conflict. The issue of bloodline conflict had unexpectedly become an obstacle to his further empowerment. Ming Kanki stood in a daze for an hour before suddenly bursting into laughter. "The conflict of bloodlines is but a temporary predicament. I am resolutely determined to discover a solution, absolutely. In this boundless realm of dreams, I refuse to believe there is no way to resolve the clash of bloodlines." Having declared this, Ming Kanki once again conjured over 20 shadow clones and resumed his daily practice. Another day dawned. The rejuvenated celestial being entrusted Ming Kanki with a secret method to cultivate the spirit. According to him, this technique was acquired from his ancestral memories during his childhood. Ming Kanki, as if discovering a treasured gem, became utterly absorbed in his cultivation. In the days that followed, he continued to summon over 20 shadow clones for training. 6 of these clones focused on mastering the various transformations of the spiral sphere, while the remaining nearly 20 dedicated themselves to perfecting the lightning release techniques. Striving to transcend the current limitations of the half-completed Cloud Ninja lightning release, his ultimate goal was to develop the 3rd and 4th stages of the Thunder Armor technique. Meanwhile, his original self devoted 6 hours each day to physical conditioning and another 6 to mental fortification. This rigorous regimen led to a remarkable progression, allowing Ming Kanki to create an additional shadow clone every few days. This tangible advancement further intensified his passion and dedication to his practice. Chapter 89. Beneath the Corinta in the blink of an eye, countless days had passed. While immersed in his training, Ming Kanki was awakened by the deity. The divine entity informed him of a battle unfolding beneath the Corinta and urged Ming Kanki to descend and assist the benevolent guardians of the tower. Ming Kanki promptly piloted the infinite and, with a single traversal through time and space, arrived beneath Corinta. Upon witnessing the situation, he realized that the narrative had progressed to the event where the Red Ribbon Army sought to seize Bulma's Dragon Balls. In the original storyline, Bulma single-handedly dealt with the majority of the Red Ribbon Army, ultimately being captured by Colonel Yellow, who threatened her son, UPA. Subsequently, Son Goku rescued UPA, forging a bond with the family. Later, Bulma was unable to prevent Tao Pai Pai from being killed, prompting Son Goku to search for the Dragon Balls to revive her. However, at this moment, Bulma was locked in a standoff with General Blue. General Blue, known from the original tale, was the general of the Red Ribbon Army who had immobilized Son Goku with his psychic powers during the treasure hunt at the underwater island, only to be thwarted by a mouse. Notably, Colonel Yellow was absent from this scene. Thus, the one attempting to seize Bulma's Dragon Balls was not Colonel Yellow, but rather General Blue and his subordinates. General Blue utilized his psychic immobilization technique to ensnare Bulma. Raising Gan, Ming Kanki suddenly materialized before General Blue, delivering a spiraling strike directly to his abdomen. Instantly, General Blue was sent hurtling backwards in a whirlwind of motion. The spiral sphere of Ming Kanki is not merely a half-finished product like that of Naruto Uzumaki. Once unleashed, Ming Kanki is certain that General Blue will meet his demise. "I recognize you. Did you not return?" Upon witnessing Ming Kenki's arrival, UPA alternates between glancing up at Corinta and looking down at him, her small face etched with confusion. Ming Kenki pointed towards the heavens and said, I have been practicing in the temple of the celestial gods above Corinta. The deities have perceived your peril, and thus they sent me to assist. Celestial gods, they truly exist. Little UPA gazed upwards, lost in a reverie of wonder. Bola performed several ritualistic gestures and softly recited a few prayers before rising to express his gratitude to Ming Kenki. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. At that moment, the trio noticed a white pillar standing askew in the ground. Atop it stood a middle-aged man with a pigtail braid, hands clasped behind his back, his attire emblazoned with the character for kill. Hey! From afar, the voice of Sun Wukong echoed down from the sky. Ming Kenki looked up, and Sun Wukong had already leaped down from the nimbus cloud, joyfully exclaiming, Ming Kenki, how delightful! It has been ages. Haha! Witnessing a subtle butterfly effect firsthand. Ming Kenki felt quite pleased. He silently calculated the passage of time, realizing that over 2 months had elapsed. Indeed, time in the realm of cultivation seems to flow differently. Reflecting on the timeline, from the moment Ming Kenki utilized the Dragon Balls to the conclusion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, it had been over 8 months. Adding the more than a month spent training at Korin Tower, it amounted to over 9 months. With an additional 2 months, it was precisely 1 year. Sun Wukong had evidently followed the directions of the Dragon Radar. Ah, it has been so long, Sun Wukong, Ming Kenki replied, further introducing. This is the guardian of the Korin sacred land, Bra. This little fellow is Bra's companion, UPA. Greetings, Bra. Hello, UPA, Sun Wukong politely acknowledged. Humph. Tao Bai Bai snorted coldly, exuding a menacing aura. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Having lived in the forest and battled fierce beasts, Bra not only possessed great strength, but was also highly attuned to threats. The sensation of being targeted by a formidable foe made his hair stand on end. Unable to restrain himself, he demanded, Who are you? What do you want? Tao Bai Bai replied nonchalantly, The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. The Red Ribbon Army has employed me to eliminate those who hinder their collection of the Dragon Balls and to gather the Dragon Balls themselves. You are my targets. UPA. Step aside. Bra gently pushed UPA aside, preparing to defend the sacred land. Once again, the Red Ribbon Army proved to be a band of rogues. Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, ready for action. At that moment, Ming Kenki suddenly interjected, Tao Bai Bai, brother of the Crane Hermit. With 2 decades of experience, he has taken countless lives, undefeated in all his endeavors. His strength is only surpassed by the Turtle and Crane Hermits. However, it seems that the Crane Hermit's disciple, Tian Shinan, has now surpassed you. Tao Bai Bai furrowed his brow. Ming Kenki's casual demeanor instilled in him an invisible pressure. Each of Ming Kenki's words tightened the frown on his face. Has my memory improved? Suppressing his inner doubts, Ming Kenki continued his verbal duel, If I were you, I would flee at the sight of an unknown adversary who knows so much about me. After Ming Kenki finished speaking, Tao Bai Bai hesitated, almost turning to flee. Yet, before he could lift his leg, he abruptly pressed it down. His fury surged within him, as he thought, I am the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. How could I possibly be intimidated by an ordinary young man? The murderous intent emanating from Tao Bai Bai surged towards Ming Kenki, who coldly remarked, You know not what you speak. When you truly experience the terror of the world's greatest assassin, there will only be one outcome, death. As the word death escaped his lips, Tao Bai Bai launched himself towards Ming Kenki at high speed. Alas, in a flash of lightning, their positions were exchanged. The electric aura dissipated from Ming Kenki's palm, revealing a shimmering blue layer of lightning-infused chakra enveloping him. This was a new technique he had cultivated over recent days, the Thunder Armor, 3rd stage. This phase represented a brand new form of lightning-based ninjutsu. The highly contained lightning chakra did not produce visible electricity, yet its internal energy surpassed that of the 2nd stage Thunder Armor by more than double, with defensive capabilities enhanced severfold. With the augmentation of Thunder Armor, Ming Kenki could unleash speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. This 3rd stage Thunder Armor could rightfully be termed the Lightning Chakra mode. The dissipating lightning from his palm was yet another new technique, the Lightning Blade, an advanced development from the Lightning Cutter, known as the Lightning Hand Blade. This technique enveloped his hand in lightning, inflicting harm upon his foes with the high-temperature thunder that radiated from its 3 edges. However, it remained incomplete. as Ming Kenki had yet to master the high-frequency vibrations needed to maximize its lethality. Nevertheless, it sufficed against Tao Bai. With the extraordinary strength and speed granted by the third-stage Thunder Armor in less than a millisecond, Ming Kenki used the lightning blade to pierce through Tao Bai's left chest, severing his left lung and heart in two. He was indeed swift in his escape. Tao Bai confidently believed that Ming Kenki had merely evaded his attack. Was that so? As Ming Kenki stepped back, he softly remarked, "Look down." The severity of an injury does not correlate directly with the sensation of pain. Rather, it follows a parabolic curve. Once an injury reaches a certain threshold, the sensation of pain Dragon Balls and the Dragon Radar. It goes without saying that this refers to the wish granted by the Eternal Dragon. Ming Kenki's thoughts swiftly turned to clarity. Observing as Ming Kenki stowed away the Dragon Balls and the radar, Bra produced a Dragon Ball and handed it over, saying, "I have one of those spheres as well." Sun Wukong seemed to recognize it as the 4-star ball. As Bra extended it, he eagerly snatched it from her grasp. Upon inspecting it, he leaped and danced with excitement, exclaiming, "Fantastic. I have finally found Grandpa's 4-star ball. Hooray." In the original narrative, the life-threatening peril posed by Tao Pai compelled Sun Wukong to ascend the Korin Tower with fervent determination, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities within 3 days. In the absence of such mortal danger, Ming Kenki pondered what heights Sun Wukong might reach. However, witnessing Sun Wukong's deep reverence for the 4-star ball, Ming Kenki felt inclined to test the waters. He swiftly seized the 4-star ball and declared, "You shall ascend the Korin Tower first and complete your training. I shall await you here for 3 days. After 3 days, we will embark on our quest for the other Dragon Balls. If you complete Master Korin training, your strength will undoubtedly increase significantly, allowing you to secure the 4-star ball when it scatters. Go forth." Indeed. The combination of Grandpa's 4-star ball and the prospect of gaining strength tipped Sun Wukong's scales to their utmost heights, instantly dissipating Ming Kenki's anger over the theft of the 4-star ball. "Is it true? I can become that powerful. You must wait for me for 3 days." Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly, leaping onto the tower and swiftly climbing upward. Within mere minutes, he transformed into a mere speck, nearly vanishing from sight. Ming Kenki placed the Dragon Ball within the infinite capsule, bidding farewell to the father and son of Bra before returning to the plaza of the Heavenly Temple. However, upon encountering the heavenly deity once more, the deity proclaimed, "I have nothing more to teach you. Embark on a new journey." After a brief moment of silence, Ming Kenki bowed and replied, "Very well. I am grateful for your guidance." Although the heavenly deity had not imparted the ability to sense energy, one must not be overly greedy. Having already mastered the ultimate technique of divine refinement, there was no further need for additional skills. 3 days later, Sun Wukong descended as scheduled, his eyes filled with determination as he warned, "You must remain vigilant against the Red Ribbon Army." Just before their departure, UPA could not help but shout out. Ming Kenki smiled and opened the door, saying, "We are indeed on a mission to eradicate the Red Ribbon Army. Right, Sun Wukong? I shall surely deal with those scoundrels. Sir Fourth, Nimbus." Sun Wukong then rode the Nimbus into the distance. Ming Kenki activated the Dragon Ball radar and placed it upon the control panel. The infinite ship automatically acquired the locations of the Dragon Balls. As Ming Kenki pushed the transition lever, the infinite ship gently vibrated twice before arriving at the entrance of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Approaching the entrance, Ming Kenki was immediately confronted by armed guards who blocked his path. "Hey, stop right there. This place is not open to just anyone. Get lost, or we will shoot." Ming Kenki raised an eyebrow. The 2 guards did not unleash a barrage from afar, which took him by surprise. After all, he possessed the Sharingan and had activated the Thunder Armor, ready to evade any bullets. This, however, subtly revealed that the discipline of the Crimson Ribbon Legion was far more stringent than Ming Kenki had anticipated. It was not merely a common band of robbers, but rather a formidable and well-structured military faction of considerable scale. Ming Kenki spoke casually. "I have heard that your Red Ribbon Army has committed numerous atrocities, frequently engaging in acts of extortion and plunder." Die. The 2 guards raised their guns, but before they could pull the triggers, they found themselves immobilized by Ming Kenki's Sharingan. "How disappointing. I had a rather favorable first impression of you two. It appears you share the same disposition as the Red Ribbon Army, I remember." With a sardonic smile, Ming Kenki concentrated his spirit to unleash a cataclysmic force. It had been a long time since he had unleashed his full power. "Now, let my little universe ignite." Would release, Advent of the Tree Realm. Golden stardust shimmered and his small universe began to blaze, entering an infinite chakra state. Towering trees surged forth, a tempest of foliage. Massive and small trees sprang from the ground with astonishing speed. In mere moments, within 100 meters radius of the Red Ribbon Army base, trees proliferated densely. From a distance, it appeared as if a colossal tree stump, several hundred meters in diameter, had emerged. Countless soldiers of the Red Ribbon headquarters were entombed within this arboreal fortress, with only the room at the pinnacle of the command tower remaining intact. This was where the 2 Dragon Balls from the original story resided, and Ming Kenki chose not to command the trees to attack. Such a widespread assault was truly awe-inspiring. Blake, a guard of Commander Red, attempted to flee with him. However, Red, unwilling to relinquish the Dragon Balls, in a fit of anger revealed his desire to grow taller rather than conquer the world. In a moment of rage, Blake killed Red, declaring himself the new commander. We allowed you to become commander, and those soldiers died in vain. From this moment forward, I, Blake, shall succeed as the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. I will reorganize the Red Ribbon Army and become the ruler of the world, Blake proclaimed with solemnity. He then produced a universal capsule, releasing a compact yet robust mech, which he promptly entered. With a thunderous roar, the mech burst forth from the top of the command tower. Blake broadcasted, "How dare you assault the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? You must be possessed of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall." As he spoke, a beam of light, as thick as a man's thigh, erupted from the mech's arm. This energy weapon could easily penetrate steel plates 10 centimeters thick. However, such petty tactics to draw attention were futile. The Sharingan had already anticipated the mech's attack trajectory. As the beam was unleashed, a wooden stake had already risen before Ming Kenki. The stake was obliterated, much to Blake's astonishment. Blake attempted to employ a trick, but Ming Kenki had similarly executed a diversion. Such efforts are truly insignificant. Blake left the broadcast on, his laughter ringing harshly in the silence of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Ming Kenki shouted loudly as he emerged from the dissipating smoke. At this moment, he was on the verge of entering the brilliant blue lightning release chakra mode, known as the Thunder Armor 3rd stage. His hands were positioned at his waist, and blue lightning surged continuously between his palms. What? How could he still be alive after being struck by a beam weapon? Infuriating. Let him taste the ultimate missile. Black directed the mech's head towards Ming Kenki. The colossal missile bay on the back of the mech opened, locking onto its target. Too late. Behold my ultimate move, Lightning Wave. In an instant, he concentrated all his chakra, transforming it into lightning attributes that erupted from his hands. The lightning shot forth at speeds approaching that of light, possessing hundreds of millions of volts and tens of thousands of amperes of current, with internal temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius, comparable to natural lightning. However, due to its chakra nature, its dispersion was far less than that of natural lightning, allowing it to accurately strike targets within a kilometer. Nonetheless, the chakra consumption was excessively intense. In the vast world of Naruto, only those with chakra equivalent to or greater than that of the first Hokage, such as Uchiha Madara, Kisame Hashigaki, and Naruto Uzumaki, could learn to wield it. After witnessing the clay doll unleash this technique, Ming Kenki merely committed it to memory without practicing it. At this moment, in a state of boundless chakra ignited by his small universe, he executed the Thunder Wave, which, strictly speaking, marked his inaugural use of this ability. Its power was formidable. Not long after Black Brack assumed command, less than 10 minutes passed before the mecha was incinerated by the intense heat of the Thunder Wave. As the missile detonated, not even a trace remained. Chapter 91. The Arena of the Fortune-Telling Granny. Ming Kenki retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from the Crimson Ribbon Army, and only then did Sun Wukong arrive, albeit fashionably late. Upon discovering that Ming Kenki had already resolved everything, he was astonished and expressed a desire to engage in a friendly match with him. Ming Kenki agreed to collect all 7 Dragon Balls to grant Bulma a wish, after which he would engage in a battle with him. Sun Wukong, filled with anticipation, immediately took out the Dragon Ball radar for locating them. However, the radar revealed no trace of the 7th Dragon Ball. It seemed the device was malfunctioning once again, much to Sun Wukong's dismay. Ming took out another Dragon Ball radar from the near-infinite device, yet it too yielded no signal. It then dawned on him that the Pilaf gang must have concealed the Dragon Balls and interfered with the signal. Let us visit the fortune teller, he suggested. Ming Kenki greeted Sun Wukong and began to examine the map. Upon entering the infinite, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, it's so spacious in here." Ming Kenki compared the map of Earth from his memory of Dragon Ball with the Earth map within the infinite. He pinpointed the location of the oasis where the fortune teller resided and promptly activated the jump control lever. Let's go. The Infinite trembled slightly before coming to a halt. Ming Kenki greeted Sun Wukong and stepped through the door. The two were guided by a small spirit into the chamber beyond. It was then that Ming Kenki realized this was no oasis, but rather the grand palace of the fortune-telling matron, constructed atop a vast lake in the heart of the desert. Upon encountering the fortune-telling matron, Ming Kenki promptly articulated his request. Matron of divination, I seek your assistance in locating the final Dragon Ball. However, we find ourselves without funds. Upon hearing this, the matron of divination burst into an excited laugh, exclaiming, How intriguing! Are you seeking to engage in a contest? Ming Kenki decisively nodded and said, Indeed, we shall choose the arena and vanquish your 5 formidable warriors. Thanks to the divine method of the heavenly god, the 5 individuals in the original text are vividly etched in my memory. Aside from the demon man, the harbinger of hell, whose infernal rays pose a slight danger that cannot be met head-on, I possess absolute confidence in defeating the other 4. Oh, how well-informed and self-assured you are. So, who shall step forward first? The fortune-telling matron chuckled with greater delight and excitement. Ming Kenki exchanged a glance with Sun Wukong. Sensing his eagerness, Ming Kenki then proposed, Let us engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. The victor shall go first. What say you? Very well. Sun Wukong readily consented. The two turned their right hands away and promptly began their contest. After a series of 5 rounds of rock, paper, scissors, Ming Kenki, by sheer fortune, triumphed with scissors defeating paper. He swore that he had not resorted to any underhanded tactics, such as the Sharingan. It was indeed pure luck that had led him to victory. Securing the right to compete, Ming Kenki immediately leapt onto the stage, exclaiming, Come forth, Batman. With the call of the fortune-telling crone, a bat soared onto the platform. Transforming into a lean boxer, Batman hummed a peculiar tune as he completed his ritual, rising to assume a boxing stance. Ming Kenki stood casually. The fortune-teller glanced at him, and upon seeing his nod, she exclaimed, Let the match begin. As the contest commenced, before Ming Kenki could launch his attack, the Batman leapt swiftly into the air, transforming instantly into a bat. He can fly. As he spoke, Ming Kenki formed seals. As soon as he completed the incantation, he unleashed a tempest. It was the ninjutsu known as wind release, great breakthrough. The fierce winds fanned out in a conical shape, sweeping upwards with considerable range. The Batman, caught off guard, was unable to evade and was engulfed by the oncoming gale, compelled to confront it. However, how could such a formidable technique as wind release, designed to clear the field, be resisted by a mere bat, akin to a drifting leaf? The Batman was cast several hundred meters away before helplessly crashing into the lake. Thus, the second round is about to commence. The fortune-teller's smile bore a hint of malice. The contestants for the second round had already arrived on the stage. Yet she did not reveal their identities. Ming Kenki was already aware of the presence of the Invisible Man and did not inquire further. Silently, he activated his Sharingan. Instantly, a faintly luminous energy entity materialized before his eyes. The